The shepherd. Am I dreaming? Gerrard Kent, in a dazed state, caught a glimpse of a blurred crimson figure. This apparition loomed majestically upon a colossal brass throne, which rested upon a pedestal constructed from blood-stained corpses and heaps of skulls. Adorned in a resplendent crimson armor, a massive, unadorned sword lay beside the throne. Beneath the helm, a pair of scarlet eyes scrutinized Gerrard intently. I am Terror, the deity of hatred and slaughter, the god of brutality and blood. The crimson figure slowly intoned, an unseen weight pressing upon Gerrard's heart, nearly rendering him breathless. I can sense the profound yearning for carnage and madness that resides within you, that I too wish to unleash slaughter upon that world rife with deities, plunging it into eternal chaos and warfare. Should you choose to become my acolyte, I shall bestow upon you the power of destruction, enabling you to annihilate all that lies before you. Gerrard gazed blankly at the sanguine figure, attempting to comprehend its words. Very well, when you desire bloodshed, summon me, and I shall grant you strength. When you find yourself in need of power, utter the incantation, and I shall bless you. The surroundings began to blur, and Gerrard faintly discerned the figure's final utterance. Skulls for the throne, blood for the god. Suddenly, Gerrard jolted upright from the straw mat, finding himself beneath a night sky adorned with a crimson moon, a scene both serene and tranquil. He wiped the sweat-soaked skin of his back and forehead, letting out a weary sigh. O radiant sun above, I have just dreamt a blasphemous dream. I seek your forgiveness. Gerrard assumed a posture of prayer, beseeching the divine for mercy. Gerrard, what the hell are you praying for in the middle of the night? From the far corner of the room, a boy, approximately his age, around 18, sat up on his straw mat and shouted at him. Sorry, Pierce, I was just. Who cares what you were doing? Just shut up and go to sleep. We have sheep to tend tomorrow. Pierce muttered a few more words before lying back down to slumber. Feeling somewhat guilty, Gerrard refrained from further argument and settled back into a restless sleep. After all, he too had sheep to tend to the next day. As dawn broke the following morning, the roosters in the nearby coop erupted in a cacophony, rousing him from his slumber. Gerrard stretched his stiff neck and rose to his feet. Pierce, sharing the same roof, also climbed off his straw mat and, glancing at a two-story house in the distance, complained, "Damn it. Not even a pillow, my neck aches terribly." Gerrard, sensing the need for caution, glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before quietly warning Pierce, "Do not complain here if the Flanies hear us. We shall lose Eve. North this place to dwell." Pierce yawned, splashed his face with water from the bucket, and remarked, "How can those lazy souls rise so early? Besides, don't you wish to indulge in the softness of that plush pillow?" While that may be true, one must tread carefully with words. I have no desire to wander once more, living in the wilderness. Despite his words, a longing expression was unmistakably evident on Gerrard's face as he gazed toward the two-story residence. That abode belonged to their employer, the Flannery family, while he and Pierce resided in a former barn, originally constructed for cattle. Gerrard's gaze shifted back to the bucket, where the sight of his frail form and malnourished visage struck him. He cupped his hands, splashed water on his face, considering it a makeshift wash. Once both were prepared to leave the small storeroom, they, as before, opened the sheepfold and commenced herding the sheep. They drove the flock nearly 3 kilometers, where the grass was plentiful and of good quality. Having brought the sheep to this pasture, they deemed half of their day's task complete. "That concludes our work time for a break," Pierce declared after steering the sheep to their destination, seeking refuge under a tree's shade to rest. Gerrard, however, remained earnest, continuing to tend to the sheep, vigilantly watching the flock to prevent any from straying. "Oh, come now. The flock will follow their leader. You needn't be so diligent. Take a moment to rest," Pierce called out from his repose. "After all, we're not being paid, so why exert ourselves so?" Pierce smirked and retorted, "It is precisely because we are orphans destined for an early demise that each day we live is a divine gift, and thus we must savor it to the fullest." Gerrard, upon hearing this, refrained from countering his statement. Since the inception of their acquaintance, Pierce had always been one to drift through life, and Gerrard seldom found the inclination to compete with him. Fortunately, the land surrounding our village of Magoo is rather fertile otherwise. We would have to trek several kilometers to find sustenance in other parts of Intis, Pierce Layman. Ted, while taking a moment to rest, I never realized you possessed such worldly knowledge, Glad jestingly mocked. I have witnessed much. Let me tell you, have you ever been to the capital, Trier? Upon seeing Glad shake his head, Pierce's expression transformed into one of smug satisfaction as he boasted in an exaggerated tone. Humph, you cannot fathom how splendid that place. Its beauties, wealth, and delicacies beyond your imagination. Are you informing me? Your description conveys nothing, Glad scoffed. How can you say that? I have been to Trier. Pierce's face flushed with indignation. Yes, you have been. Glad was naturally skeptical of Pierce's tall tales. Fine, believe what you will. Pierce intended to provide proof of his claims, but ultimately settled for this retort. I'm so hungry I could devour this sheep right now. Speaking of which, I have never tasted lamb, Pierce exclaimed, patting the sheep beside him and wiping his mouth. Glad paid no heed to him, and upon cresting the hill, they would arrive at Magoo village. It would be most unfortunate if the Franny family were to catch sight of him idling about. As the two men led their flock over the ridge, the sight before them elicited a sharp intake of breath. The entirety of Magoo village was engulfed in a fierce conflagration, the towering flames rendering the sunset pale in comparison, while billowing plumes of dark smoke ascended tower. DS the heavens, transforming into what seemed like clouds. Is it on fire? Glad exclaimed anxiously, glancing toward the Franny residence, which, thankfully, remained unscathed. Wait, no, it's bandits. Pierce, with keen eyes, pointed towards a group of mounted marauders loitering around the Franny home. Glad to discern their presence, the bandits were toying with the Franny family of 3 for their amusement. Moreover, he noticed that they had already been spotted by someone. Run, quickly, Glad shouted urgently to the dazed Pierce, reacting swiftly to the perilous situation. Chapter 2. Living for oneself, Glad could clearly see 5 bandits charging towards them on horseback. He hurriedly urged the flock of sheep into chaos, hoping to hinder the horse's advance. Then, he turned and began to flee towards the village's outskirts alongside Pierce. To the forest. Run to the forest, Glad called out to his friend. Devising the only escape plan, the two raced towards the woods. At that moment, the bandits had already breached the disarrayed sheep, swiftly advancing towards them at a pace far exceeding their own. Fortunately, the distance to the forest was less than 50 meters, if they could maintain their speed. They might just reach safety. Just as Glad felt a flicker of hope, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as an arrow flew past his ear. The bandits had begun to shoot arrows from their horses, now perilously close, merely 50 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh. More arrows whizzed by, several landing in the grass. Pierce, struck by an arrow, collapsed to the ground. Run, Glad. Don't worry about me. His voice, choked with blood, came out as a garbled whisper. Glad paused, glancing back at his friend. Run? Where could he possibly flee? What good would it do to enter the forest? If the bandits dismounted to pursue them, utterly exhausted and unarmed, survival seemed impossible. As Glad gazed at the bandits on their steeds, he felt not fear nor despair, but a profound, simmering rage. I merely wish to live, to exist in a manner that is ordinary and unremarkable. Why must fate always conspire against me? The more Glad pondered, the deeper his anger festered as the myriad tribulations of his past surged forth, fueling his rage. Why do others revel in familial joy while I languish in solitude? Why do they reside in opulent mansions while I am condemned to sleep on the streets? Why are they blessed with immense wealth while I am mired in destitution? In the throes of this fury, it felt as if everything around him was destined to be consumed by flames. The 5 mounted brigands drew ever closer, sheathing their bows and unsheathing their long-handled axes, intent on delivering a swift strike without uttering a word. In this critical moment, a memory inexplicably surfaced, his dream from that very morning and the final words of that shadowy figure. Offer the skull, honor the blood. In the very next instant that Glad uttered these words, a crimson radiance emanated from his chest. An X-shaped rune materialized upon him, its base adorned with a horizontal line, collectively forming a symbolic depiction of a skull. In that moment, his anger erupted with unparalleled intensity, flooding his mind with a cacophony of violent desire. Before him, the world turned blood-red as the urge to kill surged within him. The brigand, momentarily taken aback, still leaned forward, swinging his axe towards Glad. With swiftness, Glad extended his arm, seizing the wrist of the brigand's axe-wielding hand, wrenching him from his mount and casting him violently to the ground. He then stepped forward, planting his foot upon the brigand's shoulder, exerting force to twist the arm with brutal efficiency. The brigand cried out in agony, releasing his grip on the axe. Glad picked up the axe that had fallen to the ground and struck it decisively upon the neck of the bandit, severing his head from his body with a single blow. A grotesque smile spread across his face, as if he relished the act. Rising to his feet, he encountered a second bandit charging toward him with a drawn knife. As he crouched to evade the attack, he raised his arm high, and the blade of the axe smoothly cleaved through the bandit's shoulder, severing his arm, which fell, knife still clutched, to the ground. The bandit, now disarmed and unbalanced, collapsed with a shriek. The remaining bandits continued their advance, but Glad swiftly dispatched two more using the same method. With a sudden leap, he brought the axe down upon the head of yet another bandit, whose body crumpled lifelessly to the earth. Glad then withdrew his axe and mercilessly delivered the coup de GRC to the writhing bandits still moaning on the ground. Surveying the gruesome scene of corpses and severed limbs, a faint smile involuntarily crept upon Glad's lips. Slaughter. More slaughter. A powerful urge surged within him, compelling him to strike, to rend flesh. However, when his gaze fell upon the prone figure of Pierce, the tumultuous emotion subsided, and his eyes lost their crimson hue. Pierce lay on the ground, his gaze vacant and his breath shallow. Glad, come a bit closer. I have something to tell you. Glad approached and grasped Pierce's hand. Speak, he urged. I have never been to Trier. Glad chuckled softly, bowing his head. I know. I once said that orphans like us, to simply exist is, indeed, a blessing bestowed by the heavens. One must savor life. I, at the very least, have relished it. Yet you, ever so serious, remain perpetually on edge, living with utmost caution. Pierce suddenly erupted in a violent cough, expelling a spatter of crimson. Live for yourself, Glad, and do not harbor regrets. And while you're at it, would you mind visiting Trier for me? Very well, I shall go, and I will relay all that transpires in the city. After a brief pause, he rose slowly to his feet. Is that what you call enjoying life? Just observe how I truly live. He seized the axe and mounted a steed. To live well, one must learn to not let grievances linger overnight. With a swift flick of the reins, he urged his warhorse toward Magu village. Meanwhile, on the other side, a bandit was dragging a sheep in the direction of the Flani residence, evidently treating it as a temporary hideout. He lifted his gaze and shouted toward his companion at the door of the Flani home. Hey, this sheep is far too heavy for me to manage alone. Hurry and assist me. His companion seemed to hear him, waving his arms and shouting something indistinct. I can't hear you. Speak up. Watch out, behind you. The warning from his companion echoed faintly from afar. Behind me. At that moment, he finally perceived the approaching sound of galloping hooves, growing ever nearer. The axe cleaved through the bandit's neck as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, leaving no trace of resistance. As his severed head soared through the air, a look of bewilderment and confusion lingered in his eyes before it came crashing down to the ground. Chapter 3. The Extraordinary from a Distance. Glad could discern the lifeless bodies of the Frani family sprawled on the ground, evidently long deceased. With renewed urgency, he dashed towards the cluster of bandits. Horses galloped amidst the crowd of men, their axes cleaving through the throng. By the time the horses came to a halt, the ground was littered with a chaotic array of corpses. Roaring in disbelief, he realized that even in such a small village, there existed extraordinary beings. From the second-floor window of the Frani residence, a fierce-looking man gazed down at Glad and spoke. Subsequently, he vaulted out of the window and landed on the ground. Extraordinary beings? Are they individuals like myself, endowed with special powers? Glad maintained a stoic expression, yet his mind was preoccupied with this unfamiliar term. At the very moment that strength coursed through him, it felt as though he had acquired a unique ability, along with a title, the Butcher. He possessed an innate understanding of human anatomy, a clarity regarding how to strike and the type of injuries he could inflict. Effortlessly dismembering limbs and swiftly severing heads was a testament to his knowledge of the most efficient and effective means of attack. Are you the leader of this band of robbers? He inquired. Yes and no, the man retorted with a cold smirk. We are members of the Lysma gang, and I am Solon Coat, a captain within the gang. These men are my subordinates. He gestured disdainfully at the corpses scattered on the ground. Lysma gang. Glad silently etched the name into his memory. Then you, too, are extraordinary. Although Glad had only recently learned of the term extraordinary, this did not hinder him from employing it. Indeed, Enkit remarked, his tone imbued with pride and arrogance. I am a Sequence 9 criminal. And you? Is Sequence 9 formidable? Glad responded evasively. Enkit's expression shifted to one of surprise, soon followed by a dawning realization. You lack knowledge of the arcane? You have only just become extraordinary? His eyes began to flicker with contemplation before he broke into a congenial smile. Then would you care to join our resume gang? We are quite welcoming towards new extraordinary members. As long as you align with us, we can overlook any past transgressions involving our members. Overlook? You would truly forgive me? Glad found this notion amusing and erupted into laughter. In the next instant, he charged towards Ankit. The latter reacted swiftly, drawing a dagger from his waist as he assumed a defensive stance. When Glad reached him, Ankit swiftly struck with his blade, executing the move with remarkable precision and agility, distinctly differentiating himself from common brigands. Glad managed to parry the dagger with his axe, deflecting the blow. Ankit's relentless assault continued, each strike aimed at Glad's vital points, forcing him into a defensive position as he struggled to find an opportunity to counterattack. The incessant pressure began to fray Glad's composure. The more he defended, the greater his fury and bloodlust grew. Ultimately, this surge of anger eclipsed his rationality. Glad let out a fierce roar, abandoning all defenses as he swung his weapon towards Ankit, who was utterly unprepared for such a mutually destructive maneuver. As the blade approached, instinctively, Ankit sought to evade the oncoming attack. However, having just initiated his own strike, his strength was depleted, and he was unable to escape. The sound of metal piercing flesh echoed twice as both combatants' weapons struck true. Ankit's dagger, diverted by his own attempt to dodge, found its mark in Glad's shoulder rather than his neck. Meanwhile, Glad's axe cleaved down from Ankit's left shoulder, landing squarely near his heart, a fatal blow without question. In disbelief, Ankit stared at the boy before him, his mouth quivering as he coughed up copious amounts of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Glad listened intently for a moment longer, ensuring no one else remained alive before allowing himself to relax. It appeared that Ankit was indeed the last of this band of marauders. Just as Glad prepared to enter the dwelling for a thorough inspection, a faint dark luminescence began to emanate from Ankit's body. Glad had never witnessed such a phenomenon and found himself momentarily at a loss for how to react. Could this be related to the extraordinary? He rummaged through the room for some cloth to bandage his shoulder wound. When he emerged, the glow had completely dissipated, leaving behind a viscous, pitch-black substance on Ankit's chest, devoid of any other glimmers. Glad cautiously prodded it with his fingers, confirming it posed no danger before lifting it. What on earth could this be? Once again, Glad felt utterly ignorant of the world around him. He could only find an empty box in the room to place this mass of material inside, holding it close. Then, without hesitation, Glad seized a plump sheep and commenced his task. His technique was both adept and precise, akin to an artist painstakingly chiseling their masterpiece. With remarkable speed, he slaughtered the sheep, the blade gliding through the air as effortlessly as a knife slicing through water, accurate and fluid. The sheep's body rapidly lost its vitality under his skilled hands, skin and flesh parting instantaneously, blood cascading forth and staining the pristine white wool. With dexterity, he stripped away the fleece, leaving the sheep as bare as a stripped garment. The focus and seriousness reflected in his eyes suggested he was engaged in a sacred ritual. Next, he expertly made several small incisions on the sheep's body, swiftly extracting the internal organs, then meticulously separating them from the carcass. Each of his movements appeared so practiced and instinctive, as though he had performed this countless times before. Once he completed the task, the primal urge to kill within him seemed to diminish slightly. Could the act of slaughtering animals serve as a substitute for the desire to take human life? Unable to comprehend, Glad chose to abandon his thoughts, placing the sheep upon the prepared fire and beginning to roast it. Once the roasting was complete, Glad eagerly seized the meat, devouring it while sipping the wine brought by the bandits. Truly delightful. It was my first experience of such exquisite fare. The distinctive gamey flavor of fresh lamb might induce others to retch, yet Glad savored every bite. For him, merely having a full belly was a triumph, and the prospect of consuming meat had previously dwelled solely in the realm of fantasy. Night had fully descended. Once he had indulged in ample food and drink, Glad sought a patch of soft earth, where he began to excavate with a metal spade from the house, methodically digging until he had created a sufficiently large pit. Good night, Pierce. The bed was soft and inviting, and after rolling over twice, Glad gently drifted into slumber. Chapter 4. Investigation. On an early October morning in the year 1357, along a rural path in the Republic of Intis, Glad attentively surveyed the ground, continually adjusting the direction of his steed. Surrounding him were dense woods, devoid of any signs of civilization. The bundles on his horse contained provisions, water, and a few articles of clothing. Remarkably, despite never having learned to ride, he managed to do so with a certain proficiency. Truly, the power of the extraordinary was astonishing. His ability to ride did not stem from a bestowed gift, but rather from the manifestation of his extraordinary talents. Suddenly, a pothole appeared on the road, startling the horse and causing it to jolt violently. The tremendous force and speed nearly unseated Glad. Fortunately, he quickly observed the horse's movements and adeptly adjusted his posture, averting a fall. Phew, that was close. What a massive hole on the road. Had it not been for his extraordinary abilities, he certainly would have tumbled to the ground, risking injury or, in a dire scenario, even death. Glad halted his steed, gazing into the vast chasm before him, which bore unmistakable signs of human excavation. Just as he pondered the mystery, several figures leaped forth from the thicket, shouting with fervor, "Robbery!" 4 or 5 miscreants, clad as brigands, emerged from the shadows, brandishing their knives with bravado. However, upon realizing that the individual before them remained mounted, their expressions morphed into incredulity. "Brother, he is different from the others. Hasn't he fallen?" "Silence. It's just one man. Let us take him down." Glad regarded the robbers, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes betrayed no mirth, only simmering rage and a thirst for blood. "So it is you who have been digging these pits indiscriminately. Just as well, my hands itch for a bit of action." With a swift motion, he retrieved an axe from his belt, dismounted, and began to stride deliberately towards the lurking bandits. "Damn it! How dare he act so brazenly alone? Let us cut him down." The robbers roared in unison, charging at Glad. Yet, their boisterous battle cries swiftly morphed into screams of terror and agony, as blood and severed limbs arced through the air, landing heavily upon the ground, staining the grass crimson. 2 minutes later, as Glad surveyed the blood-soaked earth and the dismembered corpses strewn about, he sighed, "I've lost control again." His initial intention had merely been to teach these brigands a lesson, but when the moment arrived to engage, he instinctively resorted to the lethal. Glad realized that whenever he refrained from taking a life for an extended period, a surge of murderous intent would well up within him, gradually inflating until it threatened to engulf his reason. At that point, he feared he might devolve into a mindless fiend, indiscriminately slaying until the bloodlust subsided. He peeled back his clothing to inspect the crimson mark on his chest. What was once a vivid red had intensified, now occupying more than a third of the mark's surface. With each life extinguished, a portion of this emblem turned an even deeper shade of red. Yet, he pondered, would this not lead to a further erosion of his sanity? He refused to become a pawn of a malevolent deity. He desired to live for himself. Glad meticulously scavenged the valuables from the brigands, counting and discovering nearly 100 firkins, coupled with what he had extracted from the corpse earlier. It seemed to reflect the brigands' ill-gotten gains for the day. He combined this 100 firkins with the money from this morning, and as he gazed at his bulging purse, a smile crept upon his lips. 548 firkins, truly a substantial sum. Mounting his steed, Glad pressed onward towards the capital, Trier. Detective John Legrasse surveyed the darkened streets and the charred remains of houses, where the blackened corpses lay within, his brow furrowed in discontent. Magu village. Yet another settlement ravaged by calamity. Damn that inkit. Beside him, another detective shared his unease but could not resist taunting Legrasse. What is the matter? Wasn't he our esteemed sheriff dismissive of this task when he was just demoted? I do not disdain the task, rather. I hold in contempt your inability to apprehend anyone after such a lengthy period. How many have perished due to your incompetence? If only you could act more swiftly. Perhaps the tragedy that befell this village could have been averted. Upon uttering these words, Legrasse followed the footprints and hoofprints to other locations. Humph. So you've become an extraordinary being, yet you've been demoted. What is there left to be arrogant about? Murmured the officer as he watched Legrasse depart. Legrasse, disinterested in the officer's words, continued to follow the prints, discerning 14 horses of similar weight, indicating a certain level of equestrian skill. There was no doubt. It was the gang of Ankit. He traced the hoofprints to the flat ground of the Vlani family, where several officers were already conducting an investigation. Though termed an investigation, it was more akin to a distant observation of the grotesque heap of corpses. One could hardly blame them. The scene was indeed horrifying, enough to draw a frown from even Legrasse himself. The ground was soaked in a vivid crimson, emitting an unbearable stench after a night of decay. Upon that dark red pool lay a gruesome assortment of dismembered limbs, while the heads, filled with terror and despair, stared wide-eyed at the heavens above. It seemed as though none of the bodies remained intact. Even the few that were relatively whole had met with a gruesome fate. No, Wait. Legolas, utilizing his extraordinary abilities, keenly observed that one body remained largely intact. But why were there so many corpses? Could it be? Legolas did not hesitate as he stepped into the blood-soaked pool. Hey, don't disturb the scene before the Special Operations Unit arrives. A police officer shouted at Legolas. The Special Operations Unit? Are they coming? Legolas inquired, though his steps did not falter. Naturally, this place bore the unmistakable signs of a sacrificial ritual, and any case linked to malevolent deities fell under their jurisdiction. Sacrifice? Legolas scoffed softly, refraining from voicing his dissent. After all, the likelihood was that this situation was indeed the work of extraordinary beings, thus it was rightfully theirs to investigate. Taking a deep breath, Legolas turned the body over. Upon gazing at the face of the corpse, his pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively exclaimed, "Impossible. It's saw naked." Chapter 5. The way station at the ranch. 2 days had elapsed since the last encounter with bandits, and Glad finally reached the gates of Trier before the sun dipped below the horizon. A towering wall, approximately 3 meters high, stood before him, stretching out to the sides until it vanished from view. A myriad of horse-drawn carriages awaited passage through the gates, while police officers and tax officials meticulously examined the identification papers of those passing through. Glad touched his own identification, feeling a sense of reassurance as he rode along with the stream of traffic. This document had been hastily procured not long ago in a nearby town, costing Glad 30 firkins. Nevertheless, it proved to be of use. After a brief wait, Glad presented his identification to the officer. After the officer meticulously verified the documents, he handed them back to Glad, saying, "Mr. Gerrard Kent, welcome. Riding horses is prohibited in the city of Trier. Please either board your horse or sell it." Glad, having heard of this regulation beforehand, was not taken aback. He dismounted and awaited inspection. The tax officer opened the pockets attached to Glad's horse, scrutinizing their contents, but found only some clothing and provisions. The officer glanced at the tax official, who shook his head, and then addressed Glad once more. "Welcome to Trier." Leading his horse into the city, Glad was instantly enveloped by the vibrancy of urban life. The streets were lined with an array of merchandise, exquisite jeweled necklaces, tantalizing food, and various carriages parked along the way. As he walked alongside his horse, he marveled at the uniqueness of the bustling metropolis. Suddenly, a man sprinted over from the roadside and approached Glad, exclaiming, young sir, are you planning to board your horse or sell it?" Glad glanced at him. The man was slightly shorter than he, his skeletal face adorned with an unsettling grin. "Well, I intend to sell it," Glad replied, stroking the horse's head. After all, he would be residing in Trier for a considerable time and lacked the resources and energy to care for it. "That's splendid. I happen to know of a ranch that is acquiring fine horses. Yours is in its prime and should fetch a handsome price." "All right, lead the way." "Certainly. Allow me to take the reins. Please follow me this way." The man skillfully took the reins, smiling as he led Glad. "I am Shay. May I ask how to address you?" "Just call me Glad," he replied. As Shay guided Glad through several bustling streets and onto less frequented paths, he cheerfully remarked, "This must be your first visit to Trier, dear Glad?" "Oh, how can you tell?" Glad inquired, somewhat puzzled. Hee. A frequent visitor to Trier would sell their horses in that nearby little town before taking a carriage here. The price of horses is considerably lower here than in the town, and a carriage ride only costs 3 firkins. Confused, Glad asked, "Why are they cheaper here?" Shay, with a smug smile, explained, "Because once you ride here, you are left with only 2 options, to store or sell your horse. The fewer choices you have, the lower the price." As they led their horses to a small stable adjacent to the city wall, Shay began to call out, "Boss," when suddenly, a fierce argument erupted within the stable. "Damn it. O'Neill, what on earth did you sell me? It's all rotten. I'm embarrassed to show my face." A burly man with a head full of silver hair glared fiercely, his deep-set eyes ablaze with anger. He appeared as though he had weathered countless storms, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Standing there, he glowered at the young girl with a fury that resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. The girl, with her golden hair styled in a ponytail, gazed at the older man with an intensity that belied her youthful appearance. Defiantly, she shouted, her voice matching his in volume, "I told you before, that piece of meat is about to spoil. You insisted on buying it at a bargain, and now you're blaming me. You know how difficult it is to sell meat in this place. What does it have to do with me? You're the one opening a shop, not I." O'Neill turned his head, fuming as he strode towards Glad. Sensing O'Neill's departure, the older man lost interest and stormed off in a huff. Is there something wrong? She inquired, attempting to regain her composure despite her irritation, refraining from letting her emotions spill over. He wants to sell a horse. Shay interjected eagerly. Glad nodded in acknowledgement of his statement. O'Neill tossed a fairkin to Shay, who meticulously stowed it in his bag. O'Neill then approached the horses, inspecting them closely, touching and examining each one. After a moment, he addressed Glad. This horse looks promising. Will you sell it for 35 fairkin? Certainly. Glad replied without a second thought, knowing that the horse was originally seized from bandits. Any profit would be welcome. All right. Let's go inside, and I'll give you the money. O'Neill turned and walked towards a wooden cabin, with Glad following closely behind. As they passed the stable, Glad caught a faint whiff of blood, causing him to furrow his brow. Do you also operate a slaughterhouse here? The moment the scent of blood wafted through the air, a primal urge for violence stirred within him. What? That is preposterous. O'Neill chuckled softly, as if she understood Glad's unspoken concerns. Consider this a way station for the Tianqing ranch. She elaborated, observing the bewildered expression on Glad's face. I procure goods here for the ranch, and in return, they supply me with items for sale. It's merely a transit point, and I am but an employee of the ranch. In a couple of days, I shall deliver your horse to the ranch. She stepped into the room, retrieving a pouch from the drawer. After meticulously counting the coins, she placed them before Glad. A total of 35 fairkin. Please take care of it. Glad casually counted, confirming the amount before placing the coins in his bag and exiting the door. As he stepped outside, he was met by Shay, who approached with a grin that could send chills down one's spine. Glad, my friend, it is getting late. Have you found accommodations yet? What do you think? The latent thirst for blood seemed to ignite at the faint hint of blood in the air, compelling him to emphasize his tone. Would you prefer something comfortable or economical? Shay inquired, seemingly oblivious to Glad's intensity. Something that is both affordable and comfortable. Lead the way. Certainly, follow me, Shay exclaimed, swiftly taking the lead with Glad's luggage in hand, while Glad trailed behind him. Chapter 6, Maniacal Laughter Night had fully descended, and Glad and Shay continued to weave through the narrow alleyways. Kill. Slay him. Tear his flesh. Drink his blood. The murderous intent within Glad surged incessantly, urging him to remain vigilant as he shook his head to dispel the fog of lethargy. Tell me, are there any individuals or factions here that one should not offend? He inquired, directing his question towards She, who walked ahead. Indeed, it is wise to be aware of such matters when residing here, she replied after a moment of contemplation. The Wasp Gang and the Gur Gang, and perhaps the distant Bitter Serpent Gang. There are quite a few factions in Trier, aren't there? Glad mused. This is Trier, the capital of Intis. It would be rather embarrassing for a gang not to have a presence here among their peers. Pondering further, Glad asked, have you heard of the Lysum Gang? She scratched his head, reflecting before ultimately shaking it. I have no recollection of them. They may not operate in our vicinity. Each gang typically has its designated territory and rarely ventures into others' domains. For instance, the Sava Gang and the Viper Gang from the Honest Man's district never come here unless there is profit to be gained. She guided Glad through a narrow alley and onto the main street, where the dim lights illuminated the thoroughfare. Buildings of varying heights loomed on either side, and a plaque hung from a stone pillar. Inscribed in the language of Intis, it read, Emerald Street, Blue Sledge District. As Glad surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a 4-story establishment named the Emerald Inn. Compared to the majority of the houses along the road that Glad had traversed, the exterior of the inn appeared relatively decent, at least devoid of any inclination or imminent collapse. She, carrying his luggage, proceeded towards the inn and gestured for Glad to follow suit. The Hornet Gang managed an establishment known as the Hornet Dance Hall, where they routinely collected protection fees and engaged in usury. In contrast, the Gur Gang lacked a known stronghold. In fact, I was unaware of their base of operations. Rumors suggested they were involved in gambling and dance halls, but I had not encountered them, hence my uncertainty. As for the Viper Gang, I possessed little knowledge about them. As they spoke, the two entered the Emerald Inn. Glad looked up and was pleasantly surprised to find the inn in better condition than he had anticipated. The floor was free from visible dirt and dust, and no insects scuttled about. It appeared quite respectable. At the front desk sat a rather attractive young woman, likely in her 20s, clad in a uniform that looked presentable and devoid of any noticeable stains. Her hair was neatly styled, and she greeted the two newcomers with a warm smile, exuding an air of competence and maturity. With a charming smile gracing her features, she regarded the approaching pair. He is here to stay, and I have brought him, she interjected, casting an expectant glance towards the young woman. She nodded and retrieved a sum of bills from the drawer, handing them to Shui. After accepting the money, Shui bid farewell to both Glad and the young woman, departing from the inn, indicating he did not intend to stay there. "What are your rates here?" Glad inquired directly. He felt an intensifying urge to unleash his murderous intent, realizing he needed to devise a plan swiftly. The upper 2 floors charge 8 fairkin per week, while the lower 2 floors cost 10 fairkin for long-term rentals. The price becomes even more favorable. "How much for a month on the lower floor?" As Glad spoke, he began to retrieve money from his pocket. 30 fairkin. The girl seemed to notice Glad's discomfort and candidly quoted the price. Glad promptly produced 30 fairkin and placed them on the table. Snatching the key from the girl's hand without exchanging any pleasantries, and ascended the stairs with his luggage in tow. 204. 204. Upon reaching the second floor, Glad meticulously scanned the door plates until he located the door marked 204. After unlocking it with the key, he stepped inside. The room was reasonably spacious, furnished with a bed, a set of tables and chairs, and a wardrobe, even boasting a private washroom. Yet, Glad had no inclination to inspect the room thoroughly. He dropped his luggage onto the floor, locked the door behind him, and immediately leaped from the second-floor window. His eyes glowed a sinister red, and he stood up like a soulless being, gasping for breath. Enemies to slay. Enemies to strike down. Glad sprinted toward the street, his gaze darting across both sides, searching for his target. Inside the already closed Hornet dance hall, a thug clad in black attire wore a lewd grin as he spoke to another thug. "Joining the Hornet gang as a henchman is the wisest decision I have ever made." "Oh, what makes you say that?" The other man replied casually. And then, the listener, intrigued by the tale, inquired with a smile. "Ha. It is certain that I possess not a single penny. When she demanded money from me, I could not produce even a dime. Thus, I boldly proclaimed myself to be a member of the Hornet gang." You can imagine her reaction. She was utterly terrified, collapsing onto the bed, trembling uncontrollably. Goodness! The pitiable sight was simply too much. I could not help but leap towards her, and then before the man could finish his sentence, the door of the dance hall was violently kicked open, shattering into numerous pieces that scattered across the floor, the resounding crash echoing through the night for several blocks. A man with dark hair and piercing black eyes entered, his axe glinting ominously under the light. Glad spoke in a seemingly cheerful tone, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. "What fascinating conversation are you two engaged in? Pray, let me join in." "Who the hell are you? Do you realize this is the territory of the Hornet gang? Are you seeking death?" Two henchmen swiftly drew their knives and lunged at Glad. He did not flinch. Instead, he seized the wrist of one assailant wielding the knife and, with a mere exertion of strength, effortlessly snapped his arm. "Ah!" The henchman cried out in agony. Relinquishing his weapon, Glad delivered a swift kick to the assailant's waist, simultaneously releasing his wrist. The immense force sent the henchman hurtling into his companion, and they tumbled to the ground in a tangled heap. It was as though a clown were performing acrobatics. Observing the two men rolling about on the floor, a sly smile crept across Glad's face. He strolled leisurely towards them, biding his time for their inevitable resurgence. The unscathed thug was the first to rise, brandishing his fists as he charged towards Glad. Observing the approaching assailant, Glad remained motionless. In an instant, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he delivered a devastating punch to the thug's face. The thug was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball, landing several meters away. His body convulsed a few times before becoming utterly still. A soft chuckle escaped Glad's lips as he beheld this amusing spectacle, before shifting his gaze to another man. The second thug, having just managed to rise from the ground, was so terrified by the sight that he immediately fell to his knees, trembling in supplication. A flash of steel, and a head rolled away. Yet, it seemed Glad was not yet satiated with his carnage. As he relentlessly swung his axe in a brutal display of post-mortem mutilation, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Each swing was imbued with unwavering focus and fervor. It resembled a fervent dance. With every strike, Glad grew more exhilarated, his body swaying rhythmically with the motion of the axe, as if consumed by a wild flame. A smirk gradually emerged at the corners of his mouth, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation. In that moment of cleaving, it felt as though he was not merely fighting, but reveling in the pleasures of life itself. Then, as if to unleash the joy within, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 7. The approach. Glad languidly sat up from his bed, yawning widely. Since that fateful day, he had not experienced such peaceful slumber again. It has been an age since I have experienced such a restful slumber since the dawn of my recollection. This bed is truly indulgent. Glad rose from the bed and commenced his morning ablutions. After completing his grooming, he seated himself at the table, lost in contemplation. What should he do next? Glad gazed out the window, noting that it was nearing midday. The streets were bustling with people, each engrossed in their own pursuits. His arrival in Trier was not only to explore the city, but also to seek vengeance against the Lesum. However, reflecting on his frenzied outburst from the previous night, it became apparent that the most pressing matter at hand was to quell the burgeoning tide of murderous intent within him, thereby averting further complications. Additionally, he needed to delve into the realm of the extraordinary, perhaps studying mysticism and similar subjects, ensuring that he would not be caught unawares when he encountered more formidable beings. Speaking of the extraordinary, Glad recalled the object he had discovered from Enkit. That peculiar item remained nestled in his luggage. As he prepared to pass through security, he discreetly concealed the object on his person, evading the scrutiny of the authorities. Enough of that for now. Sustenance was of utmost importance. Glad exited his room and made his way toward the staircase. The hotel corridor was dimly lit and serene, adorned with a rich, dark carpet and embellished with several aged paintings lining the walls, imparting a sense of historical gravitas to the space. A subtle scent of cleaning agents lingered in the air, occasionally intermingled with a faint aroma of incense, bestowing an air of comfort and tranquility upon the surroundings. Having been too preoccupied to scrutinize the inn's environs yesterday, I now perceive that the setting is, in fact, quite agreeable. The 30 falcons were not expended in vain. Glad descended the staircase, finding the ground floor deserted, save for the maiden from the prior evening, who stood in her place. I must apologize. I was somewhat indisposed yesterday, Glad offered, regretting his discourtesy of the previous night, which he acknowledged was rather uncivil. It is of no consequence. Everyone is subject to moments of discomfort. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Sylvia. And as you can see, I am the receptionist here. Should any matter arise within the inn, feel free to seek me out directly. Sylvia graciously presented herself, her youthful countenance adorned with a subtle smile, indicative of her professionalism and civility. I am Glad. It is a pleasure, Glad responded in kind. Are there any eateries in the vicinity? He inquired. Turn right upon exiting, she replied. Upon hearing this, Glad expressed his gratitude and departed. The sun shone brilliantly, and the streets teemed with bustling pedestrians, each engrossed in their own affairs. Glad glanced to the right of the inn, where he espied a small restaurant adjacent to the establishment. He seated himself at a table, perused the menu cursorily, and selected several dishes he had long desired to sample. Sated and replete, Glad emitted a contented belch, settled the bill, and arose from his seat. As he exited the restaurant, he was met with the cries of children hawking newspapers. Read all about it. Fresh newspapers, 11 kopecks apiece. A child, dressed in tattered clothing, was vociferously peddling newspapers on the bustling street, clutching a substantial stack in his hands. Having never purchased a newspaper before, Glad felt an inexplicable curiosity and handed the boy 11 kopecks, taking a copy to peruse. The bold headlines on the front page instantly captivated his attention. A grievous incident unfolds in Magu village, suspected internal betrayal. Recently, a heart-wrenching large-scale act of violence occurred in Magu village. Preliminary reports indicate that at least 135 individuals lost their lives at the scene, including the notorious fugitive Solon Enkit and many members of his band of robbers. It is said that during the incident, Enkit and his gang were in the midst of plundering the village when several of his cohorts suddenly turned against him, launching a lethal assault. In the ensuing fierce confrontation, the majority were slain, and Enkit, along with a few remaining members of his gang, did not escape their grim fate. Authorities initially suspect this to be a premeditated betrayal. The assailants not only succeeded in attacking Enkit and his gang, but also absconded with a considerable sum of money taken from the village. Following the incident, the perpetrators swiftly fled the scene and remain at large. The police are conducting an in-depth investigation into this case, striving to ascertain the identities of the culprits and apprehend them promptly. We will continue to monitor the developments of this case and provide timely updates on related information. Oh, how intriguing it is that this was an internal strife. How amusing. Ha ha ha. After reading the entire report, Glad could not help but chuckle, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that the police investigation was proving to be even more challenging than he had anticipated. After all, there were no eyewitnesses, and he was merely an inconspicuous individual. Furthermore, with most of the bodies reduced to cinders, Even identifying the remains was exceptionally arduous, let alone uncovering the identity of the perpetrator. He flipped through the newspaper again, which contained only some tedious tabloid news and advertisements. Glad sighed and found himself once more ensnared in the dilemma he faced before his meal that morning: how to address his intermittent bouts of rage and how to acquire esoteric knowledge. Both issues weighed heavily on his mind. As Glad pondered solutions while gazing at the newspaper on the table, his eyes wandered to the advertisements, where he spotted a notice for a butcher shop in the Blue Sled district that was seeking butchers. Interested parties were encouraged to inquire in person, just beside this street. The butcher shop. Suddenly, Glad recalled the sheep he had slain outside the Flawney residence. After the act, he had indeed felt a reduction in his murderous intent, and he had contemplated whether killing animals could serve as a substitute for taking human lives. However, he had completely forgotten about it in the days that followed. If he were to work at the butcher shop, would he not have the opportunity to slay animals daily? His previous visit to the Hornet dance hall had been purely fortuitous. He surmised that the Hornet gang must have had a supernatural presence stationed there, but they had merely missed each other by chance. Such fortuitous luck cannot be expected to occur every time. Thus, one must exercise caution and refrain from impulsively resorting to violence. Glad withdrew his coin purse and meticulously counted his funds, totaling 520 furgens and 58 kopecks. After careful consideration, he realized that he could simultaneously suppress his murderous intent and acquire some money, a double benefit that was too tempting to ignore. Since the distance was not considerable, Glad rose from his seat, descended the stairs, and made his way towards the commercial street. Chapter 8. The butcher shop. Glad strolled along the bustling thoroughfare, his gaze immediately drawn to the prominent for sale sign of the butcher shop. A steady stream of pedestrians passed by, some pausing to admire the hanging meats, their eyes glimmering with desire, only to swallow hard and depart in disappointment. Amidst the vibrant commercial street, the shop's decor was rather unremarkable, yet it stood as the sole butcher establishment on the avenue, clearly struggling with its business. Many observed, yet few made purchases. He approached and scrutinized the shop's surroundings. The interior was modestly decorated, lacking any noteworthy features. The space was confined to a few square meters, with simple counters and tables cluttered with various cuts of meat. The lighting was dim, casting a shadowy pall over the establishment. The meats on the counter were haphazardly displayed, indicating a lack of care from the proprietor. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the meats appeared somewhat dull, devoid of the vibrant sheen typically associated with fresh produce. Suddenly, a small door at the back of the shop creaked open, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the burly gentleman with whom I had argued last night. "Ah, young lad, what is it that you wish to purchase?" His gravelly voice resonated. Glad pointed to the sign hanging in the butcher shop, which sought a new butcher, and succinctly replied, "I am here to apply for the butcher position." "Oh?" The gentleman scrutinized Glad from head to toe, his expression tinged with skepticism as he observed that Glad appeared to be scarcely out of his teens. "Do you possess the requisite skills? I cannot employ a novice. Would you care to assess my abilities?" Glad countered, "Let us converse further. If you find my qualifications lacking, there shall be no need for a trial." The gentleman paused for a moment, a faint smile of resignation crossing his lips. "To begin with, the wages. For slaughtering a cow, I offer 3 fair coins." The proposal surpassed Glad's expectations significantly, leaving him with an unsettling sense of disbelief. Surely, this was not a ruse. The gentleman, having perceived the incredulity in Glad's gaze, smirked disdainfully. "Is that too little for you? It is quite a fair sum." He ambled a few steps into the room, retrieved 2 stools, and placed them on the ground, gesturing for Glad to take a seat. Glad, unhesitant, entered the shop and settled down, awaiting the gentleman's elucidation. "My name is Charles, young man. And what might yours be?" Glad. "Do you have any notion of the current market prices for meat?" Upon seeing Glad shake his head, Charles rose and began to enlighten him. "This piece of beef weighs approximately 3 kilograms, although its quality has diminished, and it can be sold for about 3 fair coins, which translates to 1 coin per kilogram." Charles ran his fingers through his graying short hair and sighed. "Do you have any idea how much the folks in this neighborhood earn in a week?" Glad, who had just arrived in Trier, was oblivious to such details and could only shake his head in response. "I'm not sure. Only about 4 or 5 firkins." Charles continued, "And that is for those who are fortunate enough to have a job, which is a rarity around here. Then, you have to consider accommodation. And if you buy meat, you must cook it yourself. You need pots and pans, after all." When you tally it all up, it's not merely a matter of 1 kilogram for 1 firkins. Charles gazed up at the sky, where sunlight filtered through drifting clouds, casting a dappled glow upon the ground. Passers-by continuously strolled by the butcher's shop, whether clad in simple attire or tattered garments, lingering before the enticing display of meat, only to leave with a wistful glance. They continued on their way, moving past the alluring butcher's stall and the wafting aromas, their eyes still lingering with a yearning for the meat they could not afford. They returned to their lives, swallowing their desires as they pressed on with their daily toils. Observing these unfulfilled souls stirred memories in Glad. He too had once gazed longingly at meat. He had thought such experiences were confined to children from impoverished backwaters. Yet here in Trier, the inability to afford meat was no different from the struggles of the countryside. Is that so? Do you still have funds to hire a butcher to assist you in slaughtering meat? From a perspective of profit and gain, hiring a butcher seemed more advantageous. The elder began to count on his fingers as he and Glad calculated the expenses. Purchasing pre-cut beef proves to be considerably more expensive than acquiring an entire cow. I have meticulously calculated that hiring a person is more cost-effective than buying it outright. Just as Charles finished speaking, a sudden gunshot interrupted him, swiftly followed by a cacophony of gunfire. The once orderly street descended into chaos as a series of shots rang out. Quick on his feet, Charles slammed the nearby metal door shut, barricading the shop from the tumultuous street to shield against stray bullets. Confused, Glad inquired about the incessant gunfire outside, which sounded exceedingly perilous. Charles took a few steps into the room, shrugged, and replied, "Yes, a gang shootout. It's an old problem. One gets used to it." He gestured towards the small door he had just exited and suggested to Glad, "Let us converse inside. It is unsafe here." As Charles opened the small door, a pungent scent of blood rushed out from the room. It was a slaughterhouse, and while the odor was overwhelming, one might find it tolerable if they were a butcher. Charles stepped inside, and after a moment's hesitation, Glad followed suit. Upon entering, they were greeted by a floor stained with blood and murky water, slick underfoot, and they could almost hear the dying cries of animals. The walls were adorned with sharp cleavers and bloodied skinning knives, evoking a sense of dread. Nearby, enormous faucets and washing tools were clearly intended for cleansing blood and entrails. The room was devoid of animals, save for a few empty cages, which offered a slight reprieve from the grim atmosphere. He had initially believed that, upon sensing the scent of blood as he had the previous day, a surge of murderous intent would manifest within him. However, for reasons unknown, today seemed devoid of such symptoms. Could it be that last night he had expunged all his accumulated malevolence? As Glad pondered this, Charles interjected, inquiring whether he was aware of the two local gangs, the Wasp Gang and the Gale Gang. Noticing Glad's nod, Charles continued, "This street is a bustling commercial hub, yet it is also the epicenter of gang rivalry. The Gale Gang has successfully asserted control here, leveraging their influence to extort protection fees. This area is akin to a succulent morsel in their grasp. The two opposing factions frequently engage in fierce battles, each vying for dominion." Charles, upon hearing gunfire from outside, wore a wry smile and lamented to Glad. Chapter 9. Detective Legolas. After listening to Charles's account, a flicker of hesitation crossed Glad's mind. Yet, upon further reflection, he reminded himself that he was not here for monetary gain, but rather to temper his murderous impulses. Moreover, the establishment was not his own, thus he had no personal stake in it. With this realization, he cast his gaze upon the surrounding bloodstains and inquired, "How often does your supplier deliver?" "The meat here comes from that young girl O'Neill's ranch, approximately every 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days, nearly the requisite interval to dissipate murderous intent, just about perfect." "Very well, when shall we commence the testing?" Charles listened to the gunfire outside while gazing at the dim yellow light. "Perhaps in 2 or 3 days, he mused. "Once I sell this batch of meat, I'll buy a cow for testing." Glad nodded in agreement. "I'll come to you for the testing then. Where are you staying now?" "The Emerald Inn, room 204. Just as their conversation concluded, a voice from not far outside began to shout loudly, the sound piercing through the iron gate. Reaching the ears of the two men within, "Legolas, what are you doing?" In the very next moment, the gunfire that had been gradually subsiding on the street erupted once more with fervor. Yet, it soon diminished again, settling into silence within a minute's time. After waiting a while longer and confirming that the likelihood of further violence had passed, Charles finally opened the iron gate at the shop entrance. Usually, they wouldn't create such a ruckus. "I wonder what has gotten into them today," Charles remarked with a furrowed brow. The two men cautiously peered outside, observing several injured thugs and a few lifeless bodies sprawled across the road. Two police officers were engaged in an intense argument in the middle of the street, the atmosphere thick with tension. Legolas, I brought you here to find the culprit, not to engage in a gang crackdown. Find the culprit? Humph, aren't they the gangsters? Their own people are dead on their turf. Shouldn't they be the ones searching? I did not become a detective to become a pawn for the gangsters. I shall not concern myself with this matter any longer. Let them devise their own solutions. The officer named Legolas spoke bluntly to his companion. Glad turned his gaze in that direction, observing the imposing figure of Legolas, who stood tall and upright. His eyes, akin to a profound ocean, brimmed with keen insight, as if surveying all that surrounded him. The police uniform he donned exuded an air of authority and solemnity, every movement reflecting a confidence and composure tempered by the passage of time. Merely gazing upon him instilled a sense of reliability. Legolas's serious countenance betrayed not a hint of emotion as he fixed his unwavering stare upon the officer before him. The latter, in a fit of agitation, shouted, Legolas, you scoundrel! I shall report you to our superiors. He crouched down, delivering a sharp slap that roused a member of the gang, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from pain. Pointing to his uniform, he demanded, Do you know who I am? Legolas, unfazed, retaliated with another slap before slowly articulating, Indeed. Inform your boss that should he dare to discharge firearms recklessly on the streets again, I shall respond in kind. The gang member, whether inherently foolish or rendered dazed by the two slaps, clutched his face in bewilderment and inquired, What do you mean by respond in kind? Without hesitation, Legolas delivered yet another resounding slap to the member's unguarded face. That is precisely it. If you comprehend, then be swift to depart. Finally grasping the implication, the gang member rose, nursing his injured arm, and fled into the distance. Legolas rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings, and spotted Glad and Charles peering cautiously from the butcher's shop. He approached them directly. Are you both all right? All is well, sir. Charles replied eagerly. Good to hear. It is our delay that has allowed the gang to run rampant for so long. As he uttered the words delay, Legolas shot a piercing glare at another officer, who was diligently tending to the wounds of a thug from the Hornet gang. It's not an easy task, officer, Glad remarked to Legolas. It's merely a trivial matter. There was an incident at the Hornet Lounge. Their leader has been a bit unhinged, which is why chaos ensued here. However, I believe the situation is under control now. Are the police investigating what transpired last night? Although Glad maintained a facade of nonchalance, his heart was tumultuous. The events in Magu village were significant. Yet he felt confident in his ability to evade capture, as he had traveled quite a distance and the scene was in disarray. However, this time, the locality was merely a street away from his residence, and if a particularly astute officer sought him out, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. He had not taken any precautions, and it was conceivable that the police were already en route. Charles remained oblivious to the unfolding events, and it appeared that others were also unaware of what had transpired at the Hornet Lounge the previous night. The situation seemed to have been contained, likely due to the gang's desire to preserve their reputation, should word spread of an attack on their stronghold with the assailant escaping unscathed. It would undoubtedly tarnish the Hornet gang's standing. Then, as a mere formality, a report was made to summon their own police officers and the rather indifferent detective Legolas, who seldom intervened in gang matters. This indicated that the Hornet gang intended to handle the situation themselves. Only through internal investigation could they keep this matter under wraps. With this thought, Glad felt a wave of relief wash over him as he settled onto the bed. If the gang were to uncover his involvement, it would be preferable for them to eliminate him entirely, as the police department would never dare to act against him. Chapter 10. Immersed in the sea of knowledge, Glad relaxed, reclining on the bed as he gazed up at the ceiling. Detective Legolas appeared to be an extraordinary individual, seemingly capable of vanquishing other thugs with nothing but a single firearm, all while sparing their lives. Rather than concluding that he was merely an exceptional marksman, Glad preferred to believe he possessed some remarkable abilities. After a day filled with activity, and with nothing pressing to attend to, Glad slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. The following morning, he awoke to the pangs of hunger gnawing at his stomach. After a brief wash in the restroom, he made his way downstairs in search of breakfast. Miss Sylvia remained at the front desk, her appearance unchanged from usual, though now she held a deep crimson-covered book, engrossed in its contents. Good morning, Miss Sylvia. Miss Sylvia? Ah. Good morning, Mr. Glad. My apologies, my apologies. A sheepish smile graced Sylvia's face as she set the book aside. What book has captured your attention so thoroughly? Indeed, it is Eternal Love, a romance novel. Although many have remarked that the prose is somewhat juvenile and the dialogues overly sentimental, I find it rather delightful. After all, what could be more romantic? It seems that interpretations of literature vary greatly from person to person. Upon hearing Glad's inquiry, Sylvia was suddenly filled with enthusiasm. Handing the book to him and speaking eloquently, the protagonist is named Kinsley, and the male lead is Charles. Their love story unfolds, though I have yet to finish it, so I cannot share the details with you just yet. Glad glanced down at the book in his hands, the cover emblazoned with Eternal Love by Oral Lee. He felt little inclination towards romantic tales, flipping through a few pages before returning it to Sylvia, saying, "I shall go have my meal now. Perhaps one day I will purchase a copy to read." After bidding farewell to Sylvia, Glad exited the inn. Gazing at the brilliant sunlight and the bustling pedestrians, an idea suddenly struck him. Indeed, books are a treasure trove of knowledge, and it is only natural that they encompass information on mysticism. For someone like him, who knows so little, any knowledge is invaluable. Without a moment's hesitation, Glad made his way to the newsstand. He casually flipped through several magazines that seemed to pertain to mysticism, examining them with great interest. 11 kopecks for one. The proprietor of the newsstand, noticing that Glad was merely browsing without purchasing, decided to make a gentle suggestion. "Do you have any earlier issues of these magazines titled Telepathy, Lotus, and Upanishads? I'll take as many as you have." Glad's hands continued to turn the pages of the book, his gaze never straying from the magazine. As he addressed the owner of the newsstand directly, "Just a moment, I'll have a look." Upon the arrival of a significant customer, the proprietor of the newsstand could hardly contain his excitement, promptly squatting down to rummage through the heaps of magazines. After a considerable interval, as Glad finished reading the magazine titled Telepathy, he turned to discover that the owner had amassed 3 magazines, stacked nearly to his height. The proprietor gazed at Glad with eager anticipation, awaiting the emergence of coins from his pocket. After ensuring that there were no duplicate issues and that no other volumes were misrepresented, Glad tossed 5 felkin to the vendor. 5 felkin equated to 500 kopecks, sufficient to procure approximately 45 books, which was roughly the quantity before him. "No need for change," Glad declared, as he divided the towering stack of books into 2 piles, hoisting them onto his shoulder and swiftly departing for the inn. Upon entering the inn, he found Sylvia engrossed in her reading, utterly oblivious to his arrival. He placed the books down from his shoulder, opened the door, and transferred them to the table. Glad meticulously organized the volumes according to their publication sequence, commencing his perusal with the oldest one. The language and concepts within the pages were both familiar and alien to him. Vision, ritual, curse. It rendered him feel like a novice, engulfed in confusion and ignorance. Yet, simultaneously, it ignited a profound curiosity within him, compelling him to delve deeper. This inevitably evoked memories of his childhood, when he was first learning to read. At that time, he possessed no educational resources aside from the salvaged old books and newspapers. He had no teacher but himself. He immersed himself in reading, writing incessantly, and striving to comprehend the meaning of each word. Whenever he found a moment, he would pick up a newspaper, diligently practicing his writing and reading. In his youthful eyes, books seemed to be the sole avenue capable of transforming his life. They represented his hopes and his future. Reading evolved into not merely a pastime, but a beacon of anticipation and a source of optimism. In the ensuing days, Glad devoted nearly all his time to reading. Whether walking or dining, he perpetually clutched a magazine, captivated to the point of oblivion. He lost all sense of time, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and the pages before him. His heart brimmed with a thirst for the unknown and a pursuit of esotericism, this fervent passion propelling him to read ceaselessly. Moreover, these mystical subjects had become intimately connected to him. Each word seemed to illuminate something within. Finally, 3 days after acquiring these magazines, Glad completed the last one. He gently closed the magazine, as though he had fulfilled a monumental mission, and exhaled deeply. The allure of esoteric knowledge was undeniable. Before receiving the divine gifts, Glad would have scoffed at such matters, lacking even the faintest interest in them. However, once he learned of the existence of deities in this world, the once dismissed esoteric knowledge transformed into a captivating truth, igniting his interest to unprecedented heights. However, amidst the multitude of magazines, it is difficult to discern the veracity of their contents, especially regarding significant matters such as extraordinary beings, which are only subtly alluded to before the topic is hastily abandoned. At the conclusion of the magazines, there lies an invitation to a society of mysticism enthusiasts, perhaps therein one might uncover some answers. While Glad was contemplating this, a sudden knock resonated at the door. Chapter 11. The invitation. The knock was abrupt, prompting Glad to rise from his desk and slowly approach the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Charles, the elderly proprietor of the butcher shop, distinguished by his white hair. Upon seeing Glad, Charles chuckled and said, "The test is ready." "Oh, what a coincidence. I find myself with nothing to do as well. Let us proceed." Descending the stairs together, they arrived at the shop and entered the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse bore no discernible differences from its previous state, save for a cage containing a live steer. "Let us begin," Charles instructed as he unlocked the cage. Glad adeptly donned his gloves and retrieved a gleaming butcher's knife from the hook, its blade glinting coldly. Taking a deep breath, he plunged the knife into the animal's neck with precision, exhibiting no hint of error. After swiftly ending the steer's life, Glad lifted it and placed it upon the table. With practiced skill, he proceeded to dissect the carcass, separating the bones and slicing the meat into chunks. Throughout the entire process, his movements were steady and forceful, devoid of any hesitation. Charles watched in astonishment, as if the figure before him was not a youth barely past his teenage years, but rather a seasoned veteran of the slaughtering craft. Swift and nimble, Glad completed all his tasks in just over 5 minutes. "All done, how's that?" he inquired, removing his gloves and addressing Charles. "Huh, what do you mean?" Charles responded, a hint of surprise in his expression. "Thanks for the compliment. Does this mean I passed the test?" "Indeed, you certainly did," Charles exclaimed, his face lighting up. "Just come by every 3 days." He fished out 3 firkins from his pocket and placed them in Glad's hand. The murderous intent within him was quelled, and he felt a considerable sense of relief. After closing the door, Glad proceeded with his plan, drafting letters to the esoteric societies featured in the magazines. He expressed his yearning for knowledge of the occult and his desire to attend gatherings to discuss such topics. "What's the matter? You look troubled," Glad asked out of curiosity. "Oh, I was just reading that book, Eternal Love," Sylvia said, running her fingers through her hair in frustration. "I finally finished it this morning." "Oh, how was the ending? Was it good?" Glad inquired, settling onto a nearby stool to engage Sylvia in conversation, having nothing else to occupy his time. "Well, it was good, but—" Sylvia paused, her expression turning conflicted. "Why did it have to end tragically? I can't stand it. It's too heartbreaking." As she spoke, her emotions surged, and had it not been for the cramped confines of the front desk, Glad imagined she might have been bouncing around in excitement. "Though the writing is quite exquisite, I find myself gravitating towards a comedic conclusion. I trust you comprehend my sentiment." Glad, not entirely grasping these nuances, smiled and nodded in agreement with Sylvia, saying, "I understand. I understand. Apologies for my rudeness." After Sylvia had vented her emotions for a while, she realized her excitement had been a tad excessive and cleared her throat to apologize to Glad. However, Glad was unfazed. He shook his head with a smile, saying, "There is no need for apologies. I can empathize with your feelings. It is indeed disheartening to witness beloved characters meet tragic ends." Sylvia's face brightened at this, and she was about to articulate her thoughts when 2 individuals entered the inn. Glad turned to look, and there stood Shay accompanied by a gentleman who appeared quite refined, sporting gold-rimmed spectacles. He was there to seek accommodation. Much like during Glad's own arrival, Shay spoke first. Sylvia nodded and promptly handed Shay a fee of 1 fairkin. Upon receiving the fairkin, Shay's skeletal, gaunt visage broke into a joyous expression as he departed. The rate for the upper 2 floors was 8 fairkin weekly, while the lower 2 floors cost 10 fairkin. For long-term stays, the rates were even more favorable. Sylvia deftly recited the prices. "Well, the 3rd floor will suffice. For a long stay," the gentleman responded. "That will amount to 25 farin in total." He retrieved 25 farin from his pocket and handed them to Sylvia. "Here are your keys. I am Sylvia, the inn's front desk attendant. May I have your name?" "Ah, I am Harland," he replied. The gentleman known as Holland took the key, and Glad cast a glance at the room number inscribed upon it. Room 307. Holland turned and ascended the stairs. It was only after his departure that Sylvia inscribed his name in the record book. Does that individual named Shay frequently engage in such activities? And is it not somewhat excessive to receive 1 fairkin for each instance? This is indeed his vocation. One might consider it our means of promotion. However, despite his ability to earn a fairkin each time, he scarcely brings in a handful of patrons weekly, rendering his earnings comparable to those of other professions. Sylvia shook her head in response. Is that so? Glad yawned and addressed Sylvia. That night, a shattering sound of glass jolted him from his slumber. Glad abruptly sat up and gazed towards the window. He beheld a large hole in the window that had been positioned before the table. Shards of glass strewn across the surface, accompanied by an object resting upon it. The blood-red moonlight illuminated the glass fragments and an eerily round item, presenting a rather uncanny spectacle. Glad cautiously maintained a safe distance from the window, stepping around it in a semicircle until he stood at the opposite corner of the room, utilizing the crimson moonlight to discern the nature of the object upon the table. It was a stone wrapped in a piece of paper. With great care, Glad removed the paper, anticipating a curse or a threatening note, yet the crumpled parchment bore words that took him by surprise. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m., 19 Church Street, Greenway Avenue District, the second room on the right in the corridor on the ground floor. Attend a gathering of the mystics. Remember to apply some makeup to conceal your true appearance. When knocking on the door, there were 2 long pauses, followed by a short pause, and then another long pause. The signature was a capitalized K. Glad stared at the note in a daze. The moment he glimpsed the items on the table, a myriad of possibilities flashed through his mind, ranging from a bomb to a threatening letter, or perhaps some cursed object. Yet, he could never have anticipated that it would be an invitation. Was it out of concern that I might miss it tomorrow? Glad sighed as he gazed at the shattered window, uncertain of what to say. However, does this not suggest that he has encountered a genuine gathering of mystics? Otherwise, it seems rather extreme to approach me in such a direct manner instead of simply speaking to me. Chapter 12. The gathering. Are you saying that someone threw a stone last night, shattering your window? Sylvia inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Glad shrugged, wearing an expression of resignation, and added, perhaps it was just some mischievous child. Otherwise, I cannot fathom who would commit such a prank. Well, I shall inform the manager to address this matter. Sylvia nodded, seemingly in agreement with Glad's assessment. Thank you for your assistance. Glad expressed his gratitude to Sylvia before turning to leave the inn. He intended to stroll around the streets for a while, waiting for the manager to arrive before discussing the incident. Having moved here several days ago, he had not taken the time to familiarize himself with the area, as he had been preoccupied. Now, with time on his hands, he could explore his surroundings and perhaps purchase a mask for the evening's festivities. On the vibrant Emerald Street, numerous vendors were fervently enticing customers. Soap imported from Ruin, wigs, masks, masquerade masks, perfect for children. Only 3 ricks. Fresh fish, delectable fresh fish. Coming by? Glad approached a mask seller, handing over 3 ricks. Thank you. Thank you. Please feel free to choose one you like. Glad scrutinized the array of masks, each more diverse than the last, ghastly faces, monstrous visages, and jester masks, alongside a selection of animal masks. He selected a sturdier mask adorned with a demon's visage. This one will do. Very well. Have a pleasant day. Glad tucked the mask into his coat and continued to meander through the street. Aimlessly, he wandered along Emerald Street until he found himself once again at the Hornet Dance Hall. A smile crept across Glad's face as he gazed at the hall, playfully contemplating its emptiness, for it was still morning and hardly anyone was entering or exiting. He found a remote corner of the Hornet Dance Hall, where he could discreetly observe the comings and goings, though he could not quite articulate the reason behind his actions. Was it a desire to discern whether the Hornet gang was investigating him, or perhaps an urge to uncover their activities? Glad was uncertain. After a while, boredom began to set in, and just as he was about to leave, a man emerged from the dance hall, capturing his attention. It was the gentleman with gold-rimmed spectacles whom he had seen earlier at the Emerald Inn, residing in room 307. I recall his name. Harlan, wasn't it? What connection does he have with the Hornet gang? Harlan did not head towards the Emerald Hotel. Instead, he departed in the opposite direction. However, Glad did not dwell on it for long, as the Hornet Ballroom, on the surface, was merely a dance hall, and it was quite normal for ordinary individuals to indulge in merriment there. Glad directly inquired of Sylvia, Has the boss not arrived yet? Oh, he has already been here. He mentioned that the hotel will take care of the repairs. Tonight, someone will come to fix the window, so you need not worry. How wonderful. I had assumed I would at least have to pay for some damages. Glad chuckled. That sounds splendid. You must have a spare key, right? I'll be stepping out this evening, so it would be perfect if the window could be repaired by then. As time passed, the night deepened, and the sky had fully darkened. Glad glanced at the clock. It was already 7 o'clock, just an hour away from the evening gathering. A sense of nervousness and anticipation stirred within him, as this would be his first occasion mingling with other extraordinary individuals at a soiree. inevitably causing a bit of trepidation. He then extracted the item he had obtained from Ankit, carefully placing it in a small box which he tucked away on his person, before exiting the room and making his way towards Shell Street. Shell Street, a bustling thoroughfare, remained aglow in the night, and unlike the daytime clamor, it exuded a certain tranquility and mystery after dark. It was Glad's first visit to this area, and he found himself constantly glancing at the various building numbers in search of his destination. Number 19. Number 19. Found it. Glad gazed at the imposing 6-story white luxury residence marked as 19 Shear Street and made his way directly to the corridor on the right side of the ground floor. Upon reaching the designated door, he retrieved the infernal mask from his pocket and affixed it to his face. The mask emitted a peculiar scent, allowing for unobstructed breathing and vision, fitting him perfectly. With a sense of satisfaction, Glad knocked on the door following the instructions outlined in the invitation. In a moment, the dark red wooden door creaked open. The first sight that met his eyes was a pale yellow carpet, followed by classically styled tables, chairs, sofas, and display shelves. A figure stood in the center of the room, draped in an ancient black robe, its voluminous hood entirely obscuring its face. "Come in," the figure uttered in a deep, raspy voice. Glad stepped inside, and the door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud. Just as he was about to speak, the figure interjected. "You may call me Mr. K, the host of this gathering. I am aware of your name, Glad. You are an extraordinary individual, are you not? And have only recently ascended to this status?" Glad was taken aback, but nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the assertion. "What is it that you seek from this gathering?" The hooded figure seemed to survey Glad before posing the question. "I wish to acquire a deeper understanding of the arcane arts," Glad stated candidly, revealing his intent. Even without his declaration, Mr. K would surely have deduced it, and there was little reason to conceal such a desire. Unexpectedly, Mr. K's next remark left Glad in utter astonishment. "Why did you go to the Hornet dance hall to kill those two thugs?" In that fleeting moment, Glad's mind went blank. How could he possibly know? Was he a member of the Hornet gang? Yet, he swiftly regained his composure and pondered seriously. Impossible. If he were truly affiliated with the Hornet gang, then what was thrown into my room last night would have been something other than a stone. Why was he inquiring about this? To ascertain my motives and thoughts? To evaluate my stance? After a rapid contemplation, Glad slowly responded, "No particular reason. I just killed them because I found them displeasing." Mr. K remained silent, neither opposing nor approving, instead lowering his head as if in deep thought. Then, in his gravelly voice, he slowly spoke again. "Would you be interested in joining our organization?" Chapter 13. The Aurora Society. Organization? What organization? Glad had not anticipated that he was merely attending a gathering, yet someone wished to recruit him. Each brief exchange was filled with unexpected revelations for Glad. "Our organization is called the Aurora Society, a secretive assembly that venerates the true creator." Mr. K's voice brimmed with pride. "I'm sorry. I've never heard of it." "That's all right. As long as you join our organization, I can share more intricate details with you," Mr. K reassured him calmly. Seeing this, Glad did not hesitate to express his willingness to join, stating directly, "So, what benefits would I gain from joining your organization? What must I sacrifice?" "I can offer you protection and the arcane knowledge you seek, along with whatever else you desire, as long as I can acquire it. As for what you must give in return, I will assign you tasks to complete." "Ah, is it truly that favorable?" Glad was taken aback by Mr. K's generosity. Before Glad could react further, Mr. K continued, "You are aware of the concept of sequences, correct? Allow me to briefly explain. The extraordinary powers commonly found in our world are categorized into 22 pathways, each achieved through the acquisition of materials embodying specific extraordinary traits to concoct potions. Each pathway comprises 10 sequences, ranging from sequence 9 to sequence 0. The lower the number, the higher the rank and the greater the ability." Glad fell silent, attentively listening. Potions cannot be consumed across levels directly, and one must wait until the previous potion is fully digested before partaking in another sequence's potion. "What happens if one drinks directly?" Glad asked, instinctively curious, as this was the first time he was hearing such knowledge. "Well, I will elaborate on the rest once you officially join, Mr. K aptly concluded the topic. "What? Is that all? I desire to hear more." Glad felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but found himself powerless to change the situation. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Mr. K prompted. After some contemplation, Glad decided to voice his question. "I once witnessed the demise of an extraordinary individual, and a peculiar entity appeared upon his corpse." "What was that?" is an extraordinary characteristic. While I prefer not to elaborate on specifics, suffice it to say, it serves as the principal component of the potion. The principal component? Indeed, you ought to be aware that potions consist of a primary ingredient and supplementary components. The supplementary components assist the user in better assimilation, while the primary ingredient is of utmost significance, and that extraordinary characteristic is tantamount to the primary ingredient. Oh, by the way, an individual cannot possess two extraordinary pathways simultaneously. Once you have consumed one potion, you may not partake in another. Thus, do not entertain the notion of sampling all 22 pathway potions in succession. Although it does not pertain to him directly, Glad quietly committed these words to memory. After Mr. K imparted his instructions, he glanced at the time and remarked, "The gathering is about to commence. Should you contemplate joining our organization in the future, simply seek me out here." The gathering adheres to two rules. First, regardless of the circumstances, one must not resort to violence during the assembly. Second, do not attempt to follow other participants. Glad nodded, indicating his understanding. If you wish to keep your desires and possessions concealed, you may draft your intended transactions on paper, which my attendant will transcribe onto a mobile blackboard for other participants to view. Transactions carry inherent risks. I cannot guarantee the authenticity of all items. However, you may engage my services for notarization, which may mitigate those risks. Glad reached into his pocket. Feeling the weight of his meager belongings, 300 Felkin, and the box containing the encode extraordinary characteristic. After some contemplation, he wrote directly, "The extraordinary characteristics of the criminal." He paused, pondering the appropriate price to set, and then inquired of Mr. K, "How much do you think the extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 9 could fetch?" 9,000 Ferkin. That seems rather excessive. Glad swallowed hard, taken aback by such an exorbitant figure. After inscribing the amount of 9,000 Ferrin on the note, he placed the stationery and pen aside, and, following the servant's instructions, departed towards the room at the end of the corridor. This chamber was opulently adorned, with elegantly crafted furniture casually arranged to cultivate a relaxed atmosphere. At that moment, several attendees had already arrived. Some wore masks, others donned black robes, and a few sported heavy makeup. Glad found a comfortable little sofa and settled in, awaiting the proceedings. Shortly thereafter, Mr. K entered and took a seat on a single sofa designated for the convener, while his masked attendants brought forth a blackboard filled with transaction demands. Glad cast his gaze upon the trading information, seeking the formula for the assassin's potion, 7,200 Ferkin, negotiable. How much? 7,200? Glad nearly collapsed, relieved that he was reclining on a small sofa. Otherwise, he might have crumpled to the floor. An ordinary person earns merely 5 to 10 Ferkin a week, which meant acquiring such a formula would require nearly 2 years of relentless toil without sustenance. And this was merely the formula, not the potion itself. Wouldn't it take another 5 or 6 years before the potion could be brewed to achieve extraordinary prowess? Glad was taken aback. Although he had suspected that these items would command exorbitant prices, the figures before him far exceeded his comprehension. He shifted his gaze to the transaction details of others. 2 pages from the original diary of the Great Rossel, priced at 300 Felkin, the recipe for the fighter of Sequence 8, costing 10,000 Felkin, and the extraordinary traits of an assassin, valued at 9,000 Felkin, non-negotiable. Such extravagance. Just moments ago, when he had acquired over 500 Felkin, he had marveled at his wealth. Yet now, that sum seemed utterly trivial in the eyes of the extraordinary, rendering his previous notions of money and reality shattered. The astronomical figures on the blackboard painted a vivid picture of a new world for Glad, who felt as though sums of 20 or 30,000 Felkin were merely trifles to be easily procured. He sat there, dazed, oblivious to Mr. K's call to commence, his mind fixated on the multitude of zeros. The extraordinary traits of a criminal, priced at 9,000 Felkin. Glad turned his head, glancing around, noticing that no one seemed inclined to purchase his extraordinary traits. After a moment's pause, confirming the silence, Mr. K's attendant began to announce the next item. Chapter 14, Replies and Tasks. Glad was walking down the street towards the inn, struggling to recall the details from the latter part of the gathering, as though he had engaged in some trading of extraordinary weapons and items. In any case, he couldn't afford them. What purpose would they serve? Glad let out a sigh, his demeanor appearing somewhat despondent, as if what he pursued was deemed trivial by others. Poverty, he thought he had distanced himself from it, yet it lingered. Money, he realized, was still a pressing need, but where could he swiftly procure it? Moreover, there was Mr. K's invitation. Should he accept it? Glad scratched his head vigorously, feeling a wave of agitation. He did not wish to alter his life or entangle himself in bizarre affairs. Yet, on the other hand, the desire to acquire esoteric knowledge and gain strength compelled him to contemplate joining a clandestine organization. He found himself in a quandary. The window of the room had been repaired, presumably with a new pane of glass, appearing unscathed. Glad, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to join that organization? In a daze, Glad vaguely perceived Pierce's figure, quietly inquiring about his intentions. To be honest, I do not wish to. I merely desire to live a tranquil life. To exist in the ordinary and pass each day peacefully. However, can such a serene existence endure without power? Before him, the burning village of Magu materialized, with screams and cries resonating, deafeningly overwhelming. It is indeed a contradiction, Pierce. Glad sighed, stating, to seek a peaceful life, one must acquire strength, yet to obtain strength, one must relinquish any semblance of tranquility. I must ponder this further. Glad opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling above. The sun had risen to a point in the sky, and outside, pedestrians meandered along the bustling street. Dreams. Glad struggled to sit up, taking a deep breath. After freshening up, he descended the stairs, enjoying his breakfast while perusing the newspaper beside him. The village of El suffered a devastating fire, with casualties soaring to over 100. A collapse at the Hawk mine trapped dozens within the caverns, and rescue teams were still laboring to save them. This year's political climate remained relatively stable, yet the specter of war loomed ever closer. The serial killer Victor Zaz, having claimed the lives of 23 individuals in Leon City, has vanished, with the police still in pursuit. Finishing his breakfast, Glad's gaze lingered on the grim headlines. Unable to shake the weight of their sorrow, were not these victims also yearning for a life of tranquility? Yet reality often falls short of our desires. Just as the days of nightmare inevitably arrive, rather than sitting idly in anticipation of such occurrences, it is better to. Glad set the newspaper aside, settled the bill, and made his way toward Shell Street. The third floor of number 19, Shell Street, was unusually crowded, a stark contrast to the clandestine gatherings that took place in the depths of night. Descending the staircase, Glad reached the ground floor and, as before, tapped on the door using a secret signal. After a brief pause, a servant opened the door and, gazing at the masked Glad, inquired, "What brings you here?" "Mr. K is not here at the moment. Please step in and wait briefly while I notify him." After the attendant invited Glad to enter the room, he departed through another door. Glad found a seat and quietly awaited Mr. K's arrival. Before long, however, it was not Mr. K who appeared, but rather a young attendant who entered and announced, "Mr. K has arrived. Please follow me." Glad followed closely behind the attendant as he made his way to a room of rather classical design, where he opened a hidden door concealed within a wardrobe. There lay a staircase leading underground, flanked by walls adorned with gas wall lamps enclosed in black grids. Truly, this was a clandestine organization, exceedingly secretive. Glad mused to himself as he descended into the basement, traversing a short corridor until he arrived at a rather spacious room. Mr. K was already seated in a crimson armchair. "Have you made your decision so swiftly?" Mr. K's voice remained as hoarse as before, his features obscured beneath a large hood, rendering his expression indistinguishable. "There is nothing to deliberate. Tell me, what must I do to join the organization?" Mr. K seemed to chuckle as he swayed his loose robe and replied, "A trivial matter, merely to assassinate someone." Gradually, he uttered the name, Penny Lawson, the leader of the Wasp gang. Glad was taken aback that his first assignment was of such magnitude, tasked with the assassination of a gang leader. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "She is an extraordinary one, isn't she? It is rather peculiar for a gang leader not to possess extraordinary abilities." "Indeed. She is a Sequence 6 pleasure witch. For a mere Sequence 9 novice like myself to confront a Sequence 6 gang leader, are they truly seeking my demise?" Glade's expression beneath the mask was one of incredulity as he gazed at Mr. K, questioning, "Are you serious? I am but a Sequence 9. Surely you overestimate my capabilities." Mr. K paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Very well, let us consider an alternative." "Ah, is it truly possible to change?" "Surely. This organization is a tad too lenient." Glade found himself at a loss for words, feeling weary at the prospect of his future. He fell silent, awaiting Mr. K to present the next task. After a brief contemplation, Mr. K seemed to deliberate on an appropriate assignment before gradually articulating, Are you familiar with the structure of the Wasp Gang? Glade could only shake his head in response. Well, the Wasp Gang comprises 4 leader-level members. Your task is to eliminate one of them. Any one of them? Glade inquired. Indeed, you may choose any, and your mission will be deemed complete. Upon its success, you will officially become a member of our Aurora Society. However, I will not provide any assistance for this task. You must rely solely on your own ingenuity. Whether it be gathering intelligence or executing the plan, it is entirely up to you. What say you? Will you accept? Glade nodded, resolutely declaring, no problem at all. It is improbable that all 4 leaders belong to either Sequence 6 or Sequence 7. As long as there is one belonging to Sequence 8, the task is certainly achievable. Excellent. I sincerely hope for your success. Mr. K nodded slowly. Should any issues arise, you may correspond directly without the need for a personal visit, he advised. The address is room 103, 19, Shear Street, Boulevard de Arbres, with the recipient being Guillaume Pierre. This is an alias, isn't it? Glad deduced this immediately. You may take your leave now, but do not forget your mission. Is there no time constraint on the task? Well, that is of little concern. The first step is to gather intelligence regarding the 4 leaders, their respective sequences, and special abilities. These details are of utmost importance and must not be overlooked. I hope at least one of them is not an extraordinary individual. That would significantly reduce the overall difficulty of the task. However, Glad has never engaged in intelligence gathering and is utterly unsure of where to begin. Mr. Glad, is there something troubling you? Sylvia inquired, observing Glad seated naturally before her. Yes, I would like to ask you something. How much do you know about the Hornet Gang? Glad inquired candidly without pretense. The Hornet Gang? The leader of that organization is a woman named Penny Lawson, and they control Crescent Street, Whitebeard Street, and Bald Street. They also have a Hornet dance hall as their stronghold. Sylvia earnestly recounted all she knew. Are you aware of the existence of their 4 leaders? I have indeed heard whispers of them, yet I remain oblivious to their identities and appearances, as most tend not to delve into such matters. Why do you inquire about this? Sylvia curiously retorted. Glad chuckled as he elucidated. After all, this street falls under their jurisdiction, and I fear that one day I might inadvertently provoke a conflict when stepping outside, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. Indeed, one must exercise caution regarding such matters. Clashing with a gang is hardly a trivial affair. Sylvia nodded in agreement, accepting Glad's rationale. It is you who must be particularly vigilant while seated here all day. Glad advised with concern. Finding no fruitful inquiries to pursue, Glad decided to take his leave. Was it truly not that simple? If conventional inquiries yield no answers, perhaps an unconventional approach would suffice. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, Glad, as before, opened the window and leapt down to the ground. However, unlike prior instances, he skillfully made his way towards the Hornet Dance Hall. Upon arriving in the vicinity of the Hornet Dance Hall, Glad concealed himself within a shadowy alley. Observing the entrance of the establishment, the Hornet Dance Hall was already vibrant with activity, yet the sounds of numerous voices emanated from within. Ever since Glad's previous surprise attack, the hall had heightened its security measures. Nevertheless, this posed no concern for Glad, as his aim tonight was not to launch a direct assault. He stood quietly in the alley, intently watching the entrance of the dance hall, awaiting the opportune moment to arrive. Uncertain of how long he had been standing there, the door of the dance hall suddenly swung open, revealing 2 thuggish individuals emerging from within, members of the Hornet Gang. Well, I must be off, one of them remarked. After exchanging brief farewells, they parted ways. Glade hesitated for a moment before choosing to follow the member closest to him, stealthily trailing behind. He quickened his pace until he was a mere 10 meters away. As the member entered a dimly lit alley, Glade drew his knife and swiftly moved in closer, positioning himself behind the man. With his right hand, Glade firmly covered the member's mouth, while his other hand pressed the blade against the man's back. The figure's body tensed instantly, fully aware of the predicament he was in. I have a few questions for you. Do not attempt to flee, resist, or cry for help, or I will not hesitate to act. Upon hearing this menacing threat, the member trembled and nodded, indicating his understanding. Glade relaxed his grip slightly, granting the man the ability to speak. Are you a member of the Hornet Gang? Glade inquired, starting with a straightforward question to ease the tension. Yes, the man replied. The boss has us taking turns guarding the dance hall at night to ensure its safety. What is your boss's name? Glade pressed further. His name is Don Cruz, but he is known by the nickname the King of Punches. Oh? Glad pressed the knife a little closer, causing the gang member to tense up. I recall that the leader of your Hornet gang is a woman named Penny Lawson. Is that correct? Indeed. She is the boss of the bosses. She never issues commands directly to us. It is always the big boss who relays the orders. Which means this individual named Dawn is one of the 4 leaders, correct? Yes. Now, tell me the names of the other 3. Glad insisted, his tone hardening. The Scorpion, Yulon Howell. He oversees Whitebeard Street. The Python, Stephen Revis. He manages Bald Street. And the Butterfly, Kelsey Clement. She is responsible for the organization's assets and finances. Very well. Do you know their special abilities? Special abilities? The member appeared bewildered, utterly at a loss regarding Glad's inquiry. Glad pressed the small blade even closer, prompting the frightened member to speak hastily. I haven't seen them, but I've heard other members mention them. They say the Scorpion, Yulon, once used a spell that could induce an extraordinary chill. As for the others, I've heard nothing of their special abilities. Seems you've done well in keeping your own abilities under wraps. Where do they all reside? I only know that Dawn lives at 27 Emerald Street, on the 3rd floor. The others, I have no knowledge of. Well, thank you. Glad thrust the blade with force, the knife piercing through the back with unparalleled precision, penetrating the heart of the gang member. A fleeting expression of despair crossed the gang member's face, his eyes filled with anger and regret as he collapsed to the ground. When one chooses to join a gang, indulging in its myriad benefits and conveniences, one must also contemplate the potential consequences that may arise. Gazing at the slowly fading life of the gang member, Glad spoke softly. Chapter 16. The fighter. He rummaged through the corpse, extracting 10 firkins from the pockets of the clothing. Glad hoisted the lifeless body and discarded it into a garbage bin. However, he anticipated that by noon the following day, a scavenger would lift the lid of the bin and uncover this unexpected surprise. Once the members of the Wasp gang learned that one of their own had fallen here, they would undoubtedly become vigilant. Time was of the essence. If action were not taken tonight, it would be challenging to find another opportunity in the near future. Glad hurriedly proceeded towards the location indicated by the earlier informant. Since it was along the same street, Glad effortlessly located the building at 27 Emerald Street, following the sequence of the number plates. It was a modest 3-story edifice, devoid of any illumination or sound in the stillness of the profound night, rendering it unrecognizable as the residence of a gang leader. Glad looked up. The windows were devoid of any footholds, making it virtually impossible to gain entry without extraordinary abilities. It seemed he was left with no choice but to take the stairs. He retrieved the sinister mask from his bosom and donned it upon his visage. The crimson moonlight illuminated the mask, rendering it as grotesque as a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Glad ascended the staircase, treading lightly to ensure that none would hear him. After a brief interlude, he found himself before the grand door on the 3rd floor, staring vacantly at the dark red wooden portal. I have never learned the art of lockpicking. Glad sighed inwardly, realizing that assassination would be futile. He grasped the axe he had carried since Magu village from behind him. Drawing a deep breath, he forcefully kicked the door. Bang! The tremendous force splintered the wooden door into several fragments, scattering across the floor of the room. The resounding crash echoed far into the night. Glad surged forward, entering the parlor, and with another stride, he dashed into the corridor. At that moment, he distinctly heard the sound of a bed creaking from within a room. Without hesitation, he took 2 steps and entered. Inside the chamber stood a grand, luxurious bed, upon which lay a disheveled woman, her face etched with terror. Beside the bed stood a sturdy man, approximately 6 feet tall, clad only in his undergarments, his golden eyes wide with shock and panic as they locked onto Glad. Glad harbored no intention of civility. With a swift motion, he lunged at Dawn, bringing the axe down with ferocity. In a state of sheer panic, Dawn could only instinctively raise his arm to shield himself from the descending blade. The axe nearly cleaved through Dawn's arm, eliciting a cry of agony from him. However, Dawn's reaction was swift, his powerful kick landing squarely on Glad, who had just touched down. Glad, along with the axe in his hand, was sent hurtling against the wall, collapsing to the ground. Dawn glared at his bloodied right arm, shouting in fury, "Who the hell are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Glad rose to his feet, the crimson mask of a malevolent specter and the bloodied axe in his grasp resembling a harbinger of death. He spoke slowly. "The king of fighters, Dawn Cruz, I am your butcher." Before Dawn could respond, Glad pushed off the wall behind him, shooting forward like a bullet, aimed directly at Dawn. This time, however, Dawn was not caught off guard. He extended his uninjured left arm to block Glad's attacking wrist, halting the axe's assault. Glad's left hand was equally assertive, his arm darting out like a dragon, wielding a dagger that surged toward Dawn's face. With his right hand severely injured, Dawn could not defend himself and could only lean back in a desperate attempt to evade the knife's strike. The blade narrowly grazed his robust visage, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. Seeing his strike miss, Glad bent his outstretched left arm at a 90-degree angle, delivering a fierce elbow to the off-balanced Dawn's chest. Dawn instantly lost his equilibrium, on the verge of falling backward. Yet, with remarkable agility, he bent his left leg back to the ground while his right leg shot straight up, halting his descent in an uncanny manner. He then swung his left arm with great force, striking Glad's right side and sending him flying away. Glad crashed heavily against the wall above the bed, subsequently collapsing onto the soft mattress. "How dare you provoke me, a Sequence 8 fighter, you mere Sequence 9. Dawn roared at Glad, his body charging forward like a tank. Yet, at that moment, Glad could no longer hear his words. The murderous intent surging from his chest seemed to ignite him. Glad teetered on the brink of madness, his eyes bloodshot, his visage twisted, resembling a beast on the verge of insanity. The remnants of reason, overwhelmed by the fierce combat and the metallic scent of blood filling his nostrils, had ignited his murderous fervor. He sprang to his feet, wielding his knife and axe in a frenzied assault, utterly forsaking any notion of defense. Faced with Glad's relentless onslaught, Dawn, now missing an arm, was compelled to abandon his offensive strategy and adopt a defensive stance. Initially, he believed that such a furious and unbridled attack would swiftly exhaust Glad's stamina, presenting him with an opportunity to counterattack. However, Glad, consumed by madness, appeared even more distorted, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied crimson, as if he could not quell the tempest within until Dawn lay in pieces. With each strike, his movements became increasingly wild and untamed, every swing of the mighty axe seemingly fueled by every ounce of his strength, as if he were prepared to risk it all. In a mere moment, the one-armed Dawn found himself gradually overwhelmed, struggling to withstand the relentless barrage of Glad's assaults. Amidst the anguish of his aching limbs and the relentless flow of blood, Dawn gradually sensed his strength waning, each wound multiplying upon his body as crimson cascaded from his form. How could this happen to me? At the hands of a lunatic like you? Oh, in an instant, his head was severed from his body by the force of the axe, blood gushing forth from his neck like a fountain, splattering across every corner of the room. Even after losing his head, his body staggered forward a few paces, the headless form convulsing upon the floor, as if it were narrating an indescribable agony. After cleaving Dawn's skull, Glad, seemingly insatiate, lunged at the lifeless body, mercilessly hacking away, reducing Dawn's remains to mere pulp. It was as though a switch had been flipped. The woman who had been passively observing the brutal struggle from her seated position finally reacted, her terror erupting into a piercing scream. Yet Glad, still consumed by his murderous intent, hurled a dagger, silencing her forever. The room was thick with the metallic scent of blood, large splashes from Dawn's neck staining the walls, cascading down and transforming the entire space into a scarlet tableau. Am I to be considered a berserker? Glad mused, gazing at the blood-soaked surroundings, a sigh escaping his lips as he recalled the tales of irrational yet formidable warriors, inadvertently applying the term to himself. Observing the extraordinary traits gradually emerging from Dawn's shattered corpse, Glad resolved to wait a while longer. The police would not arrive swiftly. After all, this was the abode of a crime lord. Not to mention, the surrounding populace might hesitate to alert the authorities, and the police would likely not respond immediately. The police undoubtedly desired the demise of several more gang leaders, for such fatalities would augment their authority over the underworld and, consequently, enhance their opportunities for illicit gains. Moreover, the primary allure lay in the value of these commodities. Chapter 17. Another assassin. While awaiting the extraction of extraordinary traits, Glad rummaged through various rooms, unearthing some seemingly exquisite jewelry and a few bundles of firkin, which he stowed away. Upon hearing the approach of the police carriage, he carefully secured the extracted extraordinary traits within a box, taking it with him. "Hey, over there! Quick, pursue!" The shouts of the officers echoed behind him, as they exerted themselves to catch up with Glad, but soon found themselves outpaced by his speed. The extraction of these extraordinary traits occurred at a pace slower than Glad had anticipated. However, the arrival of the police was also considerably delayed, allowing him to acquire the extraordinary traits with remarkable ease. Gazing at the extraordinary traits within the box, Glad felt a surge of exhilaration. The 8th tier extraordinary traits were likely valued at around 15,000 Firkin. He briefly assessed the jewelry and cash. Disregarding the jewelry's worth, the cash alone amounted to 1,023 Firkin, surpassing Glad's entire fortune. Truly, the gang leaders possessed wealth that an ordinary person could scarcely accumulate in several years. He resolved to report to Mr. K the following day. When the morrow arrived, Glad rose from his slumber, planning to first attend to his duties at the butcher's shop. Although the murderous intent that had accumulated within him was resolved during last night's battle, work remained work. Earning 3 firkins in less than half an hour could indeed be considered effortless. As Glad exited the inn, he observed numerous gang members patrolling the Emerald Street, their purpose shrouded in mystery. 2 individuals were engaged in a hushed conversation regarding the events of the previous night. Glad perked up his ears, attentively listening to their discourse. Have you heard? About what transpired last night? The attack on the gang, you mean? Of course I heard. The Gel Gang lost a leader. They must be furious. The Gel Gang. Where did you hear that? Wasn't it the Wasp Gang's leader who perished? How could that be? I just saw the crime scene on Black Frame Street. So many people were gathered there. So, the Gel Gang's leader was also attacked last night. Glad's spirits lifted as he suddenly comprehended why the police had arrived so late. Their tardiness was not due to negligence, but rather because incidents had occurred elsewhere, causing delays. Was someone, like him, hunting gang leaders? Was it Mr. K's men? As Glad pondered, he made his way to Merchant Street. The street was populated with numerous individuals resembling small-time thugs, patrolling just as they did on Emerald Street. These must be the underlings of the Gel Gang. Last night's assault had heightened the Gel Gang's vigilance, prompting them to bolster their control over the streets. Glad approached the butcher shop and, after exchanging a brief greeting with Charles, entered the slaughterhouse to swiftly complete his tasks. He accepted the 3 fair coins Charles handed him and inquired, "What transpired with the Gale Gang last night? Such a commotion." Charles glanced around, ensuring no members of the Gale Gang were present before responding. Last night, the leader overseeing the Black Frame Street for the Gale Gang was ambushed by assassins and perished on the spot. The Gale Gang was furious and intended to confront the Hornet Gang directly. However, the Hornet Gang also lost a leader last night. This unexpected turn of events has led to a tense calm, with neither side taking action, merely patrolling the streets. Charles scoffed, perhaps dissatisfied that the 2 factions had not clashed. Their patrol seemed less about capturing the assassins and more about guarding against incursions from other gangs. After bidding farewell to Charles, Glad made his way to Shell Street. He aimed to complete his assignment promptly and sell the extraordinary traits he possessed. As usual, Number 19 on Shell Street remained unchanged, bustling with activity. Glad skillfully descended the stairs, knocking on the door in the same manner as before. As expected, a servant opened the door and announced, "Mr. K has been expecting you. Please follow me." Nothing seemed different. Glad trailed the servant down to the basement and into the room. Mr. K was seated in his red armchair, still donned in the same large hooded attire. "I know you have completed your task. Well done." Before Glad could utter a word, Mr. K interjected with palpable excitement in his tone. To receive a task in the morning and complete it by night. Swift, powerful, exceptional, perfect. I knew I was right about you. You are destined to serve the master. Mr. K exhibited an exceedingly fervent demeanor, his large hood swaying with the ebbs and flows of his emotions, as if it had come to life. After a considerable pause, Mr. K, as if awakening from a dream, ceased his movements and spoke slowly to Glad. "Well, you have completed the task. As per our prior agreement, I will impart to you further esoteric knowledge." Mr. K gestured to a nearby attendant, who retrieved a modest notebook from a drawer of a desk. Once Glad accepted the notebook, Mr. K elaborated. "It contains all the mystical knowledge you may find useful. With diligent study, you will gain a deeper understanding of this world." After a brief pause, he continued, "In light of your commendable performance on this task, feel free to voice any request you may have." Glad pondered for a moment before articulating his desire. "I wish for an extraordinary weapon." He expressed his innermost thoughts, yearning for strength. Despite having successfully ambushed Dawn and incapacitated one of his hands the previous night, he found himself unable to overcome Dawn in the subsequent confrontation. Though he acknowledged that Dawn, being a Sequence 8, was indeed somewhat stronger than himself, he could not reconcile with such an outcome. This predicament arose because Dawn was ambushed, and without a suitable weapon in hand, he ultimately fell victim to his own shortcomings. Had the ambush not been successful at that moment, or had a sharp blade been within reach, the outcome could have been vastly different. He felt acutely aware of his own frailty. Glad was deeply aware of his impotence. Yet he recognized two straightforward methods to swiftly enhance his strength: to upgrade his equipment or to await the moment when the pattern on his chest would be filled, thereby invoking the dark deity to bestow upon him power. However, filling the pattern was not something he could accomplish in a short span of time. Nevertheless, upgrading his weapon could rapidly augment his prowess. Chapter 18. The 3 Laws of Extraordinary Traits. Mr. K confirmed. You seek an extraordinary weapon? Indeed. Glad speculated that Mr. K must possess some unused extraordinary weapons, and gifting one to him should pose no significant challenge. He was confident that such a small request would be within Mr. K's capabilities. Yet, Mr. K shook his head and directly refused Glad, stating, "That is unfeasible. Extraordinary weapons are exceedingly rare, and their prices are quite steep. If you accomplish the task I just mentioned, I might consider gifting you one, but not at present." Glad felt somewhat helpless and then retrieved the jewelry he had pilfered from Dawn's residence, inquiring, "Can you convert all of these items into cash?" Mr. K leaned in, scrutinizing the pieces closely, and nodded. "All genuine. They can be exchanged for money. However, I will need to take a portion as my fee. Is that acceptable?" "Of course." Glad expressed no particular objections. After all, if Mr. K could not handle the situation, he too would be incapable of monetizing it. "Do you believe in deities?" he inquired. "Once, I held faith in the eternal sun, but later, A hint of amusement flickered in Glad's eyes, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips as he continued. "Gods are utterly indifferent to our plight. Our simple desire to live well remains unfulfilled. On that day, I dismissed the very notion of divinity from my heart. I resolved then and there to live not for the gods, but solely for myself." Mr. K remained silent, listening intently to Glad's account until he finally spoke. "Gods do exist. However, they are unable to attend to all their followers or alleviate the calamities each individual faces. Would you be interested in learning about the deity I revere? He embodies the essence of this world. He is supreme. His grace is boundless. He creates all and destroys all. He is the very embodiment of power, and he resides within us." Glad was about to respond when Mr. K interrupted him, sensing his hesitation. "Now, I assign you your next task. You are aware that last night, in addition to your slaying of the leader of the Wasp gang, Don Cruz, the head of the Gur gang also fell victim to an attack, are you not?" Glede nodded, noticing Mr. K seemed to take a certain delight in his intelligence-gathering abilities. He continued, "Your next task is to uncover the identity of that assassin and inform me. Then, go to the Gel gang. Relay the details of your killing of Dawn and the attack on the Wasp dance hall, as well as the identity of the assassin to their leader, and thereby demand to join their ranks as a chief. Join the Gel gang." Mr. K adjusted his hood and asked, "What? Are you unwilling?" "Well, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that your sudden proposition leaves me unprepared." Glede sighed. "Never mind. Let me find the assassin first." Mr. K nodded, his right hand gripping his left forefinger. In an instant, he yanked it off with force, revealing a gruesome wound and the stark white of bone. Was this a demonstration that if I refused the task, he would resort to self-mutilation? Glede watched the scene unfold, his mind racing with thoughts. Yet, astonishingly, there was no blood seeping from the wound or the severed finger. They merely lingered at the edges, twisting and retracting, gradually healing while slowly regenerating, as if life were returning to them. "Take it. It may prove useful in critical moments." "This is my compensation for the weapon you desire," Mr. K said, tossing the finger to Glede. Glede caught the flying severed digit. How revolting. He felt the weight and warmth of the finger, striving to conceal his disgust, reluctantly stuffing it into his pocket. "If there is nothing further, you may take your leave, but remember your task. It is best to resolve it as soon as possible." Mr. K issued an eviction notice, prompting Glad to depart. Before leaving, Mr. K added, "Every gathering is held on Monday evenings at 9 o'clock, should you wish to attend. Do remember to be punctual." Monday. Today is Wednesday, so there is still ample time. Glad did not linger, bidding farewell before exiting 19 Shear Street and making his way to the inn. Meanwhile, in the subterranean chamber, a servant inquired of Mr. K, "What if he refuses to believe in our Lord?" "It matters little. Now is the time for recruitment, and there is no need to be overly particular. Moreover, he is merely a novice among the extraordinary, obedient, and possessing considerable strength. If he is willing to believe in our Lord and undergo further training, he will prove invaluable to the organization in the future. However, After observing for a while, no discernible path could be found. He was merely an ordinary severed finger. Glad had no choice but to set down his fingers and turn his attention to the notebook Mr. K had given him. Upon opening the notebook, he encountered concepts he had never heard of. The law of invariance of extraordinary attributes, the law of conservation of extraordinary attributes, and the law of aggregation of extraordinary attributes. Glad eagerly delved deeper. The law of invariance of extraordinary attributes states that extraordinary attributes cannot be destroyed or diminished. They merely transfer from one vessel to another. The law of conservation of extraordinary attributes often refers to the preservation of extraordinary attributes through similar pathways. When higher sequences increase, lower sequences tend to diminish, and vice versa. The law of extraordinary traits aggregation. High sequence entities along the same path will intermittently and unconsciously attract lower middle sequence extraordinary beings to their vicinity, exhibiting a propensity to coalesce. High sequence entities can perceive this attraction. A similar law of aggregation exists among proximate paths. These three principles are referred to as the three great laws of extraordinary traits. The three great laws of extraordinary traits. Such profound concepts. Merely reading the introduction, Glad felt that his decision to eliminate a gang leader was a tremendous gain. Glad continued reading, noting that the text intertwined some content he had previously encountered in magazines, albeit with slight variations. He focused intently, imprinting every word in his mind. Chapter 19. Curfew. The role-playing technique involves acting in accordance with the name of one's sequence, akin to an actor, thereby reconciling the disparity between oneself and the residual spiritual imprint of extraordinary traits. This grants one the corresponding recognition, circumventing existing barriers, and merging extraordinary traits with one's essence. It is essential not only to comprehend the superficial meaning of the sequence name, but also to explore its deeper connotations. Glad lifted his gaze to the sun outside the window, his heart filled with astonishment. Is my sequence name Butcher, thus alleviating the surge of murderous intent when I slay animals? Upon reaching the next sequence, will I be compelled to seek alternative means to assuage my bloodlust? My sequence path diverges from other potion sequences. It does not require the consumption of potions for enhancement, yet it bears significant side effects. Contemplating this, Glad lowered his head, gazing at the emblem upon his chest. Previously, when I observed it, it was during the act of vanquishing those few highway robbers, at which point it bore a third of its form in a blood-red hue. Now, however, the blood-red has nearly engulfed the entire design, adding an air of terror and savagery. Is it nearly full? The number I have slain pales in comparison to those lost in Magu village. Could it be that an extraordinary individual is quantified by the count of several? Upon arriving in Trier, he had claimed only 5 lives. A mere trifle against the multitude of robbers, yet the count has surged so dramatically. The only plausible explanation is that the death of Dawn is equated to that of dozens. Must one indeed slay more extraordinary beings to achieve swift elevation? Glad pondered silently, then lowered his gaze to continue perusing Mr. K's notes. Meditation. Envisioning an entity that does not exist in reality to replace the original imagined form. Endlessly sketching and repeating until both body and mind attain tranquility and thoughts begin to lift. Upon reaching this point, Glad closed his eyes, conjuring an image of the sun, then imagining a keychain adorned with 10 legs and 2 eyes, continuously sketching it in his mind. The keychain with its 10 legs and 2 eyes swiftly materialized in Glad's consciousness. As he persistently delineated this vision, his body and spirit grew increasingly serene, and his thoughts began to drift. He beheld a plethora of indescribable, non-existent foods mingling with vibrant blocks of color surrounding him. Just as Glad was about to celebrate the success of his first meditation, he suddenly sensed a gaze from a height surpassing even the heavens, fixated upon him. A suffocating aura of brutality enveloped him, as if it yearned to tear him apart into minuscule fragments, fixating intently upon his being. Glad felt an icy chill sweep over him, and a profound sense of despair welled up within, abruptly jolting him out of his meditative state. What is that? An inexplicable terror gripped him, compelling him to draw deep breaths to quell the dread festering deep within. After a moment of respite, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and resumed poring over the notes, hoping to uncover the cause of his disquiet. Upon successfully meditating, the stellar entity unveiled the spirit realm, a domain where many familiar concepts either ceased to exist or became inextricably intertwined. The 7 rays of light within this realm, as referenced in ancient texts, were believed to represent the 7 lights of the spirit world, regarded as entities of divine stature, omnipresent and exceedingly benevolent. Could it be that I glimpsed the malevolent deity that bestows blessings upon me? After thoroughly absorbing the details of the ritual, Glad set down the notes and massaged his temples, taking a moment to recuperate. The immense volume of information left his mind feeling swollen, necessitating a gradual revisit. Although he had previously perused esoteric knowledge in magazines, the revelations here unveiled an entirely different realm. It was utterly unfathomable that after more than a decade of existence, the world I inhabited could harbor such bizarre phenomena, of which I had been blissfully unaware. Rising from his chair to stretch his stiff limbs, Glad realized, to his astonishment, that a significant portion of time had elapsed, and twilight was fast approaching. Speaking of which, how should I proceed with the task of locating the assassin? For Glad, committing murder was a straightforward endeavor, yet seeking individuals fell far beyond his expertise. It is worth noting that he had extracted information regarding the four leaders through rather crude and forceful methods. Thus, the prospect of locating an assassin concealed within a crowd presented an insurmountable challenge. He was oblivious to the assailant's gender, stature, or physique, and the assassin's motives remained shrouded in mystery. It could be a hired killer from the Hornet dance hall, or perhaps merely someone with a personal vendetta against the leader. Anything was possible. He was even uncertain whether the individual in question possessed extraordinary abilities. Where was he to commence his search? Glad felt as though he was attempting to find a needle in a haystack, adrift in a sea of faces, utterly lost and devoid of any leads. After ruffling his hair in frustration, he grew increasingly agitated, since he could not arrive at a conclusion anytime soon. He resolved to abandon his contemplation and venture outside. Perhaps fate would allow him to encounter the assassin directly. With this mindset, Glad exited his room and made his way to the hotel reception. At that moment, Sylvia sat at the front desk, stifling yawns, her countenance reflecting a drowsy demeanor as she languidly occupied her seat. The streets outside were eerily quiet, nearly devoid of sound. Upon noticing Glad descending from the upper floors, Sylvia perked up, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Mr. Glad, are you truly going out at such a late hour?" "Late? It is merely 9 o'clock," she expressed, her face transforming into an expression of astonishment. "Are you not aware? Recently, several gang leaders in these streets have been attacked. How can you dare to venture out?" Glad expressed his confusion, stating, "The death of the leader should have little to do with us ordinary people. It appears to be merely a dispute among gangsters." Sylvia shook her head, seemingly perplexed by Glad's reasoning, and explained, "Gang conflicts do concern us." She gestured towards the shadows across the street from the inn. Glad turned to look and noticed several gang members concealed in the shadows, intently observing their surroundings. "What are they doing?" he inquired. Sylvia sighed and replied, "As you can see, they are on patrol." Patrolling the streets? Gang members? This notion had never crossed Glad's mind, as such a term seemed incongruous with the image of the gang. While it was quite normal for them to maintain a presence in their core territory, the notion that they would patrol the streets was rather unusual. Sylvia spoke sternly to Glad. "This is a curfew, enforced by the gang." "A curfew? What does that mean?" Glad asked, beginning to grasp the situation, though uncertain if his understanding was correct. Sylvia tossed her long golden hair and tilted her head slightly, explaining, "It means that after 9 o'clock at night, no one is permitted on this street except for them. If they spot anyone else, they will shoot on sight. Moreover, this curfew applies not just to our street, but to all streets controlled by the Hornet Gang and the Gur Gang." Gunfire. How terrifying. Upon witnessing the bewildered expression on Glad's face, Sylvia chuckled softly, remarking, "With such stringent defenses in place, that assassin could hardly be prowling about at this hour." With that, Glad relinquished his plans for a fateful outing. Observing Sylvia stifle yet another yawn and rub her eyes, he could not help but inquire with a gentle smile, "Why are you still awake? You've been seated here all day." After uttering these words, she yawned once more, looking truly exhausted. Glad, taking note of her pitiable state, felt a mix of amusement and sympathy, suggesting, "Allow me to keep watch for you. Why not take a brief rest?" "How could I? You are a guest." "It is improper for a guest to work while I merely slumber," Sylvia promptly declined, managing a rueful smile. "It's entirely my fault for staying up too late reading last night, which is why I'm so drowsy now." Observing her predicament, Glad was reminded of his own past, when he had to endure exhaustion for the sake of work and life. He spoke with genuine concern. "Surely you did not anticipate today's events unfolding as they have. Besides, if you do not rest now, once I step away, you will undoubtedly succumb to sleep." His familiarity with her current state was evident. After a moment of contemplation, Sylvia, with her somewhat foggy mind, hesitated briefly before conceding, Very well. I shall rest for a while. Please awaken me when you are ready to leave. Upon seeing Glad nod in agreement, Sylvia placed her hands on the front desk, resting her head on her arms, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. How long does she actually work each day? It seems that every time I descend the stairs, she is seated here. Glad gazed at Sylvia, whose golden hair cascaded elegantly across the table, and let out a sigh. He moved a stool to sit outside the reception area, lost in thought as he observed the gang members huddled in the corners. He had not been lost in reverie for long when he heard footsteps ascending the staircase. Glad looked up to see a woman, clad in revealing attire, gracefully descending the stairs. The sound of her high heels resonated sharply against the steps. She wore a fitted red gown, its hem swaying gently like a flickering flame. Adorned with golden tulips, the dress exuded an air of exquisite allure. The off-shoulder design revealed her delicate collarbone and rounded shoulders, while the cinched waist accentuated her slender figure and captivating curves. Even someone as devoid of artistic taste as Glad could discern the extraordinary cost of her attire and the beauty of her visage. "Madam, do you intend to venture out?" Glad, momentarily entranced by her beauty, eventually inquired. She turned her head, her exquisite face resembling a painting, with crystalline black eyes reflecting Glad's silhouette. Her lips, tinted with a soft pink hue, parted slightly as she spoke in dulcet tones. "Yes. May I ask what the matter is?" "The gang is enforcing a curfew. If you go out, they may resort to gunfire," Glad hastily explained. "Oh, really?" the lady responded, seemingly unconcerned, her voice tinged with a hint of pride, as if she found amusement in the situation. Immediately, she strode toward the exit in her high heels. "Hey!" Glad did not expect anyone to disregard his warning. He took a couple of steps forward in an attempt to intercept her. However, the lady, despite her high heels, moved with a swiftness that rivaled his own, swiftly exiting the hotel in just a few strides. "Oh no!" A tightness gripped Glad's chest. He had intended to assist, but had it all gone awry? Strangely, the young ruffians across the street did not seem inclined to act against her. Instead, they bowed respectfully, saying, "Good evening, Lady Lausen." The woman, referred to as Lausen, waved her hand dismissively as she made her way onto the street. Lausen? Could it be Penny Lausen, the leader of the Hornet gang? Upon hearing that name, a cold sweat trickled down Glad's back, and he was taken aback. He distinctly recalled Mr. K mentioning that this woman was the pleasure witch of Sequence 6. She resides in this hotel. It seemed improbable, after all. She was the leader of a gang. What was she doing living in a hotel? If she were to discover that it was I who had caused the recent troubles for the Hornet gang, she would surely have me flayed alive. A wave of relief washed over Glad. Just as he reveled in the euphoria of having narrowly escaped disaster, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Glad glanced over to see the gentleman named Harland descending in a neatly fitted work uniform. "Mr. Harland, are you heading out?" Glad inquired. Harland turned his head, acknowledged Glad with a nod, and replied, "Indeed, I have work to attend to. I apologize, but it may not be feasible. The gang has imposed a curfew, and should you venture outside, you would be mercilessly shot." Glad explained. Harland's eyes widened in disbelief as he approached the door to gaze outside. Upon witnessing the gang members across the street, thus validating Glad's words, he patted his head and muttered, "What bad luck." After another hour, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, accompanied once more by the unmistakable click of high heels. He turned his gaze toward the stairway, where a lady was descending gracefully from the upper floor. Clad in a solemn black attire, she resembled a clandestine guardian of the night, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility. Her long black hair cascaded down her waist like silk, swaying gently with each of her elegant steps. With a hint of haughty demeanor in her eyes, she continued her descent. Despite her striking beauty, she paled in comparison to Penny Lawson, the former leader of the Hornet gang, appearing somewhat unremarkable. Chapter 21. The Azure Pasture. As the lady reached the bottom of the staircase, Glad, as before, inquired, "Madam, are you planning to venture out?" The woman cast a disdainful glance at Glad and lifted her chin, responding, "Humph, what else would I do? The gang is enforcing a curfew. If one dares to go out, they will be shot dead." With no other option, Glad stepped forward to block her path and explain the situation. The lady seemed momentarily taken aback, standing still for a moment, then calmly adjusted her hair and silently turned to ascend the stairs once more. How impolite this is. Sylvia rubbed her eyes, lingering in a daze for a moment before fully awakening. She yawned and stretched, a rosy hue blossoming on her round face. accompanied by a shy smile as she softly remarked, "I truly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Glad. Just call me Glad. It was merely a small favor, no need for formality." He replied, "Well, regardless, thank you, Glad. Now I can prepare to finish my shift." "Finishing your shift? I assumed you intended to remain here all night," Glad expressed, somewhat astonished. "How could that be?" Sylvia chuckled lightly. "If I do not rest this evening, what will become of tomorrow?" She paused briefly before adding, "My working hours are from 6 in the morning until 11 at night. I was merely attempting to endure until 11, so I could lock the hotel doors. That is why I have been holding on. Under ordinary circumstances, if there are no guests, a brief rest would be acceptable. But tonight, someone must be vigilant to ensure no one exits through the doors, hence my struggle to stay awake. Well, if no one is expected to enter or exit tonight, why not close the doors earlier? You could simply explain to anyone who arrives later that the doors were locked," Glad inquired, perplexed. Sylvia gazed at Glad with a look of astonishment, as if she had suddenly grasped some profound truth of the universe, akin to the discovery of a new continent. She fixed her eyes on him and slowly articulated, "Oh, it seems that it can be this way. Have I exhausted my mind from sleepless nights?" Glad sighed, rendered speechless, and replied, "Well, good night, Glad." The fleeting notion of fortuitously encountering the assassin was swiftly extinguished before it even began. Yet, under these circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the assassin would make another move. Patience is key. In the ensuing 2 days, the gang's state of emergency persisted unabated, and the assassin appeared to have been erased from existence, as Glad found no useful traces. He began to ponder whether the Gel gang had preemptively located the assassin and dismembered him. Nevertheless, life must go on. On the 3rd day of receiving the assignment, which was Saturday morning, Glad rose early, preparing to head to the butcher shop to alleviate the mounting murderous intent within him. Members of the Hornet gang continued their patrols on the streets, yet it seemed that the locals had grown accustomed to their presence. As several days had elapsed since the ordeal began, the police and gang members, who had previously frequented 27 Emerald Street, had now vanished, presumably having abandoned their investigation. Glad made his way across the street to the shopping district, where, like Emerald Street, members of the Gel gang were also patrolling. Upon reaching the butcher shop, he greeted Charles and attempted to enter. "Hold on, you've arrived too early. The beef hasn't been delivered yet." Charles sat leisurely in his chair, legs crossed, and remarked, "Isn't it getting a bit late?" Glad raised his gaze to the sky. The sun had long ascended to its zenith, dispelling any notion of morning. However, with no other choice, Glad settled onto a nearby stool, awaiting the arrival of the shipment. Fortunately, it wasn't long before a cart approached from the direction of the marketplace, its open carriage laden with 3 cages, 2 of which housed conspicuous cattle. "Goodness, why are there so many gangs loitering about? I can hardly drive faster." A woman's voice emerged from the cart, laden with exasperation. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Glad looked up to see O'Neill. "Ah, is this the butcher you were seeking? She appears rather youthful. Have I encountered you before?" "A week ago, I sold a horse at your ranch's transfer station." "Oh, now I recall," O'Neill said. Her memory sparked, yet she had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. Instead, she directly inquired of Charles, as before. Upon receiving a nod from Charles, O'Neill skillfully opened the rear of the cart's enclosure and led the cattle down. Suddenly, Glad was engulfed by the scent of blood. An unbidden surge of violent intent erupted within him. Why? He could only take several deep breaths in an attempt to regain his composure. Rising abruptly from his chair, he turned his gaze towards the source of that overwhelming stench of blood, O'Neill's cart, meant for transporting goods. Upon approaching, he discovered a cage containing a cow, while another cage held meat already cut into chunks. This meat had been processed, requiring no further slicing, and was ready for sale. Many butcher shops offered such pre-cut meat. Charles, noticing Glad's proximity to the cart, mistakenly assumed he was intrigued by the meat and began to explain. However, a look of horror crossed Glad's face, his eyes wide with shock. This was not the flesh of any animal. The peculiar arrangement of muscles and bones. What on earth was this? With his extraordinary ability, Glad discerned the true nature of the meat at a glance. It was unlike any edible creature known to exist. Yet, the average person would find it nearly impossible to perceive. As Glad gazed at the chunks of meat, an involuntary chill of terror and panic washed over him. Cold sweat trickling down his back, suppressing the restless fear that had been stirring within him. "What's wrong? You seem so entranced," O'Neill called out. having just placed the cow in the slaughterhouse cage and noticing Glad's dazed expression. It's nothing. The meat comes from Tianqing Ranch, along with these cows. Tianqing Ranch. Glad recalled the name, though he had paid little heed to it at the time. Now, he silently committed the name to memory as he approached the slaughterhouse. It seemed O'Neill was also unaware of the meat's origin. Never mind, why dwell on it? I'm not a detective. I can barely manage my own affairs, let alone concern myself with this. Embracing this thought, Glad stepped into the slaughterhouse, meticulously observing the bovine confined within its cage. Only after confirming it was indeed a cow, rather than some other creature, did he exhale in relief. It appeared that only the chunks of meat were truly suspect. Chapter 22. Ritual Magic. During the period of double monthly votes, Glad pocketed the 3 Feldkins handed to him by Charles and exited the premises. He would later inform Mr. K that he was unable to manage the situation and would require someone more adept. It was not that he lacked effort. He simply was not skilled at seeking assistance, especially when it came to locating an assassin concealed within a crowd. Surely, Mr. K would understand his predicament. With this thought in mind, Glad made his way to the inn. Glad, here is your correspondence, Sylvia called out as he entered the inn. The letter was from Mr. K. The handwriting scrawled in a haphazard manner. Previously, you expressed a desire for weaponry. I have procured several suitable and affordable options for you. Once you have saved enough coin or completed your task, you may select one for yourself. Furthermore, you mentioned wanting to sell an extraordinary trait of a criminal. Someone has written expressing interest in purchasing it, offering a price of 9,000 Feldkins. If you wish to proceed with the sale, please send the extraordinary trait along with its box to me. I hope you complete your task soon. The letter was signed with a solitary K, followed by the alias Guillaume Pierre. Ah, someone wishes to purchase this extraordinary trait. How fortuitous, as I have been at a loss regarding it. Glad retrieved the box containing the extraordinary trait and opened its lid. The peculiar dark red substance has begun to exhibit a tendency to merge with the box. If it is not sold soon, the box may very well transform into an extraordinary item, at which point it will no longer be marketable. What powers could a box from the criminal sequence possess? Glad idly pondered, then placed it into an envelope. Fortunately, the box itself was not particularly large, and it could still fit within the envelope with some effort. After inscribing the address and recipient on the envelope, Glad descended the stairs and deposited the box into the mailbox, awaiting its delivery. Speaking of which, did the notebook not contain instructions for a summoning ritual for messengers? If learned, would it not facilitate swifter and more convenient deliveries? The more Glad contemplated, the more intriguing it became. He considered it akin to delving into the mysteries of the arcane. He sat at the table, embarking on a study of ritual magic. Generally speaking, for an ordinary individual to attempt ritual magic, extensive preparation is required, such as selecting the appropriate date, time, and location. However, for those of us who are extraordinary, these factors hold little significance. It is the vibrant spirituality and the powerful astral entities that are of utmost importance. Of course, when lacking confidence, one might still choose dates and times to enhance the likelihood of success. Those of lower sequences are often not sufficiently powerful, and nearly all ritual magic they can perform involves beseeching external forces for strength and assistance. Therefore, one should always consider the orthodox deities and our magnificent true creator. Upon reading this, Glad instinctively touched his chest. I suppose I could be considered a minion of the malevolent deity. Would praying to the orthodox deities not result in my immediate demise? Ever since Glad became aware of the existence of deities, he has consistently refrained from mentioning them, lest he be unexpectedly struck down by a bolt of lightning, a consequence of his association with that malevolent entity. The true creator, as persistently recommended by Mr. K, could certainly be classified as one of these dark gods. Thus, is it not the case that the only being to whom I can direct my prayers is this particular entity that grants me power? Glad pondered, a hint of exasperation creeping into his thoughts, before turning his attention to the next section of his notebook. He needed to employ various symbols to represent the deity he wished to beseech and prepare offerings of herbs, essential oils, powders, or other items meant to please him. The most crucial element of prayer, however, was the divine name, which must be explicitly directed towards the deity of his desire, rather than any other entity. Divine name? Glad glanced at the emblem on his chest, pondering what his name might be. As he turned a few more pages, he found them filled with instructions on the arrangement of candles and their symbolic meanings. With a resigned sigh, Glad completed this section, closed the notebook, and rose to stretch his limbs. I simply wish to find a messenger. Why must this be so complicated? Standing before the desk, he rubbed his slightly swollen temples, seeking to relax. Sitting for too long was uncomfortable. Perhaps a stroll outside would be refreshing. Glad gazed out at the sky, still bathed in the remnants of daylight. With the curfew yet to commence, he resolved to venture out in search of an assassin. Furthermore, Mr. K's letters were urging him to take action, and his weapons were also assisting in this endeavor. He had to demonstrate his sincerity. The territory of the Gel Help organization encompassed Black Frame Street, Red Moon Street, Kane Street, and Merchant Street. If the perpetrator truly intended to target the Gellan gang, they would likely linger in that vicinity. Having determined his destination, Glad rose and made his way towards the nearest Red Moon Street from Jade Street. Observing Glad's intention to depart, Sylvia pointed towards the gang members, offering a word of caution. Understood, Glad replied with a wave of his hand, proceeding towards Red Moon Street. The entirety of Red Moon Street was adorned in garish decor. Glad raised his gaze, noting that the signs on either side were either nightclubs or bars. There were no other establishments to be found along the entire street. The foot traffic was sparse, with only a handful of the nightclubs and bars seemingly in operation. Most of these venues opened at night. Yet there was a nighttime curfew in place. How could such establishments possibly survive? Unless they were owned by the gang themselves. But even so, the economic repercussions would be substantial. As Glad pondered these thoughts, he meandered aimlessly down the street. Suddenly, the door of a nightclub swung open, and a figure was unceremoniously kicked out. Rolling twice upon the ground, two burly men emerged from within, standing at the entrance and brazenly shouting, "If you don't have any money, get lost. You may dress like a gentleman, but you can't even scrape together this small amount." Glad turned his attention to the figure sprawled on the ground, only to recognize it as Harland, the gentleman residing in room 307 of the Emerald Inn. Harland awkwardly rose from the ground, dusting off his clothing and adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, casting an indignant glare at the bouncers before limping away. There is something amiss. This Harland is no ordinary individual, at least not as unremarkable as he appears. Glad stood in the shadow of the sign, observing Harland's retreating figure and drawing his conclusions. Chapter 23, The Streetlight Dance Hall. This Harland is no ordinary man, at least not as mundane as he seems. The mere scene he had just witnessed warranted Glad's judgment. Although Harland appeared to have stumbled awkwardly, he had skillfully dissipated all his momentum upon landing, emerging unscathed, not even dislodging his glasses. His limping demeanor was merely a fade, and his post-injury movements were inconsistent. Glad, with his keen perception, recognized this instantly. To achieve such a feat, he must either possess some martial arts training or perhaps be an extraordinary being. Glad pondered. Though such revelations held little consequence for him, he had not ventured here to ascertain whether the occupant of the floor above him was indeed extraordinary. Even witnessing such a spectacle merely served to heighten his caution towards Harland. The Streetlight Dance Hall. Glad cast a glance at the sign of the establishment that had ejected Harland, committing the name to memory before turning to depart. "Hey there. Won't you come in for a while?" A woman, dressed in somewhat revealing attire, approached the entrance of the dance hall, extending an invitation to Glad. He initially intended to politely decline, for he was not of that ilk. Suddenly, however, he recalled his promise to Pierce to truly embrace life. Having arrived in Trier, how could one forego experiencing the intoxicating allure that only a grand city can offer? It would be disingenuous to claim to have visited Trier without indulging in its vibrant atmosphere. Glad gently caressed the 500 pfennig in his pocket, feeling a sense of relief as he stepped inside. Passing through the dimly lit entrance, he was immediately enveloped by a heady blend of alcohol, perfume, and perspiration. The interior exuded an air of both modernity and antiquity, with blinding lights illuminating the dance floor, casting a patchwork of shadows. A captivating woman, clad in revealing attire, swayed rhythmically atop a half-height wooden platform, her movements synchronized with the pulsating music. Some patrons attempted to crouch down, stealing glances at the secrets concealed beneath her skirt, while others moved with abandon, swaying to the beat. Glad stood there, feeling as though he were but a solitary rock amidst a swirling ocean of revelry, uncertain of his next move. Women in scanty clothing drifted along the periphery of the dance hall, resembling a pack of ravenous leopards in search of their prey. The glint in their eyes symbolized desire and wealth. "Hey there, handsome. Is this your first time?" A red-haired woman approached Glad, her demeanor assertive as she effortlessly pulled him towards the bar. Although Glad possessed the strength to resist, he chose not to. Once seated at the bar, he inquired, Why is it open so early, and why are there so many people? There's no choice, the woman replied with a charming smile that revealed her allure, her laughter melodic. We've recently had a curfew, and believe it or not, this crowd is rather sparse compared to the usual bustling scene. Glad understood the unspoken message and addressed the bartender, requesting 2 bottles of wine. He turned his gaze towards the woman, signaling her to order a drink. Apple punch will suffice, she replied, grasping Glad's intent effortlessly. The bartender stated the price, 30 ricks. Glad tossed a single falcon onto the bar, declaring, no need for change. I'll purchase as many bottles as I can. He had anticipated a far steeper bill, yet this was surprisingly modest. The woman, equally astonished, could hardly conceal her delight at having encountered such a wealthy patron. Was her salary contingent upon the sales of the drinks? Glad pondered, observing her elation. As they awaited their drinks, Glad turned his attention back to the dance hall, where he unexpectedly recognized a familiar figure among the throng of women. How curious that someone affluent enough to reside at the Emerald Inn would also work here. It reminded him of Harland, who had just been unceremoniously ejected, truly perplexing. Once the bartender placed the bottles on the table, Glad eagerly uncorked them, sharing a toast with the woman beside him. The refreshing sweetness, subtle acidity, and the sharpness of the alcohol invigorated him. Is this what wine is? No wonder so many vagrants vie for it during their wanderings, he mused in silent reflection, savoring his inaugural taste of alcohol. While indulging in their drinks, Glad remained mindful of the pressing matters at hand, gradually steering the conversation with the red-haired woman from mundane life to the topic of the assailants targeting the Geller gang. I hear that wretched creature still roams nearby. It's because of that pig spawn that I can hardly earn a living at night. The red-haired woman, her cheeks flushed and slightly intoxicated, complained to Glad. Damn it, when will Lady Verona finally rid us of that scoundrel? Who is Verona? Glad inquired, puzzled. Huh, you don't know Lady Verona? The red-haired woman looked at him in disbelief, then her expression softened as she realized. Oh, you're not in our line of work. You wouldn't understand. What is there to understand? Lady Verona is the esteemed head of the Gel gang overseeing this street. Verona Miller. As she spoke, her tone brimmed with admiration. It is she who permits us to work in the bars and dance halls of Blood Moon Street. Without her, I would have nowhere to turn but to the life of a streetwalker. I heard she would be coming to this dance hall tonight. You will see her then. The red-haired woman boasted about her idol, reveling in her presence. Thus, they sat for 2 hours, watching the dwindling number of patrons as the clock inched toward 9. The red-haired woman, thoroughly inebriated, received her payment from the bartender and staggered off. Glad estimated that Lady Verona would not arrive before 9, so he prepared to leave, mindful of the impending curfew. Just as he rose, a powerful set of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Glad turned to see a woman clad in crimson push open the grand doors of the dance hall and stride confidently inside. The band halted their music, and all patrons and staff turned to gaze at the doorway. The young woman, likely in her 20s, was hardly one to be believed as the head of a criminal syndicate. While her appearance was strikingly attractive, there was an undeniable beauty about her that commanded attention. Her long, chestnut hair cascaded in gentle waves over her shoulders, swaying softly with each step she took. Both her cosmetics and attire were of the highest quality, reflecting the nobility of her status. Following closely behind her were 2 bodyguards clad in suits. This must be Florana Miller, Glad mused silently. Everyone, much like Glad, turned their gaze towards Florana as she traversed the center of the ballroom, making her way toward the staircase, with her bodyguards trailing closely behind. Suddenly, 2 sharp gunshots pierced the tranquility of the ballroom, reverberating like thunder in the ears of all present. The crowd froze momentarily, only to erupt into frantic screams. Scattering in search of safety, Glad reacted swiftly, crouching down to utilize the nearest object for cover. At the same time, he quickly scanned the direction from which the gunfire originated, which was precisely toward Florana. It seemed as though Florana had anticipated the incoming bullets, reacting with remarkable agility and finesse to evade them successfully. Her bodyguards were equally quick to respond, drawing their firearms from their holsters, ready to retaliate. The sound of gunfire erupted in a rapid succession of shots as bullets struck with precision, hitting both of Florana's bodyguards and 2 gang members rushing through the doorway. With scarcely any chance for resistance, all the security personnel in the ballroom perished on the spot. Glad raised his gaze towards the assailant, only to discover that it was the dark-haired woman residing at the Emerald Hotel. Her expression was devoid of emotion, yet her hand wielded the gun with unerring precision. Aiming once more at Florana, Florona reacted with remarkable swiftness. She pivoted and unleashed a flurry of cards that soared toward the dark-haired woman. The cards arced with precision, slicing through the air like sharpened blades, swiftly severing the gun from the woman's grasp. Simultaneously, other cards targeted the woman's vital points. 3 razor-sharp cards whistled through the air, one grazing her throat, another piercing her heart, and the final one embedding itself in her forehead. In the next instant, the woman collapsed, blood gushing forth, devoid of any signs of life. It was over. Was she not an extraordinary being? Glad had yet to find his moment to strike, and it seemed the battle had concluded just like that. Others cautiously emerged from their hiding spots to survey the scene. Tap, tap. A figure entered through the door, and upon closer inspection, Glad realized it was Harland. "Who are you?" Florona inquired. Harland remained silent, retrieving a card from his pocket and tossing it to Florona. The flimsy piece of paper fluttered toward her, which she effortlessly caught. Upon inspection, she found it blank, devoid of any markings. Then, with a few strides, he lunged aggressively at Florona. In stark contrast to her earlier agility in evading bullets, she stood transfixed, staring at Harland as he charged towards her. Suddenly, Glad launched a powerful kick from behind the nearby cover, propelling Harland forcefully against the wall of the ballroom. "You just mentioned the Razum gang, didn't you?" Glad stood there, his gaze filled with fury and murderous intent, fixated on Harland, speaking slowly. Earlier that morning, he had quelled the accumulated urge to kill. Thus, the malevolence radiating from him now was not a bestowed gift but a manifestation of his own being. Ankit, the man who had shattered his ordinary life, and he was a member of the Razum gang. Eliminate him. Annihilate every member of the Razum gang. Glad's foot thudded against the ground, the sheer force causing the sturdy floor to buckle beneath him, before he surged forward like a cannonball, crashing into the still-rising Harland. Harland, taken aback by the presence of an extraordinary being, rolled to the side to evade the onslaught and hastily extracted several coins from his pocket, hurling them towards Glad. Glad collided with the wall, creating a dent, while tilting his head to dodge Harland's coins. However, in the next heartbeat, Glad sensed a substantial depletion of his strength, and the murderous intent within him waned considerably. Seizing the opportunity while Glad adjusted to his diminished power, Harland closed in and swung a fist. Swiftly, 3 paper slips sliced through the air, aimed at Harland's vital points, forcing him to abandon his assault on Glad and focus solely on evasion. In that brief moment, Glad glanced over at Florona, whose expression mirrored discomfort, yet she still managed to maintain her composure. He is the briber of Sequence 7, capable of diminishing the strength and fighting spirit of others. Be cautious. Florona warned Glad. Sir, you are not my target. Step aside now, and I may spare your life." Harland attempted to persuade Glad to withdraw, but Glad, uninterested in his words, advanced directly towards him. With a swift jab, Glad struck at Harland's head, thus declaring his intent. Harland raised his hand to absorb the blow, then retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Glad's abdomen. Glad barely managed to block it with his left hand, but then retaliated with a kick aimed at Harland's knee. Simultaneously, Florona hurled 2 cards, targeting the back of Harland's head and his spine. Faced with an onslaught from above, below, and the sides, Harland could only execute a swift kick against the right wall, using the momentum to evade to the left. In that fleeting moment, the 2 cards embedded themselves into the wall like daggers. As Harland evaded the attack, he created some distance from Glad, opting not to engage further, but instead charging towards Florona, intent on taking down this card-throwing foe first. Damn it! If only my strength weren't diminished and I had my weapons. Glad hastened to pursue, attempting to intercept Harland, yet his speed was evidently inferior, forcing him to watch as Harland swung his fist towards Florona. To Glad's astonishment, Florona evaded Harland's attack with remarkable precision, as if she had foreseen the future, retreating gracefully. Glad seized the opportunity presented by Harland's lapse, delivering a powerful punch to the back of Harland's head. The blow landed squarely, causing Harland to stagger. Had the force not diminished, that strike could have easily rendered the Sequence 7 Harland unconscious. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Harland rolled away, evading Glad's attack while feeling the sting of pain at the back of his head. With keen eyes, he surveyed Glad and Florina, a glint of cunning suggesting he was concocting some scheme. Just as Glad prepared to pursue, Harland unexpectedly crouched low, slipping past Glad and making a beeline for the exit. Clearly intent on fleeing, Glad quickly turned to give chase, but his speed was no match for Harland's. Florina hastily threw out cards in an attempt to intercept him, yet they merely grazed Harland's arm and thigh, failing to impede his escape. Chapter 25. The Leesum help Grad watched as Holland's silhouette vanished into the darkness, his heart brimming with rage, yet he knew he could not pursue alone. After all, he could not recklessly hunt down a lightly wounded Sequence 7. That would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Others in the ballroom emerged from the shadows, gazing at Florina and Grad with admiration and reverence. Everything that transpired tonight must remain confidential. Otherwise, the gel group will personally silence you. If you understand, then please depart. Florina, true to her role as the leader of the gang, commanded an air of authority and intimidation in her voice. She subsequently issued an order to evict, driving away all unnecessary onlookers. Once the crowd had dispersed, Florina approached Glad, extending her hand with a warm smile, and said, "I owe you my life. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have perished. I am Florina Miller, the head of the gel gang. May I inquire your name?" Glad Kent. He replied politely, taking her hand in greeting. Florina paused for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before breaking into a heartfelt smile and directly asking, "Glad, would you be willing to join our gang?" Surprised by this unexpected proposition, Glad had not anticipated such an opportunity. It was entirely at odds with Mr. K's plans. Yet circumstances often shift beyond one's control should he acquiesce. Noticing his hesitation, Florina, with perceptive understanding, added, "Just inform the new security here of your decision when the time comes." Glad nodded, intending to report the situation to Mr. K and seek his counsel. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from outside, and a group of burly men in black rushed in, their expressions tense with concern as they looked towards Florina. "My lady Florina, are you unharmed? This individual is now my esteemed guest. You are to show him the utmost respect and never exhibit the slightest negligence towards him. Do you understand?" Glad scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he addressed Florina. Understanding his unspoken concern, Florina replied without hesitation, "There is an available room upstairs where you can stay for the night." She then turned to the gang members and instructed, "Clean this place up and return the bodies to their families. Ensure that compensation is provided. For those without families, purchase a grave for their burial." The notion of compensation even within the gang was surprising. "Come along, I shall lead you upstairs," she added as she ascended the staircase, with Glad closely following behind. He inquired, "That individual must be the assassin who attacked your gang's leader, correct?" "Indeed, that seems to be the case," Florina replied. She was not surprised that Glad was aware of such matters. After all, it was only natural for someone extraordinary to seek understanding in the face of significant events occurring around them. Upon reaching the upper floor, they entered a relatively spacious corridor. As Glad trailed behind Florina, he posed his most pressing question. "Do you know what the Leesum gang, mentioned by him, is?" "Well, it involves some personal grudges, but my knowledge on the subject is rather limited. I would like to learn more," Florina responded with a shrug, guiding him into an exquisitely appointed room. The room had been meticulously maintained, with a magnificent chandelier hanging from the ceiling, casting a bright glow throughout the space. In one corner stood a grand bed, elegantly positioned against the wall. The bed exuded an air of luxury and comfort, adorned with a soft mattress, vibrant sheets, and a quilt that harmonized beautifully with the room's overall aesthetic. Flora smiled and said, "This is typically my room, but you may stay here for the night." She deftly entered the room, turned the stool leaning against the table to face the bed, and seated herself while gesturing for Glad to sit on the bed and listen to her. Glad took a few steps forward, perched at the edge of the bed, gazing at Flora in anticipation of her explanation. The Leesum gang was an ancient and formidable faction in Trier, once dominating a vast expanse of territory during its zenith, wielding immense power. However, 30 years ago, for reasons unknown, the Leesum gang precipitously declined almost overnight. This paved the way for the rise of other factions, including the emergence of our gel gang, leading to the current state of affairs. Is it not strange that no one knows the cause of such a downfall? Glad inquired with a hint of perplexity. It seemed implausible that such a significant event would go unnoticed. Flora shrugged, confirming his suspicion, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she continued, "So now they intend to make a comeback?" Quite curious indeed. Noticing Glad's confusion, Flora elucidated, "Have you ever witnessed a gang resurrecting after its demise? A gang is merely a gang, not a sovereign entity. Once fallen, devoid of funds, followers, and territory, its members are not akin to loyal subjects of a state. Without resources, their loyalty wanes, and the thought of reviving the gang becomes inconceivable." Glad followed her line of reasoning, adding, "So you suggest that the name Leesum may merely be a fade, a remnant of its former self, while in essence, it represents a newly established faction? Flora smiled and remarked, "You are quite astute. That is precisely what I was thinking. However, at this moment, everything remains uncertain, as our intelligence is woefully inadequate. It is unfortunate that we allowed that individual to escape," Glad expressed with a hint of regret. "Even had we captured him, he would likely remain tight-lipped. That fellow is capable of anything for his gang. His black-haired accomplice is dead, and he didn't even cast a glance at her lifeless form." Flora, however, felt no remorse. She understood the nature of such individuals all too well. "I suspect that the one who assassinated the leader of the Hornet gang is likely a member of the counterfeit Lewism gang, aiming to incite discord between our Gel gang and the Hornet gang, thereby profiting from the chaos," Flora continued, articulating her deductions. Glad chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Chapter 26. Dreamscape. Once Flora exited the room, Glad reclined on the bed and exhaled deeply. "Are my actions being attributed to the Lewism gang as well? No wonder it seems the Hornet gang has been rather ineffective in apprehending the culprits." Glad pondered silently. Yet, could it truly be, as Flora suggested, that the Lewism gang is a mere imposter? He recalled the expressions of Enkit and Harland when they uttered that name. They did not appear to be lying. They truly believed their gang was named Lewism. It was perplexing. The leads were still too scant. Glad sighed. Turning over on the soft bed, his body sinking into its plush embrace, and soon fell into a deep slumber, uncertain of how long he had been asleep. Glad was abruptly awoken by a sudden knock at the door. Cautiously, he approached, straining to listen to the sounds outside, but heard nothing. He stepped forward and opened the door, only to be momentarily stunned by the figure before him. Harland, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, stood at the threshold, glancing around before swiftly entering the room. "Well done, Glad. You have successfully infiltrated the Gel gang. Now is the time for us to work together to incite discord within their ranks. Soon, our Lewism gang shall rise again." Harland gazed at Glad, his eyes brimming with anticipation and dreams, as if he could already envision a bright future ahead. "Am I a spy?" Glad found himself engulfed in confusion, feeling as though he had yet to fully awaken, his mind a tangled mess. Noticing Glad's bewilderment, Harland continued, "Have you forgotten? We rescued you from the shadows of your former life. You became one of us." "Rescue? Join." The more Glad listened, the more perplexed he became. "That day, you sought power and chose to join our gang, becoming one of us." "That day? Huh. Do not jest. I am not one of you." Glad clenched his fists and, summoning all his strength, swung a punch toward Harland's face. Suddenly, Glad jolted upright in bed, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. The scene before him was identical to the one he had witnessed in his slumber, unchanged and eerily familiar. It was but a dream, truly a nightmare. The mere recollection of the scenes within that dream sent shivers down Glad's spine, raising goosebumps across his skin. Gazing at the crimson moon hanging in the twilight sky, he rested momentarily before succumbing to slumber once more. When morning arrived, he awoke devoid of any further dreams. Exiting his chamber, he expressed his gratitude to Florina, who was already engaged in work in another room, before turning to descend the staircase. "Do remember to consider joining our faction," Florina reminded Glad as he made his way down the stairs. Once he had disappeared from view, she turned her attention to a man seated in the corner, remarking, "I told you he wasn't the self-proclaimed spy from the LYSM gang, yet you insisted on testing him." The man in the corner possessed an appearance that was quite unremarkable, lacking any particularly striking features. His light brown hair curled slightly, neither too long nor too short, but perfectly balanced. A faint stubble adorned his face, resembling a delicate layer of fuzz, imparting an air of composure. He sat in silence, yet emanated a sense of stability and tranquility. Slowly, he opened his mouth to speak. "It never hurts to test one's abilities, Florina. The chance of encountering an extraordinary individual coinciding with an attack, especially one who bears a grudge against the assailant, is exceedingly slim. I find it hard to be at ease. Now that you have concluded your trials, you should feel reassured, Sullivan. We are currently in need of personnel." "Do not frighten them away," Florina replied, her tone infused with the delight of having made a sound judgment. "For your own sake, it would be wise to exercise caution. This is my counsel as a fellow leader. Our gang finds itself in a precarious situation, and we cannot afford any further missteps. I believe even our unreliable chief would concur with my approach." The man named Sullivan rose from his seat, retrieved a pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at the time, and after uttering a few words, departed without so much as a farewell, descending the staircase. What a performance! Were it not for your role as the accountant, I would not deign to acknowledge you, murmured Florina, watching Sullivan's retreating figure as she resumed her tasks. What is the matter? Glad inquired, approaching the counter, eager to voice his concerns. I thought you might have met an untimely end out there. I was quite worried. Sylvie exhaled deeply, seemingly relieved. The streets have been quite unsettled lately, and with your late return, I feared you had fallen victim to a gang or something far worse. Her gaze drifted toward the street outside as she elaborated. My apologies for causing you concern, Glad replied, touched by the unexpected depth of her worry. A sudden silence enveloped them, neither willing to break the stillness. Glad cleared his throat awkwardly, finally shattering the quiet. Did he flee? He asked. He nodded in response, though a sense of unease stirred within him. If Harland had not absconded, he would need to find alternative lodgings. After all, sharing a roof with a rival from a hostile faction was, to say the least, rather daunting. Bidding farewell to Sylviana, Glad ascended the staircase to his chamber, seated himself before the desk, and commenced penning a letter recounting the events of the previous night. He subsequently placed the missive into an envelope and dispatched it. Upon completing this task, Glad found himself at a loss for further endeavors, resorting to perusing Mr. K's notebook once more. Chapter 27. The mission by midday the following day. As Glad ventured out for lunch, he received the letter. Upon opening it, he discovered a brief message. Well done. Join us for the gathering at 8 tonight for a detailed discussion. Ah, indeed, it was Monday, and there was an extraordinary meeting scheduled for that evening. Glad tucked the letter away and carefully stored the extraordinary traits extracted from Don's corpse in a box. As the clock struck 7, Glad gathered his belongings and money and departed early, making his way to 19 Shear Street. As before, Glad descended to the basement level, donned the malevolent mask he had previously worn, and knocked on the door according to the secret signal. The door creaked open, revealing Mr. K shrouded in his familiar dark hood, obscuring his face and expression, standing resolutely within the room. You've arrived, Mr. K stated as Glad entered. Your task was executed splendidly, even surpassing my expectations. Noting Mr. K's direct approach, Glad forwent pleasantries and inquired, what comes next? Shall we proceed with the original plan to seek the leader of the Gel Gang? No, disregard the original plan. Simply acquiesce to Florina and become a member of the Gel Gang. This deviates from the original plan, does it not? According to the initial scheme, I was meant to become the leader. That was the previous plan. The objectives back then differ from those now. Therefore, the plan must also undergo alterations, Mr. K elucidated. I am at a loss as to why I joined the Gel Gang. It is high time I learned the reason. Upon hearing this, Glad recalled the question that had slipped his mind. He had been focused on locating the assassin first, and thus had not inquired about the rationale for joining the Gel Gang. Who would have thought that these two matters would culminate simultaneously, leaving him only to seek the answer now? The current objective is to thwart the resurrection of the Lazem Gang. Mr. K pondered for a moment and continued. My intelligence indicates that a malevolent deity supports the resurgence of the Lazem Gang. We must impede any of their schemes. A malevolent deity? Glad felt a jolt of surprise. However, exacting revenge on the Lazem Gang aligned perfectly with his own intentions. The hesitation he once harbored about joining the gang dissipated in an instant. As long as he could obstruct the Lazem Gang, this minor task seemed trivial. But why the Gel Gang? Why not another faction? Glad inquired further. The only two gangs nearest to your residence are the Wasp Gang and the Gel Gang. You have already offended the Wasp Gang, leaving you no choice but to join the Gel Gang. What will my role be upon joining? Must I inform the leader of the Gel Gang that I am the perpetrator who attacked the Wasp Gang? Will I need to strive to ascend the ranks to the position of leader? Questions from Glad poured incessantly towards Mr. K, yet his inquiries were indeed pointed. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. K slowly articulated, your singular, paramount objective is to dismantle any plans of the Lazem Gang. The rest is left to your discretion. You may act as you see fit, without the need for frequent updates to me. Should you require assistance with any tasks, feel free to express your needs, and I shall offer help as deemed appropriate. Glad was quite dissatisfied with Mr. K's seemingly irresponsible stance, yet he felt powerless. After all, he was the leader, and his word was law. Observing Glad's silence, Mr. K took it as tacit consent. He then opened a drawer from the adjacent table and retrieved a rather thick envelope, tossing it to Glad. Upon catching it, Glad opened the envelope to discover it was filled with bills of Felkin, all in commonly used denominations. This is the money from the jewelry you sold me last time. I have taken a portion for myself, and the remaining 1,000 Felkin is yours. Additionally, the 9,000 Falcon here is the payment for the extraordinary qualities of the criminal you sold. 1,000 Falcon, 9,000 Falcon, adding to the 1,000 Falcon I already possess. I now have a considerable sum. Suddenly, Mr. K seemed to recall something, and he inquired slowly, "How have you been contemplating the matter of faith in my lord?" With the recent focus on ritual magic, assassins, and the Latham gang, I nearly forgot about that. After a moment of silence, Glad slowly began to speak. "I still need to ponder over this." Mr. K, his disappointment evident beneath his hood, merely nodded slightly and replied, "Very well. Take your time to consider. Perhaps once you witness the miracles of our Lord, you will comprehend his greatness." The gathering was about to commence, and it would be prudent to draft the requirements first. Other matters could be addressed after the assembly concluded. Mr. K, perhaps feeling a tinge of disappointment, abruptly ended the conversation, glanced at the time, and realizing there were only a few minutes left before the gathering, turned to Glad and spoke. Without allowing Glad to utter another word, he departed directly. Glad nodded, tucking the envelope into his pocket, and, as before, approached the table. Picking up the quill to inscribe upon the parchment, "Selling Warrior Path Sequence 8 Gladiator Extraordinary Trait, 15,000 Fairkin." Upon seeing the figure of 15,000 Fairkin, a smile threatened to break through Glad's countenance. If he managed to sell this, he would indeed become wealthy, with approximately 26,000 Fairkin to his name. However, he cautioned himself not to rejoice too prematurely, for this extraordinary trait might not find a buyer, and should it languish and used at home, it would be a significant loss. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Glad set down the pen. Subsequently, he entered another room, just as he had done previously. The arrangement of the room remained unchanged, and Glad naturally took his seat from before, awaiting the commencement of the gathering. It was not long before individuals began to enter through the door, all adorned with masks or makeup, just as before. Not long after, Mr. K entered and settled into a single armchair designated for the convener, while his masked attendants brought forth a blackboard filled with transaction demands. Glad's gaze swept across the board, landing on his own note marked at 15,000, which elicited a fleeting sense of pride. However, upon noticing the higher bids listed, he regained his composure. The proceedings could commence. Mr. K surveyed the room, noting that most seats were occupied, and promptly declared the beginning. His attendants sequentially announced the items, some of which garnered no response, while others were discreetly traded through the attendants. With nothing of interest to him, Glad simply awaited the moment when his note would be called. Chapter 28. The selection of weapons at last. After what felt like an eternity, an attendant finally recited his information. Glad endeavored to mask his anticipation, subtly tilting his head to observe if anyone would make a bid. He noticed a figure adorned with a monkey mask beckoning to the attendant, whispering something in his ear before proceeding into a designated trading room, with the attendant following closely behind. Before long, another attendant approached Glad, inviting him into a different chamber. Glad stepped inside and closed the door. The interior was quite cramped, illuminated by a solitary kerosene lamp affixed to the wall, preventing the space from becoming overly dark. A plain table occupied the floor, yet there was not a single chair to be found. The attendant entered the room, retrieving a pouch of coins from his pocket and placing it on the table, addressing Glad. "Here are 15,000 Falcon. Please hand over the item you wish to sell, and I shall ensure its delivery." Is this truly how one conducts transactions? It serves to prevent direct confrontation between the buyer and seller, while also allowing for the recognition of one another's identities. Aside from a few inconveniences, it can be regarded as a rather effective method. Glad extracted the box containing extraordinary properties from his pocket, opened it, and presented it to the attendant. Upon glimpsing its contents, the attendant turned and departed, presumably to deliver the items to the buyer in another room. The gathering continued unabated, with Glad seated, listening to the various demands of the attendees. However, there was nothing particularly remarkable to note. Glad merely indulged in the discourse, treating it as a means to acquire knowledge about the arcane. As his impatience grew, the gathering finally drew to a close. Next time, he mused, it would be simpler to entrust Mr. K with the items for sale, allowing him to handle the transactions, as he remained seated, seemingly immobile. At 10:15, Mr. K rose to announce the conclusion of the gathering, prompting attendees to depart in groups. Glad was retained by Mr. K until the end, allowing them to resume their unfinished conversation. "Regarding the extraordinary weapons I mentioned previously, your task has been completed, and I shall uphold my end of the bargain." Noticing that others had vacated the room, Mr. K directed the attendant to retrieve several weapons from another chamber, which were then placed upon the table. Glad surveyed the items, which included a pair of blood-red gloves, a gleaming silver dagger, and a pitch-black pistol. As Glad observed these wondrous artifacts with keen interest, Mr. K, seated in a crimson armchair, began his introduction in a somber tone. "This glove is known as the Infernal Gauntlet. It grants the wearer a fleeting demonic transformation, liberating them from the constraints of other extraordinary powers, while bestowing a temporary enhancement of strength and speed. The appearance of the wearer also undergoes a transformation. Horns sprout from the forehead, wings emerge from the back, though these wings serve merely as ornamentation and cannot facilitate flight. The body becomes encased in thick, armor-like scales, which serve to mitigate damage." Mr. K paused momentarily before elucidating the glove's drawbacks. Prolonged use of this gauntlet will gradually diminish one's emotions and impair judgment. After extended wear, a distinctive sulfurous odor will linger about the user. The duration of this transformation is limited to approximately 2 minutes, and after a single use, a recharge period of 2 days is required before it can be employed again, unless it is immersed in blood. Soaking it in human blood yields the most effective recharge, taking roughly an hour to replenish. The blood of other creatures, however, is considerably less efficient. Mr. K's hooded gaze shifted to the next item, a silver dagger. As he continued, "This weapon has the capacity to bolster the user's courage and can inflict harm upon malevolent spirits and a host of undead entities. It also intermittently purifies the user's body of corrupting energies." After allowing a moment for Glad to ponder, Mr. K proceeded to unveil its shortcomings. When wielding this dagger, you may find it exceedingly difficult to recall and utilize your other extraordinary abilities. It will subconsciously lead you to forget other extraordinary abilities and remarkable items, causing you to instinctively rely solely on it for combat. Even those extraordinary abilities that are almost instinctive may be overlooked in the process. Ultimately, you might even forget that you are an extraordinary being. This singular flaw, however, is profoundly perilous. Mr. K then shifted his gaze to the deep black handgun. This weapon is named Frenzy. When its bullets strike a target, they ignite the target's emotions or psychological state, plunging them into a state of frenzy and inflicting severe mental anguish. At times, it can even result in the target losing complete control. However, its drawback lies in the necessity for the bullet to strike the target. Additionally, it holds a capacity of 6 bullets, which can be replenished automatically, though each bullet requires an hour to reload. Furthermore, it imposes a mental suggestion on the user, instilling a profound and sincere aversion to breaking their own promises. Upon concluding the introduction of the 3 weapons, Mr. K added, "Consider these 3 weapons as my reward for your completion of 2 tasks. There is no need for you to pay. Choose one for yourself." He then fell silent, awaiting Glad's decision. These items are certainly not inexpensive, with prices starting at no less than 10,000 Falcon. Glad mused to himself and began to contemplate seriously as he considered the selection of these weapons, with the handgun being the first to be dismissed. The handgun proved to be ill-suited to Glad's combat style. While it could serve a purpose during a surprise attack, its utility in direct confrontation was minimal. Lacking experience in handling firearms, Glad doubted his ability to hit a stationary target even from 10 meters away, leading him to dismiss it outright. He then deliberated for an extended period between the dagger and the gloves. Ultimately, after considerable reflection, he opted for the gloves. Considering the drawbacks, the negative repercussions of the dagger seemed excessively significant. Although Glad currently possessed no extraordinary abilities and relied solely on brute strength for hand-to-hand combat, he anticipated that he would eventually acquire other exceptional powers. When that time came, the dagger would likely become obsolete. Furthermore, its benefits paled in comparison to its shortcomings. Despite Glad's fondness for its capacity to nullify sinister forces and its efficacy against malevolent spirits, these advantages were overshadowed by the weapon's disadvantages. "I choose the gloves," Glad resolutely decided. Chapter 29. Joining the Gel Gang, Mr. K remained silent, perhaps recognizing that among the items available, the gloves were indeed the most advantageous. After donning the gloves, Glad felt a subtle decline in his emotional state. His feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness seemed somewhat muted, though not entirely absent. It was as if the threshold for experiencing emotions had been elevated, making them less accessible. Mr. K did not elaborate on any other matters, but merely reiterated the importance of faith before allowing Glad to depart. After bidding farewell to Mr. K, Glad exited the building and made his way onto Shell Street, intending to head towards Cly Street. The hour was approaching 11, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Glad quickened his pace, determined to reach Cly Street. But wait, it was already 11, and it had been quite some time since 9. Surely Cly Street was now under the strict control of the Hornet gang. Suddenly, Glad halted, staring blankly at the end of the street, in the direction of Cly Street. What was he to do now? Would he have to spend the night on the streets? After contemplating the mental map in his mind for a moment, he ultimately resolved to seek refuge at the dance hall on Red Moon Street for the night. If Florina were there, he could convey his response to her, thus achieving 2 objectives at once and avoiding an additional trip later. With this thought in mind, Glad set off resolutely towards Red Moon Street. The path Glad took was one he had traversed for the first time. He glanced at the stone pillar adorned with a plaque that read Battered Hat Street. The alleys flanking the street were cluttered with refuse, and in the corner lay a heap of decaying rats, an acrid stench permeating the air. Glad frowned, proceeding cautiously into this street, careful to sidestep the litter strewn across the ground. Was this place so forsaken that even the gangsters had abandoned it? If there were indeed gangsters, perhaps it would be somewhat cleaner. After all, most gangs tend to maintain a semblance of respectability. Numerous entrances leading underground lined both sides of the street. Not only here, but nearly every street, including Cly Street, featured such subterranean access. However, he had yet to venture inside, having not delved deeper into the underworld of Trier. As he walked, a figure suddenly emerged from the underground, furtively glancing around before entering a somewhat dilapidated house. Shay, does he reside here? Glad recalled the gaunt, skeletal salesman, the first individual he encountered upon arriving in Trier. Without lingering, Glad continued his journey towards Blood Moon Street. Fortunately, he departed from the shabby Hat Street and arrived at the comparatively cleaner Blood Moon Street, where the air was devoid of the nauseating stench of decay. Who could it be? Is this street under martial law? Just as he reached the street corner, a group of gang members from the Gerrard gang surrounded him, each brandishing a handgun pointed at Glad. Clearly, despite the failed assassination 2 days prior, their nerves were still frayed. One gang member scrutinized Glad's face, suddenly displaying a look of astonishment, before holstering his weapon and saying uneasily, "I apologize, I did not recognize you at first." Glad waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's quite all right. Is Lady Verona here? I have matters to discuss with her." The gang member, somewhat apologetic, responded, "Of course," nodding before scanning the surroundings and noticing a dance hall nearby, leading them inside. After a brief moment, he emerged and informed Glad, "You may follow me. I will escort you to your room. Additionally, would you like me to notify Lady Verona of your presence? Please inform her that I wish to meet with her tomorrow morning to provide my response." The room was illuminated by a solitary lamp, casting a faint glow that enveloped the entire space in an aura of ambiguity. Glad sat wearily upon the bed, massaging his temples with his fingers as he let out a gentle sigh. Just under 2 weeks ago, he had been a mere shepherd, and by tomorrow morning, he would become a member of the underworld, a transformation of such magnitude that it inevitably weighed upon him. Was the Resum gang truly resurrected? Or was it merely a faade for another organization? Where had Harland concealed himself, and what actions might he undertake? And what of Mr. K's divine invitation? Should he acquiesce? The contemplation of these peculiar dilemmas left Glad feeling overwhelmed. It was evident that the true creator worshipped by Mr. K was far from benevolent. Yet what repercussions might follow should he choose not to join? Glad originally harbored intentions of refusal, however, to progress within the Aurora Society and gain strength. It seemed that even a feigned allegiance was necessary for acceptance. Suddenly, a series of knocks shattered Glad's reverie. He rose and approached the door, gently pulling it open. To his surprise, standing before him was Florina, her attire unchanged from 2 days prior. With a gentle smile, she regarded him intently. "I heard from your subordinates that you were not here," she explained with a laugh. "They say this to everyone, allowing me the freedom to decide whether or not to meet with them without causing dissatisfaction or discomfort." Glad felt as though he had acquired new knowledge. "So, what is your response?" All right, Florina exclaimed, clapping her hands with a joyous smile. "What our guild truly needs right now is someone of your caliber. With the previous leader of the Black Frame Street having been slain by that assassin, we are in dire need of someone to take charge. If you can earn the boss's favor, you might even ascend directly to the position of leader. After all, you are an extraordinary being. I believe others will have little objection." Yet, Glad pondered, This meant that others would still harbor dissatisfaction. It was too late for second thoughts now. Lying in bed, Glad soon slipped into slumber. The following morning, after meticulously grooming himself, Glad sat in a chair, awaiting Flona's arrival. After approximately 15 minutes, Flona knocked on the door and entered the room. "Let us prepare to depart. The boss should already be waiting for you." Glad nodded and followed her out of the room, arriving at the streets of Red Moon. This thoroughfare was noticeably less crowded than Green Street or Merchant Street. However, despite the sparse foot traffic, nearly every passerby would pause and greet Flona courteously upon seeing her. "They're not afraid of you?" Glad inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. He had always presumed that ordinary people would be apprehensive about encountering a gang leader. "Because our gang has done quite well for these streets," Florina said with a hint of pride. "This is also due to the fact that our gel gang operates under different rules than other gangs. The specifics will be explained by the boss later. Speaking of which, who is your boss?" "I have never heard of him," Glade inquired with a touch of curiosity. Upon his question, Florina fell into an unusual silence. Her contemplative expression resembled someone searching for the right words to describe a remarkable individual, and then she slowly articulated, "He, is a very special person." "Isn't that saying nothing at all?" Noticing Glade's puzzled expression, Florina, with a resigned look, replied, "You'll understand when you meet him." As they continued their conversation, Florina and Glade arrived in front of a 4-story building located on Kane Street, which also fell under the jurisdiction of the Gel Gang, with the address marked as No. 15. "So, the leader of the Gel Gang resides here?" Glade looked up and observed that the 4-story structure seemed to have seen better days. Its dark-hued bricks exuded a sense of historical weight. Apart from 2 gang members standing at the entrance, there were no signs that a gang leader lived within. Florina stepped inside first, and Glade hurried to follow her as they ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor. 2 gang members stood at the door on the 3rd floor as a second line of defense. Upon seeing Florina approach, they saluted and opened the door for her. Flora greeted the 2 individuals before leading Glad into the room. The space was rather spacious, devoid of extravagant possessions, and its dimensions and decor resembled that of an ordinary residence. Were it not for the presence of 2 imposing figures stationed at the entrance, one could hardly associate this place with that of a gang leader. This was the chief's office, reflecting his preference for simplicity over ostentation. Flora's beautiful face twitched in irritation as she grasped the handle and pushed the door open. Glad stood outside, gazing into the room. The interior was marked by minimalist decor and ample space, free from excessive luxury. In the center stood a large desk, meticulously arranged with a series of texts and documents. Beside it was a high-backed black leather chair, evidently intended for receiving visitors. A few floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with various books and materials occupied one corner, while the opposite side featured a small bar and a cozy lounge area, resembling a familial living room. The overall ambience conveyed to Glad was one of practicality and comfort, devoid of superfluous adornments, yet exuding a sense of functionality and order. A young man with black hair lay motionless on the desk, seemingly asleep. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he lifted his head, revealing a demeanor far from the imposing or cold figure Glad had envisioned. Instead, he appeared somewhat languid and frivolous. After catching sight of Flora, he lowered his head once more, intent on resuming his slumber on the desk. "Now that I am here, you should refrain from sleeping," Froana remarked, a hint of embarrassment evident in her voice, clearly feeling somewhat humiliated by Glad's presence. "You arrived rather late. I had already fallen asleep while waiting. Are you the one who saved Froana 3 days ago?" Glad nodded in affirmation. The man displayed a demeanor that was both frivolous and serious as he extended his hand towards Glad, introducing himself. "I am Grinton Pal, the leader of the Gel Gang." "What is your name?" "Pal." "I assumed the leader of the Gel Gang would be named Gel," replied Gerrard Kent, extending his hand in polite greeting. "Just call me Glad. I heard from Froana that you wished to join the Gel Gang. Am I correct?" Glad nodded, prompting an even broader smile from Pal, who joyfully exclaimed, "Splendid. Our Gel Gang is in dire need of individuals like you. Coincidentally, we require someone to oversee the management of Black Frame Street to replace Dizio, and I have decided that you shall take on that role. From this day forth, you shall be our leader." "What?" Both Glad and Froana gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such a rapid turn of events. "What is the matter? A drop of kindness deserves a fountain in return. They saved your life. What is wrong with becoming a leader? Shouldn't you at least show some gratitude?" Pal turned his gaze towards Froana, who stood behind Glad. speaking in a light-hearted tone as if conversing with a friend. Do not utter the words of the illustrious Rossel the Great any longer. Shouldn't you consult Sullivan about this matter? Florina gazed at Pal's face with an expression of exasperation, as if compelling him to relinquish this appointment. Consult him about what? I am the leader. I shall appoint whomever I desire. I do not share that sentiment. Outside, a composed male voice approached, accompanied by the sound of shoes striking the floor. Upon hearing this voice, Pal exhibited an expression akin to that of a student caught cheating, his gaze shifting nervously towards the window. In contrast, Florina appeared visibly relieved upon hearing it. Greetings, I am L. Sullivan, the accountant for the Gel Gang, tasked with overseeing the gang's accounts, and one might say, a leader in my own right. I appreciate your cooperation. His tone was remarkably steady, exuding the demeanor of a university professor, calm and capable. Sullivan turned his head, his indifferent gaze fixated on Pal, his superior. Pal, what were you just saying? I did not quite catch that. I stated my intention to appoint Glad as the new leader, responsible for managing Black Frame Street. Do you have any objections? Pal's words seemed to express discontent, yet Glad could still detect a hint of jest in his tone. Sullivan took a deep breath, revealing an expression of resignation, and said, You may appoint whomever you wish, but Glad has just joined our gang and is unfamiliar with the territory. How will he gain the trust of the members? Pal lowered his head, seemingly contemplating the matter at hand. After a moment, he lifted it again and inquired of Glad, What is your sequence number? He continued, Ideally, one should be at least sequence 8 to be promoted to a leader, especially during these perilous times. Pal scratched his short black hair and leaned back in his chair, adding, You may follow Florina for now, and when you attain sequence 8, I shall elevate you to the position of leader. Is that agreeable? Before Glad could respond, Pal, with a somewhat apologetic expression, remarked, Under normal circumstances, I could promote you to leader, especially since you saved Florina's life. However, given that assassins are persistently targeting the leaders of nearby factions, promoting you now would be rather hazardous. There is something I wish to discuss regarding this. Upon hearing this, Glad interjected, In fact, I was the one who orchestrated the 2 attacks on the Wasp gang. Oh. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the other 3 present, particularly Pal, who, upon hearing this revelation, immediately shed his previously nonchalant demeanor and regarded Glad with utmost seriousness. You cannot be jesting? Sullivan inquired, his tone markedly more agitated than before, clearly taken aback by this unexpected news. I am not joking. I killed the Wasp gang leader, Don Cruz, and it was I who attacked the Wasp Lounge, Glad asserted with a grave expression. Why did you attack the Hornet gang? Pal leaned forward, resting his hands on the table as he earnestly inquired. It's a personal vendetta. I prefer not to elaborate on this matter. Pal nodded noncommittally and turned to Sullivan, asking, Do you comprehend the implications of this? Of course. The Hornet gang is the only major gang in the vicinity that has not been assaulted by the self-proclaimed Lewism gang. At that moment, Glad recalled the incident involving Penny Lawson, the leader of the Hornet gang, at the Emerald Hotel, where she was presumably engaged in discussions with Harland, a resident of the hotel. Your maneuver is truly perplexing. I am uncertain whether to commend or criticize it. Noting Glad's confusion, Pal continued to elucidate. I suspect the Hornet gang has formed an alliance with the Lewism gang, or perhaps has some other vested interest. Ignoring Sullivan's protests about jumping to conclusions without investigation, Pal chuckled. I surmise that according to their original plan, following the Lewism gang's assault on Dizio, our leader, the Hornet gang would promptly advance into Black Frame Street and seize control. However, due to your unforeseen attack, they find themselves in disarray. They might suspect that the assailants are indeed from the Lewism gang, unilaterally breaking the treaty and attempting to ambush them, leaving the Hornet gang with no choice but to remain on guard and observe. This has also led our gang to misjudge the situation, believing that the Lewism gang is indiscriminately launching attacks on all surrounding factions. Pal's gaze turned towards Frona, who was listening to the analysis with Glad hidden behind. However, I believe they have clarified matters with one another. Thus, they have dispatched a second assailant to target Frona. Should the assault succeed, the Wasp gang will seize the opportunity to capture Red Moon Street and Black Frame Street, while our numbers are diminished. If they were to be even bolder, it is not inconceivable that they could annihilate our entire faction. No wonder the surrounding gangs have yet to suffer a secondary attack. It appears they initially aimed solely at us, Sullivan realized with clarity. That being said, although you have yet to formally join our gang, you have already aided us on 2 occasions. Pal's expression grew increasingly radiant, as even Frona and Sullivan regarded Glad with admiration and gratitude. I have changed my mind. Indeed, I wish to elevate you to the position of leader, Pal remarked with a smile. Furthermore, I wish to use you as bait. Glad, perplexed, inquired, bait? Who are we fishing for? What method shall we employ? I intend to declare you the head of Black Frame Street, and simultaneously release word that you were responsible for the demise of Dawn and the attack on the Wasp Dance Hall. You have thwarted the plans of the Wratham Gang and offended the Wasp Gang. I suspect neither will tolerate this transgression, and they may very well employ a tactic akin to the one used against Frona to assault you. Absolutely not. Before Pal could finish, both Frona and Sullivan voiced their objections in unison, startling Glad. Such a course of action was far too perilous for Glad, who was merely a Sequence 9. Even if we lie in ambush nearby, even if we could arrive within a minute or half a minute, he might still fall victim to a higher sequence. There is no need for him to take such a considerable risk. Sullivan passionately articulated his viewpoint. What if something were to happen to him? Is it truly necessary for him to jeopardize his safety? Florina vehemently opposed this notion as well. Moreover, what if they do not arrive in time? We cannot possibly guard him around the clock, can we? How long could we maintain this vigilance? A week? A month? What if they do not come for that duration? And then attack next month? Who will ensure his safety? Sullivan fervently added. In conclusion, I am vehemently against this plan. I am as well. Florina quickly concurred. This is not coercion. Do not hesitate because I am the leader. Our gang thrives on open discourse. Feel free to express your thoughts candidly. Furthermore, I concede that Sullivan's concerns are valid. We cannot protect you for a lifetime, and you will still face potential dangers. If you are unwilling, we shall proceed as previously discussed. We will promote you to leader when you reach Sequence 8. Chapter 32. Preparation of the plan. To be honest, Glad did not wish to expose himself to danger, yet the prospect of potentially outsmarting the Wratham Gang stirred a thrill within him. Excellent. Let us catch a big fish. A delighted smile spread across Glad's face as he spoke, as if he could already envision the Wratham Gang taking the bait. Frona gazed at Glad with an expression akin to that of someone witnessing madness. Sullivan candidly remarked, "You are utterly reckless." Only Pal erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew that a Sequence 9 would charge alone to assassinate a Sequence 8, either a fool or a madman. You are simply delightful. I have not misjudged you. Ha ha ha." He laughed uproariously, slapping his thigh, his laughter echoing for an extended period. Just as Glad thought Pal might laugh himself to death, Sullivan intervened. "Could you refrain from laughing? We have yet to conclude our discussion. Save your mirth for later." All right. All right. Pal wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, stifling his chuckles while still wearing a radiant smile. "I heard from Frona that you are an adept in close combat. Is that so?" Sullivan inquired of Glad. A cryptic remark from Pal about an entity lacking a mage's soul lingered in the air, yet neither Sullivan nor Frona seemed perturbed, ignoring him entirely. Glad felt compelled to follow their lead, disregarding Pal. "Well, if you are devoid of combat prowess, I shall absolutely not consent to this plan." With that, Sullivan cast a fierce glare at Pal, asserting, "But that does not imply my endorsement of this scheme." Pal feigned ignorance, tilting his head toward the ceiling, adopting an expression of indifference. Frona, seemingly recalling something, suggested, "Should we not inform Manilai? She remains completely unaware of the situation. What should we tell her? She is likely cowering in the basement, trembling with fear." "Truly a coward," Sullivan muttered in discontent. "Do not speak of your comrade in such a manner, Sullivan," Pal remarked with a grave seriousness. "I would rather not witness discord among you." "I apologize." It was rare for Sullivan to offer an apology. "Who is Manilai? Is she also the leader of our gang?" Glad inquired, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber. Indeed, Pal resumed his previous nonchalance, explaining to Glad, "She is the leader responsible for Kane Street, though she typically refrains from venturing out. Given the recent events, she is even less inclined to do so. Manilai lacks combat prowess, so there is no need for her to participate in guarding Glad. Let her remain in her small abode." Pal then turned to Sullivan and added, "Now, standing before Glad, I must emphasize, since you are now the leader of the Gel Gang, you must adhere to our regulations." Glad straightened, fully attentive as Pal meticulously delineated the rules of the Gel Gang. Pal began, "First, our members must not engage in combat with one another. Any disputes or conflicts should be resolved through discussion. Should negotiation prove futile, you may seek my assistance. Second, while we are indeed a gang, We differ from others in that we must not exploit or harm the residents of the streets, as it tarnishes our gang's reputation. Lastly, do not betray us. If you do, I shall show no mercy." After listening, Glad felt a sudden tightening in his heart, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. "I joined the Gerrard gang at Mr. K's behest. Does that make me a traitor?" Glad pondered nervously while nodding to indicate his understanding. "Let us conclude today's meeting here. Verona, please have someone show Glad around Black Frame Street, as it will be under his jurisdiction from now on." With that, Pal announced the adjournment of the meeting. Sullivan showed no intention of leaving, while Glad and Verona bid farewell to the two and exited the room. Once the two had departed, Pal gestured for Sullivan to close the door behind him and said solemnly, "You infiltrated Glad's dreams previously to confirm he is not a spy, correct?" "I only confirmed that he is not a spy for the Lysum gang, but whether he is affiliated with other organizations remains to be seen." After Sullivan spoke, a heavy silence fell between them. "Do you truly believe this plan is a sound one?" Sullivan broke the silence, inquiring. "Hardly. It is a rather poor plan." Pal sighed deeply, "Yet we have no other recourse. If we wish to minimize our losses while striking against the Hornet gang and the Lysum gang, we must resort to this perilous approach. Moreover, I seek to avenge Dizio." Another silence ensued, akin to mourning for a comrade. Sullivan let out a loud sigh, stating, "We all desire vengeance, but we must first attend to the matters at hand. Should Glad be slain, the prestige of our gang would suffer a significant blow. It has been less than a month since the leader of Black Frame Street met his demise, and it would become exceedingly difficult for us to maintain our hold over it." After Sullivan exited the room, Pal sat at the table, grasping a quill pen, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the correspondence from the Curly Baboon Research Society, seemingly pondering to whom he ought to address it. Meanwhile, Glad followed Florona towards Black Frame Street, inquiring, "Pal hardly resembles a gang leader." Florona, perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment over Pal's demeanor, lowered her head and replied, "Pal is indeed quite peculiar. However, if you spend enough time with him, you will find he is rather affable. Although I must admit, he may be a tad too amiable." Glad voiced his confusion. "I still do not understand why he is called Pal while the gang bears the name of the Gerrard gang." As he explained, during the formation of the gang, they were so fearful of the police encroaching upon them that they extracted the Gandef from his name, Grinton Pal, thus coining the Gerrard gang. "I see," Florona mused. "They adopted a pseudonym purely out of fear of police interference. But why not emulate the Wasp gang and choose an animal or something else entirely?" she remarked, her head sinking even lower. Chapter 33. The Cost of Divination. The two arrived at Black Frame Street, which is situated not far from Emerald Street and Commerce Street. The buildings lining the streets are predominantly ancient, constructed mainly from stone bricks and timber, each bearing the marks of time, evoking a sense of tranquility and antiquity. The people in the Black Frame Street are in stark contrast to the bustling crowds of the commercial district. Contemplating the commercial street, Glad expressed his curiosity. "Isn't the commercial street also under our gang's jurisdiction? Who oversees it?" "The commercial district is directly managed by Pal, though the chief stationed there is Sullivan." After explaining, Florina turned her gaze to a member of the Gel gang patrolling the street, waving him over to approach. Once he was near, Florina addressed him. "This individual will be your new leader on Black Frame Street. Take him around and introduce him to the operations and management here." After giving her instructions to the member, Florina turned back to Glad and said, "I have matters to attend to and preparations to make for that plan, so I must take my leave. If you need anything, contact me at the Streetlight Dance Hall." With that, she began to walk away toward Red Moon Street. "McQuillan, please show me around and explain some basic information about this place and what I need to do," Glad commanded, emulating Florina's authoritative demeanor as he issued his first order. "Of course. Right this way, Boss Glad," McQuillan replied, excitement evident in his voice. Black Frame Street is a typical residential area, with most buildings inhabited by ordinary residents, although there are a few dance halls and casinos scattered throughout. "Casino?" Glade inquired with a hint of bewilderment, as he had presumed that a venerable gang like the Gel gang would refrain from establishing a casino. "One of our casinos primarily caters to the elite, while the other operates as a public casino, accessible to the general populace," McQuillan elucidated. "However, our public casino differs from those run by other gangs. We extract a certain percentage from the winnings of the players as our source of income, rather than engaging in fraudulent games. Of course, this is mainly due to Boss Pal's prohibition against such practices. That seems acceptable. After all, Casinos are legal in the Republic of Intis, so there is no need for excessive concern. As they strolled, they arrived at the entrance of a dance hall, where the words Photo Dance Hall were emblazoned prominently. This name was bestowed by Boss Dizio, who named the street black frame and thus the dance hall photo. McQuillan reminisced, "The second floor here is your office. Would you like to take a look first? Perhaps later. Let us explore other areas for now." "I disagree. We are unaware if the divination will yield any complications." Detective Legolas expressed his dissatisfaction to a man resembling a captain from the 8th Bureau, who was currently attired in ordinary attire rather than a police uniform. The 8th Bureau, officially known as the 8th Bureau of the Indus Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee, stands as the Republic's most authoritative organization in the realm of the extraordinary. What if it is due to counter-divination or some other reason? Detective Legolas clearly had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit and continued to inquire. "First, the reason we seek divination is because of you. After such a lengthy period, we have yet to ascertain what truly transpired in that wretched village. Second, although we are oblivious to how that individual acquired his extraordinary capabilities, it is evident that his prowess leans towards close combat rather than spirituality. It is merely a matter of an ordinary Sequence 8, who, after consuming a potion, chose to hide in the village and secretly digest it, only to encounter the Ankit gang, resulting in a desperate act of self-preservation that led to their demise. Such a straightforward affair has taken far too long to investigate. Truly a bunch of inept fools. We have dealt with far more extraordinary cases than you have ever witnessed, and we do not require your guidance on how to proceed." The middle-aged man, resembling a captain, rose to his feet. Legolas wished to interject further, but he was abruptly silenced by a dismissive wave. "We of the 8th Bureau brought you in due to your abilities and talents. But should you find yourself unable to adapt here, I shall have no choice but to ask for your departure." The captain's words were laced with a hint of menace. He pushed open the office door and led Legolas down the stairs into a cramped room. The room was illuminated by a solitary, dim light bulb beneath which sat a rather ordinary-looking middle-aged man of slight build, sitting upright and appearing quite serious. "Mr. Walter, please prepare to begin," the captain commanded, while Legolas anxiously regarded Walter seated in the chair. Walter nodded slightly, retrieving a slip of paper from his pocket, and began to silently recite the contents inscribed upon it. What was his intention? Legolas, observing Walter as he continued to mutter the words, turned to the captain beside him and inquired. "Dream divination. He seeks to traverse the realm of dreams to identify the perpetrator who murdered Ankit." After responding to this question, the captain fell silent, meticulously observing Walter's reactions. After reciting the sequence of events surrounding the Magoo village incident 7 times, Walter gripped the paper tightly and leaned back against the chair's support. Within his mind, he conjured an orb of light, his eyes transforming into a profound shade of black, swiftly entering a meditative state. Everything began to blur, and he hazily beheld an ethereal world. The imagery transitioned from afar to near, descending from the distant sky to a small hillside village within the Republic of Intis. The untouched Magoo village. As he drew closer, Walter witnessed 2 young men residing in a warehouse, engaging in jovial conversation as they emerged, approaching the sheepfold to tend to the flock. In the climax of flight and pursuit, one young man was struck down by an arrow, while the other stood frozen, paralyzed in the face of impending weaponry, seemingly bereft of hope for survival. Cranial offerings to the deity of blood. Suddenly, the voice of that young man resounded in Walter's ears like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. The voice resonated with despair, terror, fury, and the essence of slaughter, causing his heart to race and his blood to rush through his veins like a frigid torrent. At the moment when Walter found himself bewildered by the sudden impact, a pair of deep, devilish eyes appeared within his line of sight, fixating upon him as if seeking to penetrate his very soul and utterly shatter him. The malevolent glimmer within those eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, showcasing cruelty and the thirst for blood. Unable to think, to cry for help, or to break free, it seemed as though the world had been reduced to just himself and those terrifying eyes. Walter felt a sense of gratitude for having endured what felt like an eternity. "What did you see? Did you catch a glimpse of the assailant's appearance? What transpired?" The captain's anxious voice broke through the silence. "No, I saw nothing. Something obstructed my divination," Walter replied calmly. The captain furrowed his brow and silently exited the room. Legolas cast a worried glance at Walter before following suit. In that dimly lit chamber, no one noticed the cruel, sanguine smile that crept upon Walter's lips, nor the fervor in his eyes that bordered on madness. In a low, melodic tone, he began to chant, "Skulls for the throne, blood for the deity." Chapter 34. The leader's task. Guided by McQuillan, Glad explored the surrounding environment, particularly examining the two casinos. However, as it was still daytime and the establishments had yet to commence operations, Glad merely conducted a cursory inspection and posed a few inquiries to McQuillan and the other managers. The dance hall was nearly deserted, with only a handful of gang members seated at the bar, counting bottles of liquor in the near emptiness. "Why are there so few people?" Glad inquired. "Oh, those opportunistic fence-sitters must not be retained. Of course, you are the leader, and you still possess some authority, including the power to appoint personnel and recruit on this street." McQuillan reflected, adding, "But do not appoint too many, lest Sullivan come to trouble you. After all, this concerns the finances of the gang." "Understood," Glad nodded. Satisfied that Glad had no further questions, McQuillan gestured to the other members, saying, "Come over and meet our new leader." Once each member had greeted him, Glad, under McQuillan's guidance, ascended to the second floor. As he had previously envisioned, the layout of the second floor bore a striking resemblance to the street's dance hall, with similar offices and rooms. It appeared this was indeed the operational hub of the Black Frame Street gang. Glad stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping around as he surveyed this new environment where he might reside for an extended period. Contrary to his expectations of a dark and sinister office, it was surprisingly bright and tidy. A row of expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed natural light to flood in, illuminating every corner of the room. At the center was a substantial wooden table adorned with various gang insignia and several volumes listing the names of the gang members. The chandelier above cast a warm glow, enveloping the entire room in a serene atmosphere. "Much better than I anticipated," he mused. Glad was quite pleased, and he walked directly to the desk, pulling out the luxurious chair upholstered in black leather and seating himself upon it. How delightful! For the first time, Glad relished such opulence in seating, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The stack of documents before him comprised Lord Dizio's work plans and the latest financial reports. McQuillan approached the desk, gesturing towards the papers, introducing them to Glad. This pile included various issue reports that had arisen following Lord Dizio's demise, originally intended for Lord Powell to adjudicate. The responsibility now rested upon you. This week, the losses amounted to 32,180 fairkins. Glad doubted his own perception and meticulously recounted the figures, confirming he had not miscalculated. Indeed, a loss of over 32,000 fairkins in just 1 week. He felt a sense of financial inadequacy as he touched the 26,000 fairkins in his pocket. Why such a significant loss? Were the casino and cabaret not profitable? There were two reasons. Firstly, the curfew had rendered both the casino and cabaret inoperative. Secondly, the pervasive fear of gang conflicts transforming the area into a battleground dissuaded patrons from attending, even if they were open for business, leading to a considerable decline in foot traffic. People preferred to take alternate routes rather than venture onto this street. McQuillan elucidated, indicating a clear understanding of the street's business dynamics. Yet, Glad remained perplexed, questioning, even without profit, how could losses be so substantial? Although his joining the gang of Grell was not motivated by financial gain, now that he was involved, he felt compelled to work diligently, if only to conceal any ulterior motives from others. McQuillan tapped the stack of issue reports on the table, signaling Glad to peruse them. Upon opening the report, Glad found it explicitly stated that Baron Mick Beverly owed a debt of 20,000 furgens. As he meticulously examined the document, it clearly indicated that the Baron had incurred this debt at a casino, promising to repay it on Monday, October 25th. Glad distinctly recalled that today was Tuesday, October 26th. He pondered, why not demand repayment from him? He pointed to the date inscribed on the paper, inquiring earnestly yet perplexed. Because he is a baron, McQuillan sighed. Even in bankruptcy, he retains his noble status. Without a leader to guide us, we dare not recklessly pursue the debts of one of noble rank. Turning a page back, Glad discovered a handwritten promissory note for 20,000 furgens nestled within the report, signed by none other than Baron Beverly himself, substantiating the report's claims. I recall that those of noble birth seem to possess certain privileges. I did not expect even the underworld to harbor such trepidation. Glad suddenly recalled something crucial. What is my salary? I forgot to inquire with Powell. The gravity of this oversight weighed on him as he raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Truly, His inexperience was evident. Engrossed in various discussions, he had naturally neglected to pose such an essential question. Generally speaking, the salary is calculated based on the revenue from the streets. If memory serves me right, it should be 10% of the profits. However, for specific details, it would be prudent to consult Sullivan or Boss Pal. McQuillan has always felt that the new leader is somewhat unreliable. Glad rose to his feet, tucked the IOU into his jacket, and made his way towards the door. "Boss, where are you headed?" McQuillan inquired, perplexed, yet he followed closely behind Glad. The great Russell once proclaimed, "A debt must be repaid. It is but natural. Thus, we are off to collect what is owed." With a smile, Glad descended the stairs, simultaneously informing the others that Black Frame Street now had an owner. Chapter 35. Debt Collection. Under McQuillan's guidance, Glad arrived at a modest building on Tattered Hat Street. It was neither a villa nor a mansion, but rather an ordinary, somewhat dilapidated residential structure, starkly contrasting with Glad's preconceived notions of a baron. "Are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? Is this truly the residence of someone with a title? Bankrupt, perhaps, otherwise. How could they owe our gang such a substantial sum?" McQuillan shrugged, indicating he had not erred in his directions. Following the address, Glad stepped into the dimly lit corridor, where darkness enveloped the space. The walls were adorned with various scraps of paper, and there was not a single public light to illuminate the way. As he traversed the narrow hallway, he arrived at a door and glanced at McQuillan, silently questioning if he had indeed come to the right place. Upon receiving McQuillan's affirming nod, Glad knocked firmly on the closed door. Silence enveloped the room, profound and absolute, as though no one resided within its confines. Even the faintest sound of footsteps was absent. Glad pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen, and discerned the subtle rhythm of breathing, accompanied by the even fainter thrum of a racing heartbeat. He banged on the door with considerable force, proclaiming, "Baron Beverly, I am aware of your presence within. I implore you to open the door promptly, as I represent Gel's interests." Once again, the unmistakable absence of footsteps echoed from within the room. Yet Glad could perceive that the breath had quickened. "If you do not open this door, we shall be compelled to breach it, and you shall bear the consequences." He escalated his tone, delivering a veiled threat. "I shall count to 3. 1, 2. Fortunately, before he reached the final count, the sound of the lock stirred, and the door swung open. A frail figure emerged before him, the Baron Beverly, likely in his 40s, draped in a splendid morning coat, though somewhat worn. Its fabric still spoke of its former magnificence. A golden tie adorned his neck, clasped by an imposing diamond tie pin, which, despite signs of wear, retained an air of distinction. His complexion was pallid, cheeks gaunt, nose prominent, and his gaze profound. His hair, sparse and graying, revealed a neglect that had persisted for several days. In stark contrast to his attire, the room behind him conveyed a sense of desolation. The air was thick with the musty odor of decay, and the entire space appeared disordered and dimly lit. All the furniture appeared to have endured the ravages of time, as if salvaged from a refuse heap. "Two gentlemen from the guild approached me. What business do they have?" Baron Beverly remarked, maintaining an air of composure, as though he were genuinely unaware of their intentions. Glad, the new leader of Black Frame Street, revealed his identity, startling Baron Beverly. "When do you intend to repay the debt?" Glad inquired, seemingly indifferent to the astonishment etched on Beverly's face as he surveyed the room, casting his gaze to the east and west, completely disregarding the Baron. Without a glance at Beverly's expression, Glad meandered through the space, as if captivated by some intriguing spectacle. "I currently possess no funds to repay," Baron Beverly asserted, straightening his posture, his tone unwavering and dignified. "When do you plan to settle your debt?" Glad asked again, his demeanor nonchalant, as though the matter held little significance to him. "When I have money," Beverly replied, emphasizing the conditionality of his statement. At this, Glad could no longer contain his amusement. He shook his head, turned to face Beverly for the first time, a smirk of mockery playing upon his lips. "Baron Beverly, your title is inherited from your forebears, is it not? The family fortune, squandered by your own reckless gambling, I presume? People address you as Baron merely to honor your ancestry. But in my eyes, you are nothing, barely worthy of the term waste." Beverly, incensed by Glad's words, found himself constrained by the reality of his debt to them and their affiliation with the underworld, forcing him to suppress his anger. "I surmise that although you have been bankrupt for quite some time, you have never endeavored to seek employment," Glad remarked with a sneer. Self-reliance is a principle that Glad grasped since childhood. However, In the presence of this baron in his 40s, he saw no semblance of it. Beverly's self-important, deeply ingrained arrogance and hubris filled Glad with disgust and disdain. "I have my own principles. I will not engage in undignified endeavors," declared Baron Beverly with haughty pride. Glad let out a cold laugh. "Principles? What you refer to as principles is merely laziness and incompetence. If you genuinely wish to settle your debts, you must cast aside your pride and seek a job. Otherwise, even if I grant you several decades, you will never repay this debt. I give you 3 days. If you fail to find employment and repay your dues, I shall place you on display at my casino, allowing everyone to witness the consequences of defaulting on one's obligations. You dare? I am a baron. Do you dare to hang a baron?" Beverly could no longer contain himself, his inherent arrogance erupting from his lips. In the next moment, McQuillan, standing at the doorway, witnessed Glad execute a sweeping kick that knocked Beverly to the ground, his foot resting upon Beverly's face. "Then in 3 days, you may put that to the test, and see if I dare," Glad murmured, slightly bending down. He then strode out of the room alongside McQuillan. "Are you truly resolved to hang him?" McQuillan found it somewhat difficult to fathom his new leader. When conversing with him, he appeared somewhat juvenile. Yet he exhibited a certain maturity and sophistication when interacting with others. This, of course, served as a cautionary tale. If everyone could default on their debts, what dignity would remain for a mob boss like myself? Glad, having shed his earlier ferocity displayed in the room, explained to McQuillan in a calm, almost jesting manner. "Why not eliminate him now? What if he finds employment?" McQuillan hastily inquired. "To act at this moment would be excessive, portraying us as merciless. Granting him a few days will suggest that we have extended an opportunity. If he fails to seize it, he has no one to blame but himself. This serves the dual purpose of being a lesson and appearing less brutal. Should he indeed secure a job, it would be acceptable, as he could repay gradually, ensuring that at least the 2,000 Falcon would not be entirely squandered." Impressive. McQuillan sincerely marveled at Glad's reasoning. Chapter 36. The plan commences upon entering. Glad made his way directly to the front desk and addressed Sylvia. "Ah, very well. However, do not linger too long, if your room's time expires." "We shall have to remove your belongings," Sylvia warned. Glad nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired, "Are you truly leaving? Have you given up?" "I must take Mr. K's notes on the occult and some clothing." After packing his items, and noting that the hour was still early, Glad seated himself at the table to begin perusing Mr. K's notes on the occult. In the days to come, rest may indeed become a rarity. To guard against assassination, it is likely that even sleep will be elusive, leaving little opportunity for future reading. Glad perused his notes, intending to focus first on the more pertinent sections, which detailed various pathways and sequences. He resolved to commit these to memory, in order to recall their combat abilities and other effects. The notes chronicled the names of all pathways from Sequence 9 to Sequence 8, with some entries for Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 as well. Regrettably, his own sequence was absent, leaving him uncertain about the abilities he might acquire in the future. Although disappointed, Glad pressed on with his reading. Oh, it turned out that Flona was a Sequence 8 Jester of the Diviner pathway. Dawn was a Sequence 8 Gladiator of the Warrior pathway, specializing in combat. Harland was a Sequence 7 Briber of the Lawyer pathway, capable of diminishing strength. No wonder. As Glad continued, he grew increasingly engrossed, correlating the contents of the book with the extraordinary individuals he had encountered, deepening his understanding of their capabilities. After a considerable time, Glad had memorized all the pathways and their abilities documented in his notes. Subsequently, he lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Upon the arrival of the following morning, Glad arose early, bid farewell to Sylvia, and made his way towards the Merchant Street. Today marks yet another occasion for my part-time employment. After completing the tasks at the slaughterhouse and receiving 3 fairlings from Charles, Glad requested a leave, as he would likely not return to this place for the foreseeable future. "How are you on street duty?" Glad approached McQuillan, who was standing sentinel-like on the street, and inquired directly. "Well, this is my job," McQuillan replied, somewhat exasperated. "I was only able to accompany you on your leisurely stroll yesterday, due to Boss Verona's request." "So you received a promotion?" Glad chuckled. "Is that true?" McQuillan exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that such fortune could befall him. "Unwilling? Then never mind," Glad jested. Nodding in acknowledgement, Glad made his way towards the photo ballroom. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Verona seated in a vacant corner of the expansive hall. "Let us go discuss the specific plan with Parna," Verona whispered to Glad as she stood. Glad nodded and tossed his bag filled with clothes to Macquillan before following Verona outside. What about me? Macquillan hastily inquired as his superior prepared to leave. What should I do? Store the items in the room and contemplate how to help me earn some money. Why is the plan formulated so hastily? Is there even a need for such a rudimentary plan? Verona expressed her dissatisfaction, stating that the inception of this plan was fundamentally flawed. Do you not wish to retaliate against the Wasp Gang and the Rasmus Gang? Certainly, I long for it, yet everything must be predicated on a foundation of safety. I cannot acquiesce to the notion of sacrificing your life as bait. Florina sighed, clearly harboring considerable reservations about the plan, even if Glad himself had consented. It brought Glad joy to know that someone cared for him so deeply, and with a smile, he replied, "Thank you for your concern. But have you ever pondered the fact that no plan is entirely devoid of risk? This is a war between gangs, and warfare is never devoid of uncertainty. To secure victory, one must embrace danger." Florina fell silent, the only sound accompanying them being the rhythm of their footsteps. After a considerable pause, as they reached the entrance of 15 Crutch Street, she sighed and said, "I merely feel that you have only just joined our gang. And now you are burdened with such a perilous task. It leaves me, the one who invited you, feeling somewhat ashamed. If anything were to happen to you, I would bear immense guilt. So, please, do not die." Glad chuckled in response. "I have yet to exhaust my days. I shall not meet my end so easily." They ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor, as before entering Pal's office. Sullivan and Pal awaited their arrival. "Are we all here? Once everyone is gathered, we shall commence the meeting," Pal stated solemnly from his desk. "Firstly, I have disseminated the information, according to the timeline. It won't be long before the Wasp Gang receives the news. In the ensuing week, the 3 of us shall take turns safeguarding Glad's security for 8 hours each day, ensuring his safety while also seeking to apprehend or eliminate a few assassins, thereby making the Hornet Gang pay a price." Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing no objections, Pal continued, "This mission holds great significance, yet we must prioritize our own lives and the safety of our companions above all else. Do you have any questions?" After a brief pause, Glad, noticing that neither of his companions seemed inclined to ask anything, posed a question himself. "How do you intend to proceed? If you merely stand beside me, even if there are assassins, they would hardly dare to act. Thus, our plan would be doomed to failure before it even commences." Pal smiled with satisfaction, appearing quite pleased with himself, and produced a pair of glasses from his pocket, declaring, "I have long been prepared. Do you see who I am now?" With a cheerful grin, Pal unfolded the glasses and placed them upon his face, subsequently inquiring, "How about now?" Glad gazed at the person wearing glasses before him, feeling a distinct familiarity, yet he could not recall the name or identity of this individual. "I do not know. It escapes me." Pal removed the glasses and asked again, "And now, Pal?" "Yes, I remember you put on the glasses. However, just a moment ago, I could not recall your name, nor recognize your face." It was as if Glad's memory had been reignited, and he suddenly recollected the name of the person before him. This is the extraordinary capability of these glasses. Although they do not alter one's appearance, they render the wearer's name and identity forgettable. As long as we don the glasses and sit beside you, even you would not recognize us, merely sensing that we appear vaguely familiar. The members of the Wasp Gang would not recognize us at all, perceiving us as mere passers-by and disregarding us entirely. With a cunning and somewhat sly grin, Pal stated, "At that moment, we shall masquerade as bystanders near you, but you must remember the effect of these glasses. If you encounter someone familiar yet cannot recall their name, that would be us. Please refrain from acting against us." Pal chuckled. "I have named these glasses Pure Bystander." Chapter 37. The Death of the Baron. What an impressive, extraordinary item. If utilized for assassination, wouldn't it be remarkably precise? Glad envisioned himself donned in the glasses, charging into the Lysum Gang to eliminate their leader. "You aren't contemplating using this for assassination, are you?" Pal seemed to discern his thoughts and nodded. "It's not entirely unfeasible, though infiltration would prove quite challenging. However, this tool would be exceedingly useful for ambushes or evading pursuit." Glad composed himself and attentively listened to Pal's explanation. "These glasses serve as a psychological suggestion. One will absolutely remain unrecognizable. Yet, they possess a drawback. Prolonged wear is inadvisable. If worn for too long, one would gradually be forgotten by all, ultimately vanishing from this world. Thus, we must rotate in shifts of 8 hours each." Pal handed the glasses to Florina and said, "You shall be the first to begin." Florina nodded and accepted the glasses. Are there any further inquiries? Pal inquired, leaning back in his chair. Glad pondered for a moment before asking. I forgot to inquire last time. How is my salary calculated? It would be quite awkward if McQuillan's figures were inaccurate. It is 10% of the street's profits. Did your subordinates not inform you? Sullivan, who had been standing silently, interjected. I neglected to ask, Glad casually lied. If there are no more questions, we may adjourn. Remember, the task is exceedingly perilous. I urge everyone to remain vigilant, Pal concluded. The group then dispersed, making their way downstairs. But do we not have another leader? Will she not be participating? Glad queried Florina as they descended. If she were to join us, it would be unclear who would be protecting whom, Florina sighed. Though she is also a rank 8 like me, her path lacks any combat efficacy. Thus she cannot partake in the escort duties. Rank 8 lacks combat capability? Glad mused. Recalling the notes he had reviewed the previous evening, contemplating several possibilities, yet none felt certain. Upon reaching the main avenue, Florina donned the glasses she held in her hands. How peculiar. Glad distinctly remembered the effect of the glasses, yet the moment Florina wore them, he found himself unable to recall whether the individual wearing the glasses was indeed Florina, an unsettling sensation enveloping him. He endeavored to dismiss the disquieting feeling and proceeded toward Black Frame Street. Before Glad could enter the photo ballroom, McQuillan approached him with an anxious expression, exclaiming, Boss Glad, Baron Beverly has died. It appears to be a suicide. McQuillan spoke with a hint of nervousness. Suicide? Even if he feared being hanged, he could have enjoyed a few more days before taking such a drastic step. Was there truly a need for such haste? Glad nodded and replied, Take me to see his body. McQuillan led Glad towards Hat Street, with a passerby trailing a short distance behind them. Did he commit suicide at home? Glad inquired as McQuillan guided him towards Beverly's residence. Yes, indeed. And how should I put it? McQuillan hesitated. Spare me the theatrics. Speak plainly. Glad expressed his irritation at the suspense. Baron Beverly hanged himself at home, McQuillan clarified. Did he fear being hanged by me, prompting him to take his own life? Is that plausible? Glad mused. It's not entirely out of the question. For someone like Beverly, who was so concerned with appearances, it would be quite normal to choose suicide rather than face the humiliation of being hanged in public. Glad stepped into the dilapidated corridor he had traversed just the day before, where 2 police officers were stationed. Who are you? No entry allowed here. Move along. One officer waved them away. Just as Glad was about to protest, McQuillan interjected, leaning in to whisper a few words to the officer. Oh, I see. They are indeed related parties. Please, come in. The officer swiftly adopted a different demeanor, warmly inviting several individuals to enter, akin to a tavern's attendant. Glad and McQuillan stepped inside, and the bespectacled Florina was evidently categorized as part of their group, allowing them all to proceed. As Glad advanced a few paces, he was met with the acrid, familiar scent of blood wafting from the room. Did you not say he was hanged? Glad remarked, glancing at McQuillan, who was pinching his nose, before moving forward to the ajar door of the Beverly room. The cause of death is hanging, but McQuillan attempted to argue. Yet his words faltered as both he and Glad beheld the scene within. The body of Baron Beverly dangled ominously in the center of the room. Bound tightly by a coarse hemp rope, the other end secured to a load-bearing pillar. His complexion bore a chilling pallor, devoid of vitality, as if all essence of life had been cruelly extracted. Both wrists had been slashed by a sharp blade, blood still intermittently dripping and splattering onto the floor, producing a rhythmic sound that seemed to narrate his final agony and struggle. The once orderly and smooth floor was now marred by these crimson stains, presenting a scene of utter disarray. Countless droplets of blood spread across the dilapidated floor, forming a conspicuous pool of scarlet. What is this? Glad gazed in disbelief at the horrifying tableau before him. By scrutinizing the musculature and bones of Beverly's body, he ascertained that there were no other signs of external injury or coercion. It was indeed a suicide. Otherwise, he could not reconcile the grotesque spectacle before him with the notion of self-inflicted demise. Boss Glad, look over there. McQuillan gestured towards the wall, urging Glad to observe. As Glad turned his gaze to the wall, he was met with a chilling sight. Inscribed in blood were the words, Glad, I curse you to an untimely death. How petty to curse me. After all, I am not the one who brought about his end, Glad muttered, unfazed by the grim message, for he had long been accustomed to the weight of numerous lives lost on his hands. Nevertheless, the sight of the bloody inscription prompted him to voice his disdain. Ms. Florina, donned in spectacles, entered the room. After surveying the surroundings with keen scrutiny, she spoke slowly. This is indeed a curse. McQuillan, uncertain of the identity of this familiar yet unfamiliar individual, chose to remain silent, retreating to a corner as Glad held his tongue. A curse? A curse of the occult? Though Glad could not recall the exact identity of the person before him, he was certain they belonged to his circle. Yet, this did not deter him from posing inquiries. Indeed, and the target of the curse is unmistakably you. The female bystander glanced at the wall, then tapped her forehead thoughtfully. Turning her gaze to Glad before continuing, can the clairvoyant perceive the curse that entwines me? Chapter 38. The curse, I suppose so, Glad replied, his eyes lingering on the crimson letters of his name, releasing a weary sigh. Having perused Mr. K.'s notebook for an extensive period, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding such curses. This particular one appeared quite formidable, possibly heralding dire consequences. Yet, the bystander's words reignited the unease he had momentarily set aside. It is inconceivable that an ordinary person could pose a threat with a curse. Glad gazed incredulously at the Baron Beverly, who still lingered in midair, unable to fathom how this individual could possibly possess knowledge of curses. I don't know, the passerby explained. Perhaps it is an inheritance passed down through generations, akin to his noble title. She then began to meticulously inspect the room. Facing west, death at midnight. The timing, location, and orientation are all quite significant. Even the knife used for the wrist cutting, the pressure applied, and the number of cuts matter. It appears he is quite serious. After her thorough analysis, the passerby concluded, so, how potent is it? Glad was disinterested in such trivialities, merely seeking to resolve this inexplicable predicament. What does it mean? What effects does this curse entail? Glad's irritation began to surface, his tone intensifying. Encountering such bizarre occurrences, potentially life-threatening, would vex anyone. According to my knowledge of mysticism, the passerby continued, this curse will severely diminish one's luck to the extent that it becomes fatal. However, she added with a hint of resignation, this is generally true for ordinary individuals. For someone like you, who possesses certain resistances, the effects may not be as profound. It is unlikely that you would perish directly due to the curse. So, essentially, there is no immediate danger to my life? Glad inquired hastily. The bespectacled Florina nodded, alleviating the weight of anxiety that had burdened Glad's heart. However, a chain reaction may occur, leading to unforeseen consequences. She added, I feel I have been unfortunate enough. Not a penny gained, and yet I am burdened with a curse. Glad complained somewhat irritably. Do not worry, this curse has only a single effect. Once it is used, it vanishes. In other words, one misfortune is all it takes. She reassured him. Nonetheless, this did little to ease Glad's mind. He sighed deeply and said, let us be off then, away from this ominous place. The passerby nodded, and McQuillan naturally had no grounds to oppose. The three of them departed from the residence of Baron Beverly, making their way towards Black Frame Street. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Should you encounter someone as familiar yet strange as her, they are my esteemed guests. Do not impede their passage, understood? Glad instructed McQuillan, gesturing towards the passerby who maintained a respectful distance. Oh, understood. McQuillan, though perplexed, had no justification to contradict Glad's decision and nodded in agreement. He retained only 5 falcons for unforeseen circumstances. As for the cursed gloves he held, Glad pondered for a moment before deciding to don them. What if, by ill fortune, he were to cross paths with an adversary? Glad shut the safe, took a seat at his desk, and began to scrutinize the tasks at hand. It has been nearly 3 months since Victor Zash last appeared. The police speculate that he has fled Leon City. If anyone has any information, please report it to the authorities without delay. Before them lay a portrait of a bald figure, exuding an air of malevolence and brutality. The perpetrator, perhaps driven by recent extreme psychological turmoil, had claimed the lives of over 10 individuals within a mere span of 2 days, including the elderly and children. In light of this, the police urged the public to heighten their awareness of personal safety to prevent further tragedies. Glade cast a fleeting glance at the newspaper, mentally lamenting, what has become of this world? Even a subordinate of an evil deity pales in comparison to their depravity. I truly cannot comprehend it. With a dismissive toss, he flung the newspaper aside, stretched languidly, and reclined in his opulent chair, preparing for a nap. Meanwhile, the bystander and McQuillan rested and conducted protective measures in the ballroom below. It was only at dinner time that Glade was roused from his slumber by a gentle shake. It is time for me to change shifts, remarked the bystander, standing beside Glade. "Oh, indeed," Glade replied with a yawn, rising to his feet and stretching before inquiring. "Where shall we make the exchange?" "Not here. The crowd is too dense, and we risk drawing attention. The assassin might deduce the purpose of the glasses. We have previously arranged a clandestine rendezvous point for the handover," explained Florina, who then promptly exited the office, hastening towards Kane Street. Glade closely trailed her, matching her pace. They arrived at an unremarkable building on Kane Street, traversing dimly lit corridors until they reached an unassuming door. Florina, adorned with her glasses, approached and gently tapped on the door, adhering to the previously agreed-upon signal. The room fell into silence for a few seconds before the door creaked open, welcoming their arrival. The interior was stark and bare, devoid of any embellishments. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a crimson hue across the space. Sullivan stood at the threshold, glancing around to ensure their safety before allowing the two to enter. "No one followed us, right?" Sullivan inquired first. "Ah, it's you." Florina Glad sighed, his disdain for the glasses he wore growing. Florina relayed the curse of Baron Beverly to Sullivan, who lightly tapped his teeth while observing Glad intently. "It's getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow morning, you're scheduled to switch shifts with Pal," Sullivan advised, donning his glasses again. He turned toward Glad, who seemed poised to speak, only to be met with a sudden look of confusion. Sullivan appeared to have spotted something peculiar. Removing his glasses for a closer inspection of Glad, he then addressed Florina. "Florina, take a look at Glad. Has his curse vanished?" "Logically, the curse should only dissipate after being triggered once. It shouldn't simply fade away on its own." Glad, upon hearing their conversation, felt a surge of anxiety. The curse had been present before they left, yet now it was gone, though he still retained all his belongings and hadn't encountered any misfortunes. "Could it be, oh no, my money?" Glad exclaimed suddenly, recalling the 26,000 Falcon he had stored in the office safe. Chapter 39 Crisis. He hurriedly unlocked the safe, only to discover a bag filled with various denominations of currency, resting securely within. Perhaps all of it had been replaced with counterfeit bills? Glad remained uneasy, meticulously counting the money, examining each note with care. After spending over an hour on this task, he ultimately concluded that the money had not been stolen. Well, at least that was a relief. Although Glad felt somewhat exasperated by the unnecessary worries that proved unfounded, he was nonetheless slightly comforted by the fact that his entire fortune remained intact. Let us hope that is indeed the case. Glad could not fully comprehend the situation, choosing to accept Sullivan's words as truth. In the ensuing 4 days, nothing of note occurred. By the morning of the 5th day, Glad found himself increasingly irritated. The intense protection he was under each day began to wear on him, and coupled with the fact that he had not tasted blood in some time, a surge of murderous intent began to rise within him, creating a discontent that was difficult to bear. Although the cursed gloves he wore could not suppress his murderous desire, they managed to quell his dissatisfaction, leading him to sit expressionlessly at the bar of the photo ballroom, drinking alone in silence. "Drink a little less. Don't drown yourself in sorrow," urged Florina, who sat not far from him, adjusting her glasses. "We are quite overwhelmed as well. The workload on Red Moon Street has piled up like a mountain." Just as the two engaged in their casual conversation, a man hurriedly entered through the door. Glad quickly glanced over, and upon recognizing the familiar figure, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was Sullivan. "How did you arrive?" Glad inquired first. "There was an incident on Red Moon Street. Pal instructed Florina to hurry over, and now I am here to take her shift," Sullivan explained. Florina removed her glasses and handed them to Sullivan, asking, "What is the urgency?" Sullivan donned the glasses, adopting the guise of a passerby, and said to Glad, "By the way, there are matters concerning Black Frame Street that I need to discuss with you privately." With the glasses perched on his nose, Sullivan headed toward the door, urging, "Let us hasten. We shall converse in a more suitable location." Glad followed him with an indifferent expression. After trailing Sullivan for half a street, he turned into a shadowy alley. A flicker of doubt stirred within Glad, but it was quickly quelled by a sinister force, compelling him to follow Sullivan deeper into the alley. Upon turning a corner, Glad encountered 3 figures clad in black. 2 appeared to be ordinary gangsters, while the third was none other than the long-missing Harland. "How easily you are deceived. I expected you to be more cunning, to see through my ruse. I never imagined that fool from the Wasp gang, Dawn, would meet his end at the hands of such a character," Sullivan remarked, removing his extraordinary glasses to reveal a malevolent grin his tone and demeanor shifting dramatically. Gradually, his form began to contort, the muscles of his face slackening, transforming into a visage entirely unrecognizable from Sullivan's. At this moment, even under the influence of the cursed gloves, Glad comprehended the gravity of his predicament. The two unfamiliar gang members drew pistols from their coats, aiming them directly at Glad. These individuals were likely akin to the ordinary assassins of the Reism gang, much like the dark-haired woman who had previously attacked Khorne, rather than being extraordinary beings. One might say that this fellow was rather unfortunate on that day. He merely happened to pass by, inadvertently witnessing the exchange of the glasses in the room. Had he arrived a tad earlier or later, he would have remained oblivious. Yet fate had conspired for him to see it. Subsequently, over the course of the past 4 days, he had diligently studied and emulated Sullivan's every move, transforming himself into the very likeness of Sullivan to bring Glad here. It seemed, surprisingly, that this plan had met with unexpected success. The man capable of changing his visage wore an increasingly sinister smile as he elucidated to Glad the unfolding events. Thus, it became clear that the curse had been activated at that moment. Glad understood that this was not mere fortune, but rather the manifestation of the curse, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Even in a different location, he might have been inadvertently observed. Indeed, the glasses could have malfunctioned. For this was the nature of curses. Do not waste words with him, Selin, Harland interjected, advancing with a menacing glare directed at Glad. You foiled my mission last time. I shall not falter again. Must we resort to this? Is there not room for negotiation? Glad casually remarked, attempting to buy himself some time while contemplating strategies. By the way, Selin, are you not one of the faceless entities of the 6th sequence associated with divination? If Florina were to discover that she had been deceived, she would undoubtedly grasp the situation immediately and call for reinforcements, merely needing to buy time until their arrival. No, I am not a seer of Pathway 6. I am an actor of Pathway 7. As for my pathway, well, that is not something to be disclosed lightly. The man named Selin carelessly revealed his true sequence. An actor? What pathway does that belong to? I have never heard of it, thought Glad, filled with confusion, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Not among the 22 pathways? Could it be, like me, a sequence bestowed by the Eldritch gods? 2 sequence 7s. This could be troublesome, and there are still 2 armed men behind. This is becoming quite problematic. 1 Harland is already enough to give Glad a run for his money. Now, there is an additional sequence 7 with unknown extraordinary abilities. This situation can be deemed exceedingly perilous. Why waste words with him? Let us take action. Harland signaled the 2 men behind him to open fire. The 2 gang members understood the cue, expertly lifting their firearms, ready to shoot. In the next instant, Glad sprang into motion. He charged forward like a ferocious tiger, directly crashing into the gap between the 2 men. His voice erupted like thunder, as his essence swiftly permeated into the gloves, activating their extraordinary abilities. In an instant, Glad's form began to swell dramatically, his body reddening as if engulfed in flames, his skin glowing with a searing crimson light. 2 sharp, demonic horns protruded from his forehead, and a pair of enormous demonic wings tore through his shirt, unfurling majestically. In the instant his wings sprouted, they flared with astonishing speed and force, striking Harland and Selin, propelling them against the wall, while his gaze remained fixed intently on the 2 gang members. Chapter 40. Promotion in Battle. The rigid wings suddenly extended, catching Harland and Selin off guard, colliding them violently into the wall. Glad did not spare a glance for the 2 crumpled against the barrier. His sole focus was on the 2 assassins wielding firearms. For someone of his low-tier extraordinary status, the threat of firearms remained formidable. If he could not neutralize the guns within the duration of his transformation, his demise was inevitable once the metamorphosis concluded. With wings unfurled, Glad surged forward at breakneck speed towards the armed duo. The assassins, evidently trained to a high degree of professionalism, displayed neither panic nor fear as they faced the demonic figure of Glad charging towards them, skillfully pulling the triggers. For bullets erupted from their guns, striking simultaneously, finding their mark on Glad's forehead and chest. He felt as if his head and chest had been struck by a powerful blow, an excruciating pain coursing through him. Yet, it did not deter his relentless advance. He denied them any further opportunity to fire, closing the distance between them with a ferocious charge, his demonic, robust hands seizing their heads, rendering their struggles futile. Gradually, he tightened his grip, the chilling sound of shattering skulls resonating from his palms. Bang! In but a fleeting 2 seconds, under the immense force of Glad, the heads of the two individuals burst forth like ripe watermelons. Crimson blood and white brain matter splattering outwards, akin to jelly, adorning the surrounding walls and floor. Their headless corpses promptly lost their supporting strength, collapsing onto the ground with a dull thud. You never mentioned he possessed such an ability. Selin rose, expressing his dissatisfaction towards Harland, who stood beside him. Unfazed by their conversation, Glad felt an overwhelming heat surging within his chest, akin to molten lava. Lowering his gaze, he beheld an X-shaped pattern on his chest, once concealed beneath his clothing, now radiating a brass-like luminescence. This glow pierced through the fabric, revealing the grotesque symbol, which had turned a blood-red hue. Pulsating as if beckoning Glad, it appeared that the lives of the last two individuals had finally met the requisite, filling the final gap within that emblem, completing the last piece of the puzzle for his ascension. In the depths of his being, Glad felt an instinctive urge that, should he utter that incantation once more, he would elevate to new heights. While Glad remained lost in contemplation of his chest, the two extraordinary beings resolved to take immediate action. Harland, as before, retrieved several coins from his pocket and flung them towards Glad like throwing concealed weapons. Meanwhile, Selin remained rooted in place, his body undergoing a sudden transformation. Muscles bulged, and his physique became notably more robust, embodying the appearance of a muscular man. As Glad observed the coin being tossed, he realized that Harland was about to unleash his bribery prowess once more. Yet, he found himself powerless against it. Mr. K.'s notes indicated that this ability was coercive and invulnerable to resistance, leaving Glad with no choice but to accept it. The instant the coin landed near him, he felt a diminishment of his own strength, though it was a relief that it was not as severe as the last time. Was it possible that the transformation from the demon gloves provided some form of immunity against extraordinary abilities? Glad pondered briefly before being interrupted by the onslaught of Selin. Selin struck with ferocity, his fists raining down upon Glad like a torrential downpour. With his diminished strength, Glad could only resort to passive defense, relying on his demonically enhanced physique to withstand Selin's barrage. "Are you familiar with combat sports?" Selin inquired, his fists never ceasing their assault. Though it may not be entirely formal, one cannot deny that their movements and punching techniques surpass those of ordinary individuals. How does the saying go? Every trade has its master. While they may not rival extraordinary beings in strength and speed, their skill is indeed remarkable. When their techniques combine with the power and velocity of the extraordinary, the result is akin to what I am demonstrating now, embodying the champions of those combat competitions. Selin continued his explanation, his hands relentless, leaving Glad no opportunity to counterattack. "Why are you rambling so much? Is the urge to perform striking again?" Harland stood not far from the two, observing them with a casual remark, showing no intention of joining the fray. This was dire. If he continued to suppress them like this, the time for transformation would elapse. Once that moment arrived, not only would he succumb to a state of weakness, but the protection against Harland's bribery would also vanish, further diminishing his defense and strength. At that point, he would truly have no chance. Glad let out a roar, abandoning defense, and launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Saran's head. Ah, futile. This is the essence of skill. With a simple sidestep, Saran evaded the blow and retaliated with a fierce punch to Glad's abdomen. Having absorbed that strike, Glad was compelled to revert to a defensive stance. His heart brimmed with anger and murderous intent, yet he had not completely lost control. With two sequence 7s present, even in a state of rage, he could not possibly contend with them. There was no alternative. He had to ascend to the next sequence, although Glad was reluctant to advance, for he was unaware of what transformations awaited him in the next sequence, or whether he might be seduced by the malevolent deity into becoming something even more inhuman. There were far too many unpredictable factors at play, and no one to enlighten him about what would ultimately transpire with continuous advancement. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed, with only 1 minute left until his transformation. Skull offering, skull throne. Blood sacrifice, blood god. After more than half a month, Glad once again shouted this mantra. In an instant, as those 8 words erupted from his lips, a brilliant red light emanated from Glad's chest, blinding Harland and Selin. "What is happening?" Selin exclaimed in panic. "I don't know. Act quickly and kill him," Harland shouted in a state of disarray, just as swiftly as it had appeared. The crimson glow from Glad's chest faded, vanishing as if it had never existed. Yet, the demonic figure of Glad remained, his eyes ablaze with a blood-red hue. Brimming with an insatiable thirst for slaughter directed at the two before him, he delivered a powerful kick to Selen's leg, followed by a vicious uppercut that sent the dazed Selen hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the solid wall. Then, with a single stride, Glad stood directly before Harland, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that completely subdued him. Impossible. His strength has returned. Selen, having been sent sprawling, could distinctly sense the shift in Glad's power, exclaiming in disbelief, "My extraordinary abilities are still in effect. How can this be possible?" Harland too felt the stark contrast in Glad's might, his astonishment palpable. Could it be that such terrifying power had already been diminished? In that fleeting moment, both men arrived at a chilling conclusion. Chapter 41. The executioner Selen gritted his teeth against the pain, swiftly rolling to his feet, ignoring the possibility of having sustained broken bones. He closed his eyes, silently restructuring his physique, as his muscles twisted and transformed with gradual fluidity. Suddenly, his face swelled, astonishingly morphing into that of Harland. Selen, mimicking Harland's demeanor, produced several coins from his pocket and hurled them towards Glad, activating his bribery ability. It proved effective, albeit marginally. Harland sensed a tangible decrease in Glad's strength, yet it remained insufficient to liberate him from this oppressive predicament. As the stalemate persisted, the crimson hue in Glad's eyes intensified, and the speed of his swinging fists escalated further. "I cannot endure this. Assistance is required." Harland gradually felt his vigor waning, his stamina rapidly depleting, while Glad resembled an unflagging machine, relentlessly delivering his colossal blows. Harland's body was marred with bruises, indicating he was on the brink of collapse. "Damn, my leg." Just as Selen intended to rush to his aid, he discovered that one of his legs had been viciously kicked by Glad, seemingly fracturing a bone, rendering it utterly useless. Selen had no choice but to harness his ability to realign the bones, attempting to mend his injuries. Unfazed, Glad continued to rain down his fists, unleashing all his might upon Harland. Under the relentless barrage, Harland finally began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Glad extended his hands, grasping Harland's wrists, and then, like a beast, sank his teeth into Harland's neck with ferocious tenacity. Like a frenzied beast, a ferocious headbutt tore away large chunks of flesh from Harland's neck, with the arterial blood gushing forth and splattering onto Glad's demonic form, as if a true demon had emerged from the depths of hell. Harland gazed in disbelief at the crimson torrent erupting from his throat. His body trembled violently, a visage of agony intertwined with fear and confusion. His eyes brimmed with resentment before his form gradually crumpled to the ground, vitality ebbing away until he breathed his last. In that very moment, Glad's transformation concluded. His sinister gauntlets dimmed, and his physique began to shrink, the devilish horns and wings dissipating along with his murderous intent, likely a consequence of having slain an extraordinary being. Restoring him to his former state, Glad stood beside Harland's lifeless body, panting heavily, as the effects of the gauntlet's transformation took their toll, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Although the effects of Harland's bribery had ceased with his demise, the inferior version of Selen's bribery continued to exert its influence. Following the conclusion of his transformation, the effects of the bribery became even more pronounced, sapping Glad's strength. Ignoring the words spoken to him, Glad lowered his gaze to Harland's corpse, which had begun to slowly exude its extraordinary properties. He bent down, grasping the collar of Harland's clothing with both hands, then, with a sudden force, hurled it towards Selen. "What? You didn't think that by letting me take the body, I would spare you, did you?" Selen effortlessly caught Harland's lifeless body and coldly remarked, observing that Glad was now at the end of his tether and clearly no match for him, hence the mockery. However, in the next instant, Selen's expression dramatically shifted as he was struck by a wave of terror. He realized that his once abundant strength was swiftly diminishing, as if being gradually siphoned away by some invisible force. "Is this bribery? How is that possible? How did you manage to invoke it?" Selen incredulously gazed at Glad. "My new ability, but I shan't casually disclose it, lest someone overhears," Glad replied with a mocking smile. Selen felt a surge of anger, yet he was not overwhelmed by rage, caught in a dilemma of whether to flee or fight. If he chose to escape, he could not carry the corpse away without drawing attention, and in doing so, he would forfeit both extraordinary traits and the extraordinary individual. Setting an ambush would result in significant losses on his end, while leaving the opponent unscathed. The Lysma faction would certainly not let him off so easily. Fuming, Selin discarded Holland's body onto the ground and advanced toward Glad. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the area, and a figure descended from the air, landing precisely between Glad and Selin. Upon recognizing the figure, Glad sighed in relief and relaxed. It was Pal. Pal glanced down at the 3 corpses on the ground, then looked at Glad and Selin, before earnestly addressing Glad. Apologies for my tardiness. You have performed admirably. Glad clearly perceived a phantom tome, its pages turning slowly. Within Pal's eyes, Pal turned his gaze towards Selin and, with a tone laced with humor, remarked, "Do you intend to sever your own arms to accompany me? Or shall I dismember your hands before we depart?" What a jest! Selin evidently had no intention of capitulating. He stepped forward, prepared to confront Pal directly. Pal extended his hand, effortlessly deflecting Selin's assault, then seized Selin's arm and delivered a powerful blow, shattering his limb. He repeated the process, breaking Selin's other arm as well. A final punch struck Selin on the head, and before he could utter a cry of anguish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ah, it is over. Observing the extraordinary traits gradually emanating from Harland, Glad sank onto the floor, fully relaxing. While awaiting the emergence of Harland's remarkable attributes, he took the opportunity to reflect on the new abilities bestowed upon him by his recent elevation. First and foremost, his strength and speed had been further augmented. Secondly, his resistance to extraordinary abilities had increased, as any debilitating or offensive extraordinary spells would now have their effects diminished or their durations prolonged. Most crucially, the third point, after vanquishing an extraordinary being, he could temporarily possess all of their extraordinary abilities. The duration of this acquisition was determined by the rank of the abilities obtained. The higher the rank, the shorter the time he could wield them. If one were to eliminate a sequence 5, Glad would acquire the abilities of that sequence for a fleeting 10 seconds, the capabilities of sequence 6 for a minute, sequence 7 for 10 minutes, sequence 8 for half an hour, and sequence 9 for a full hour. Thus, following Glad's demise of Harland, he amassed a staggering 10 minutes of the Briber's abilities, 30 minutes of the Barbarian's prowess, and an hour of the lawyer's skills. No longer was he the butcher of sequence 9, but rather the executioner of sequence 8. Chapter 42. Terror and Torture. Moreover, this ascension not only bestowed upon Glad these newfound abilities, but also further enhanced his mental prowess, granting him the capacity to perform ritualistic magic. Despite the multitude of advantages conferred upon him, a shadow of concern lingered on Glad's brow, for at the very moment of his elevation, he was once again confronted by the visions of that fateful dream, 1 minute and 30 seconds prior. After Glad had chanted the incantation skull for the throne, blood for the god, a radiant crimson light illuminated the entirety of the alleyway. In that instant, it felt as though Glad's soul was violently wrenched from his corporeal form, transcending the bounds of time and space, arriving at the very place he had witnessed in that dream one fateful night. There, the indistinct yet colossal silhouette lingered, seated upon the imposing brass throne. Beneath that throne lay a grotesque pedestal constructed from countless bloodied corpses and haphazardly piled skulls. Perhaps in his previous encounter, having been merely a dream, Glad had not truly felt its terror. However, standing before it now, he comprehended the profound essence of soul-stirring dread and fear. Death, an endless abyss of mortality, looms over his heart like a heavy shadow. His body trembles uncontrollably, as if his very soul is being torn asunder, engulfed in an all-consuming darkness. An infinite terror that devours him whole. Such an emotion evokes a singular word in Glad's mind: divinity. You have ultimately chosen to receive the boon. The sanguine figure, reminiscent of his dreams, slowly uttered these words. Yet, in stark contrast to the dream, its voice bore an air of brutality and slaughter. This proclamation sent a jolt through Glad's being, momentarily pulling him from the depths of his dread. He finally mustered the courage to observe the colossal entity before him. Upon closer inspection, the figure's visage appeared far clearer than he had perceived in his dreams. Why me? I see nothing within myself that warrants your attention. Glad summoned his fortitude to inquire of the Crimson Spectre, his tone instinctively laced with reverence. I have previously mentioned that I can sense within you an innate yearning for bloodshed and madness, and I happen to desire to establish a battlefield upon that planet. Hence, I sought you out. I yearn for slaughter? Surely, you must be mistaken. Furthermore, is not my bloodlust a consequence of your divine endowment? I cannot claim with absolute certainty, for the distance from your world obscures my vision. Yet, I remain convinced that my perception is not flawed. I have encountered countless individuals, the majority of whom find it exceedingly difficult to alter or escape their inherent nature. With merely a catalyst known as fate, their true selves can be unveiled. It merely depends on when, where, and in what manner fate manifests in their lives. As for your murderous intent, it stems from an instinctual aversion to power, which inevitably brings about such circumstances. When you genuinely desire to grow stronger, you will naturally cease to spiral into madness. This is merely a repulsive reaction between you and power. The blood shadow spoke slowly, its form beginning to dissipate, while the surrounding scene faded rapidly. Akin to awakening from a dream. Time is nearly upon us. We shall converse again when you ascend next. Wait, may I inquire your esteemed title? The god of hatred and slaughter, the master of violence and blood, the crimson sovereign upon the throne, the origin of all living beings' murderous desires. My name is Terror. Remember my revered name, and let the slaughter echo throughout the world. Merely hearing the blood-red figure softly chant its own revered name caused Glad to feel a surge of murderous intent within him, yearning to rend everything asunder. Subsequently, Glad removed the now dimmed gloves from his hands and tucked them into his left pocket. Those cursed gloves would be unusable for the next 2 days, rendering it unnecessary to wear them. He could simply store them in the safe later. At that moment, Glad recalled that he still possessed the finger Mr. K had given him. Due to the influence of the cursed gloves that impair judgment, he had entirely cast this matter aside. The side effects of these gloves are indeed formidable. It would be prudent to wear them sparingly in the future, Glad lamented with a hint of exasperation. However, without the transformation afforded by the gloves, he would likely succumb to a couple of bullets, which would render the situation an even trade-off. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. He had sacrificed a finger, yet remained alive. Emerging from the alley, Glad stepped onto the street, glancing around before making his way towards 2 members of the Gel gang in the distance. Boss Glad, what commands do you have for us? The 2 members inquired, their demeanor slightly apprehensive upon seeing their superior approach. There are 3 corpses in that alley. Go and take care of them, Glad instructed calmly. As he neared the entrance of the photo lounge, Florina, accompanied by a throng of members, burst forth from the establishment, all armed and eager, embodying the essence of true gangsters. Where are you all headed? Glad inquired, observing the impatient expressions of Florina and her crew with curiosity. Florina turned towards the speaker, and upon catching sight of Glad, her anxious expression transformed into one of surprise, which quickly shifted to joy. Glad waved his hand with a smile, signaling the other members to disperse, and remarked to Florina, I hadn't noticed either. It's truly their cunning at play. Who could have anticipated the presence of someone capable of transforming and disguising themselves? Chapter 43. The method of divination. Florina nodded in agreement and followed Glad into the photo lounge. As the daylight illuminated the ballroom, only a handful of members lingered within, idly smoking and drinking in a state of ennui. Ignoring these languorous figures, the 2 ascended the staircase and entered Glad's office. Florina settled into a chair, while Glad retrieved Harlan's extraordinary traits from his right pocket, placing them into an empty box. He then opened the safe, depositing the cursed gloves along with the box containing the extraordinary traits, and solemnly secured the safe, locking it with care. Once these tasks were completed, Glad finally took his seat, gazing at Florina, who was lost in contemplation across from him. What occupies your thoughts? Glad inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I was pondering how they discovered we were guarding you. Florina hesitated before elaborating. My only conjecture points to an informant, yet I am reluctant to harbor such suspicions towards others. Subsequently, Glad recounted his experiences following Florina's departure. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning his unexpected promotion to Sequence 8, attributing his victory instead to the opponent's carelessness and underestimation, as well as a stroke of luck. After all, it was unlikely that anyone's potion could facilitate such an elevation on the spot. Only a chosen one of the malevolent deities, like himself, might achieve such a feat. This is not something that should be spoken of freely, he mused. Indeed, it is surprising that your curse could lead to such an occurrence, Florina reflected thoughtfully. It is also my fault. When you were cursed, I should have suggested a change of rendezvous. She lamented with a hint of regret. In truth, there is little distinction. As long as the curse lingers upon me and our plans are at risk of exposure, evasion becomes futile. Glad, however, did not dwell excessively on this matter, for such concepts entwined with fortune and fate defy overthinking. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped them, and for a moment, no words were exchanged. Frona, Your path is that of the diviner, is it not? Glad inquired, well aware of her chosen vocation, yet seeking to dispel the awkwardness that had settled between them. Frona responded with a nod, indicating her affirmation. If you have any queries regarding the esoteric arts, feel free to ask either me or Pal. It just so happened that Glad indeed harbored uncertainties, prompting him to straightforwardly ask, since you follow the path of the diviner, your understanding of divination must be quite profound. Would you be willing to enlighten me on these matters? Glad had long been intrigued by the fact that, despite the passage of time, official extraordinary beings had yet to discover themselves through divination, a notion that had always perplexed him. Seizing the opportunity, he turned to the sole diviner nearby, presumed to possess the most knowledge on the subject. Frona pondered for a moment, seemingly deliberating on how best to commence her explanation. Before countering with the question, are you familiar with the concepts of spiritual body, stellar body, mental body, and etheric body? The stellar body serves as the manifestation between the physical realm and the spirit world, intricately linked to one's will and current emotional state. The concept of the mental body pertains to the mind, encompassing reasoning abilities, cognitive skills, insight, and the capacity to comprehend reality. The etheric body reflects life energy and the physical state, allowing one to assess another's health based on its thickness, brightness, and color. You are indeed correct. It is quite impressive. After a moment of contemplation, she began to elucidate the principles of divination. Divination is categorized into 3 distinct methodologies. The first method includes tarot cards, playing cards, pendulums, dowsing rods, and dream interpretation, relying on the individual's spiritual connection and communication with the spiritual realm to derive insights for interpreting the results. However, the pendulum and dowsing rod techniques impose high demands on spirituality and the spirit body, making it difficult for the ordinary person to attain clear and accurate revelations. In contrast, card divination utilizes a predetermined set of symbolic elements, allowing even the uninitiated to grasp some semblance of insight. Dream interpretation occupies a middle ground. Generally, dream divination tends to be more effective, as it provides a broader array of imagery, which aids in inferring past events. Nonetheless, it is also the most perilous form of divination, as one's spiritual defenses are significantly diminished during this process, rendering the individual susceptible to various inexplicable influences. Consequently, it is uncommon for individuals to resort to dream divination under uncertain circumstances. Frona paused for a sip of water before continuing. The second method encompasses numerology, astrology, and all their derivative forms, wherein the diviner computes, speculates, and interprets results based on objective information provided by the current or natural phenomena, thus placing the initiative in the hands of the diviner rather than the seeker. Regarding this particular method, you may inquire with Pal, whose 7th sequence is aptly named the astrologer, for he possesses a deeper understanding of this divination technique than I do. The third method involves invoking a third-party force beyond the diviner and the inquirer through a specific ritual to request answers directly from the unknown and the mysterious. While it is unlikely that an ordinary person would succeed, should a rare occurrence transpire, and one were to communicate with a malevolent entity or even merely make contact with a presence that induces despair, it could often lead to tragedy. Having concluded her explanation, Florina turned to Glade, who appeared deep in thought, and asked, "Do you comprehend?" Chapter 44. Manila. Once Florina was assured that Glade fully grasped this aspect of knowledge. She added, in summary, divination is largely a matter of fortune, and the interpretations of the divination results must also be rendered accurately by the diviner. If there were any extraordinary artifacts that could enhance divination abilities or reverse divination outcomes, my skills would reach new heights. I see. It seems there are numerous limitations to divination. Glade nodded, his understanding of the practice deepening further. As time was advancing, Florina remarked, "Did Pal not summon us to interrogate the captive tonight? We should be on our way." She glanced out the window. The sun was nearing the horizon. "Indeed. Let us depart," Glade agreed, recognizing that lingering here served no purpose. It would be quite beneficial to converse with Pal beforehand. The two exited the ballroom and made their way toward Kane Street. By the way, has there been any mention of when the curfew will be lifted? I shall refrain from mentioning it, but the curfew has significantly impacted Red Moon Street, hasn't he it? Glad and Florina engaged in a casual conversation, exchanging remarks in a desultory manner. After a brief discussion, Pal concluded, leaving me with no recourse. As for Red Moon Street, although it has not yielded profits, It has also not incurred substantial losses, so we shall continue to manage it in this manner. After all, I am not particularly concerned about money. Since you are indifferent to wealth, what then compels you to join the gang? Surely, it cannot be for the sake of notoriety, can it? Glad, intrigued yet sensing the inappropriateness of his inquiry, hastily added, if you prefer not to disclose, consider it unasked. Yet, she evidently had no intention of revealing any further intentions, and for a moment, the two fell into silence. Fortunately, this silence did not endure for long, as they soon arrived at number 15, Kane Street, the stronghold of the Gel Gang. Glad intended to ascend to the upper floors as per usual, but Florina reminded him, "You've gone astray. It's not upstairs." Glad turned to Florina, who approached the door of a room on the first floor and directly pushed the door open. He quickly followed her inside. However, the room was stark and empty, resembling a freshly constructed space, devoid of any furniture or decor, with no signs of habitation. Glad was taken aback. This room was evidently not intended for living or working. He turned to observe Florina, curious about her actions. He watched as she moved to a corner of the room, felt along the wall, and seemingly pressed an inconspicuous button. Subsequently, a faint sound arose, and the floor beneath her feet unexpectedly opened, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Glad, upon witnessing the scene, did not exhibit much surprise, for he had encountered similar situations before. Previously, at Mr. K's, he had also come across a comparable secret chamber. Florina was the first to step inside, followed closely by Glad. Shortly after Glad descended, the door to the staircase closed automatically, isolating them from the outside world. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Glad and Florina found themselves in a spacious basement. This subterranean space was ample enough to accommodate dozens of individuals. Although devoid of windows, several bright lights illuminated the entire area. Against the wall stood a table, cluttered with an array of mechanical components and semi-finished creations. In one corner, there was a modest bed, complete with bedding, suggesting that someone frequently rested there. Despite being a basement, the air circulated well, preventing any feelings of oppression or discomfort. Glad surveyed the surroundings and noticed Pal, Sullivan, and an unfamiliar woman standing before a stool. Selin was tightly bound to the stool, still in a state of unconsciousness. Glad's gaze fell upon the girl, and upon closer inspection, she appeared younger than he. Her face bore traces of youth, and as Glad looked her way, she regarded him with a fearful expression. Her clothing was dust-laden and stained, her hair disheveled, giving her an unkempt appearance. She huddled partially behind Pal, resembling a timid creature, gazing in their direction. As Pal descended the staircase, he greeted the two newcomers. Sullivan was just about to begin, so he urged them to join him. Noticing the mutual gaze between Glad and the young woman, he added, "Ah, it seems this is your first meeting. Allow me to introduce you. This is Manilai, the leader of Crutch Street, whom I mentioned earlier." Pal gestured towards the girl, continuing, "However, she seldom ventures out. I handle most affairs for Crutch Street, so she is more of a figurehead." Turning to Manilai, he pointed at Glad and introduced him, Glad, the new leader of Black Frame Street. "It is thanks to him that we have apprehended this individual. What do you intend to do with him?" Glad asked coldly, gazing at the unconscious Celine. Sullivan explained, "I plan to infiltrate his dreams and pose some inquiries." "A nightmare, is it?" Glad recalled having seen this ability mentioned in Mr. K's notes, making the connection swiftly. "Is it safe? I remember his power being rather unique, seemingly not among our 22 pathways. It could pose a problem if anything goes awry." Glad hesitated slightly at the mention of we, but it appeared that neither of them noticed. Curiously, Pal inquired, "Did he ever mention which pathway he belongs to? What is his ability? Transformation?" Sullivan nodded, replying, "If he is not lying, I truly do not know which of the 22 sequences includes one labeled actor." Flora joined the discussion, adding, "His abilities are strikingly similar to the faceless man of my pathway, sequence 6. When he transformed into Sullivan, I failed to recognize him entirely." Chapter 45. Interrogation. Pal furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. If he does not belong to those 22 pathways, generally, his ascension to the extraordinary must be through the blessing of an evil deity. Aside from that, there is scarcely any alternative. Glad instinctively swallowed hard, shifting backward in apprehension. Pal, unaware of Glad's reaction, continued, "Glad makes a valid point. If, by chance, Sullivan encounters an evil deity or something related while delving into the dreamscape, he would undoubtedly lose control on the spot. Venturing into dreams is indeed precarious. It seems we must abandon that option. We shall resort to direct interrogation. After he spoke, there was a pause, and upon noticing no objections, Pal addressed Manilai. Fetch the items I previously requested. Manilai nodded and moved to the corner of the room, wheeling out a cart equipped with 4 wheels. Upon closer inspection, Glad discerned that it was laden with various implements, and merely glancing at them, he instinctively recognized them as instruments of execution. I'm glad the tools I had Manilai craft are finally coming into play. I have long desired to test whether these items are as formidable as rumored online. Pal remarked with a hint of excitement. He picked up a whip from the table and swung it directly at Selen. With a start, Selen awoke from his slumber, his eyes widening in terror at the circle of Gel gang members surrounding him. Upon noticing Selen's consciousness returning, Pal showed no inclination to cease his actions, striking him with the whip a few more times. However, the area struck only bore slight redness, lacking the anticipated severity of lacerations. It appears this is still rather mild for an extraordinary individual. Pal's expression reflected his displeasure, indicating that he had anticipated this outcome. Glad silently acknowledged that these instruments would be deemed torture for an ordinary person, but for one possessing enhanced physical attributes, such assaults were hardly significant. What do you intend to do? At last, Selen managed to gather himself from his fright and posed his first inquiry. Interrogation, can't you discern that? Pal retorted, lashing Selen once more with the whip. The strikes, though lacking in force, were laden with humiliation, suggesting that he had no immediate intention of halting his relentless whipping. I will never betray the Lysum gang. Do not even think I will utter another word, Selen declared resolutely, his eyes ablaze with defiance. Pal struck him again, chuckling as he remarked, now that's the spirit of a true gang member. After uttering this, Pal placed the whip on the cart and picked up an iron skewer. Drawing closer to the chair. First question, how many members does your Lysum gang actually have? What is the extent of its size? And how many extraordinary individuals are among you? As Pal posed his queries, he continued his actions, driving the iron skewer forcefully into Selen's thigh while he sat in the chair. Selene let out a piercing scream as an iron stake pierced through his thigh, pinning him to the bench. With a swift slap, Pal silenced Selene's cries, urging him to speak quickly. Selene remained mute, glaring fiercely at Pal with his eyes. Meanwhile, Manilai was clearly taken aback by this brutal scene. She had no intention of lingering, hastily making her way towards the staircase and ascending. Are you planning to stay and watch this unfold? Florina leaned closer to Glad, whispering. Glad nodded, genuinely interested in observing further, hoping to glean some interrogation techniques that might serve him in the future. More importantly, his disdain and loathing for the LYSM gang made Selene's suffering seem oddly amusing, far more entertaining than a circus performance, despite the fact that he had never actually attended one. Seeing that Glad was not inclined to leave, Florina shook her head and followed Manilai out of the underground, heading upstairs. Pal paid no mind to the departing duo, noticing Selene's continued fierce glare. He merely smiled and forcefully shook the iron stake, stirring it within Selene's thigh muscle. Glad could distinctly see the veins on Selene's temples bulging as he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Is he truly going to surrender just like this? Glad observed that within Pal's pupils, the pages of a book were slowly turning. Pal directed his palm towards Selen's head, and after a brief moment, Selen's expression contorted into a grimace, as if he were being mercilessly struck, enduring unimaginable agony. Was this a direct assault on the spiritual entity or psychic essence? Glad was taken aback by the formidable nature of Pal's abilities. He could not only glide effortlessly through the winds, but also launch mental attacks. If not for the assistance of extraordinary artifacts, his powers would border on the excessively overwhelming. How long could I withstand him in a confrontation? While Glad pondered the extent of Pal's combat prowess, Pal inquired, how many members does your Reism Guild have? What is the scale of your organization? And how many extraordinary individuals are among you? I am not privy to the details of numbers, scale, or the count of extraordinary members. I am merely a peripheral member and lack the standing to know such information. A Sequence 7 merely a peripheral member? In smaller cities, a Sequence 7 could easily lead a team. Glad felt a surge of alarm, heightening his vigilance towards the Reism Guild's magnitude and strength. Pal nodded thoughtfully and continued. What dealings do you have with the Hornet Guild? Unable to contain himself, Glad stepped forward and asked, is Salen Ankit a member of your Reism Guild? What role does he fulfill? Salen Ankit, like us, is a peripheral member. He is tasked with raising funds for the organization's operations, and his subordinates are also our members. Chapter 46. The Mother Tree of Desire in Coat did not arbitrarily name a gang. He was indeed a member of the Lesm gang. Glad nodded, stepping back to allow Pal the opportunity to inquire. However, Pal seemed to have no questions, turning to Sullivan as if to ask if he had any inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, Sullivan posed the question, "What is the connection between your gang and the Lesm gang of 30 years ago?" Glad inquired again, "Where is the gathering place or headquarters of your Lesm gang?" Trier, "I am uncertain. I have never visited the headquarters or anything of the sort. Our assignments are communicated through messengers from our superiors. I do not even know what my superior looks like. The secrecy measures are remarkably effective." Did they anticipate that these peripheral members would be apprehended and interrogated? Pal furrowed his brow, expressing a sense of helplessness. "What are the names of the other sequences in your pathway?" Glad asked once more. "Sequence 9 is the miser. Sequence 8 is the sex addict. Sequence 7 is the actor. Sequence 6 is the honored one. And beyond that, I am unaware. What specific abilities do they possess?" Glad expressed keen interest in this pathway, which, like his own, stemmed from the Dark God. Sequence 9, the miser, possesses the ability to incite greed in others and can sense what once belonged to them but has been lost. In Sequence 8, the sex addict has significantly enhanced physical robustness, capable of expending energy to augment strength, reflexes, speed, agility, and resilience to impact. Sequence 7 actor, possesses the remarkable ability to alter the state of muscles, skin, and bones to a certain extent, equipped with all the skills necessary for disguise, including makeup techniques and prop creation. Furthermore, the actor possesses the talent of imitation, embodying any role allows them to inherit the associated skills should they portray a fighter. They will acquire his combat techniques, and if they assume the guise of an ordinary person, even celestial beings will appear mundane. As for women, they must craft props. And to imitate extraordinary beings, a period of observation and study measured in months is required, enabling me to perform a diluted version of their abilities, much like the time I emulated Hollandaise bribery. Glad nodded, gaining further insight into the other's capabilities. Pal and Sullivan remained silent, diligently committing this newfound intelligence to memory. After a moment's contemplation, Glad remarked, "This path must be the boon of the malevolent deity. Am I correct? Indeed, it is his blessing that has granted me this power." In the next instant, Celine seemed to regain some consciousness and began to chant in ancient Hermetic tongue. "Mother Tree of Desire, Father of Demons, Eternal Howler, God of the Lost Mind, grant me passage to punish these irreverent souls." No one anticipated such an occurrence, and thus no one intervened as he spoke. Moreover, those desires surged within him as if already fulfilled, inundating Glad with ceaseless pleasure, relentlessly bombarding his mind. Subsequently, Selen's body emitted a resounding pop, akin to a balloon bursting. "Is he dead?" Glad gazed at Selen's suddenly exploding form, yet he found himself devoid of any spare moment, compelled to resist the surging desires swelling within his mind, alongside the incessant waves of pleasure. Abruptly, the pattern on Glad's chest began to radiate heat, as if aflame. Under the influence of this burning emblem, Glad distinctly sensed the desires and pleasures within his mind dissipating, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the other two. Pal and Sullivan appeared to be in far more dire straits than Glad. Pal's entire body was becoming adorned with a myriad of intricate texts, as though he had transformed into a book, his expression twisted in agony, seemingly enduring immense suffering. A portion of Sullivan's body had turned pitch black, rendering his form nearly indistinguishable, obscuring his expression entirely. Were they teetering on the brink of losing control? Glad watched the two with concern, yet felt utterly powerless. In such circumstances, they could only rely on their own resilience. Fortunately, after a tense moment, the words on Pal's body began to fade, gradually disappearing from the surface of his skin. Sullivan, too, slowly regained his human form and stabilized. Once they had all taken a moment to recover, Pal finally gasped, "The Tree of Desire, I have heard of that name. It is a rather renowned malevolent deity, and its power is not to be underestimated. If the forces behind Resm help are aligned with it, the situation could become exceedingly troublesome." This was the first time Glad had encountered the term Mother Tree of Desire, and simultaneously, the first instance he had heard of an evil deity aside from terror. Observing Pal, who seemed to possess considerable knowledge, he eagerly inquired, "Are there many deities of such malevolence?" Pal shook his head and replied, "Based on my understanding, there are likely only 4 or 5 evil deities as formidable as the Mother Tree." "Only 4 or 5. I wonder if the terror that bestows gifts upon us is among them. Once we have rested sufficiently, let us ascend. Those extraordinary beings who bestow gifts do not manifest extraordinary characteristics upon their demise. Pal waved his hand in front of his nose, displaying a look of disgust. The stench here is becoming unbearable. We should summon someone to attend to it shortly. Glad and Sullivan nodded in agreement, following Pal as they climbed the staircase to the third floor, entering Pal's office thereafter. How did it go? Did you uncover any valuable information? Florina, seated in Pal's office chair, was engaged in conversation with Manilai when she noticed the three entering and asked with concern. We didn't uncover anything of worth. And we nearly lost our lives in the process, Pal grumbled irritably. The three then exchanged accounts of the events and intelligence that transpired after their departure. Phew. I'm relieved to see you all unharmed, Florina exclaimed, her face reflecting a sense of dread. I never anticipated that a simple interrogation of a captive could nearly lead to disaster. Sullivan, devoid of any inclination for jest, directly addressed Par, inquiring. Now that we have caught the fish and concluded our plans, what shall we do next? Chapter 47. Astrology Commence Warfare. Are you serious? Sullivan was the first to voice his dissent. His statement left the assembled company in stunned silence, rendering them momentarily speechless. It seemed Par was oblivious to the fact that his words had caused this silence. He turned to Glad and asked, What are your thoughts? Do you wish to confront the Hornet Gang? Par's inquiry drew the attention of everyone around to Glad, leaving him somewhat flustered. Me? He hesitated. To be honest, he harbored no deep-seated animosity towards the Hornet Gang. Rather, it could be said that he did not possess any particular hatred for them. Although it was clear that the Hornet Gang would relish the opportunity to see him suffer. Upon reflection, the idea of eradicating the threat seemed appealing. Furthermore, given the Hornet Gang's audacity to conspire with the Lizma Gang, they deserved to face dire consequences. I must admit, I am quite inclined to engage in battle with the Hornet Gang, Glad stated, but feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, he hastily added, However, this matter is of great significance, and it requires a collective discussion on whether we should proceed. See, there are still some who stand with me, Par remarked cheerfully, displaying a broad smile as he clarified, Do not rush to refute my proposal. I have yet to elaborate. Your explanation must surely be a recent concoction, Sullivan retorted. How can you so easily tarnish one's reputation? With a jesting tone, Pal made his remarks, only to draw back his smile slightly upon realizing that no one had caught his drift. He continued, There is a rationale behind my proposed plan. Observing the attacks on other factions, it is evident that the Wasps and the Lazem are primarily targeting us. The Lazem possesses an unfathomable strength. If they persist in sending assassins our way, our situation could become perilous. My strategy to engage the Wasps carries two distinct advantages. First, two of the Lazem's extraordinary individuals have recently perished, suggesting that their exceptional forces in this vicinity should be temporarily diminished. Second, the Wasps would undoubtedly be taken aback by our audacity to launch a preemptive strike against them. After all, the recent assaults have been orchestrated by the Lazem, leading them to believe we remain oblivious to their role in these attacks, thereby fostering a false sense of security. Upon concluding his statement, Pal reclined in his chair, casting a proud gaze over the assembly, as if to boast of his own prowess. Glad regarded Pal with incredulity, bemused by the implausibility of his plan and the even more dubious justifications that accompanied it. Frona was quick to interject, expressing her skepticism. So, your so-called advantages hinge upon should and might, which lack any substantial evidence? What if the Lazem still has extraordinary agents stationed within the Wasps' territory? What if the Wasps anticipate our intentions to strike? Sullivan chimed in as well. Even if your purported advantages were valid, what tactics do you possess that would enable us to triumph over the Wasps? According to our understanding, there are at least 4 extraordinary members of the Wasp Gang, led by Penny, who, like you, belongs to Sequence 6. What makes you believe we can triumph over them? This sentiment aligns closely with my own. Glad silently supported the two, even he found the plan somewhat dubious. Pal, confronted by their skepticism, could only cast a hopeful glance towards the silent Glad and Manilai. Manilai, sensing Pal's beseeching gaze, shook her head vigorously, akin to a windmill, to express her dissent towards Pal's scheme. Left with no other option, Pal turned his gaze back to Glad. Glad, however, found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he yearned to decisively dismantle the Wasp Gang for their collusion with the Reism Gang. Yet on the other, Pal's ideas seemed excessively precarious, laden with uncertainties. After a moment of contemplation, under Pal's hopeful eyes, Glad spoke. I'm sorry, I also believe this plan is ill-advised. Seeing all the leaders opposed to his strategy, Pal rolled his eyes and retrieved a softly glowing crystal ball from beneath the table. You don't believe me, do you? Let me perform a divination for you. With that, Pal placed his hands on the crystal ball, closed his eyes, and murmured, the future of the plan, the future of the plan. After repeating this several times, he opened his eyes, placed his hands by his sides, and leaned forward to gaze into the crystal ball. The others remained silent, awaiting Pal's astrological revelation. In silence, Pal remained mute, intently scrutinizing the crystal orb in his hands, his expression growing increasingly grave and solemn. Florina was the first to shatter the tranquility, inquiring, so, what are the results of the divination? Upon hearing her words, everyone promptly vacated the office, descending the stairs to return to their respective abodes. Once they departed, Pal resumed his examination of the crystal sphere, his demeanor becoming even more weighty. With his eyes closed, just as before, he placed his hands upon the orb and murmured softly, the future of the guild, the future of the guild. After repeating this several times, he leaned closer, gazing into the visions within the crystal. If he could perceive them, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Standing by the window, he beheld the profound and crimson moon, lost in contemplation. The following morning, as McQuillan pushed open the door to Glad's office, he discovered Glad seated at his desk, staring blankly at the surface. Today is Monday, is it not? Glad inquired without lifting his gaze from the desk. He contemplated simply sending the briber's extraordinary traits to Mr. K, allowing him to sell them. That way, the matter would be out of reach for inquiry. Glad wrestled with these thoughts, torn by his reluctance to place his faith in that malevolent deity. He already bore one dark god within him. The thought of accumulating more could lead to a future where these deities convened within him. Such a notion was simply intolerable. However, he was reluctant to relinquish the opulent resources provided by Mr. K, for his extraordinary weapons had been acquired without cost from him. Perhaps there would be more treasures bestowed upon him in the future. Like the unscrupulous protagonist of tales, he decided to bide his time. Glad muttered. Chapter 48. The tracking mission. McQuillan was perplexed by Glad's inner turmoil and directly handed him the envelope in his possession. What is this? Glad inquired as he took the envelope, which bore no writing, merely a blank surface. I don't know. It was brought over from Boss Pal's side. It might be a letter addressed to you, McQuillan speculated. Pal. Glad slowly opened the envelope, revealing a line inscribed in ink. Upon reading the words, come to my office swiftly, do not speak to anyone, not even the other leaders. I have an important task for you. Signed by Pal, his curiosity piqued. What is it? Why the urgency? Though Glad was uncertain as to why Pal sought him, he knew that such a method of communication could only signify a matter of great importance. He immediately rose from his chair, tucked the letter securely on his person, and exited the room, leaving McQuillan in a state of bewilderment. He swiftly traversed the street and entered the building at 15 Crutch Street. Ascending the stairs with practiced ease, he entered Pal's office. As usual, Pal was seated in his chair, yet his demeanor was notably more serious than usual. Is there something you need from me? Glad asked directly. I have a crucial task to assign to you, Pal replied. Pal said solemnly, you need to leave the city, and there may be danger ahead. Glad was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, what mission? Pal briefly explained, I received news just this morning. Penny Lawson, the leader of the Wasp gang, abruptly left the city last night. I want you to follow her and ascertain her intentions. Glad suddenly realized, if she has left the city, isn't this the perfect opportunity for us to strike against the Wasp gang? Pal shook his head. I am uncertain if that individual is truly her, which is why I need you to investigate. If she happens to be an actor, like the one who attacked you yesterday, we might unwittingly walk into a trap. True, but is it necessary to keep this from the other leaders? A flicker of doubt arose in Glad's mind. Pal seemed to sense Glad's thoughts, relaxed slightly, and smiled as he replied, if it were them, they certainly would not allow you to track Penny alone. They would insist on accompanying you. However, we cannot afford to lose any more personnel, which is why you must proceed discreetly. You were chosen because, aside from myself, you are the strongest in direct combat among us. It is said that great responsibilities are bestowed upon capable individuals. This task is yours alone. Indeed, they would not willingly undertake such a perilous mission themselves. Your task is merely to follow and confirm her identity, not to engage. Therefore, do not draw it too close, and prioritize your safety. As Pal spoke, he rummaged through the drawer and retrieved a pair of ordinary spectacles, handing them to Glad. You are aware of their purpose. Take them and make use of them. However, remember that the duration of wear each day should not be excessive. Glad accepted the glasses, nodding in acknowledgement. Shall I depart now? Otherwise, I may miss the opportunity. Before doing so, he added, I must convey to you the incantation for contacting my messenger. Once you confirm her identity, please send the letter through the messenger, and then we shall proceed with our next course of action. Pal cleared his throat and began to chant slowly. Spirit wandering in the realm of illusion, benevolent and safe beings of the upper world, messenger belonging solely to Grinton Pal. Glad nodded, recalling the teachings on ritual magic he had absorbed from Mr. K's notes. Summoning a messenger was a simple enough rite. So, do you intend to leave now or wait until tomorrow? Pal inquired, confident that Glad would be able to catch up regardless, since Pal had suggested it. And considering the gathering tonight, Glad decided it would be wiser to wait until the morrow to depart. He remembered the 26,000 Falcon in his safe, which he had yet to decide how to spend. Perhaps he could acquire some extraordinary items at the gathering that would be useful for the following day. Very well. Rest well this evening. I shall prepare a horse and provisions for you, while you ensure you have all your other belongings in order, Pal stated, affirmatively. Glad nodded and exited Pal's office. It seemed he must indeed attend the gathering tonight, while Mr. K's invitation would, it appeared, be best declined after all. Regardless of the fact that my true intention is not to join that so-called Aurora Society, my sole desire is to exact revenge with the assistance of the Lesm gang. Becoming entangled in a clandestine organization would only hinder my pursuits. 19, Shear Street. Glad instructed the carriage driver, handing him a few kopecks. The carriage jolted forward along the street, swiftly arriving at the entrance of 19, Shear Street. As before, Glad descended the stairs, donned his mask, and knocked on the door according to the secret code. The door creaked open, and Glad stepped inside, where Mr. K, cloaked in a large hood, awaited him. So, have you made up your mind to embrace our deity? Mr. K inquired with palpable urgency as soon as Glad entered. Well, perhaps not. I have no desire to worship a new god. I prefer to live independently, Glad replied tactfully. Very well. Though Mr. K's expression was obscured by his hood, the disappointment in his tone was unmistakable. Should you reconsider in the future, do let me know. Glad nodded, refraining from further comment. Now, have you uncovered anything regarding the Lesm gang? Mr. K shifted the conversation, asking directly. The Mother Tree of Desire. Those accursed demonic entities. I shall crush them and offer them to my master. Upon hearing the name of the Mother Tree of Desire, Mr. K raged with a pathological fervor. As for the Wasp gang, if they conspire with those worshippers of evil, I shall not spare them either. Mr. K continued, stating that if the Gelban gang intended to strike against the Hornet gang, all I required was for you to sever the finger I provided, and I would offer my assistance. Glad nodded, indicating his understanding. Chapter 49. The Deposit in a Moment of Silence. Glad seized the opportunity to interject. Do you possess any other extraordinary artifacts or weapons priced around 25,000 Falcons? Since he had no need for potion formulas or their components, he contemplated utilizing the funds to acquire extraordinary weaponry, thereby enhancing his own capabilities. It's quite apparent. Indeed, after all, leaving the money idle serves no purpose. It would be wiser to invest in improving oneself and purchasing a superior weapon. Typically, retaining 1,000 Falcons suffices. Mr. K nodded, extending his hand from beneath his voluminous cloak. Hand it over. I shall prioritize the transaction of this extraordinary trait to see if there are any interested buyers, so I can prepare corresponding extraordinary items. Glad retrieved the black box containing the extraordinary trait extracted from Harland and presented it to Mr. K. Upon opening the black box, Mr. K leaned closer to examine the extraordinary trait, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light, confirming it to be the trait of a briber. He closed the lid of the box. After uttering those words, Mr. K exited the room, turned a corner, and vanished from Glad's sight. After which the door closed on its own. Only 10 minutes remain. Glad gazed at the time displayed on the grandfather clock in the corner of the room as he settled into a chair, awaiting the commencement of the gathering. Leaning back, he stared at the ceiling, allowing his imagination to conjure the potential weapons that might be at hand. Indeed, possessing a sharp instrument would be advantageous, he mused silently. In the previous battle, had he wielded a dagger or an axe, he might have been able to eliminate Harlan during the transformation interval of the demonic gauntlet, thereby obviating the need for Pal's timely intervention. Moreover, it would be preferable if the side effects were minimal, considering the considerable drawbacks already associated with the demonic gauntlet. An amalgamation of both could spell disaster. As Glad's mind wandered, the time approached. He exited his room and entered the gathering space, choosing a secluded corner to sit. Gradually, individuals began to arrive, adorned in various masks and painted with eccentric makeup. Once the majority had assembled, Mr. K entered the room and, as customary, announced the initiation of the soiree. Mr. K's attendant wheeled out a board plastered with an array of letters and began to read aloud. For sale, Lawyer's Pathway Sequence 7, Briber, Extraordinary Attributes, priced at 21,000 Fairkin. How intriguing. Glad anxiously scanned his surroundings, astonished to observe someone negotiating with the attendant nearby, before they retreated into a small chamber. Success. A wave of joy washed over Glad, accompanied by a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated the sale would transpire so effortlessly. It appeared he would soon have the opportunity to select a superior weapon. Glad reclined in his chair, casually listening to the sales of various items, hoping to discover any extraordinary treasures worth selling. However, after attentive listening for a while, he found that there were scarcely any valuable extraordinary items available. This was quite understandable. Why would anyone part with useful extraordinary items unless they possessed the ability to create them in abundance? Glad initially anticipated that the conversation would conclude as it had on previous occasions, with mere casual exchanges. Have you heard about the recent murders in the vicinity? Someone wearing a monkey mask abruptly steered the conversation towards this grim topic. Ah, you mean that indiscriminate serial killer, right? It said he neither seeks wealth nor fame, but kills purely for the thrill. Truly a madman, interjected another individual adorned with a pitch-black iron mask. Glad, overhearing their discourse, recalled having seen reports about this matter in the newspapers. In my opinion, that fellow is likely an extraordinary individual, after all. He is yet to be apprehended by the police despite the passage of time, speculated a person whose face was smeared with chaotic paint. This pervert seems to enjoy dismembering his victims like a rabid dog. Be careful not to fall into his clutches, cautioned an individual masked with a pig's head, his tone eerily reminiscent of a warning intended for children. Glad attentively absorbed their exchanges, yet most of it consisted of rumors and unfounded conjectures. No one could definitively clarify the actual circumstances surrounding the events. After a brief discussion, Mr. K, as is customary, announced the conclusion of the gathering. All members, except for Glad, departed the room in groups. Once the others had vacated the premises, Mr. K rose from his seat and slowly approached Glad. I shall retain this sum of 21,000 Falcon for now, and when the weapons are assembled, you may settle the remaining balance according to the prices of your desired items. Consider this 21,000 Falcon as a deposit. Glad nodded in agreement, relieved to have someone manage his considerable funds. I hope the weapons will possess the sharpness necessary for offense, and it would be ideal if they could exhibit extraordinary abilities, perhaps even magical spells. With Mr. K having accepted the deposit, Glad felt compelled to articulate his aspirations for the forthcoming weaponry. His particular interest in extraordinary spells stemmed from his envy of Pal's abilities. He yearned to wield a couple of spells himself. Mr. K, unfazed, nodded slowly and affirmed, I will endeavor to gather according to your specifications. With this clear response, Glad exited the room, joining the others as they made their way outdoors. Chapter 50, Kindred? Foes. Stepping out of the door at 19, Sure Street, Glad exhaled the somewhat murky air of the basement. The breath escaped his lips, transforming into a white mist that gradually dissipated into the frigid atmosphere. Inhaling the crisp air, Glad felt invigorated anew. As night descended, the streets became increasingly deserted, with even the sound of horse-drawn carriages fading into silence. Glad quickened his pace, making his way towards Ragged Hat Street. Upon entering, a biting wind greeted him, carrying an unpleasant stench that stirred a sense of nausea within him. He intensified his strides, eager to traverse this dismal street and reach the comparatively cleaner Red Moon Street. However, after only a few steps, he felt the emblem on his chest begin to radiate an intense heat, seemingly uncontrollable. What was happening? Glad glanced down at the emblem, which still contained only a fraction of its capacity, akin to the time he had slain Harland, merely a tenth filled. Yet now, it flickered persistently, its frequency escalating, emitting an astonishing warmth. Such an occurrence had never transpired before, and Glad was perplexed by its implications. He remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any potential triggers. Suddenly, a scrap of paper on the ground ignited without warning. In the next instant, the flames surged, and a silhouette emerged from the conflagration, facing Glad. He assumed a defensive stance, scrutinizing this unexpected figure, while the emblem on his chest blazed even more fiercely. Before him stood an unremarkable, somewhat frail middle-aged man. His short black hair billowing in the frigid breeze, and his form appeared considerably more imposing in the glow of the flames. Glad could swear that he had never laid eyes on the individual before him in his entire life, yet he felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from the stranger. Akin to the bond shared with an unseen brother, such a familiar sensation. It seems you are much like me. While Glad was still sizing up this enigmatic figure, unsure of whether he was friend or foe, the stranger spoke first. Who are you? What do you want with me? Noticing that the other did not immediately launch an attack, Glad resolved to engage in conversation, preferring dialogue over conflict. I am Walter, a follower of the same master as you, declared the man who identified himself as Walter, his expression a blend of bloodthirsty fervor. Skulls for the throne, blood for the god of blood. So, I am not the only one graced by the malevolent deity's favor? Yet, why does he possess powers that emerge from the flames? While I do not. A wave of uncertainty washed over Glad, but he had no intention of conversing with this evidently deranged individual. He nodded slightly and replied, Oh, it is a pleasure to meet you, but I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we can speak another time. With that, Glad attempted to sidestep Walter and continue on his way. However, Walter stepped forward, blocking Glad's path and halting his progress. I know your name, Glad. I am aware that you have caught his attention. Walter's face contorted with a mix of fervor and despair, his tone laced with anguish and resentment. Yet I have slain so many in his name, offering countless skulls. Why will he not spare me a glance? Why is it that you, without any effort, can receive his grace? Why do you not strive harder to slay and offer sacrifices to the blood god? Why does a slacker like you garner more attention than I do? Walter's tone grew increasingly fervent and frenzied, his eyes gradually turning red. Glad recognized that look. It was the gaze of one possessed by murderous intent. I shall make him aware that he has chosen the wrong individual. I am the one more deserving of his grace. I am his most devout follower. I will prove this. I will kill you. With that declaration, Walter produced 4 cards from his pocket, hurling them towards Glad. Aimed at his head, throat, chest, and abdomen, the cards sought to strike at Glad's vital points, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Fortunately, Glad had sensed the danger emanating from this man and was prepared for combat. He rolled to the left, evading the sharp, knife-like cards, and lunged towards Walter. As Glad closed in, Walter retreated and snapped his fingers. The cards, which had failed to hit Glad, ignited in flames. And in an instant, Walter was engulfed, vanishing from Glad's sight, only to reappear at the location of one of the burning cards. Glad quickly realized that this man was no mere Sequence 8 clown. He had not emerged from the flames relying on any extraordinary artifact. It was this type of foe, one who avoided close combat, that posed the greatest challenge to Glad. Glad possesses a confidence that enables him to confront most low-ranking melee combatants. However, when faced with an opponent who refrains from direct engagement, he finds himself at a loss. Before he can devise a countermeasure, Walter launches several cards that hurtle toward Glad's vital points. Furthermore, with a snap of his fingers, nothing changes. A sense of foreboding grips Glad instinctively, prompting him to roll away. With a resounding thud, the ground where he once stood bears the marks of bullets striking it. Other cards slice through the space he occupied, embedding themselves into the distant walls and floor. Invisible bullets? And teleporting flames? A tightness forms in Glad's chest, yet simultaneously, a thought surfaces in his mind. Instead of charging forward, Glad stands his ground and taunts Walter. No wonder he looks down upon you. You lack even the courage to face me in battle. Such a feeble and timid wretch. Should you slay me, he would not spare you a second glance. Do you truly lack the bravery to settle this with a fight? Based on Walter's earlier words and fervor, Glad is convinced he is an unyielding fanatic. Yet, he remains uncertain whether Walter would relinquish his ranged advantage to engage him in personal combat. He can only hope that his obsession with faith drives him to madness. Chapter 51. Retreat. Glad gazes at Walter in the distance, silently praying that he might succumb to fervor and charge at him for a melee confrontation. It seems his prayers have been answered, as Walter indeed halts his assault, appearing to ponder Glad's words. You pitiful creature. Continue to scurry like a rat to evade my onslaught. Glad bellowed, charging towards Walter without granting him a moment's respite for contemplation. Keep fleeing, coward, like a lost dog. As Glad closed the distance, Walter displayed no inclination to ignite his escape, instead standing his ground, his gaze filled with loathing directed at Glad. Well spoken. Then let us engage in battle, to determine who is truly worthy of his grace. Walter stood resolute, meeting Glad's fist head-on. Success. Just as Glad believed his punch was destined to collide with Walter's head, Walter executed an astonishing maneuver, bending backward in an uncanny fashion. With his legs firmly planted, he arched his waist a full 90 degrees, aligning his upper body parallel to the ground, effortlessly evading the blow. What is this? Glad marveled, his extraordinary abilities unable to comprehend as he witnessed Walter's bones bending with the suppleness of noodles. As Glad's fist swung through empty air, Walter straightened his torso and swiftly retrieved several slips of paper from his person. With deft skill, he twisted them into a makeshift staff and launched it towards Glad. Caught off guard, Glad had no time to evade and was compelled to brace himself against the paper staff's assault. To his astonishment, although the staff appeared to be crafted from paper, it struck his arm with the force of a wooden club, proving remarkably resilient. Glad, having withstood the blow, retaliated by swinging his fist toward Walter. As Walter faced the imminent assault, he twisted away in an uncanny manner. Was it the Joker's foresight? Glad recalled the notes regarding the Seer-S pathways of Sequence 9 and Sequence 8, yet regrettably, there was no mention of Sequence 7. Nevertheless, even with precognitive abilities, Walter could not evade every strike if the frequency of attacks was excessively high. With a newfound resolve, Glad hastened his assault. Though this would diminish the power of his blows, it was futile to possess strength if he could not land a hit. Ultimately, the Seer-S sequence emphasized skillful combat, rendering Glad superior in a contest of might, which left Walter with no option but to evade Glad's relentless strikes. At last, amidst Glad's rapid barrage, Walter could no longer dodge, and a punch struck him squarely in the abdomen. Seizing the opportunity as Walter stiffened in pain, Glad unleashed 3 consecutive punches, each landing with precision. Just as Glad poised to deliver a fatal blow to Walter's head, Walter's form suddenly transformed into that of a paper figure. Floating helplessly in the air, Glad, vigilant, scanned the surroundings for any sign of Walter. Fortunately, Walter refrained from countering. Instead, he stood at a distance on the street, coldly gazing at Glad. Let this be the conclusion for now. We shall battle again another day. With a snap of his fingers, the refuse on the ground ignited. Walter leapt into the flames, weaving through the fire until he ultimately vanished from sight. As Glad observed the departure, he became aware of the approaching sounds of the police carriage wheels and the clattering of hooves, indicating that the local residents had alerted the authorities. Without further hesitation, Glad sprinted towards Red Moon Street, distancing himself from the direction from which the police carriage was coming. Upon reaching Red Moon Street, he slowed his pace to a leisurely walk. The peculiar nature of this pathway was indeed enigmatic, vastly surpassing the capabilities of a mere briber. Glad mused silently. While the briber's ability was to weaken opponents to achieve dominance, Walter's seemingly magical prowess rendered such tactics ineffective. Moreover, given his abilities, it seemed impossible for anyone of the same rank to impede his escape. A sigh escaped Glad's lips. He pondered how this individual named Walter had come to know of him, and how he was aware of the dark blessings he bore. What drove him to venerate the deity of terror, resorting to indiscriminate murder for the sake of notoriety? As these thoughts occupied his mind, he made his way towards Blackframe Street, only to be interrupted by the sounds of a quarrel between a man and a woman. Sylvia. Glad recognized her as the receptionist from the Emerald Inn, but what was she doing here? At this hour, wasn't the Green Street already under curfew? How had she ventured here? Upon noticing Glad, the member displayed a hint of surprise. I was merely passing through. What brings you here? How did you manage to traverse Green Street to arrive? Glad approached Sylvia, inquiring with curiosity. Having said that, he shot a furious glare at the gang member who obstructed his path and remarked, I never anticipated that while Choi Street has lifted its blockade, Hongwei Street remains restricted, leaving me stranded here. Has the Wasp Gang truly lifted the curfew? While their leader is away on business. Glad sensed that this scenario appeared to be a trap laid out for the Ger gang, and it was no wonder that even Pal had become increasingly cautious. Well, she is my friend. Surely, it would be permissible for me to bring her along? Glad addressed the guard. After speaking, Glad took the lead along the street, prompting Sylvia to pause momentarily before quickly catching up to him. She walked beside Glad and inquired, Why did he let you go? Chapter 52. The pursuit begins. What's wrong? Am I not fit to be a gang leader? Glad responded with a jesting tone. Indeed, it is quite sudden. Less than a month ago, I was merely a shepherd in the quaint village of Innis, and now I have transformed into a gang leader. Having just engaged in a life-and-death struggle with another individual mere moments ago. Perhaps this is what they call fate, Glad mused, recalling the words of the blood-soaked figure with a hint of melancholy. What? Sylvia did not fully grasp his words, mistakenly thinking he was addressing her. It's nothing. Just a fleeting thought, Glad replied with a smile, deftly steering the conversation. Is my room still reserved for me? Upon finishing his question, Sylvia halted, standing before the entrance of a building. This is my home. Would you care to come up for a visit? She asked with a smile. Glad shook his head and jested. Inviting someone of the opposite sex to your home late at night. Aren't you concerned about any rumors swirling around? He added with a hint of playfulness. You truly perceive me as a child, though I am, in fact, your senior. Sylvia smiled, waved her hand, and ascended the staircase. Bidding farewell, goodbye, Glad. We have tasks to attend to tomorrow, so I must rest tonight. Fortunately, nothing untoward transpired until Glad drifted into slumber that night. The following morning, after attending to his morning routine, Glad meticulously placed Mr. K's notebook and the sinister gloves, his two most vital possessions, into his satchel. He descended the stairs where Pal was already seated at the bar in the photo ballroom, awaiting his arrival. Let us head to the city gate. The horses and provisions are waiting there, Pal stated, hailing a carriage as they stepped outside. Once aboard, as the carriage commenced its journey, Pal retrieved a map from his pocket, unfurling it across his lap. According to my sources, they should be in this vicinity and are continuing in this direction. If you ride, you might catch up to them around here, he explained, gesturing at the map. The location was not far from Trier, and Glad surmised that, on horseback, he could reach them in approximately half a day's time. There are likely 4 or 5 of them traveling by wagon. You should spot them with ease, Pal added, rolling up the map and placing it in Glad's hands. Nodding in acknowledgement, Glad replied, I have matters to discuss with you as well. Could you assist me in investigating an individual? Pal did not refuse, awaiting Glad's description of the person's appearance. Glad succinctly outlined Walter's physical traits, then remarked, he is affiliated with the Diviner Path, likely belonging to Sequence 7. He is also the notorious serial killer recently featured in the newspapers from Trier. Pal nodded, saying, understood. I will help you look into this. The carriage came to a gentle halt at the city gate, and Glad and Pal exited the vehicle, standing beneath the archway. Nearby, a member held the reins of a horse, which bore several bags atop its back. Within those bags were mysterious tools that might prove useful. Pal chuckled, adding, no one here is going to send me a lawyer's letter, and laughed heartily at his own jest. After sharing a moment of levity, Pal patted Glad on the shoulder, adopting a more serious tone as he said, let us embark. I hope you have a safe journey. Glad nodded, took the reins from the member's hands, mounted the horse, tucked the map into his pocket, secured the bags he brought onto the horse, and set off towards the outskirts of the city. Would fate truly alter? Pal gazed at Glad's receding silhouette, murmuring softly. Glad rode swiftly into the dimming twilight, the distant convoy of the Hornet gang's carriages moving steadily along the road. It advanced at a leisurely pace, as if savoring the scenery along the way, maintaining a prudent distance. He retrieved a pair of binoculars from the pocket that Pal had prepared beforehand, directing his gaze towards the caravan and commencing a quiet observation. Everything within the confines of the carriages appeared shrouded in mystery. However, outside, 2 men clad in black suits rode horses, standing vigil on either side of the convoy, seemingly assuming the role of bodyguards. Their presence undoubtedly lent an air of authority and solemnity to the leisurely procession. Although Penny was an extraordinary individual of the 6th rank, it seemed peculiar for her to be accompanied by 2 non-extraordinary individuals as protectors. Yet, upon reflection, such an arrangement could indeed deter any unwarranted troublemakers. Glad shifted his focus to the coachman, who bore the semblance of a gang member rather than a professional driver. While there appeared to be some affiliation with the Hornet gang, it was difficult to ascertain who precisely occupied the carriage. It could very well be one of the leaders. Glad lowered the binoculars and unfurled a map, scrutinizing it closely. Given the distance and direction, along with the impending darkness, the nearby town was the only feasible place to rest. It was highly probable they would spend the night there, even if they wished to continue. The horses would likely be too fatigued to proceed by that time. When the moment arrived, those within the carriage would surely disembark to enter the inn, where he could then observe who else was aboard the carriage. Having made up his mind, Glad donned Pal's inconspicuous glasses and galloped ahead of the Hornet gang's carriage, intending to secure lodging at the inn first and await their arrival at the entrance. He effortlessly surpassed the wagon of the Hornet gang on horseback, steering towards the distant town. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Turn of Events. 200 kilometers away from Trier, Glad arrived at Ink Town. This so-called town was, in truth, rather modest in scale, resembling more a sizable village. Though the sun had not yet completely set, the muddy streets were nearly deserted. Glad rode his horse to the entrance of a dilapidated inn, where the ground floor housed a dimly lit bar, permeated with the heavy scent of alcohol and smoke. Dust-laden bottles and jars adorned the bar counter, indicating they had not been touched in years. He tethered his horse to the hitching post at the entrance, removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose, and tucked them into his bag before stepping into the inn, the floorboards creaking beneath his weight. Inside, a few patrons lingered at scattered tables, sipping their drinks and engaging in quiet games of cards, while some had already succumbed to inebriation. Glad approached the bar, casting a glance at the proprietor within. The owner, a wrinkled old man with graying hair, held a pipe in his mouth, puffing away as he regarded Glad through a thick haze of smoke. In a gravelly voice, he inquired, "Lodging or food and drink?" 1 gold per day. No negotiation. The proprietor exhaled a white plume of smoke, and with his somewhat frail hand, he removed the pipe from his lips, slowly adding, "For such a dismal environment, 1 gold? Truly a case of taking advantage of the situation. Within a 20-kilometer radius, there are no other towns. Thus, accommodation is solely available here, allowing them to charge exorbitant rates." Glad made a dismissive gesture, retrieving 2 firkins from his pocket and tossing them onto the bar counter. "Also, a bottle of fine wine and some delectable fare," he requested. After making his order, Glad nestled into a corner of the inn, awaiting the arrival of the Hornet gang. A few minutes passed, during which he indulged in his meal and drink. His keen ears soon picked up the distant sounds of galloping hooves and the rumble of wheels outside the inn. "They have arrived." Glad produced a pair of ordinary spectacles from his bag, donning them as he discreetly observed the entrance from his secluded spot, anticipating their entrance. As expected, the carriage came to a halt before the inn, briefly pausing before proceeding to the stables at the rear. The first to enter were 2 imposing figures, akin to bodyguards, who approached the innkeeper with an air of authority. 2 rooms, one of them stated, tossing 2 firkins onto the counter. Is this their first visit? Or had they meticulously planned their route, familiarizing themselves with the local rates? Glad pretended to sip from his glass, concealing his gaze upon the 2 men. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman entered the inn, clad in a dark gown, gliding through the doorway like an ethereal being. Instantly, the raucous chatter within the tavern ceased, and the inebriated patrons halted their revelry, their eyes fixated on the enchanting figure before them. Indeed, it was Penny Lawson. Glad, having previously encountered her, recognized her at once with ease. However, whether Penny is merely an actress in disguise remains uncertain and necessitates further observation. Glad took another sip of his drink, seeking to calm the tumultuous feelings stirred by her presence in a dual sense. Just as Penny traversed the hotel, preparing to ascend the stairs, a drunken man unsteadily rose to his feet, emboldened perhaps by the effects of alcohol. He brazenly approached Penny, his face contorted into a lewd expression as he exclaimed, "Beautiful lady, with such a stunning visage, why would you spend the night in this shabby place? Come, let me treat you. How about a night at my home?" This promised an entertaining spectacle. Glad, ensconced in a corner, observed this unexpected farce, pondering whether Penny Lucin was indeed the genuine article. Upon witnessing this scene, Penny's 2 aides rushed forward, intent on shoving the drunken man away. Yet, with a mere wave of her hand, Penny halted her bodyguards, surveyed her surroundings, and bestowed a captivating smile upon the inebriated man, once again captivating the hearts of numerous gentlemen present. She inquired, "Is your home cleaner than this?" All who bore witness to this inexplicable exchange were momentarily taken aback, Glad included. The drunken man, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and eagerly nodded, "Of course. Much cleaner. May I stay at your place for a night then?" Penny sauntered closer, her delicate, fair hand caressing the drunken man's chest. She leaned in, whispering into his ear in a voice audible to all, "The lodging fee will be on me." With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at him. This singular thought echoed in the minds of all present, with many unable to suppress their underlying doubts, exclaiming in astonishment. Glad had not anticipated that the narrative would unfold in such a manner, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves, even more so than the others. It was crucial to recognize that the woman before them was no ordinary beauty, but rather the formidable leader of the Hornet gang, engaging in such activities with a drunken man. Yet, upon further reflection, he mused that if it were Pal encountering a drunken woman inviting him, it might not be entirely implausible. The people of Trier certainly indulged in extravagant pleasures. With this thought, Glad felt less astonished. The inebriated man, unexpectedly elated, even sobered up considerably, eagerly nodding yes. Yes, yes, I shall lead the way, let us hasten. Penny addressed her 2 bodyguards, stating, tomorrow morning, I shall arrive on my own, we shall set forth then. With that, she departed the inn with a smile, following the drunken man. The inn was instantly filled with the sounds of regretful sighs and lamentations as the crowd berated themselves for not approaching, missing the chance to spend a delightful evening with the enchanting woman. Glad, too, found himself in a state of confusion, harboring a vague suspicion regarding whether this Penny was indeed an actress. His inclination towards this conclusion was supported by 2 factors. First, the aura exuded by Penny seemed genuine, identical to that of their initial encounter at the Emerald Inn, likely influenced by her extraordinary powers as the joyous sorceress. An actress might not be capable of evoking such an essence. In summary, it was highly probable that this individual was indeed Penny Lawson herself. Chapter 54. The first ritual magic. Nevertheless, it is merely a conjecture. Drawing a definitive conclusion at this juncture would be premature. Once the 2 bodyguards ascended the staircase and retreated to their respective chambers, Glad removed his spectacles and requested the key to his room from the proprietor, then proceeded to the 2nd floor. Upon entering his quarters, Glad could not help but marvel at the sagacity of Penny's decision. The accommodations on the 2nd and 3rd floors were far more rudimentary than those of the tavern below. The wooden bed frame and the chairs appeared precarious, casting doubt upon their ability to support the weight of an adult. Glad shook his head, fully aware that he had no alternative but to spend the night here. He placed his backpack in the corner of the room and began to extract the items designated for the ritual one by one. This evening, he intended to establish contact with Pal, entrusting him with the evaluation of the events that had transpired today. Should any misjudgment occur, he could not be held accountable. After laying out his belongings, Glad did not commence the ritual. Instead, he plopped onto the bed, which emitted a creaking protest as if lamenting the burden imposed upon it. Ignoring its grievances, Glad retrieved a map and began to study it. If their convoy maintained the same pace as today, they would likely cover around 100 kilometers by tomorrow, and there were not many locations within that distance. Centering on Ink Town, he glanced at the towns within a 100-kilometer radius, finding only 2 or 3. It remained unclear where their next destination would be. What was the true purpose of Penny and her companions' outing? Surely, it could not merely be for the sake of sightseeing. Glad was entirely perplexed. Could it be that a nearby town served as a clandestine stronghold for the Lacem gang? If so, this excursion must be aimed at negotiating a strategy to assault our faction. Suddenly, a realization struck Glad. He envisioned an even more terrifying possibility, which sent chills down his spine. Perhaps Penny was not merely seeking the company of a drunken man, but rather meeting with a leader from the Lacem gang. And her prior antics with the inebriated fellow were nothing more than an elaborate ruse. This would explain her deliberate dismissal of her subordinates and her inexplicable actions unbefitting her status as a gang leader. The more Glad pondered, the more convinced he became that this was the truth. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since the earlier incident. And even if he were to pursue her now, he would be at a loss as to where she might have fled. Perhaps he was merely overthinking it? He sighed, attempting to self-soothe as he settled at a table, retrieving his quill to document the events of the day. At the conclusion of his rather brief letter, he inscribed his reflections and judgments, hoping they might prove beneficial to Pal. After penning the note, Glad placed a candle from his bag on the table, igniting it with a flicker of spirit. He then extracted a ceremonial silver dagger, following the methods outlined in Mr. K's notes to perform a sanctification, crafting a spiritual barrier, while adding essential oil to the flame. Upon completing the preliminary steps recorded in his notes, Glad took a step back, retrieving a small prepared parchment inscribed with Hermetic script. He began to intone an ancient Hermetic. A subtle breeze began to swirl within the spiritual barrier, dimming the lights in the room. Glad glanced at his parchment and, in Hermetic, proclaimed, "In my name, I summon the spirit wandering in the realm of illusion, benevolent and safe beings of the upper realms, the messenger belonging solely to Glinton Powell." As the mournful whispers of the breeze filled the air, the candle flames took on an ethereal blue hue, and the surroundings grew eerie and cold. Glad examined the parchment once more to ensure he had not mispronounced any words, fixating on the now azure candle, awaiting the arrival of Pal's messenger. From the shadows beneath the table, a diminutive, pitch-black humanoid creature cautiously emerged. It waved its hand as if to announce its presence to Glad. This being, entirely cloaked in darkness, resembled a shadow, however, unlike a mere shadow. It was a three-dimensional entity, more akin to a shadow that had detached from the plane, evolving into a form of life. It was small, akin to a sprite. Measuring no larger than an adult male's forearm, Glad crouched down, extending the letter from the table towards it. Before he could utter a word, the dark humanoid cradled the letter and melted back into the darkness. Was that the conclusion? He stood upright, glancing around before bringing the summoning ritual to an end. This had been a meticulous transcription of Pal's summoning incantation, carefully copied from Mr. K's notes, each hermetic character aligned with precision. There was no way around it. After all, he had not systematically studied this language. Fortunately, Mr. K had thoughtfully prepared annotations, fearing that Glad might struggle to comprehend. As Glad lay in bed, his mind began to wander. Suddenly, the room seemed to dim slightly, and a letter flew out from the black shadow beneath the table, landing on the floor. Glad sat up, peering under the table, yet he saw nothing. This messenger was rather taciturn. Glad picked up the letter from the floor and sat on the bed, examining it closely. I am aware of your situation, and my assessment is that the penny on your side is highly likely to be the real one. In subsequent observations, remember to maintain your distance. Do not act impulsively or engage in unauthorized probing and tracking. The letter was signed by Grinton Powell. Would they be taking action tonight? Such haste? Glad relaxed and lay back on his bed. As time passed, the clamor from the tavern downstairs gradually subsided. In the night, the sounds of horses' hooves and conversations from the distant street began to blur, with only the occasional bark of a dog and the rumble of a passing carriage breaking the silence. On this tranquil night, Glad lay in bed, attentively listening to the external sounds while particularly focusing on the movements of Penny's carriage, eventually drifting into slumber. When the sun finally rose over the horizon, the morning light streamed through the window, casting a glow on the table and awakening Glad from his dreams. He slowly sat up, his gaze drifting out of the window towards the carriage shed below. The wagon of the Hornet gang remained stationary in the stable, silent and unmoving. At that moment, the familiar sound of high heels striking the weathered wooden floorboards reached Glad's ears, clear and forceful. He hurriedly tidied the items in the room, preparing to continue his surveillance. Chapter 55. Arrival at the Azure Pastures. Glad swiftly gathered his belongings, securing them firmly upon his back, before donning his extraordinary glasses. Standing cautiously on the fragile, creaking staircase, he peered down. He spotted Penny seated in a corner of the tavern, enjoying the lunch she had brought with her. Her coachman leaned in close, whispering something to her. He descended the stairs nonchalantly, opting for the table nearest to Penny's seat. After ordering a modest breakfast, he commenced his meal leisurely, discreetly eavesdropping on the conversation between Penny and the coachman. The coachman's voice was low and somewhat hoarse, rendering it difficult for Glad to decipher. Yet the expressions exchanged between Penny and the coachman suggested that the news was not favorable. Perhaps it was due to the successful ambush by the Gale gang the previous night. The dialogue between Penny and her coachman prompted such speculation in Glad's mind. He continued to savor his breakfast, covertly observing Penny's every move. Let them hold on. We shall proceed as planned. Penny took a sip of her tea, momentarily softening her expression. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke with resolute certainty, her tone leaving no room for doubt. However, the coachman seemed eager to convey further words, only to be interrupted by Penny's nasal intonation. Her expression was unusually grave, exuding an air of authority that starkly contrasted with her alluring demeanor from the previous night. Instead, she embodied the unique aura of a mafia leader, instilling a sense of reverence in those around her. The coachman involuntarily shivered, hastily nodding in agreement before departing the tavern and making his way toward the carriage shed behind the building. Glad heard the sound of the carriage moving and realized it had been summoned. After finishing his breakfast, Glad approached the bar. Retrieving a map from his package and gently laying it upon the scarred and pockmarked table, he lifted his gaze to the white-haired proprietor, who was puffing on a pipe, and pointed to the direction the carriage had taken, inquiring, "Sir, do you happen to know if there is anything noteworthy in that direction?" The proprietor squinted, removed his pipe, and leaned closer to the map, studying it intently. "Ah, yes. I recall there being a ranch over there. I believe it's called the Azure Ranch." It opened only a few months ago, so it may not yet be marked on the map. Upon hearing the name Azure Ranch, Glad's heart tightened. His recent experience working at the butcher's shop had left a lasting impression due to the peculiar cuts of meat that were sourced from that very ranch. Now, that name re-emerged in his life, and it was connected to the Hornet gang. Surely, this could not be mere coincidence. It left Glad pondering the connection between the Azure Ranch and the Hornet gang. What could their purpose be for visiting there? After expressing his gratitude to the proprietor, Glad meticulously folded the map away. After departing from the tavern, he mounted his steed and pursued the direction in which Penny and the carriage had vanished. As he strained to discern the distance to the opposing carriage, Glad gradually slowed his pace, cautiously trailing behind them. Fortunately, with his extraordinary spectacles in hand, he was untroubled by the prospect of being suddenly detected by Penny and her companions. Thus, Glad followed them throughout the entire morning. At long last, the carriage entered through the gates of a ranch. This ranch, nestled at the edge of the forest and surrounded by towering trees, appeared remarkably secluded. On the verdant pastures of the ranch, a herd of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely, while a few lambs frolicked nearby. In one corner of the ranch stood a quaint cabin constructed of timber and thatch, presumably the residence of the ranch owner. Unable to enter alongside them, Glad sought refuge on a concealed hillside, raising his binoculars to observe the situation concerning Penny from a distance. Thankfully, the ranch offered a broad view with little obstruction, allowing Glad to easily discern much of the happenings within. He witnessed the Hornet gang's carriage and the two steeds ridden by the bodyguards as they entered the stable. Once the carriage came to a halt, Penny gracefully alighted from it. Glad noted a hint of a smile on her face, suggesting she was in high spirits. He could only scoff in disbelief, unable to fathom how she could smile amidst the turmoil afflicting his own gang. Did she truly remain indifferent to the fate of her faction? As he contemplated Penny's demeanor, the wooden door of the ranch cabin creaked open, revealing two men who appeared to have been awaiting their arrival for some time. Glad aimed his telescope at the two men. One appeared to be refined, impeccably dressed, exuding the essence of a true gentleman. His raven hair was meticulously styled, and a gentle smile graced his face, imparting a warm demeanor. In contrast, the other man was tall and muscular, embodying physical strength. His face was obscured by sunglasses, concealing his gaze, yet the most striking feature was his completely bald head. Like a figure from a stereotype of a brute, Glad recalled the caricatures of such individuals he had encountered in newspapers, prompting a chuckle. Although the refined gentleman seemed somewhat familiar to Glad, the glasses obscured much of his face, and the distance rendered even the telescope inadequate for recognition. He found himself momentarily at a loss regarding where he might have seen him before. Penny, wearing a bright smile, entered the small cabin, followed by the two men who closed the door behind them. Two bodyguards stationed themselves at the entrance, signaling that these individuals would likely remain inside for the foreseeable future. They can't be here just to throw a party, Glad mused humorously. Before shifting to a more serious analysis of the situation, could it be that last night's incident was truly accidental, and today marks the beginning of a meeting? After all, this location appears far more aligned with their intended purpose. Furthermore, peculiar occurrences were transpiring here, leading to strange flesh being dispatched to Trier, which undoubtedly suggested a connection to extraordinary beings or even malevolent deities. Sighing as he gazed at the still cabin, Glad pondered his next move. Should I approach and take a closer look? He gazed at the house, pondering silently. Perhaps this was the singular opportunity to unravel their plans. Chapter 56. The Oddities of the Ranch. Glad approached the ranch cautiously from the nearby grove, fearful of alerting those within. If discovered, not even his extraordinary spectacles could save him. In this territory, even an intruding passerby would meet a grim fate. As for his horse, it was tethered to a tree at the forest's edge, 300 meters away. This distance was judiciously chosen, not too close to be heard, yet not so far as to hinder a swift escape. Glad edged closer to the ranch's perimeter, lowering his voice as he scaled the 2-meter-high fence and slipped inside. The pasture was a verdant expanse, shimmering under the sunlight. A herd of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely, occasionally emitting contented sounds of munching. Not far off, a few sheep frolicked together, embodying a scene of harmony. Yet, amidst this tranquil tableau, an instinctive unease stirred within Glad, even if he could not pinpoint any particular cause. He scanned the surroundings once more, and his gaze fell upon a discreetly constructed cabin nestled in the corner of the ranch. When he had previously surveyed the area through his binoculars, the angle had obscured this blind spot. Intrigued, Glad felt a surge of curiosity, and resolved to investigate the cabin, hoping to discern the true nature of their activities. He cautiously approached the small cabin, skillfully utilizing the surrounding obstacles to evade the gaze of the two languid guards stationed at the entrance of the adjacent building, successfully gaining entry into the cabin. Upon stepping inside, Glad was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench that permeated the air. Had he not developed a modicum of immunity to such odors, he might have succumbed to the urge to vomit. This small cabin was nothing short of a slaughterhouse, with the floor marred by greasy stains and congealed blood, presenting an exceedingly filthy sight. He closed the door behind him, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the surroundings. Inside, there was merely a table and a cage, with several bone saws and meat cleavers hanging on the walls, lending an air of grim authenticity. However, aside from these implements, Glad's gaze was drawn to some incongruous items tucked away in a corner of the room, ensconced within a box. These were ritualistic objects, candles, essential oils, and ceremonial silver daggers, lying in quiet anticipation of their intended use. Yet, what truly heightened Glad's sense of peril was the unmistakable scent of human blood that lingered amid the foul aroma. It was evident to him that this place had witnessed death or had once harbored corpses. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from the outside, accompanied by the familiar sound of high heels, and they were drawing nearer. Panic surged within him. Glad quickly glanced around and spotted a small box barely large enough to accommodate himself. There was no time to deliberate. Hearing the footsteps encroaching, he hastily opened the box and squeezed himself inside. Just as he slipped inside, the door of the small room swung open, revealing 3 figures entering. A foul stench permeated the air. "I should not have come here." Glad heard Penny's voice laced with disdain and instinctively held his breath, not daring to peek out. "Don't be so melodramatic, Penny. This is a matter of great significance. Besides, I have yet to complain about assisting you regularly," the gentleman remarked with a nonchalant smile. "How much longer until it is appropriate? The situation on our side is becoming perilous." Penny's jesting demeanor vanished as she spoke with grave seriousness. "If this drags on any further, my gang will be doomed." The bald, muscular man named Victor remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. As Glad hid within the box, the mention of that name sparked a memory. He recognized that face. Victor Zash, the notorious serial killer from Leon City. Glad had seen his likeness in newspapers. Wait, potions. Are they both about to ascend? While he was uncertain of Victor's rank, he distinctly recalled that Penny Lawson held the rank of 6. Was she about to ascend to 5? The thought quickened his heartbeat. He remembered that ascending from rank 6 to 5 required a ceremonial rite. Was there talk of preparations referring to this ritual? If so, then this Victor Zash must also be at least a rank 6. There were 2 rank 6s in this tiny room. It seemed there were others present as well. "Giacomo." Victor's voice, frigid as ice, struck Glad like a thunderclap, sending beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. How audacious, to be eavesdropped upon. The gentleman named Giacomo cast his gaze towards the only container capable of concealing a person, advancing towards it with intent to act. In a sudden burst, Glad emerged from the box, executing a backflip with his hands propelling him off the ground, delivering a fierce kick to the window, shattering the glass and vaulting himself out of the room. Simultaneously, he hurled a severed finger into the air, Mr. K's finger. The pale digit expanded in midair, erupting like a bomb. With a cacophony, a deluge of sanguine matter cascaded from the exploded finger, drenching Glad in a rain of flesh and blood. This sanguine substance absorbed the filth from the small room, transforming into a blood-soaked hooded robe. Though Glad remained unaware of the robe's purpose, he had no intention of halting, continuing his dash towards the ranch's exterior. As he ran, he retrieved the cursed gloves from his pocket, donning them in preparation for an imminent transformation. Slowly, Victor's chilling voice articulated profane utterances from the depths of hell. In an instant, Glad felt his movements stiffen, yet the blood-red robe swiftly restored his normalcy. Penny, undeterred, summoned 7 black flames that danced around her. With a flick of her wrist, the flames shot forth like bullets, hurtling towards Glad. Giacomo followed suit, retrieving 2 peculiar leaves from his pocket and casting them upon the ground, murmuring incantations. The leaves morphed into tendrils that spread across the earth, reaching out towards Glad. 3 extraordinary beings. Gazing at the dual onslaughts descending from both the heavens and the earth, Glad could only hope that Mr. K's formidable cloak of flesh would shield him from the impending attack. Just as the strikes were poised to make contact, A figure clad in a voluminous black robe and a vest had interposed itself between Glad and the two assaults. It was Mr. K. Chapter 57, Soldier Against Soldier, General Against General. The immense fabric of Mr. K's robe loomed in Glad's vision like a mountain, as he extended a hand from within the cloak, forcefully pushing forward. With a voice that resonated with fervor and undeniable authority, he intoned in ancient hermetic, remote capabilities prohibited. At this command, the 7 black flames suspended in the air and the resilient vines advancing on the ground collided with an invisible barrier, instantly vanishing as though they had never existed. The previously tense and charged battlefield was abruptly enveloped in an eerie silence. No one moved. No one spoke. Glad nodded silently and swiftly darted toward the outskirts of the ranch. Giacomo, you handle that fellow. Do not let him escape. This one shall be dealt with by the two of us, Victor directed, his gaze fixed on Giacomo. Giacomo nodded in agreement and circumvented Mr. K, pursuing Glad with the swiftness of a cheetah. This one is quite formidable. We must give it our all, Penny remarked, her seemingly carefree smile belied by the absence of mirth in her eyes. Above his head, 2 sharp goat horns curved outward, adorned with enigmatic patterns. Behind him, a pair of colossal wings, reminiscent of a bat's, unfurled, their surfaces ablaze with intertwining flames of crimson and pale blue, exuding a potent scent of sulfur, transforming him into a veritable demon. With a sudden thrust, he struck the ground, causing it to bubble and churn as if it were molten lava. From the seething magma, he gradually drew forth an exaggerated sword forged from the fiery elements of red-hot lava and pale blue flames. He uttered not a word. With a powerful stomp, the earth beneath him cracked open, and he swung the immense sword with thunderous force towards Mr. K. Penny cast forth nearly invisible strands from her hands, ensnaring them towards Mr. K. Yet, in the next instant, Mr. K's figure vanished from where he had stood, eluding all observers, and reappeared beside Penny in a blink. He extended his palm, which suddenly swelled, bursting forth like a bomb and enveloping the unsuspecting Penny. The explosion unleashed a tempest of flesh and blood, sweeping through the vicinity and corroding everything in its path. In the following moment, Penny's form disintegrated like a red moon upon a lake, simultaneously causing the largest shard of glass shattered by Glad to crack further, outlining her silhouette inch by inch beside the mirror, accentuating her disheveled appearance, yet revealing that she had sustained no substantial injuries, only a mental shock. Victor, witnessing Mr. K's instantaneous relocation behind him, halted and turned, uttering words of foul and fallen intent in the tongue of demons. Mr. K's massive figure swayed beneath his voluminous robe, evidently affected by the foul utterance. Victor charged at Mr. K, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. As the saying goes, 2 flowers bloom, each expressing its own branch. Glad, meanwhile, dashed out of the pasture, racing across the plain with Giacomo closing in behind him. The blood-soaked robe that adorned Glad had nearly vanished, dissipating into the air. As Giacomo pursued relentlessly, Glad felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He had no inkling of Giacomo's rank. If he were to be of the same caliber as those two, a rank 6 or higher, it would spell trouble. Giacomo, however, seemed less preoccupied, retrieving a glass vial filled with brown powder from his pocket. He uncapped it and hurled it towards Glad's head, chanting an incantation. A cacophony erupted in the air as Glad instinctively rolled forward. Just as he did, a silver bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking precisely where Glad had stood, scorching the ground beneath. Although Glad narrowly evaded the lightning, his rolling motion caused him to lose speed, allowing Giacomo to close the gap. It appeared that escape was no longer an option. Glad swiftly regained his composure, readying himself for combat. Giacomo then produced a vial filled with shimmering iron powder from his cloak, uncapping it, and, as if pouring water, doused Glad with the metallic substance while continuing to chant his incantation. The specks of dust in the air coalesced and transformed mid-flight, morphing into countless tiny needles that surged towards Glad. Glad's innate power coursed through his gloves, activating his transformation ability. Just before the multitude of needles could pierce his flesh, he metamorphosed into a demon adorned with curved horns and wings. The myriad of needles struck him as though they were rebounding off a wall, falling harmlessly to the ground at his feet. Giacomo, witnessing this spectacle, narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He quickly retrieved 2 vials containing a viscous red liquid from his pocket and poured them onto the grass at his feet, then swiftly retreated. As he distanced himself, Glad prepared to pursue him, but the grass that had just been doused began to tremble violently. 2 blades shot up as if mutated, growing rapidly to over a meter in height within the brief seconds that Glad took to assess the situation. They transformed into tendril-like vines, swinging through the air as if under the influence of the concoction, blocking the path between Glad and Giacomo. The mutated plants lashed out with their tendrils at Glad, who disregarded the strikes of the other vines and seized one with his hand. With a powerful tug, he tore the vine from its plant host. Sensing the effectiveness of his approach, he proceeded to rip down the remaining vines. Meanwhile, Giacomo was not idle. He extracted a large bottle containing a silvery, translucent liquid and poured it over his head, murmuring an incantation as his form gradually began to fade into transparency. As Glad tore away another vine, he anxiously observed the scene from afar. If Giacomo were to become fully transparent, it would spell his doom once his transformation concluded. Yet, two writhing mutated plants obstructed his path forward. With no other options, Glad hurled the vine in his arms towards Giacomo, hoping to strike him with it. Upon seeing the green vine descending from the air and landing on the grass beside him, Giacomo momentarily faltered in his incantation. By the time he regained his composure, his once semi-transparent form gradually returned to normal. Chapter 58. The pursuit concludes. TSK. Giacomo clicked his tongue in frustration at his blunder, yet his hands continued their work. He retrieved another vial from his pocket, filled with shimmering silver dust. Sprinkling it over his head, he resumed his incantation. In an instant, the mutated plants appeared to be infused with a lethal toxin, collapsing limply onto the frigid ground. Glad employed the same tactic against the remaining plant, effortlessly snapping it in two. At that moment, he beheld Giacomo leisurely hovering in midair. Giacomo floated 4 meters above the ground, gazing down imperiously at Glad, who had vanquished the two mutated plants. As he rummaged through his left pocket, he discovered that the vial had been completely depleted. With a sense of tranquility, he then reached into his right pocket. Glad could not afford to remain idle. He had but a precious minute left for his transformation. Thus, he had to devise a way to eliminate Giacomo within this fleeting moment. Glad knelt, gathering his strength briefly before launching himself into the air with tremendous force. The ground trembled as if a great dragon stirred beneath it, cracking under the pressure. He soared towards Giacomo with the swiftness of a cannonball, his speed astonishing. Giacomo, having never engaged Glad in close combat, could not anticipate the sheer magnitude of his strength and explosive power, capable of propelling himself 4 meters into the sky in an instant. His current abilities were confined to slow flight and levitation, leaving him utterly defenseless against Glad's rapid onslaught. Before Giacomo could react, Glad had accurately seized his ankle midair, forcefully hurling him downwards to the ground. Bang! The immense impact sent dust swirling, and the force of the strike was evidently overwhelming. Giacomo felt an indescribable agony radiate through his back, and he began to doubt whether, had he not been an extraordinary being of Sequence 7 with enhanced physicality, that blow might have claimed his life on the spot. Upon landing, Glad approached the fallen Giacomo, intent on dispatching the elusive mage. Naturally, Giacomo would not resign himself to fate. He quickly pushed himself up from the ground, stifling the excruciating pain coursing through his body while maintaining a safe distance from Glad. Then, he retrieved a vial of green liquid from his cloak, uncapped it, and drank it in one swift motion. The pallor of pain on Giacomo's face began to recede, replaced by a healthy flush, indicating that the liquid possessed healing properties. Taking advantage of the moment when Giacomo was sipping his potion, Glad swiftly approached him, leaving no opportunity for escape. He unleashed a flurry of punches, targeting Giacomo's vital points directly. Giacomo discarded the empty vial and employed a combat technique that bewildered Glad, effectively dissipating much of the force behind Glad's strikes. The blows that landed on Giacomo seemed almost ineffectual. "Do you think I would fear you in close combat?" Giacomo scoffed at Glad, using both hands to engage in a battle that appeared evenly matched, making it difficult to discern any difference in their prowess. Giacomo could distinctly sense that his opponent's fighting skills were continuously improving. Within a mere 30 seconds, the previously balanced skirmish began to tilt in favor of Glad, his advantage becoming increasingly apparent. However, at that moment, Glad entered a remarkable state of focus, meticulously analyzing Giacomo's movements and techniques. His extraordinary abilities allowed him to perceive the slightest shifts in Giacomo's muscles and bones, prompting him to deliberately learn and master that unique variation while attempting to mimic and apply Giacomo's combat skills. Yet, in less than 10 seconds, Giacomo increasingly recognized the precariousness of his situation. He realized he was merely on the receiving end of relentless attacks, utterly powerless to retaliate. In contrast, Glad exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, he appeared more adept and unfazed by Giacomo's techniques. Under such circumstances, Giacomo grew more frantic, revealing more and more vulnerabilities. At last, Glad delivered a sudden and forceful punch, catching Giacomo off guard. The blow struck directly at his heart, the immense force piercing through his chest. Glad's palm emerged from Giacomo's back, drenched in blood. Giacomo collapsed helplessly onto the ground, his wide eyes gradually losing their luster, ultimately succumbing to darkness and death. Glad gasped for breath, observing the extraordinary properties continuously emanating from Giacomo's lifeless form. He then glanced towards the distant farm, where explosions and tumultuous noises reverberated. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned the corpse and slowly made his way towards his horse. No one could predict the outcome of the battle unfolding there. If he were to wait for the extraordinary properties to fully manifest in a matter of minutes, who could tell what might ensue? Glad dared not take that gamble. His spoils were already plentiful, having gathered ample intelligence while eliminating a member of the Hornet gang. There was no need to squander precious time fleeing for those extraordinary properties. Upon reaching the location where the horses were tethered, he unfastened the ropes and mounted his steed, galloping towards the direction of Trier. Back at the ranch, Mr. K's imposing cloak bore several gaping holes, and Victor and Penny were equally worse for wear, their bodies marked with various wounds. Damn it! Not only had their plans been overheard, but they were also left in such a disheveled state. Penny's grace had vanished entirely as she glared at the spot where Mr. K had departed, bitterly lamenting, wondering how Giacomo was faring. Victor, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor, released his transformation and reverted to human form. Striding towards the exit of the ranch. Chapter 59, the situation in Trier. After entrusting his horse to the care of a gang member, he boarded a late-night carriage. Addressing the driver with a request, to Crutch Street. Crutch Street? Absolutely not. The gang over there has been embroiled in fierce skirmishes lately. It's far too perilous for me. The driver immediately rebuffed Glad's plea upon hearing the destination. However, the driver ultimately relented, steering the carriage towards the opposite side of Crutch Street. Glad, unwilling to press the matter, disembarked once the carriage came to a steady halt. He handed the driver several coins before embarking on the cobblestone path leading to Crutch Street. After a brief stroll, he successfully entered Crutch Street. The number of guards patrolling the area had increased since his last visit, vigilantly monitoring the desolate thoroughfare for any potential threats. The 2 guards stationed at Gate 15 had now quadrupled, and the lights in the third-floor office remained aglow, indicating that Pal was still within. Glad ascended the staircase with practiced ease, pushing open the door to Pal's office and stepping inside. Pal, engrossed in his work, slowly raised his weary gaze upon hearing the footsteps, his expression betraying fatigue as he looked at Glad. After listening to Glad's account, Pal fell into a prolonged silence. Just as Glad began to suspect that Pal had drifted into slumber, Pal finally spoke. I see. While I am uncertain of their exact machinations, this information is indeed crucial. Moreover, you have eliminated one of their aides, which may very well delay their plans. You have performed admirably, albeit at great peril, nearly costing you your life. I shall investigate the details of the ritual they spoke of. Glad nodded, seated on the bench, and continued to inquire. During the 2 days I was away, what transpired? Isn't the Wasp Dance Hall on Emerald Street the stronghold of the Wasp Gang? Did they simply relinquish it? Glad expressed his confusion. That was a matter from several weeks ago. Ever since you dispatched the Wasp Gang leader, King of Fighters Dawn, they relocated their headquarters to Whitebeard Street. The Wasp Dance Hall has become merely a name, and I was contemplating a name change. Upon saying this, he tapped the items on the table. His expression troubled as he lamented to Glad. We lack sufficient manpower, and I am tasked with organizing everything concerning Emerald Street, which is why I have been occupied until now. After all, we have only just secured our hold, and there remains much to be done. How pitiable. Glad thought, gazing sympathetically at the pile of documents on the table. Wait, there is one more thing. Pal remarked with a smile regarding the individual named Walter, whom you asked me to investigate. I have gleaned some information. Glad halted his departure, awaiting Pal's elaboration. Walter is affiliated with the 8th Bureau, one of their subordinates. The 8th Bureau? What is that? Glad inquired, genuinely perplexed by the unfamiliar terminology. You are unaware of the 8th Bureau? An illegal extraordinary in Trier should not be so uninformed. Pal was slightly taken aback, yet he succinctly elucidated a few points. The 8th Bureau. Officially known as the Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee's 8th Bureau, stands as the Republic's most authoritative organization in the realm of the extraordinary. Its status is akin to that of clergy within the church, comprising specialists who handle matters beyond the ordinary. I am unaware of your grievances with him, but I must caution you. As long as he remains an official, you must exercise utmost caution. Individuals like us, who exist outside the law, cannot afford to confront officials. Glad nodded and departed from the building, making his way towards Emerald Street. He strode confidently towards the street, where heavy guards were stationed to thwart any retaliation from the Hornet gang. Nonetheless, this did not impede his passage as a leader. He effortlessly arrived at the entrance of the Emerald Hotel. The front door was firmly shut, but he adeptly maneuvered to the rear of the establishment. As before, he scaled the wall, slipped through the window, and entered room 204, which he had not visited in quite some time. Everything remained unchanged. Even the arrangement of items bore no signs of alteration, save for a thin layer of dust that had settled on the floor. Glad nodded in satisfaction, and after a brief freshening up, he concluded this day filled with excitement and exhaustion. However, this time, the scene before him in the small room was starkly different. Upon the once bare, filthy wooden table now lay a lifeless body. The clothing was tattered, and the bruises covering the body were starkly visible, as if it had endured endless torment. The vacant eyes were wide open, desperately searching for release. Glad approached the table, fixating on the corpse. The throat of the corpse was grotesquely slashed, the crimson wound appearing particularly glaring in the dimly lit room. He could vividly imagine the torment and suffering this man had endured. Suddenly, the corpse's hand reached out and grasped Glad's arm. He struggled to free himself, but the grip tightened, nearly crushing his limb. "Help me." The corpse's hoarse voice echoed like a lament from the depths of hell, reverberating within the pitch-black confines of the small room. Chapter 60. A spiritual revelation. Before Glad could react, the corpse released its hold with a mournful cry, a sound akin to being scorched by the infernal flames of hell, sending chills down his spine. Cautiously, he stepped forward, scrutinizing the grotesque mass that had once been a body. The more he observed, the deeper the well of terror swelled within him. He had seen this before. On that cart laden with flesh. It was identical to that eerie chunk. Glad was jolted awake, drenched in sweat. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. A blinding ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating every corner of the room. The table, the chairs, the window. Amidst his fear, a sense of confusion washed over him. He had not encountered either the corpse or the flesh in the small room, yet they had seamlessly manifested in the dreamscape. He certainly recalled the unsettling piece of meat, but having found no correlating evidence on the ranch, he had relegated it to the recesses of his mind. Nevertheless, the insights gleaned from this dream bestowed upon him a fresh spark of inspiration. Perhaps the so-called strange flesh is, in fact, the remains of humanity, transfigured through some arcane sorcery into bizarre forms, only to be sold in the marketplace. Is this a hint from the spiritual realm? As Glad pondered this notion, he descended the staircase and arrived at the entrance of the Emerald Inn. "Oh, when did you arrive yesterday?" "I was completely unaware," inquired Sylvia, standing at the front desk, her eyes brimming with curiosity and astonishment as she gazed upon Glad. She appeared entirely oblivious to the events of the previous night. "It seems the inn could benefit from enhanced security measures," Sylvia jestingly remarked, adding, "As for your gang's affairs, just ensure they don't spill over onto us ordinary folks." Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Wonderful. With you stationed here, we shall feel considerably safer." As soon as she finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped her, as if another thought had crossed her mind, prompting her to add, "However, if the gang leader were to reside here, wouldn't that render things a tad more perilous?" "Haha. Perhaps so, but you have no means to refuse me." Glad chuckled heartily as he turned and exited the inn, leaving Sylvia to contemplate the potential danger. As Glad intended to head towards Stick Street, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the far end of the street. In an instant, pedestrians still traversing the thoroughfare screamed in terror, seeking refuge in nearby establishments or fleeing to other avenues. Before long, the street was left barren save for the members of the Gel gang, armed and poised to retaliate. "I had just remarked on the importance of avoiding ordinary folks, and now they shoot me in the face," he mused. Glad felt a surge of anger as he rushed towards the site of the gunfight. Fortunately, it was not too far away. As he approached, he observed several members of the Geller gang engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the Hornet gang. Bullets whizzed through the air, and for a moment, the outcome remained uncertain. just as Glad intended to stealthily infiltrate the Hornet Gang's position to eliminate the assailants. A dark gray figure burst forth from the opposing ranks, transforming into a whirlwind as it charged toward the Gerrard Gang's territory. Upon closer inspection, Glad noted the creature's peculiar appearance. It possessed a human-like torso and robust limbs, yet its feet resembled the claws of a beast, covered in fur. Its long, powerful arms ended in broad hands, capable of effortlessly tearing through any obstacle in its path. Was this creature one of the werewolves from the 7th tier of the prisoner's path? Before Glad could ponder further, the werewolf had already penetrated the Gerrard Gang's defenses. Its claws slicing through the air like razor-sharp blades, leaving behind a chilling sound of displacement. The gang members fell before its onslaught, as if mowed down like wheat before a scythe. With no time for contemplation, Glad sprang into action, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick aimed at the werewolf. The creature was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a stone. "Stay back. This is my fight," Glad commanded the other bewildered and fearful members. His gaze fixed intently on the werewolf, his heart racing with trepidation. "So, you are the one who killed Dawn?" The werewolf shook its head, rising from the ground, its slender wolf jaws uttering human speech. "Although I had long harbored disdain for him, he had audaciously seized the territory that rightfully belonged to me, the domain of Stephen Reeves." Having said this, the werewolf unleashed a ferocious roar, lunging towards Glad with its gaping maw, sharp claws aimed at his throat and chest. Such swiftness! Despite Glad's timely reaction, his body proved incapable of evading the sudden assault. He could only extend his hands, mimicking the combat style of the previous two skilled fighters, and at the precise moment the claws were about to pierce his flesh, he deftly seized the werewolf's wrist. Realizing its forelimbs were ensnared, the werewolf exerted all its strength in a desperate attempt to free itself from Glad's grip. Yet, no matter how hard it struggled, Glad's wrist clamped down like a vice, showing no signs of yielding. The werewolf felt its power sinking into an unfathomable abyss, creating not a single ripple. With a resounding crack, Glad tightened his grip, his strength surging like a tempest upon Reeves' claws. The seemingly resilient talons emitted a sound of unbearable strain, culminating in the ominous crack of breaking bones. "Ack!" Reeves let out a heart-wrenching scream, his elongated wolf eyes blazing with fury. Glad yanked forward, pulling Reeves closer, and released his grip on the werewolf's wrist, swiftly transitioning to seize its neck with a single hand, lifting the creature off the ground. To my astonishment, "You dare to engage in close combat, having never faced death, I presume?" Glad's eyes gleamed with a mocking light, filled with disdain. Onlookers and gang members, initially anxious about the struggle between Glad and the beast, were taken aback by the one-sided nature of the battle, rendered speechless before erupting in exclamations. Chapter 61. A simple skirmish. Reeves was utterly astonished. Although his rank 7 werewolf strength was not the most formidable, it was certainly above average. Yet, he found himself utterly outclassed by Glad before him. With his fractured hands rendered useless, Reeves resorted to kicking at Glad with his free legs, desperately attempting to escape his constraints. Upon witnessing Reeves' desperate kicks, Glad scoffed, and, with a swift motion, hurled him into the air as if he were merely a projectile. The tremendous force caused Reeves to arc gracefully through the air before plummeting rapidly to the ground. Glad, akin to a hunter seizing his prey, swiftly reached out and seized Reeves' ankle. Without mercy, he brought the once mighty werewolf crashing down to the earth like a mere rag doll. With a resounding thud, Reeves' body collided with the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The weight of Glad's assault rendered Reeves powerless, contorting him painfully, akin to a crushed insect. As Glad approached, cold and unyielding, he cast a glance at the fallen Reeves and extended his hand, poised to extinguish his life. "Stop!" A familiar female voice rang out from the Hornet Gang's ranks. It was Penny Lawson's voice. Glad turned his gaze, spotting Penny standing a short distance away, her brilliant eyes now fixed on him with a fierce glare. Unperturbed by Penny's intervention, Glad unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a thunderclap, aimed directly at Reeves' chest. In response, Penny conjured a chilling aura between her hands, swiftly forming it into a resplendent ice crystal spear, which she hurled towards him with formidable force. The ice crystal spear streaked through the air like a meteor in daylight, propelled by Penny's wrath, and aimed straight for Glad. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Glad swiftly sidestepped, the spear narrowly grazing his cheek and sending a gust of frigid wind in its wake. Upon striking the ground, the ice crystal spear instantly stirred up a cloud of dust, and as the dust settled, Frost rapidly spread from the point of impact, blanketing a substantial area beneath him. Damn, I failed to kill him. Watching Revis shakily rise to his feet, stumbling towards Penny, Glad's expression darkened with concern. This is troublesome. Faced with a sequence 7 and a sequence 6, Glad felt the weight of pressure mounting. Penny, I need your help, Revis called out. The formidable power of the werewolf continuously mending his injuries as he sought to justify his earlier failure. I was merely careless. Oh, is that so? Then why don't you challenge him again? Penny's face remained expressionless, her cold eyes fixed on Glad, utterly indifferent to the fate of the man beside her, as if he were a mere stranger. Revis was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her words. Did you not claim that you could defeat him? Then why not do it yourself? I shall refrain from intervening. Penny didn't spare him a glance, her gaze fixed intently on Glad, her thoughts seemingly drifting elsewhere. Revis swallowed hard as he observed Glad standing still. Deep down, he harbored doubt about his own assertion of being able to triumph over Glad, acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. Nevertheless, with the leader having spoken, he felt compelled to proceed. Revitalized and fully healed, with his broken bones mended, Revis clenched his teeth and charged towards Glad. Unaware of their exchange, Glad astutely sensed Penny's lack of immediate intent to attack. Thus, he resolved to focus his attention on confronting Revis. The latter initiated the assault first, propelling himself towards Glad with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from its bow. His hands transformed into sharp claws, lunging for Glad's throat. This time, his onslaught was swifter than before. He could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent and was exerting his utmost effort. Yet, Glad did not retreat. He met Revis with calm determination, delivering a punch that struck with the force of thunder, directly confronting Revis. This blow harnessed the entirety of Glad's strength, his fist slicing through the air like a fierce tempest, aiming to obliterate Revis. As the fist neared its target, Glad intensified his effort, concentrating all his power into that singular point, his punch crashing forward like a bolt of lightning. Glad reacted with astonishing swiftness. At the very moment when Revis's claws were poised to strike, he exhibited remarkable coordination and balance, delivering a kick that resembled a whip. This fierce blow propelled Revis violently away, causing the surrounding air to erupt with a cracking sound. The werewolf, sent sprawling into the onlookers, elicited gasps of astonishment, prompting the crowd to scatter in fright. Just as Glad was about to pursue, an ice crystal spear hurtled past him, embedding itself in the ground and interrupting his impending assault. Enough, Revis, cease your disgrace. Penny's indifferent voice resonated through the night sky. Her detached gaze swept over Glad once more, tinged with a hint of curiosity and mockery. Ah, no wonder you are so formidable. It appears you are not one of us. To be cautious. With that, she turned away, leading the limping Revis swiftly from the scene, leaving Glad standing alone, while even the shooters from the Wasp gang retreated. In that moment, cheers and gasps erupted from the surrounding buildings. Glad lifted his gaze to find throngs of passers-by gathered on rooftops, at windows, and along the streets, all fixated on him with expressions of adoration in their eyes. This was not merely a gang conflict. It was a triumph of Glad driving away the werewolf monstrosity bred by the Wasp gang, which explained their exhilaration and applause. Glad smiled faintly, waved his hand at them, and walked towards Kane Street, still recalling his earlier intention of discussing the spiritual prompts from his dreams with Pal. To his surprise, before he could leave Emerald Street, he collided directly with Pal, who was approaching from the opposite direction. Oh, you're here? Pal scratched his head, already suspecting that the incident had been resolved, and yawned. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. You've interrupted my precious rest time. Chapter 62. Official investigation. That thing is a one-time skill. I secretly copied it during my last visit to Rune. Pal shrugged. However, it didn't prove very useful. Primarily because I'm not an official extraordinary and I don't dare to fly recklessly. It would be troublesome if I were spotted. Glad was at a loss for words. So he shifted the topic and shared his dream revelations along with the peculiar matter of the strange flesh with Pal. You are right. This must be a spiritual prompt. Pal put aside his nonchalant demeanor and analyzed the situation seriously. Yet, I cannot comprehend their true intentions behind this action. Surely, it cannot be due to a lack of funds. Perhaps it is related to their promotion ritual. I will investigate further. Glad nodded in agreement and then suggested, since they intend to initiate 2 promotion rituals simultaneously through this matter, it shouldn't be too difficult to deduce. Let us change the subject. I hope to manage Emerald Street, while you can take care of Blackframe Street. Let us temporarily settle at room 204 of the Emerald Inn, where I am currently residing. Glad gestured towards the Emerald Inn on the adjacent street. Pal gave a thumbs up to Glad and hastily made his way towards Crutch Street, vanishing in the blink of an eye, seemingly anxious that Glad might change his mind. Running so fast, is he eager to shed his burdens? Glad shook his head and continued towards the inn. Upon entering, he was met with Sylvia's unwavering gaze. "What is the matter?" Glad inquired, glancing at himself. Noticing only a bit of dust clinging to his attire, nothing particularly amiss. "I saw it. You just defeated that monster. How impressive," Sylvia exclaimed, though she admitted she hadn't seen much from her distance. "I never thought monsters would actually appear on the streets. I always believed they resided solely within the pages of novels." Her excitement was tinged with trepidation at the manifestation of such fantastical elements in reality. With time on his hands, Glad procured a stool and settled at the entrance of the inn, engaging in light conversation with Sylvia. Their dialogue ebbed and flowed, as they gradually exchanged thoughts. Upon their entrance into the inn, all eyes were drawn directly to Glad. The others bypassed Sylvia, their focus evidently fixed solely on him. They approached with an air of calculated precision, each step deliberate and exact. "Are you Glad?" one of the men inquired with an official tone. A wave of unease washed over Glad as a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. He gazed at the two impeccably dressed men. Realizing their words bore an undeniable truth, they were indeed members of the Eternal Radiant Sun Church, and the enigmatic symbol on his chest was fraught with suspicion. Glad straightened his posture, observing the two men, as an ominous foreboding surged within him, yet he nodded in acquiescence. They must have recognized his appearance to approach him, rendering any deceit unnecessary. "We are representatives of the Eternal Radiant Sun Church. We have received a report suggesting that you may be in allegiance with a malevolent deity. We require your cooperation for an investigation," one man pronounced with a tone both solemn and authoritative, imbued with a sanctity that brooked no dissent. "Malevolent deity? Damn it. This is no mere slander. Their words reflect reality." Glad's deepest fears had materialized. The large, bizarre symbol upon his chest was no trifling matter, especially considering he was an illegal extraordinary being. There was no way he could claim innocence. "Why now? What should I do?" He stood frozen, his mind in tumult. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Let us move," urged the other man, who had remained silent until now, with a hint of impatience. Sylvia stood nearby, observing Glad with a flicker of concern in her eyes. She was unaware of the unfolding events, but she sensed that Glad was in dire need of assistance. Taking a deep breath, Glad turned to Sylvia, giving her a subtle wink, before stating, "It must be a report from the Hornet gang. They surely harbor ill will towards me and are ready to report at any moment. Why are you rambling? Just cooperate with the investigation." The impatient man spoke directly, and Glad shrugged his shoulders, obediently following the two as they exited the door. Not long after Glad had departed, Pal entered the inn accompanied by two individuals clutching documents, intending to head straight for room 204 to find Glad. "Are you members of the Gel Gang?" Sylvia inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation upon noticing their resemblance to Gel Gang members. "Yes, is there something you need?" Pal halted in his tracks and turned to face Sylvia. Just a moment ago, Glad was taken away by two members of the Eternal Radiance Church. They seemed to accuse him of worshipping a sinister deity. Sylvia exclaimed anxiously, urging, "We must find a way to save him." "The Eternal Radiance Church?" Pal was taken aback by this unforeseen development, momentarily frozen in place. Before he left, he mentioned that this report was made by the Wasp Gang. Sylvia, fearing it might be a coded message, divulged this information to Pal. "Understood. Just leave the documents here. I will devise a plan to resolve this matter." Pal's expression turned grave as he pivoted and strode decisively toward the exit. Chapter 63. Sudden turn of events. Glad followed the two members of the Eternal Radiance Church into the nearest church of their order. He had considered escaping, yet the manner in which they walked and the evident strength of their muscles indicated they were extraordinary individuals and likely of a considerable rank. Glad was uncertain whether he could overpower them. Should he display even a hint of wanting to flee, they would undoubtedly resort to lethal force. He believed that the members of the Eternal Radiance Church would not spare anyone suspected of harboring beliefs in a malevolent deity. The church was sparsely populated. A few ordinary people were seated on the benches, their arms raised and crossed over their chests, heads and bodies slightly bowed in earnest prayer. Glad was reminded of his own past devotion, now rendered ironic by his capture for worshipping a malevolent deity. "Do not stare. Hurry along," urged the official leading him, nudging Glad to proceed. The trio ventured deeper into the church, one of them opening a door, and they entered together. Inside was an exceedingly cramped space, furnished only with a table and 2 chairs. The walls were devoid of any adornment, revealing bare concrete and dim lighting. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, with only a small window ajar, offering minimal ventilation. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and a faint trace of blood, creating an uncomfortable ambience. A middle-aged man in uniform sat solemnly in one of the chairs. On the table lay a pledge document alongside a red fountain pen. Glad approached and examined the document, which read, "I pledge that, to this day, my faith remains unchanged in." Signatory, notary. The man seated in the chair spoke, his voice slightly hoarse yet commanding. "Sit down and complete the pledge. If all is in order, you may leave." Glad slowly settled into the chair, while the 2 individuals who had escorted him showed no intention of leaving, instead standing vigil in the cramped room, their eyes fixed intently upon him, wary of any untoward behavior. Pretending to scrutinize the document before him, Glad perused the guarantee letter once more, then slid it across the table towards his interlocutor, feigning innocence as he said, "I am illiterate. Could you kindly read this for me?" The middle-aged man opposite him, dismissively picking up the document, read it aloud before advising, "I suggest you sign this quickly and cease wasting time." Yet, Glad appeared oblivious to the man's admonition, inquiring, "If my previous beliefs differ from my current ones, should I indicate the former or the latter?" Just as the 3 officials began to display signs of impatience, Glad finally inscribed Eternal Son and Glad Kent in the respective brackets of the guarantee. The middle-aged man visibly exhaled in relief, eagerly seizing the document and pen to inscribe his name in the notary section. At that moment, an eerie whisper penetrated the thick walls and door, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Soon after, Glad felt an unusual pain emanating from his abdomen. Clutching his midsection, his expression contorted in agony, while the man across from him, engaged in filling out the notarization, exhibited a similar discomfort, his pained countenance suggesting that he endured an even greater severity of anguish than Glad. 2 others had collapsed on the ground, one of them emitting a low groan of agony. Although Glad was equally bewildered by the situation, he realized that this was the opportune moment to flee for his life. He forcefully burst through the narrow doorway of the room and sprinted towards the church entrance he had just passed. The ordinary people who had been seated on the church benches in prayer were now curled up on the floor in torment, their faces etched with agony. Some of them were even wailing in pain. Their afflictions appeared far more severe than those of the 3 extraordinary individuals. Unable to endure such suffering, they cried out loudly, writhing in despair, with some having lost their sanity altogether. The surroundings seemed to descend into chaos, a scene so harrowing it was almost unbearable to witness. Outside the church, the once peaceful street had transformed into utter disarray. The bustling crowd had vanished, leaving behind a multitude of citizens writhing in agony on the ground, with only the sounds of their pained moans and sporadic footsteps echoing in the air. Within the shops lining the street, both shopkeepers and customers were curled up inside, clutching their stomachs in torment. Many wore expressions of clear distress, their cries and shouts resonating throughout the entire street. Glad noticed a slight recovery in his condition compared to before, and he immediately took off running, determinedly making his way towards the streets he was familiar with. As he raced along the thoroughfare, the distressing sights before him intensified his alarm. Pedestrians lay writhing in agony on the pavement, their groans rising and falling like a haunting symphony. More distressingly, he witnessed some individuals succumbing to shock and unconsciousness due to the unbearable suffering, while the frail, elderly, and vulnerable children perished in agony right on the streets. The once vibrant and bustling thoroughfare had transformed into a desolate and terrifying scene. An indescribable sense of oppression and dread hung in the air, as if the city were shrouded in an invisible curse. What on earth has transpired? Glad ran aimlessly, his heart heavy with helplessness and confusion, uncertain of where to flee. He couldn't help but think of Pal. Perhaps he could offer some guidance? Thus, he pinned all his hopes on Pal and began to sprint towards the direction of Kane Street. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries resonating through the streets, Glad finally reached the corner of Kane Street. His gaze swept across the thoroughfare, searching for Pal's figure. "Ah, you thought you would be safe. Which is why you acted so carelessly after the Eternal Sun Church took you away. How is it that the minions of the Eternal Sun Church have taken so long and failed to end your existence?" Glad turned towards the source of the voice and saw a man and a woman standing there, staring at him with unwavering intensity. Their eyes betrayed a hint of hostility and indifference, causing a tightening in Glad's chest. It was Penny Lawson and Victor Zaz. Chapter 64. A final farewell. It appeared that these two individuals were indeed the architects of all this turmoil. Victor Zaz extracted a vial of thick, dark red liquid from his pocket, holding it in his hand as he emotionlessly suggested, "Penny, don't you wish to partake in the elixir? Beware, for soon there may be no opportunity left." Victor shrugged and swiftly consumed the vial of potion. In an instant, his body was enveloped in a searing crimson flame. As if possessed by a demon, a pair of goat-like horns sprouted from his head, accentuating his infernal features. His gaze was filled with a chilling cunning that sent shivers down Glad's spine. After a brief transformation, Victor's form reverted to that of an ordinary human. The power of a demigod from Sequence 4. Victor closed his eyes, feeling the change coursing through him, and a triumphant smile crept across his otherwise expressionless face. "It seems someone is approaching. I shall go greet them. Drink your potion quickly, and we can retreat." Victor transformed into a demonic form reminiscent of Glad's malevolent gloves, unfurling his newly sprouted wings and soaring into the air, vanishing without a trace. Has he departed? Glad exhaled a sigh of relief. The presence of one formidable opponent was preferable to facing two. Yet, the situation remained precarious. Penny, being a Sequence 6, posed a significant threat, while Glad was merely a Sequence 8, lacking even the malevolent gloves which he had left charging in his room. Furthermore, there was no K to summon for assistance this time. They had spent an entire year preparing for this plan, aiming to simultaneously complete the ascension rituals for both individuals. As Penny approached in her high heels, she remarked, "You nearly jeopardized our plan. You certainly have a knack for it. For an entire year, we have been incessantly sowing curses into our food. Is it that piece of meat, the one made from human corpses?" Glad inquired, with a smile on her face. Penny continued, "And as for the good deed you did to my wasp gang, disrupting my plans, I shall repay you in kind." Just as before, Penny's hands swiftly conjured 7 black flames, which transformed into 7 lethal trajectories, relentlessly pursuing Glad. Glad dared not linger and turned to dash towards the end of the road. His mind raced as he evaded the black flames hurtling towards him from behind. In the midst of this life and death struggle, he realized that his body felt devoid of the previous pain, and a glimmer of hope began to emerge. Pal. With Pal's strength, perhaps he could contend with Penny. If he could find him, maybe this crisis could be averted. As his thoughts raced, Glad's speed gradually increased. Although he was slightly faster than Penny, the distance between them remained unyieldingly close as he dodged her relentless attacks. He sprinted through the streets, eventually arriving at Blood Moon Street, where numerous bystanders lay sprawled. His gaze swept across the sides of the street, desperately searching for any trace of Pal. However, when he beheld Pal, Florana, and Sullivan writhing in agony on the ground, the flicker of hope within him extinguished, giving way to despair. They have fallen too. What should I do now? Witnessing this scene, Glad's heart nearly ceased to beat. Truly, fortune favors me. I can eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Ha! Penny appeared to have witnessed the scene, her delight manifesting in an unexpected laugh as she confidently approached the fallen figures. Pal, suppressing his agony, tossed a handkerchief adorned with white spots towards Penny. The handkerchief resembled stars scattered across the night sky, ethereal and enigmatic. In an instant, it transformed before Penny into an immense entity, akin to a towering mountain. And before she could react, it completely engulfed her. Shortly thereafter, the handkerchief gently descended, leaving no trace of Penny behind. Was it resolved? Glad hastened to Pal's side, assessing his condition. Pal's complexion was ashen, revealing his frailty. He could barely shift his body, struggling to lift his gaze towards Glad. That handkerchief was a one-time use. It could only confine her for about 10 seconds. "I need you to do something for me." Pal gritted his teeth against the pain, seizing the moment to speak. "Kill me, use my abilities to eliminate her, and save the others." The other 2 individuals nearby were taken aback by this sudden conversation, momentarily forgetting to voice their objections. Glad, equally stunned, found himself speechless at Pal's request. With a smile, Pal remarked, "Last time, I saw you employing bribery from midair. I never anticipated you possessed such skills." From within his garments, Pal produced a handgun, placing it into Glad's hands, directing the barrel towards himself. "This is the only way. The others still require your salvation." Even Glad stood frozen, gazing at the gun in his hand and the fallen Pal, his mind a blank as he murmured, I do not wish to kill you. There must be another way." The handkerchief on the ground seemed to be torn apart by invisible claws, violently ripping asunder. Penny's pale hand broke free from the black fabric, akin to a soul shackled by darkness seeking liberation. This world always compels us to undertake actions we dread. Does it not, Glad? Pal spoke in a soothing tone, as if he were not urging Glad to take action against him, but rather beseeching his assistance. This is my sole desire. I hope you can save them. Frona and Sullivan's faces were etched with agony and sorrow, tears blurring their vision. The black handkerchief was once more rent, creating a larger tear. Suddenly, Penny's shoulder emerged from the cloth, her eyes crimson with rage, fixated intently on Glad. Pal slowly closed his eyes, his voice heavy with sorrow and resignation, uttering, "Go ahead." Glad turned his gaze towards Penny, who was nearly fully extricated from the handkerchief, then to the fallen Frona and Sullivan. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired. Chapter 65, The Execution. Penny had completely freed herself from the handkerchief's constraints. She stood proudly upon the ground, her dazzling high heels making a crisp sound against the surface. The handkerchief, once adorned with a starry pattern, lay in tatters, fragments drifting down like remnants of a shattered dream. You do not believe that by eliminating him, you can compel my surrender, do you? Penny let forth a melodious and crystalline laugh, her brilliant eyes glimmering with a hint of derision and disdain. Her voice was akin to a sharp blade, piercing directly into Glad's heart, further solidifying the murderous intent within him. Yet, at the very moment the bullet was poised to strike Penny, her body disintegrated like the crimson moon reflected upon the lake's surface, transforming into countless sparkling motes of light. Suddenly, the glass of the surrounding shops shattered with a resounding crack. Shards flew in every direction, glimmering with dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Amidst the chaos, Penny's figure gradually materialized, emerging like a specter from the jagged edges of the shattered mirror. However, before she could utter a mocking word, a profound drowsiness enveloped her. Her eyelids grew heavy, irresistibly succumbing to closure. In Glad's gaze, an ethereal tome unfolded slowly, revealing that he was employing the nightmarish ability derived from Pal's recording officer skills, forcibly drawing her into slumber. The powers documented by Pal were now at Glad's disposal. Yet, the ability of a Sequence 6 recording officer could only endure for a fleeting minute. He had to determine the victor within that brief span. Just as the two were on the verge of descending into dreams, the sky darkened ominously, and a bolt of lightning surged down from above, striking Penny, who was on the brink of sleep. In the blink of an eye, her form was scorched by the electric surge, leaving her charred and blackened. It was a thunderstrike unleashed by Glad in advance. As the dream was abruptly interrupted, both Penny and Glad jolted awake in an instant. Glad swiftly raised his pistol, aiming it at Penny, and pulled the trigger. The last two bullets in the chamber whistled through the air, hurtling towards her. However, due to the previous lightning strike, Penny remained in a state of paralysis, unable to evade, and could only watch helplessly as the bullets approached. One bullet struck her abdomen, while the other hit her thigh. Blood gushed forth, and Penny clutched her wounds in agony, her clothing soaked with sweat, her complexion paling, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. You? How do you possess such skills? Penny thought in disbelief, for Glad had never displayed such techniques before, leaving her utterly unprepared for this onslaught. Glad, however, remained silent, suddenly thrusting forward, fist raised, charging at her. In that moment, the force and speed radiating from him pressed down upon Penny with an unprecedented weight. Regret for her earlier complacency washed over her, and she realized she could only muster all her strength to confront Glad's assault. Penny swiftly unleashed almost spider-like invisible threads that twisted and coiled, attempting to ensnare Glad tightly. Yet, undaunted by the nearly invisible and dense filaments, Glad maintained his stride. And suddenly, a layer of flame ignited around his body, incinerating the threads that sought to entangle him. In a single, swift motion, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that landed squarely on her pale visage, distorting her features and sending her flying through the air. Penny's body crashed violently against the wall, producing a resounding echo as debris cascaded down from the surface. A dull throb resonated in her head, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer. Before she could fully recuperate from the ferocity of that blow, Glad's figure surged towards her like a tempest. This time, Penny chose not to endure. At the very moment Glad's fist was about to make contact, her form dissipated instantaneously, akin to a wisp of smoke, accompanied by the shattering of yet another pane of glass, reappearing on the other side of the street. Her hands remained in motion, swiftly conjuring a crystalline ice spear, which she elegantly hurled towards Glad like an arrow. Just as the spear was poised to pierce him, his form, much like Penny's, vanished midair. The ice spear penetrated this ethereal silhouette, only to helplessly embed itself into the wall. The surface, upon receiving this frigid assault, began to frost over, the chill rapidly spreading. "What?" Penny exclaimed in shock, as she discerned the crisp sound of shattering glass behind her. Almost immediately, a rush of air surged towards her. Glad's hand emerged from behind, gripping her throat with an ironclad hold, his immense strength completely overpowering her slender neck, rendering her unable to resist. His other hand swiftly followed, pressing down upon her neck in unison with the right, exerting a monstrous force as if uprooting a stubborn vegetable. Penny felt a profound anguish as her head was inexorably drawn away from its rightful place, much like a kite severed from its string. Her core appeared to be manipulated by two invisible hands, struggling in vain against the binding force of Glad. Emotions such as terror, despair, and disbelief manifested as grotesque masks upon her beautiful visage, contorting her features into a nightmarish expression. She writhed desperately, seeking to escape the grip that held her captive. Yet, all her efforts proved futile. Glad's power intensified, his hands clamping around her throat like iron pincers, rendering her immobile. Ultimately, Penny's head fractured in Glad's grasp. The lines of hopelessness and fear still etched upon her face, her crimson lips appearing particularly ghastly under the dim moonlight. Glad's formidable hands seemed to forcibly tear her head from her body, revealing the stark contrast of bone and flesh, the once inseparable entities now irrevocably divided. Her lifeless form collapsed upon the cold stone slab, blood pooling beneath her, steadily staining the ground with a deep scarlet hue. While her once proud and beautiful head remained cradled in his palm, those eyes that once sparkled with allure and confidence now reduced to hollow emptiness. Penny Lawson had undeniably perished. However, before this lifeless shell, Glad exhibited no signs of elation. His gaze drifted through the crowd, landing upon Pal, who lay not far away in a pool of blood, a wave of profound sorrow surging within him. Chapter 66. The curtain falls. The conclusion of events arrived as swiftly as its inception. Victor soared high, tracing an elegant arc across the sky. Upon discovering that Penny Lawson had succumbed to the void, he hesitated not a moment before departing the city, vanishing into the distant horizon. Subsequently, the members of the Eternal Solar Church and the Church of Steam and Machinery swiftly mobilized, crafting miraculous holy water, which they distributed throughout the streets to alleviate the suffering of those in need. Glad and the other three leaders of the Gelb gang sat in Pal's office, the atmosphere palpably tense, silence reigning supreme. "Is there anything you wish to express?" Sullivan broke the stillness, inquiring first. Flora, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Leave? Where do you intend to go?" After a moment's contemplation, Glad shook his head and gazed out the window, remarking, "I have yet to decide, but this world is vast. There will surely be destinations to explore. You do not mean to pursue the truth behind this incident and its perpetrator, do you?" Sullivan discerned the implication in Glad's words. "Eventually, I will still be apprehended. Rather than linger in Trier awaiting capture, it is far more appealing to venture out and witness the expanse of this land." At this, the other leaders fell silent, casting complex expressions toward Glad. Sullivan nodded, producing from his bag a bottle containing a viscous, deep purple liquid and a pair of ordinary spectacles, which he handed to Glad. "What is this?" Glad casually took the bottle and scrutinized it closely, noting its striking resemblance to the potion that Victor had consumed. This was the elixir carried by Penny Lawson, a member of Sequence 6. "I surmise this is the potion for ascending to Sequence 5. Since you are departing, consider this a farewell gift. Sell it if you wish. It should suffice for your journey, especially since you are the one who took a life. As for Pal and Penny's extraordinary traits, I shall sell them to provide severance for the other members. Moreover, take this extraordinary pair of glasses, given your imminent flight. You are sure to be pursued by the eternal sun. I hope they will serve you well." Glad nodded and accepted the glasses. "And what of you two? What are your plans?" Sullivan turned to the pair. "What do you mean? Is the Gelban gang coming to an end?" This was the first time Glad had heard Monina speak, her tone tinged with melancholy. "There is no other way. None of us are cut out for the underworld. And not losing money is a blessing in itself. With Pal's death, our strength is insufficient to deter rival gangs. Rather than linger and wait for them to come knocking, it is wiser for us to disband." Sullivan's words echoed the sentiments of those present. Monina buried her head low, seemingly contemplating Sullivan's remarks. Noticing her continued silence, Sullivan suggested, "Perhaps Monina should consider joining the Church of Steam and Mechanical Deities." At this, Monina lifted her head, gazing at Sullivan, awaiting his explanation. "After all, you rarely make an appearance, and no one is aware of your presence within our faction, so there is no need for scrutiny," Sullivan elucidated. "As for your capabilities, you happen to be an extraordinary individual on the path of the generalist. It is possible that the Church of Steam and Machinery would readily consent to your inclusion." Monina nodded numbly, seemingly acquiescing to Sullivan's proposal. "And what about you?" Glad inquired. Following a brief silence, Sullivan gazed at Pal's vacant seat and resumed. "What shall we do with his belongings? Does he not have any family or relatives? I do not recall him ever mentioning them." Leaning back in his chair, Glad relaxed slightly and responded, "Neither have I heard him mention such matters." As Sullivan shifted his gaze toward the two ladies, they too shook their heads, indicating their ignorance of the situation. "Why had we not thought to learn more about him while he was still alive?" Sullivan murmured with a sigh, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Let us gather his belongings," he suggested. Noticing the ladies on the verge of tears, Glad quickly diverted the conversation, rising to approach Pal's desk. The desk was almost devoid of clutter, and as Glad opened a drawer, he discovered a sheet of paper resting atop, inscribed with the words "Last Will." He picked it up and began to read intently. "Though I do not know who might be reading this letter, perhaps one of the 4 leaders, by the time you see this. I am likely already deceased. On that day, I beheld the results of astrology and discerned some rather unfavorable tidings. To be frank, the sensation was quite disheartening. I endeavored to alter my fate, yet I remained oblivious to the manner of my demise, rendering me uncertain of where to commence. I could only proceed step by step. My concern lies in the safety of others' lives after my passing. If my death could save them, then it would be of little consequence." Glad silently set down the letter, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, the other 3 had gathered around, peering in. He extended the paper to Florina and retrieved another sheet from the drawer, inscribed with a few lines. "I have consulted the divination once more, this time regarding the Lysum gang. Due to the counter-divination, I could not uncover any concrete leads. However, the results indicated that clues may be found in Leon City. How vexing. It's as if the message was as good as unspoken, which is precisely why I detest divination. I pin this here to provide the reader with some hints. After all, it has already been divined, so why not write it down?" This sheet contained but a scant amount of content, yet it still bore the unmistakable style of Pal, and Glad could even hear Pal's tone within the words. Glad set aside the letter, resolute in his decision, to Leon City. Yet, he had other matters to attend to. Chapter 67. Leon City. Glad and Florina emerged from the office together, the evening sun's rays obscured by towering edifices, leaving only a pale golden light in the sky. Florina gazed upward and smiled gently, saying, "Did you not previously inquire why I chose to join the Gerrard gang?" Flora continued, 2.5 years ago, I was merely a waitress in an ordinary tavern. You know, there were always a few inebriated patrons causing trouble. I encountered one particularly outrageous drunkard who nearly inflicted harm upon me. It was Pal who came to my aid and saved me. In gratitude, I joined the Gerrard Guild. Flora turned her gaze towards Glad, her eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. "You see, I told you it wasn't particularly interesting." Glad offered a brief farewell to Flora, and as they parted ways, uncertainty loomed over when they might meet again. "Are you all right?" Sylvia asked, her face etched with concern as she observed Glad entering the inn. The day's peculiar events had left her feeling overwhelmed, from the appearance of monsters to being whisked away, and then the sudden onset of abdominal pain among everyone. This succession of incidents had enveloped her in confusion and pressure. Sylvia nodded, suddenly recalling something, and retrieved a hefty stack of documents from beneath the counter, exclaiming, "Oh, right. This is for you from that gentleman. It should concern someone from your guild. Is this the Emerald Street documents Pal gave me?" Glad inquired as he accepted the papers, casually flipping through the now irrelevant documents, finding it somewhat amusing. Just that morning they had been chatting, and by afternoon, he was gone. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Sylvia took back the documents, her expression one of bewilderment as she watched Glad ascend the staircase. After packing his belongings, he strolled out of the inn, summoned a carriage, and promptly set off towards 19th Shell Street. As I stepped into the familiar underground of Shell Street, the familiar silhouette of Mr. K caught my eye. He remained cloaked in his large hood, standing there in silence. "Thank you for your assistance yesterday, Mr. K," Glad uttered, breaking the stillness and expressing his sincere gratitude. Without Mr. K's help, I would have surely met my demise. It was nothing. That finger was merely a reward for your task. Furthermore, your escape was not solely due to my aid. A significant portion was attributable to your own prowess, Mr. K replied, swaying his large hood as his voice rasped. Moreover, you have thwarted the cultist scheme today. His tone shifted to one of fervor. It is truly regrettable that you are not a member of our Aurora Society. Glad furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, cultists? This afternoon, I was engaged in a confrontation with Penny Lawson. Wasn't the recent turmoil orchestrated by the Hornet gang and Victor's Ash? Mr. K nodded, then shook his head, saying, yes, they are involved. But there are others manipulating them from behind the scenes. He paused deliberately, as if savoring the suspense, and continued. I suspect that Penny Lawson and Victor Zash are actually affiliated with the Rhizome gang, while the Hornet gang serves as its vanguard. Thus, their relationship is not one of collaboration, but rather one of subordination. Why do you assert this? Glad asked, recognizing that Mr. K must possess compelling reasons and evidence for his claims. Penny Lawson, a woman not originally from Trier, only stepped foot in this city 2 years ago. Armed with substantial wealth and formidable prowess, she swiftly dismantled and absorbed the local gang that once dominated that territory. Her initial rise to prominence occurred in the same city as Victor Zash's ascent, Leon City. After speaking, Mr. K picked up a newspaper from the table beside him and handed it to Glad. Due to insufficient evidence, Penny Lawson's murder charges could not be substantiated. She was on the verge of being acquitted. Beneath the headline was a photograph depicting Penny Lawson being escorted out of the police station by officers. Glad's gaze followed the text downward. For months prior, Penny Lawson had successfully wed Count Nawin Norman. However, merely 3 months into their marriage, Count Nawin Norman tragically passed away at home, leading the police to promptly identify Penny Lawson as the prime suspect in a murder investigation. During the trial, due to a lack of evidence, she was acquitted. Glad's attention drifted to the publication date on the edge of the newspaper, which was 2 years ago. This is the only information I could find regarding Penny Lawson, Mr. K elucidated. She immediately sold the ill-fated Count's mansion afterward and relocated to Trier, where she began assembling the Hornet gang. The intent was strikingly apparent, as if she had meticulously orchestrated every detail in advance. Glad discerned the implication within Mr. K's words, suggesting that Penny had long been scheming. There remained one more question concerning her formidable strength. Mr. K nodded thoughtfully and added that she had amalgamated the gang through formidable wealth and influence. What do you believe her rank was at that time? He inquired. Based on my limited time living in Trier, I would surmise it was at least rank 6 or 7. Glade responded slowly, only to be struck by a troubling realization. Yet, when she was apprehended as a murderer, she must have been an extraordinary individual. How could the police release her so easily? Did they not investigate whether she was extraordinary? Mr. K nodded solemnly and replied with grave sincerity, I suspect that the entire city of Lyon has, in fact, been covertly controlled by the Rhizome gang. Chapter 68. A temporary farewell to Trier. The Rhizome gang controls a city? Glade gazed at Mr. K in disbelief, unable to fathom how an organization could exert influence beneath the very noses of the church and the authorities. Moreover, Lyon, while not as grand as Trier, was still a significant city that should not fall under the sway of a single organization. Noticing the skepticism in Glade's eyes, Mr. K spoke slowly. Covert control is far easier than overt domination. Through bribes, threats, and assassinations, they steadily manipulate the upper echelons of the city to achieve their objectives. Given that Penny is still undergoing investigation and was detained for a month, it is evident that, at least 2 years ago, they had not fully seized control of Lyon. As for the present, it is difficult to ascertain. It bears a striking resemblance to the dealings of a clandestine syndicate. Glad nodded skeptically, acknowledging Mr. K's perspective. Once Mr. K had completed his exposition, he gestured with his grand robe for a nearby attendant to bring forth the items, saying, I have prepared the items you wished to acquire last time. Feel free to select at your leisure. Upon receiving the command, the attendant retrieved a cart from the adjacent room, upon which lay several intriguing artifacts. Glad briefly surveyed the 3 extraordinary objects, a bracelet emanating a soft golden glow, a dagger radiating an orange hue, and a whistle that appeared almost translucent. Although these items commanded a lofty price, their effects or side effects were rather mild, rendering them quite cost-effective. Mr. K extended his hand, drawing the table closer, and began to elucidate the luminous bracelet before them. This bracelet, known as the control bracelet, originates from the Arbiter's Path. It possesses two capabilities, prohibition and confinement. The prohibition ability allows one to establish a mandate forbidding a specific action, compelling all individuals within the designated area to adhere to the extraordinary regulations, with any transgressors facing the constraints of the imposed rules. The confinement ability can generate a viscous, transparent liquid, resembling a vast amber, or layers of transparent walls, encasing a location and preventing any escape. It can be dispelled through a release mechanism. However, it bears a few drawbacks, only 3 to be precise. Firstly, these incantations must be uttered in ancient hermetic to be effective. Secondly, each ability may only be employed once per day, necessitating a full day for cooldown after use. Furthermore, both the range and duration are limited, lasting approximately 1 minute. Thirdly, upon donning this bracelet, you will instinctively begin to uphold justice and maintain fairness, unable to tolerate even the slightest hint of corruption or crime. This exerts a psychological influence, which accounts for its relatively modest price of merely 40,000 Fairkin. Mr. K paused briefly, allowing Glad to contemplate the merits and drawbacks of this item, before gesturing toward the broken sword emanating a faint orange glow, saying, "This sword is known as Dawn's Edge. It can transform into a magnificent great sword of dawn, a hefty two-handed blade that is sharp, sturdy, and robust. Each strike carries a purifying effect." As soon as he spoke, Mr. K's essence permeated the broken sword, which instantaneously morphed into a two-handed great sword shimmering with golden light. This blade differs from the previous weapon. It possesses neither cooldown nor duration limitations. However, prolonged use of this sword will deplete your essence. Additionally, this sword has a special ability. By plunging Dawn's Edge into the ground before you, it shatters into a myriad of radiant fragments akin to Dawn's light, capable of slicing through all shadows and malevolence within the affected area. It can directly annihilate corporeal beings, eradicate vengeful spirits, and even vanquish malevolent entities. Moreover, one can exert a degree of control over its trajectory. Yet, upon invoking this ability, the Great Sword of Dawn cannot be conjured again for a week, necessitating a week's wait. Glad nodded, indicating his understanding, after which Mr. K pointed to the next item, a nearly transparent whistle. This whistle, known as the screech, possessed a rather straightforward function. When blown, it emitted a piercing wail that could rupture eardrums and inflict harm upon ethereal beings, causing the target to feel as though they were possessed by a vengeful spirit, thereby slowing their movements and reactions. The side effects were relatively mild, manifesting as an occasional chilling sensation akin to being haunted by a malevolent ghost, accompanied by a reduction in one's agility and responsiveness. Priced at 41,000 Falcon, Mr. K stepped aside, awaiting Glad's decision. Glad gazed at the 3 weapons laid out on the table, lost in contemplation. To be candid, all 3 weapons were quite impressive. However, Glad promptly dismissed the whistle named Screech. Its utility seemed limited, yet the persistent side effects proved to be quite troublesome. Between the control bracelet and the Dawnbreaker, he continued to weigh his options. The advantage of the control bracelet lay in its ability to restrain the opponent's capabilities. For instance, should an adversary attempt to flee, he could immobilize them, or should they cast a spell, he could thwart their incantation, forcing them into close combat. Moreover, the area of effect skill of the Dawnbreaker was undeniably enticing. His primary dilemma at present was the lack of an effective means to swiftly eliminate numerous foes at once. After much deliberation, Glad ultimately opted for the Dawnbreaker. He considered his impending journey to Leon City, which would likely be under the dominion of the Resm Guild, where he might encounter swathes of adversaries. Thus, a weapon capable of area attacks seemed invaluable. Glad extracted 24,000 Falcon from the package and handed it to Mr. K, who then passed the money to a servant for verification. Only after confirming its accuracy did Glad stow away the broken sword. He rummaged through the package once more and produced a potion of the 5th rank, known as the Pain Witch Elixir, presenting it to Mr. K. "This is a potion I wish to sell to you." Mr. K accepted the potion, bringing it closer to his eyes for a meticulous examination. Within the shadow of his hood, a glimmer of golden light flickered. Indeed, this was the 5th rank potion valued at approximately 190,000 Falcon. However, it was not a necessity and would likely remain unsold for an extended period. Coupled with the complications of storage, Glad proposed a price of 37,000 Falcon. "Can you accept this?" The price was surprisingly steep, and Mr. K's counteroffer was rather low. Yet, he understood that it was improbable to encounter someone seeking to ascend to the 6th rank and willing to pay the full price of 190,000 Falcon. Recognizing this, Glad had no objections. Retaining the potion served no purpose, and given his inability to store it properly, converting it into currency was a gain. With the additional 1,000 Falcon he had not yet disbursed, Glad now possessed a substantial sum of 38,000 Falcon. I bid you farewell. I shall temporarily depart from Trier to gather intelligence in the city of Lyon, Glad informed Mr. K. The large hood of Mr. K noticeably paused, and he lifted his gaze to Glad. Are you fully aware of the dangers that lie ahead, yet still insist on proceeding? Glad resolutely nodded in affirmation. As the sun quietly descended, Glade embarked on the final steam train to Lyon City, burdened with his luggage. Leaning against the window of the carriage, his gaze intently followed the silhouettes on the platform, gradually fading into obscurity. These were familiar figures, silently standing in the gentle evening breeze, bidding farewell to Glade with a wave. Among them were Florina, Sullivan, Manili, and Sylvia. Through the cold glass, Glade waved back at them. Soon, the platform and those beloved shadows vanished into the night, leaving only the flickering light in Glade's eyes. End of Volume 1. Chapter 69. Reflections at the conclusion. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to all who have journeyed this far. Although this work is a fan fiction of Lord of the Mysterious, it is evident that the narrative does not adhere closely to the original plot, nor does it heavily rely on the original characters. To be frank, crafting fan fiction without following the original storyline or utilizing its characters to gain popularity is a laborious and time-consuming endeavor, perhaps rather foolish. Yet here I am, embracing that folly. Additionally, regarding the divine chosen one who seems to embody a savior, one must ponder why they do not engage in a more aggressive pursuit of their goals. My only response is that there are no alternatives. I would prefer not to face the prospect of being reported and having my work banned after penning over 100,000 words. As it stands, I can still write. The second volume may feature more combat scenes, and I will endeavor to depict battles encompassing all 22 pathways. Please stay tuned. I shall continue writing tonight. Once again, I thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 70. Arrival in Lyon. Alas. Dressed in an exquisite black single-breasted coat and a crisp white shirt, he emerged from the carriage, clutching his modest luggage, and set foot on the ground of Lyon. This city, located in the southeastern region of the Rhne Alpes, lies approximately 400 kilometers from Trier. Positioned at the confluence of the Rhne and Saône rivers, it has been divided into 3 distinct areas, with a population of over 2.4 million. The elongated zone formed by the confluence of the 2 rivers serves as the Central District, characterized by its narrow north-south layout and flat terrain, often regarded as the affluent quarter. The western part of the Central District, also aligned with the west bank of the Rhne, comprises an industrial area where factories stand in orderly rows, emitting clouds of murky smoke from their chimneys. The location where Glad disembarked is situated in the eastern part of the Central District, a bustling commercial hub of Lyon. It was still only the afternoon, granting Glad ample time to seek accommodation, a luxury compared to his previous experience in Trier. He grasped the handle of his suitcase, slowly following the throng of people as they exited the steam train station. First, he would find a hotel. His intentions were clear. He had come here solely to exact revenge on the Lesum gangs. Thus, he did not plan to reside here long-term, rendering the need for renting a place unnecessary. The flow of disembarking passengers divided into 2 streams. One set boarded the carriages that had been awaiting them outside, while the other headed towards the heart of the commercial district. After a moment of contemplation, Glad joined the group making their way towards the business center. Logically, there should be hotels not far from the station, eliminating the need for a carriage to search for one. As anticipated, it did not take long for Glad to find himself amidst a multitude of diverse inns lining the street. This thoroughfare was adorned with an array of accommodations, each showcasing its unique charm. Some exuded an aura of romance, while others appeared dignified and elegant, and still others radiated exotic allure. Glad glanced around and could only marvel at the bustling commercial district, particularly in its most vibrant core, where certain establishments boasted a level of opulence that surpassed much of Trier, leaving him somewhat dazzled. Although many couples wandered in and out, Glad felt a certain aversion to the excessively romantic atmosphere. With his considerable financial means, he felt no need to be overly frugal with his expenses. The amount of money he carried was sufficient to purchase several small shops in Lyon. "Good day, sir. Are you alone?" inquired the receptionist with a warm smile. The young lady appeared slightly younger than Glad, perhaps around 17 or 18, with a delicate countenance and distinct features, her bright eyes sparkling with intelligence and friendliness. Remarkably, the price here was comparable to that of the Emerald Inn, despite its more luxurious decor. Glad hesitated momentarily, but soon found solace in the thought that this was not Trier. Prices and wages were likely to differ. Perhaps, for the locals, such a rate was considered rather steep. He retrieved 30 firgens from his pocket and handed them to the young lady. "My name is Pavati. Should you need assistance with your room or anything else, please do not hesitate to ask. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name, sir?" Parvati extended her hand, requesting identification from Glad. Unperturbed, Glad calmly handed over his ID, stating, "My name is Roland Pierce. You may call me Roland." Parvati accepted the identification and scrutinized it meticulously. Once satisfied with its authenticity, she returned the ID to Glad and presented him with a key, saying, "Welcome, Mr. Roland. This is your key. Please keep it safe." Glad took the key, marked for room 304, nodded to Parvati, and ascended the staircase. The corridor was resplendent, its marble floors polished to perfection, exuding an air of nobility and solemnity. Its ample length and width allowed for comfortable passage, while the lofty ceiling imparted a sense of spaciousness. Wall sconces adorned the walls, casting a gentle light that imbued every corner of the corridor with a warm hue. Precious paintings and tapestries embellished the walls, enriching the space with a cultural essence. Glad continued along the opulent corridor until he ultimately discovered room 304. He extracted the key and smoothly unlocked the door, stepping into a wide and inviting space. The wallpaper was a subtle gold, adorned with exquisite patterns that harmonized beautifully with the furnishings. Expansive windows bathed the room in natural light, creating an atmosphere of brightness and openness, while beside the windows stood a sturdy wooden table and chairs, exuding a unique fragrance. The bedroom featured a generous bed, dressed in fine linens and a plush comforter, complemented by a separate lavatory, epitomizing unparalleled luxury. Glad gently closed the door behind him, placing his luggage in a corner of the room before settling into a chair. He opened the identification document he had just submitted to Parvati. Apart from the likeness of himself in the photograph, nearly all other information was fabricated, thanks to Mr. K's assistance. It would have been impossible for him to produce such a convincing counterfeit so swiftly on his own, Glad mused. The situation in Leon City was rather peculiar. Having thwarted their plans multiple times, he had surely attracted their attention and was now being hunted. Thus, he could no longer rely on his previous identification and was compelled to forge a new one. Reflecting on Mr. K's words, Glad could not help but admire his cunning and foresight. In comparison to Mr. K, he recognized there was much he needed to learn and improve upon. Chapter 71. Commencing the investigation with ample time at his disposal, he decided it would be prudent to step outside for some fresh air, while also verifying whether the city had indeed fallen under the control of the Resum gang. Rising to his feet, Glad retrieved the sinister gloves from his suitcase. Donning them with purpose, he then carefully extracted the wrapped Dawnbreaker, slinging it across his back and concealing it beneath his voluminous clothing to avoid detection. With everything in place, he leisurely descended the stairs and exited the hotel. Upon reaching the street, Glad surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted a tavern named the Iron Furnace, nestled among a cluster of inns. The continuous ebb and flow of patrons, their disoriented state, spoke volumes of the tavern's bustling popularity. Nothing is more convenient than gathering information at a tavern. As he contemplated this, he made his way toward the establishment. At the heart of the tavern stood an open bar, crafted from coarse timber. Behind the bar, a wall adorned with an array of bottles formed a vibrant tapestry of colors. The warm glow of the brass bar illuminated the space, casting a soft haze over the bartender and patrons alike. Glad took a seat on a stool at the bar and, without preamble, called out to the bartender, "A glass of apple punch, please. How much is it?" 25 ricks. Glad mused silently, noting that the prices here were indeed more favorable than those in Trier, where a drink would cost him 30 ricks. Having previously operated a dance hall in Trier, he was well acquainted with the cost of alcohol. According to his knowledge, even in other regions, the price for such a beverage should not be so low. Why was it so inexpensive? As he fished out 25 ricks, he casually inquired, feigning the naivety of a newcomer to avoid arousing suspicion regarding his other questions. The bartender seemed to have encountered this question countless times before, He chuckled and patiently explained. It is because Leon City boasts a large brewery that supplies nearly all the taverns in the area. Furthermore, just outside Leon City lie the two most significant regions for red and new wines, Intis, which allows us to offer our drinks at more competitive prices. As he spoke, a sense of pride and confidence was unmistakable on his face. Ah, that indeed is a plausible explanation. Gleed savored a sip of wine, his eyes narrowing slightly as he relished its unique flavor. His gaze lingered on the glass, as if searching for something, yet seemingly captivated by the wine's singular qualities. He remained unaware that this vintage bore no significant distinction from that of Trier, nor did he discern any particularly remarkable taste. Nevertheless, out of an innate caution towards the unknown, he refrained from fully indulging in the drink. Deep within, he harbored doubts about the possibility of an unseen peril lurking in the wine, especially in the aftermath of the Trier food poisoning incident. However, he fancied that he might possess a certain immunity to poison. A few sips would not matter, for it was inevitable that he would dine in Leon City in the future. Gleed continued to savor the wine, while attentively listening to the surrounding clamor of conversation. Have you heard? There's a rumor about that old mansion outside the city being haunted and linked to murders, boomed a man reeking of alcohol. Which old mansion? Inquired a fellow patron across from him, his expression one of perplexity. The estate of Count Nauen Norman. The inebriated man exclaimed, his voice growing louder with each drink. Upon hearing this, the man opposite furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. He scratched his head, took another sip, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he slapped the table with vigor, exclaiming, "Oh, I remember now. That unfortunate fellow, the one who married Penny." At the mere mention of Penny's name, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, akin to the stillness that precedes a tempest. The man seemed to realize his indiscretion, hastily placing down the payment for his drinks before rising swiftly and exiting the tavern, appearing as though he were being pursued by some specter. With his departure, the atmosphere within the establishment gradually returned to normal. Patrons resumed their conversations, and the bartender resumed his duties. What had just transpired? The previously ominous ambience? Glad could only maintain silence alongside them, hesitant to speak, yet his mind was awash with perplexity. In Trier, her name could be uttered freely, even by him who had taken her life. However, here, it seemed her name was shrouded in a veil of secrecy, as if she were an untouchable deity of malevolence. Glad found himself bewildered, sensing that the inhabitants of this city were enveloped in an intangible atmosphere of dread. Nevertheless, he dared not inquire about the reasons behind it. Their earlier stern expressions had clearly indicated a taboo subject had been broached. A reckless question on his part might yield unpredictable repercussions. After a moment of contemplation, when the bartender had a brief respite, he ventured to ask, "Are there any intriguing happenings in Leon City?" The bartender pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "Well, I would say it pertains to an incident that occurred just a few days ago, the very matter they were just discussing." Glad set down his glass, attentively listening to the bartender's tale. "Do you know the wealthy individual who purchased the estate of Count Nauen Normanberg? His name is Khorne Magendel, and it is said that he met an untimely demise in that ancient mansion under rather bizarre circumstances." The bartender's tone was laced with a hint of uncontainable excitement and a touch of eeriness, as if recounting a chilling tale. What exactly was so strange? Glad interjected at the opportune moment, urging the bartender to continue his narrative. Could it truly be that a person could strangle themselves? Glad scoffed, expressing his skepticism. Chapter 72, Murder. After 2 long years, transformed into a vengeful spirit. Surely this was stretching things a bit too far. One might as well wait another 8 years for a gentlemanly revenge. 10 years is not too late after all. Glad chuckled noncommittally, harboring doubts about the bartender's tale. With that, the bartender shrugged and returned to his tasks. After finishing his apple punch, Glad ordered another drink. When the bartender placed the beverage before him, he softly inquired, "Why does mentioning that name cause everyone to fall silent? A certain organization? Was it not the Lewism gang?" Glad nodded in understanding towards the bartender. It appeared that the Lewism gang operated more like a clandestine organization akin to the Aurora Society rather than a mere gang. Yet their pervasive influence had become evident even to the ordinary populace. As he pondered this, he drained his apple punch, placed 50 licks on the table, and turned to depart. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed from outside the door, followed by a piercing scream. There's a dead body. In the blink of an eye, the streets around him were inundated with a throng of people resembling ants emerging from their nest. They hurriedly converged towards the source of the screaming. eager to uncover the mystery and join the commotion. Filled with curiosity, Glad departed from the tavern and squeezed into the already assembled crowd. Using his considerable strength to carve out a path, ultimately beheld the lifeless body. It was the corpse of a man, approximately in his 40s, adorned in exquisitely refined attire, now grotesquely torn and stained in blood. Given the severity of his injuries and condition, it was likely that this individual had plummeted from the 4th floor. However, through his abilities, Glad discerned that, in addition to the injuries from the fall, the body bore numerous fresh stab wounds, obscured by the splattered blood, unnoticed by the onlookers. Ceasing his examination of the corpse, Glad lifted his gaze towards the 4th floor from which the man had fallen. There, he spotted a dark-haired man standing before the window. Intently observing the scene below, his brow slightly furrowed. Upon realizing that his presence had been noted by Glad, the man hastily retreated a few steps, ultimately vanishing from the window and entering the room. Shortly thereafter, someone in the crowd seemed to recognize the figure lying in the pool of blood, exclaiming, "Hey, isn't that the official from Trier? How did he meet his end? The official from Trier? What was he doing here?" Glad's brow furrowed in concern. How audacious of the lesbian faction to dare assassinate someone of such standing. Were they truly reckless with their lives? He pondered whether, should officials arrive accompanied by a few extraordinary individuals next time, they would also become targets. However, the audacity to kill even such an individual only reinforced Glad's conviction regarding Mr. K's assertion that this city had been clandestinely dominated by the Lysum gang. He slowly extricated himself from the throng and made his way to the opposite side of the street, intending to familiarize himself with the surroundings in preparation for the potential assaults that might follow. Given that this area was recently developed, the roads were relatively spacious, yet the bustling vendors and tourists rendered the thoroughfare nearly impassable. After all, this locale boasted a steam train station, necessitating that all travelers pass through here. As Glad ambled along, he casually swatted away the persistent little thieves encroaching upon him like bothersome flies. Gazing upwards, he noticed the sign by the roadside emblazoned with the words "in street," a straightforward and clear designation for this thoroughfare brimming with lodgings. Due to the influx of visitors, the security here was rather poor, making it one of the most chaotic areas within the commercial district. Nevertheless, in comparison to the old industrial zone in the western part of Lyon City, the situation here was somewhat better. That area could rightly be deemed the most perilous and tumultuous, akin to the slums of Lyon. The Lysum gang's covert control over the city had become increasingly apparent. However, the challenge remained in accurately locating their members to initiate an assault. The mere thought of personally eliminating those associated with the Lysum gang sent a surge of exhilaration through Glad, his face betraying a flicker of joy. Perhaps a visit to the Central District tomorrow would be in order? The Central District, serving as a haven for the affluent and bureaucrats, presents a heightened probability of encountering members of the Lysum gang should they seize control of the city. With this resolution firmly established, Glad reclined upon his bed, succumbing to slumber. At the stroke of midnight, a disturbance from outside roused him from his light dreams. He retrieved the cursed gloves from beneath his pillow, donning them with intent. Sitting upright, he attentively listened to the surrounding ambience. Through the partially opened window, he beheld the moonlight obscured by ominous clouds, casting a faint crimson hue that enveloped the room in a soft glow. After a brief moment of listening, he discerned the sound of footsteps echoing from the street below. Glad relaxed slightly, rising to peer out the window, which afforded a view of the spot where the official had met his demise earlier that day. Naturally, the man's corpse had long since been removed, leaving only a faint pool of blood as a testament to the tragedy that had unfolded. Now, 3 figures clad in black loitered near the bloodstain, ceaselessly scanning their surroundings like bothersome, oversized flies. Were they investigating the crime scene? Yet, why such peculiar attire? Glad's gaze fixated upon the trio as his mind raced with thoughts. Eventually, they seemed to reach a consensus and departed the scene, heading toward the side of the street. After a moment's consideration, Glad hastily donned his clothing, quietly lowered the window, and set off to follow in their footsteps. One of the men, hunched over as if searching for a clue, moved at a leisurely pace. 2 other individuals followed him leisurely, seemingly devoid of any sense of urgency regarding their current endeavor. The trio navigated through several streets until they arrived at a location near the banks of the Seine, where the sound of flowing water was discernible. They subsequently entered a somewhat dilapidated alley, venturing deeper within. Glad squinted, recognizing the firearm illuminated by the dim red moonlight. It appeared they were preparing to launch a surprise attack. A shiver ran down Glad's spine. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity and confusion. Were they truly aligned with his faction? He concentrated his thoughts and quickened his pace to keep up with them. Their quarry was the individual I had seen taking refuge on the 4th floor. Yet should not those pursuers be members of the Lewism gang? Were they intent on ambushing the Lewism gang? Yet, how could the Lewism gang possibly remain in such a decrepit locale? With a mind brimming with questions, Glad cautiously ascended the staircase, striving to contain his presence, stealthily trailing behind, fully attuned to the footsteps of the three ahead, moving as silently as a cat. The trio halted before the imposing iron door on the 3rd floor. The man who had been bending low to follow suddenly raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the iron door swung open, and 2 armed men swiftly entered the room, firing 2 shots into the ceiling, the deafening gunfire instantly interrupting the impending screams. The door-kicking man then stepped into the room, surveying his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present. The room was dilapidated and dim, the air thick with the scent of dampness and dust. The walls, with their bare and uneven stones, were clearly unmaintained. There were no windows, only a few flickering oil lamps precariously hanging on the walls, casting a feeble light that left much of the room shrouded in shadow. Within, a crowd of terrified individuals filled the space, comprising men, women, and children. Approximately 20 to 30 in total, all clad in tattered garments and bearing haggard expressions. They gazed at the 3 intruders with wide, fearful eyes. One of the men surveyed the scene, then contemptuously addressed the assembly, threateningly demanding, "Who among you has killed the official from Trier? Step forward, and perhaps the others may be spared. Otherwise, this night shall witness an abundance of graves." He cursed the treacherous minions of the Lewism gang, expressing his outrage at their audacity to return. "I shall make you pay for all the lives lost." A girl, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, rose defiantly, raising a stone in her hand and hurling it at the man. Without even glancing up, he dodged the projectile, approaching her with a disdainful smile. He delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending the frail girl sprawling to the ground. "Since you refuse to step forward willingly, let us choose 2 of you at random," he said, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he made a gesture mimicking a gun, signaling the 2 men at the door to open fire. However, in the next moment, instead of gunfire, there echoed 2 anguished cries and the sound of handguns clattering to the floor. Suddenly, Glad appeared as if materializing from thin air, firmly grasping the wrists of 2 men clad in black. With his terrifying strength, he shattered their bones with a mere grip. "Had I known you belonged to the Lewism gang, I would not have wasted so much time." Glad sighed, then with a swift motion, he collided the 2 together, rendering them unconscious as they crumpled to the ground. His gaze then fell upon the remaining man. "Are you and these 2 also members of the Lewism gang?" Glad inquired. "Since you are aware that we are part of the Lewism gang, why do you obstruct our path?" The man, sensing the impending peril, mustered his courage to shout at Glad, "If you dare lay a hand on us, the Lewism gang will not let you go." "Not let me go? Yet I feel as if I have already taken action," Glad replied with a faint smile. He then nudged the unconscious man with his toe and added, "In fact, I came here specifically to trouble you." As he spoke, he delivered a kick, sending the fallen man tumbling. Realizing escape was futile, the man exhaled a resigned breath, and a fierce energy surged within him like a roaring flame. He charged at Glad without hesitation. Glad, however, extended his right hand indifferently, effortlessly catching the man's ferocious punch. He contemplated for a moment, feeling the power coursing through his grip, then sighed. "How utterly disappointing. You are merely at sequence 9? How dreadfully mundane." As the words left his lips, Glad's other hand stretched out like a ghostly shadow, seizing the man's other wrist amidst the shock and panic reflected in his eyes. With a powerful twist of both hands, the man's arms contorted and shattered like fragile porcelain, succumbing to excruciating pain. The arrogance and disdain etched on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a despair so profound it rendered him almost lifeless, eliciting a wretched scream. Glad regarded the man with an icy indifference, entirely unfazed by the anguished cries, and deftly delivered 2 precise kicks. This time, he struck the man's kneecap with surgical precision, shattering it and provoking an even more agonizing wail. Standing too close to the man, Glad found himself somewhat perturbed by his pitiful cries. Without hesitation, he delivered a stinging slap, forcefully stifling the man's screams, and commanded, "Once you've had your fill of screaming, be silent. I will ask, and you shall answer." Though the man's cries were quelled by the sharp reprimand, He continued to glare defiantly at Glad with a resolute expression. Observing the man's unyielding gaze, Glad shook his head in resignation, recalling another member of the LYSM gang, Selin. The interrogation scene from that time resurfaced vividly in his mind, ultimately aided by Parr's capabilities. He sighed softly and redirected his attention to this obstinate man. "All right, I concede your tenacity," he remarked, carelessly tossing the man onto the floor and delivering a casual kick. Then, Glad turned his gaze toward those ragged individuals within the room. With a gaze filled with awe and trepidation, they fixed their eyes upon Glad, seemingly holding their breath in anticipation of his next words. Chapter 74, The Resistors. Glad, however, was in no haste to shatter the silence. His eyes swept across the crowd before settling on the man who had assassinated the Trier official. Just as impatience began to brew within him, the dark-haired assassin stepped forward, his demeanor imbued with a measure of reverence, and spoke. "We are those who have suffered at the hands of the Lysum gang, now gathered in unity, yearning for vengeance." Noting that Glad showed no intention of interrupting, the man summoned his courage and continued. "Many among us have lost loved ones and dear friends to the Lysum gang's merciless cruelty, some even losing their lives. Thus, we have resolved to rise and avenge them." The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, expressing their solidarity with the man's declaration. It resonated with me. Had I not been graced with the boon of terror, I too would find solace among them in this gathering. Glad, contemplative, nodded slightly, and then inquired, "What, then, was the reason behind your assassination of the Trier official? Was he also a member of the Lysum gang?" Upon hearing this question, the man displayed a hint of embarrassment, lowering his head in shame, and hesitantly replied, "No, you should have no ties to the Lysum gang. At least not that I could discern." Glad furrowed his brow, perplexed, and asked, "Then why did you choose to kill him? Is it merely to vent your frustrations upon an innocent when you could not strike at the Lysum gang?" "No, please allow us to explain." The girl, who had been violently cast aside by the Lysum gang, slowly rose to her feet, leaning against the wall while rubbing her abdomen, her voice laced with helplessness and resignation. "We truly had no alternative. With our limited numbers, we posed no substantial threat to the Lysum gang. Thus, we resolved to assassinate an official from Trier, aiming to draw the attention of the authorities and encourage more individuals to join the investigation and sanctions against the Lysum gang." Glad was struck by the ingenuity of this scheme. It feigned the Lysum gang's involvement in murder while genuinely seeking to prompt official concern in Trier. Such tactics are often referred to in stories as borrowing a knife to kill or driving the tiger away to lure the wolf, utilizing the strength of others to achieve one's own ends. Although the assassination of an ordinary Trier official raises moral dilemmas, Glad was no arbiter of ethics, and he held little regard for the Trier officials, thus he did not dwell excessively on this matter. "However, your plan is not without its flaws. Given that the Lysum gang has already seized control of the city, and that the official met his untimely demise falling from a window, the Lysum gang could easily declare it an unfortunate accident, and Trier may not afford it the gravity it deserves." Glad articulated the inherent issue. The dark-haired man revealed a flicker of regret, stating, "That was an error on our part during execution. Initially, my intention was to eliminate him within the confines of his room and leave a mark of the Lysum gang on the wall to capture Trier's attention. To my dismay, the man panicked, forgetting which floor he was on, and leapt out the window, resulting in his tragic death. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances." Glad shook his head in resignation before turning his gaze towards the three members of the Lysum gang sprawled on the floor. Two of them remained unconscious, while the one whose limbs had been shattered gazed up at Glad with a mixture of pain and fury. "Since you harbor such animosity towards the Lysum gang, I entrust these two to your mercy. Feel free to torment them as you wish," Glad declared, gesturing towards the two unconscious figures. He continued, "My only stipulation is that you resolve their fates within an hour and dispose of their bodies in the river." At these words, the onlookers' gazes ignited with fervor, fixating intently on the two individuals on the ground, their hatred for the Lysum gang palpable. As for the unfortunate soul before him, Glad's attention shifted back to the man with severed limbs, whose expression had transformed from hatred to a flicker of terror. "Since he is unwilling to divulge any information, I shall leave his fate in your hands as well, but do not kill him. I wish to personally oversee his demise." With that, he delivered a kick to the man, sending him tumbling across the floor. Glad then slowly approached the interior of the room, inquiring, "Is there a leader or someone in charge here?" Many eyes turned toward the dark-haired man, while others shifted to the girl. You two, step forward. I have questions for you. Entering a small alcove within the room, he pointed at the pair, adding, the rest of you may commit. Oh. And keep their screams to a minimum. We wouldn't want to disturb the peace. Upon hearing Glad's words, the ragged group of impoverished individuals surged forward like ravenous wolves upon their prey, mercilessly pummeling the 3 members of the Lewism gang. The dark-haired man and the young woman exchanged glances that bore a hint of regret, seemingly discontent with their inability to join the fray. However, they dutifully followed Glad into the secluded chamber. Once the door was closed behind them, Glad took the opportunity to scrutinize their features. The dark-haired man appeared to be around 25 years of age, his visage resolute and profound, akin to an ancient rock weathered by the storms of time. His eyes were clear and bright, shimmering with the light of wisdom. Were it not for his tattered garments, with pockets in disarray and a face speckled with dust, Glad might have mistaken him for a nobleman of high birth. In contrast to the dark-haired man, the young woman appeared even younger, approximately 17. Her face was exquisitely delicate, with graceful contours and porcelain-like skin, as if meticulously sculpted. Even the dust could not conceal her beauty. Her eyes resembled deep lakes, luminous and brimming with intelligence, with slightly upturned corners that revealed a unique tenacity and resilience. Though she too donned a rough, faded garment, it did little to overshadow her allure. Her golden hair fell in untamed disarray, strands tinged with the color of dirt. Yet, these circumstances did not detract from her striking charm. It was evident that her beauty was exceptional. The dark-haired man lowered his stance, bowing respectfully to Glad, before introducing himself. My name is Khorne. You may call me Krek. The young girl mimicked his actions, bowing her head in respect, and softly introduced herself. I am Zoe 4. But you may simply call me Zoe. Glad nodded, noting their names, and replied, You may call me Roland. Chapter 75. The bounty. Glad spoke slowly. I surmise that you both harbor a profound disdain for the Lewism gang, do you not? The two nodded vigorously, their faces etched with indignation. Glad reclined slightly, taking a seat at a weathered wooden table, and continued with a smile. I presume you are locals of Leon. Cray was the first to nod, his expression filled with sorrow and anger. You must have heard of the largest distillery in Leon, yes? 2 years ago, it was my father's distillery. The business was flourishing. However, the Lewism gang sought to coerce my father into selling it to them at a paltry price, which he naturally refused. Consequently, they sent assassins to kill my father and mother, forcibly seizing the distillery. Which means the current owner of the distillery is affiliated with the Lewism gang. Glad inquired, his tone calm, unaffected by Cray's emotions. Indeed, Cray was somewhat taken aback by Glad's question, but nodded in affirmation nonetheless. Glad inhaled deeply. The sounds of struggle and muffled groans from outside the partition lent weight to his next words. He slowly articulated his plan. I hope you can provide us with information on the members of the Lewism gang, as Cray has just recounted, while I take it upon myself to deal with them. Before he could finish his sentence, Krek and Zoe exchanged incredulous glances, fixated on Glad. Do you have any idea how many members of the Lewism gang are in this city? You expect to take them down all by yourself? Zoe's voice was laced with disbelief. It has to be done gradually. There must be a process, right? Glad replied with a smile. Moreover, confronting the Lewism gang directly is far more prudent than running around trying to eliminate some Trier officials. Krek and Zoe shared a knowing look, for they had yearned for a tangible strike against the Lewism gang for many years. Nevertheless, let's set this matter aside for now. I have another question, Glad said, his smile fading as he inquired seriously, to what extent has the Lewism gang infiltrated this city? You must remember one thing. Money and power are things the Lewism gang will never relinquish. Almost all the wealthy and influential individuals in Leon City, including law enforcement, are under their control. Krek succinctly summarized the current state of affairs. And what about the church? Glad asked, voicing his greatest concern. Theoretically, the church should remain unthreatened, as their faith is pure and immune to material temptations. One would assume the church is the safest haven in Leon City. All the churches in Leon City have closed? Not a single one remains. Glad asked, astonished. Has this news not reached Trier? Has Trier sent anyone to investigate? Yes, they have all closed, came the response. Zoe tucked her golden locks behind her ear, gazing at Crage with a look of bewilderment. As for whether anyone had come to investigate, that was beyond her knowledge. Both of them turned their puzzled expressions towards Glad, as if silently inquiring whether the church had any connection to their affairs. Upon noticing their expressions, Glad was reminded that the church represented two distinctly different entities for ordinary citizens and the extraordinary alike. The church wielded considerable power, sometimes even capable of swaying national matters. Glad casually offered a brief explanation, not intending to delve deeper, and shifted the topic. Very well. You shall take this group with you. Your next task is to investigate the members of the Lesm gang, regardless of their rank. Additionally, look into the affairs of the church. Exercise caution and refrain from attracting the attention of the Lesm gang. Rising from the table, he dusted off his garments and produced 1,000 felkin from his pocket, placing it upon the table. Consider this your funding. Use it sparingly. I shall return in a couple of days' time. With that, he decisively exited the room, leaving Craig and Zoe exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes fixed on the 1,000 felkin on the table, unable to process the situation. The battle within the room had drawn to a close. Though an hour had yet to pass, the already frail individuals were utterly exhausted. The two ordinary men had ultimately succumbed, their breath stilled, while the extraordinary individual lay on the ground, gasping for air in a pitiful state. Krieg, enlist a few trustworthy individuals to dispose of these two corpses. Cast them into the river, and remember to act swiftly to avoid being seen. Glad turned to Krieg in the adjoining compartment and called out. Glad then crouched beside the extraordinary individual, gently tapping his bruised cheek with his fingers, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from the pain. With a smile, he remarked, I almost forgot to inquire, by which means did you arrive here? Never mind, I shall simply observe your extraordinary abilities. Unfazed by the man's silence, Glad reached out, grasping his neck and twisting it with force. A crisp crack resonated as he swiftly snapped the neck of the member from the Lesmith gang. The man's eyes widened. Breath ceased in an instant, and he succumbed to death. From his lifeless body, his extraordinary traits began to emanate slowly. While awaiting the emergence of these abilities, Glad summoned Zoe and elucidated the forthcoming task of locating members of the Lesmith gang. Once Krieg and the others had completed the cleanup, Glad stood and pointed at the ever-transforming corpse, declaring to the surrounding impoverished populace, I hereby offer a bounty for a regular member of the Lesmith gang. The reward is 10 furgens. For those rather unique individuals, akin to possessing superhuman abilities, the bounty is 50 furgens. You need not take action yourselves. Merely convey any information you possess to me, and I shall dispense the reward. Chapter 76. The transmission box upon hearing the news. The individuals in the room gasped in astonishment. Observing the fervent glimmer in their eyes, Glad nodded with satisfaction and continued, however. You must possess irrefutable reasons or evidence to confirm that the individual in question is a member of the LYSM gang. Should you casually accuse someone for monetary gain, I shall not tolerate it. Please submit the gathered information to Zoe for registration. Thereafter, I will disburse the bounty collectively. He turned to Zoe, who stood before him with an expression of astonishment and offered an encouraging smile. At that moment, the extraordinary characteristics of the corpse on the ground fully manifested, transforming into a gelatinous, deep crimson object that exuded a remarkable elasticity and texture. Having spoken, Glad departed from the room, enveloped in the adoration of those around him, descending the staircase until he gradually vanished into the darkness. What do you think? Krek did not immediately take the lead in removing the body. Instead, he approached Zoe and quietly sought her opinion regarding Roland. What is there to worry about? Zoe appeared remarkably composed. If he intended to lead us to our demise, he would not need to utter a word, nor would he offer us such a substantial sum. After a brief pause, she spoke with renewed determination. As long as I can avenge my family, I care not if it leads me to hell. Yet, he did not hasten to slumber. Rather, he retrieved the small box that Mr. K had gifted him from his suitcase. The diminutive coffer resembled an exquisite artifact, its surface as sleek as a mirror. This box, scarcely larger than a palm, possessed a profound cerulean hue, seemingly fashioned from a metallic substance. Innumerable minute filigrees adorned its surface. Glad gently placed the coffer on the desk and commenced a missive to Mr. K, delineating the circumstances of Leon City with concise yet comprehensive prose. The nib of his quill danced across the parchment, emitting subtle susurrations that disrupted the chamber's stillness. Upon completion, Glad deposited the letter into the coffer, retrieved the gelatinous crimson entity from his breast pocket, and consigned this extraordinary attribute to the box before sealing it. Glad gently laid his hand upon the coffer, endeavoring to infuse it with his spirituality. This action appeared to trigger an internal mechanism, as the intricate filigrees commenced to emanate a faint cerulean luminescence. These emanations scintillated as if imbued with sentience, and the coffer emitted a delicate tremor. However, as the tremor amplified, the luminescence intensified and accelerated. Abruptly, concomitant with a violent convulsion of the coffer, the cerulean radiance vanished instantaneously, and tranquility was restored, as if the preceding events were merely a phantasm. The coffer was now vacant. The crimson missive and his extraordinary attribute had utterly vanished, leaving no trace. These coffers are paired, with one remaining in my possession, enabling the reciprocal transmission of objects. Should you require the conveyance of any items or correspondence, you may expeditiously contact me via this coffer. Mr. K gingerly placed the coffer into Glaud's hand. Moreover, the frequent execution of rituals might be noticed by others, thus escalating unnecessary risks. He languidly opened his eyes. A sliver of sunlight seeping through the window, illuminating the chamber. Glaud arose from his bed, performed a brief ablution, and then approached the table, where he observed the deep blue box emitting a faint azure luminescence from its engravings. He advanced, opened the box, and extracted a small pouch and a letter. Setting the pouch aside, he unfurled the letter and perused it. I have been apprised of the matters you mentioned and shall commence an investigation into the abrupt closure of the church. However, as this involves numerous internal ecclesiastical affairs, I must proceed with prudence and delve into the investigation gradually. Regarding your devised hunting scheme, I deeply admire your courage and sagacity, and I earnestly wish you a successful completion. Furthermore, the extraordinary trait of hunter that you dispatched has been converted into firkins as per your request, totaling 9,000 firkins. Having finished the concise letter, Glaud meticulously incinerated it, casting the ashes into the waste bin, and then concealed the money within his luggage. Donning the fiend gauntlets and bearing the Dawnbreaker's sword, he leisurely ambled onto the thoroughfare. He hailed a carriage, entered the compartment, and stated solemnly to the coachman, "Pray, convey me to the distillery in the industrial district." "Do you mean the Holman distillery?" the coachman inquired with a hint of surprise, before shaking his head and adding, "That lies at the city's far end, a considerable distance. It will require an additional fare." Without hesitation, Glaud extracted 2 falcons from his pocket and tossed them into the coachman's hand. The coachman, delighted by this unexpected windfall, exclaimed, "Excellent, sir, we shall depart at once. Holman Distillery is quite a distance from here. I trust you are prepared." The coachman cracked his whip, and the carriage lurched forward. Traversing the Bonaparte Bridge across the Seine, which linked the central district with the commercial area, and entered the heart of the city. Glaud gazed out of the carriage window. His eyes first met the immaculate and bustling streets. The thoroughfares were broad and even, flanked by verdant rows of trees that lent a serene elegance to the city. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, dappling the ground in a mosaic of light and shadow. Buildings stretched out in orderly rows, each possessing its own distinct architectural character. These predominantly neoclassical structures, with their refined carvings and graceful lines, evoked a sense of solemnity and tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between the edifices, painting an intricate dance of light and shadow upon the cobblestone pavements. After passing through a busy quarter, the imposing government buildings loomed at the end of the road, capturing Glaud's attention. Glaud also observed nobles attired in resplendent garments exchanging greetings and engaging in conversation on the streets. Their manners were refined and poised, as if they held dominion over every aspect of the city. Before he could linger any longer, the carriage hastened through the central district, crossed the Lafayette Bridge spanning the RHNE, and arrived in the industrial quarter of Lyon. The deeper one ventures, the more palpable becomes the acrid scent that permeates the air. Glaud, being a remarkable individual, can withstand it, yet the coachman has already begun to cough violently. Within the industrial district, the atmosphere is thick with various fumes and unpleasant odors, the stench almost suffocating. On the narrow streets, people hurry by, their faces smeared with grease and dust, as if the very essence of this place is shrouded in gloom. Buildings line both sides of the street, their exteriors dilapidated and their windows shattered and grimy. The architecture here prioritizes functionality over artistry, lacking any semblance of aesthetic charm. Sunlight pierces through the haze, illuminating the street yet failing to impart a shred of warmth to this dismal locale. The carriage navigates through the industrial area, ultimately arriving at its destination, the Holman Distillery. Glaud takes a deep breath, steps down from the carriage, and wafts away the tainted air before gazing up at the iconic structure. Chapter 77. Holman Distillery. I had thought that following the Beckland fog incident, lessons would have been learned, and such severity would be avoided. Passers-by on the street move about in a mundane manner, seemingly oblivious to the dreadful quality of the air surrounding them. Glad looks up at the immense building before him. The distillery's main structure is constructed from red bricks, adorned with a lush growth of moss, exuding a sense of antiquity. A tall chimney emits wisps of smoke languidly. What a vast distillery! No wonder the Lismum gang seeks to seize it. After surveying the distillery, Glad cannot help but click his tongue in admiration. He retrieves a pair of ordinary spectacles from his pocket and places them upon his face. Traversing the bustling street as he steps through the grand entrance of the Holman distillery, the immense oak barrels stood in orderly rows within the cellar, exuding a distinctive woody aroma. "Good day, may I assist you with something?" inquired a neatly attired man in work clothes, his glasses perched upon his nose. Having evidently noticed Glad, initially displeased at the sight of an intruder in the winery, his demeanor shifted upon observing Glad's somewhat opulent attire, instantly donning a sycophantic smile. "Is your boss present? I have some business matters I wish to discuss with him." Glad lifted his chin haughtily, gazing down at the man, seemingly dismissive of his presence. The man, undeterred by the slight, adopted an even more deferential posture and awkwardly replied, "The boss is currently unavailable. However, if it is urgent, I can assist in contacting him." "Oh, why is the winery named Holman Winery?" Glad feigned confusion, stroking his chin as he inquired. Nodding, he turned and began to exit the winery. "Perhaps I shall return to discuss this with him another time." Before he could reach the threshold, a sudden, thunderous crash captured the attention of everyone within the winery. Glad paused momentarily, then turned to gaze in the direction of the commotion. It was revealed that a barrel had fallen from a height, shattering upon the floor, its contents of red wine spilling forth and saturating the ground, releasing a rich bouquet of aroma. The onlookers, startled by the scene, reacted with alarm, with some workers unable to resist extending their hands to touch the spilled liquid. A middle-aged man stood in the place where the wine barrels should have been, his complexion as pale as parchment, trembling uncontrollably. "Do you believe I will dismiss you at once?" he continued, pointing a finger at the middle-aged man, his tone imbued with an unmistakable air of menace and intimidation. The man's expression shifted dramatically, his knees buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, hands clasped in supplication, his voice laced with desperation. "I implore you, do not dismiss me. I have a wife and children to support." Glad furrowed his brow, halting his departure to observe the unfolding scene. His original intention had been to investigate the true nature of the owner, Philip, and to verify the veracity of Kreck's words. However, the current turn of events caused him to hesitate. He had initially planned that if Philip indeed belonged to the Lismum gang, he would act without hesitation to eliminate him. He had never considered how the distillery would manage following Philip's demise, but now he clearly recognized that many depended on this distillery for their livelihoods. He could not allow them to be cast into the streets. This realization plunged Glad into a state of conflict. He found himself grappling with the weighty decision of whether to take Philip's life, lost in contemplation. Yet, a thought struck him. The Lismum gang would not so easily relinquish such a lucrative prize. Even if Philip were to be killed, they would likely appoint Philip II or Philip III to continue managing the distillery and further expand the business. With this consideration, Glad felt a sense of relief wash over him, re-establishing his resolve. Meanwhile, within the distillery, circumstances were shifting once more. From the entrance of the distillery, two distinctive footsteps echoed clearly, their rhythm resonant and strikingly unique. The attire of these individuals indicated they were not mere laborers, but rather men of elevated status. Drawing the gaze of all present towards them, was that Philip Weiss? Glad scrutinized the man leading the way, a tall and robust figure, seemingly in his 40s. With neatly trimmed black hair and a short beard, his facial features were sharply defined, exuding a sense of dimensionality, while his deep-set black eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. Clad in an exquisite suit and polished black shoes, he radiated an aura of meticulousness and competence. However, what captured even more attention was the scar that traced from his elbow to his shoulder on his right arm, a remnant of past encounters, which lent him an air of ferocity and authority. Meanwhile, as Glad observed Philip, the blond man behind him was also studying Glad, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What transpired?" Philip inquired, his voice low and steady. "He shattered a barrel of wine." The man interjected, pointing at the pale-faced individual with urgency. Philip's gaze slowly traversed the middle-aged man before him, and he calmly uttered two words, "Leave now." Upon hearing this, the man seemed to have all his strength sapped away, collapsing weakly to the ground. He did not do it intentionally, He was merely exhausted. We have been working here for 8 consecutive hours without even a lunch break. Another employee, feeling somewhat sympathetic, attempted to explain. Philip, however, cast an impassive glance at him and coldly replied, "You are dismissed as well." As his words echoed in the air, his gaze swept across the room, ultimately settling on Glad, who stood at the entrance of the distillery. "Who is he?" Philip inquired of the obsequious man beside him. Yet his eyes did not linger on that sycophant. Instead, they pierced through the air like a sharpened blade, directed at Glad. "Summon him to my office," Philip commanded before striding toward his office, accompanied by the blond man who had been observing Glad intently. Chapter 78. Unmasking. Glad watched the receding figures of the two with a deep breath, inhaling the fragrant air imbued with the scent of alcohol. A subtle aroma of liquor lingered in the distillery. After a moment of contemplation, he followed in pursuit of the pair heading toward the office. Philip exuded an intense aura of combativeness, radiating an unmistakable sense of danger. He was an extraordinary individual, specializing in martial prowess. The very manner of his stride and the movement of his muscles served as irrefutable evidence. What rank could he possibly hold? As Glad made his way to the office, a mix of trepidation, excitement, and exhilaration coursed through him. The office was not far. It was situated in the corner of the distillery, a modestly appointed space rather than an opulent one. Philip entered first, pushing the door open, and seated himself behind the desk, while the blond man stood attentively behind him. Glad adjusted his glasses, seated himself in the chair before the desk, and gazed intently at Philip's resolute countenance. "I am Philip Weiss, the proprietor of this distillery. I hear you wish to discuss business with me?" Philip reclined against the back of his chair, tilting his head back with a disdainful glance at Glad, initiating the conversation. "Let us converse about the magnitude of your enterprise, shall we?" Glad inwardly scoffed, contemplating his lack of substantial business, yet he replied, "Trier, 3 cabarets, 2 casinos. Would you consider that significant?" A dismissive smile crept across Philip's face. Trier is over 400 kilometers from Lyon. Even by steam train, it would take a full day to reach. It is far from convenient. Moreover, with transportation costs, you could easily procure from any local distillery. He paused, his expression shifting to one of skepticism as he emphasized, "You must not be jesting with me, are you?" Glad exhibited a look of resignation, naturally explaining, "I conveyed the same to my employer, yet he insisted I inquire further. I had no choice." Upon hearing this, Philip's dissatisfaction lessened somewhat. "I still recommend he simply seek out a nearby distillery." Glad nodded, rising to depart. At that moment, the previously silent blond man interjected with a smile, "Surely. You have more to discuss?" Glad then shifted his gaze to this almost spectator-like individual, taking in his appearance. The blond man was a tall young man, strikingly handsome, exuding an undeniable charm. His golden hair shimmered with a warm glow, reminiscent of sunlight illuminating a field. Those blue eyes were both profound and radiant. A handsome nose and delicate lips combined to create a striking visage. He exuded an air of exquisite elegance, tinged with a hint of mischief. After scrutinizing him, Glad inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Killian Lehman," he replied, a sly smile gracing his lips. "I am a member of the Lysum gang." At the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room, no one daring to speak. "Lysum gang? What is that?" Glad expressed a look of bewilderment, as if he had never heard the name before. "Hey, Killian, what are you talking about?" Philip frowned in displeasure, admonishing him sharply. It seemed he too was taken aback by the blond man's audacious declaration. Killian took a slight step back, retreating behind Philip, yet his smile remained undiminished. "I perceive that you have a rather peculiar reaction to the name Lysum gang," he remarked. "The moment I uttered those words, your brow furrowed, and your hands involuntarily clenched. This signifies anger. When Philip inquired about business-related matters, your demeanor and gestures betrayed your deceit. You are not here to discuss business at all." Killian concluded with a knowing smile, "You have come to cause us trouble, haven't you?" "Heh, I was originally planning to find another opportunity." Glad chuckled softly, and as his voice faded, he leapt into action, delivering a fierce kick towards Philip, who remained seated. Philip, however, was not to be underestimated. He swiftly raised his right hand to block Glad's strike. The force of the impact sent him crashing against the wall, yet he did not falter. With remarkable speed, his left hand followed suit, launching a powerful blow aimed at Glad. Glad could only raise his hand to defend against this assault. But the sheer force behind Philip's punch caused him to lose his balance, sending him hurtling backwards, colliding heavily with the already cramped walls of the room. Amidst their fierce confrontation, Kirill seized the opportunity, unhesitatingly flinging open the office door, and with a swift motion, vanished from their sight. Damn that wretched creature, he runs fast. Philip muttered under his breath, watching Kirill's retreating figure. Rising from the ground, he opened the office drawer and retrieved a dagger, grasping the hilt with one hand. He lightly caressed the blade with the other, and suddenly, flames erupted from the dagger, engulfing it in a fierce blaze, transforming it into a fiery weapon. Not to be outdone, Glee drew the Dawnbreaker from behind, infusing it slowly with his essence. In an instant, the shards of the broken sword began to shimmer with a brilliant golden light, rapidly reassembling into a magnificent two-handed sword of pure gold. Gleed brandished the colossal golden blade, its radiance flashing as it sliced through the already confined space, aimed menacingly at Philip. Philip dared not confront the fierce strike with his small dagger. Instead, he hastily rolled to the side, narrowly evading the swift sword thrust. The enormous golden greatsword cleaved through the opulent office desk, splitting it asunder, the shattered surface colliding with the remaining blade and sending sparks flying. Grasping his dagger, Philip, undeterred by the threat of death, lunged towards Glad, aiming to leverage his advantage in close combat. He understood that upon the expansive battlefield, Glad's greatsword could unleash boundless might, yet within this confined space, his dagger would prove superior. Observing Philip's approach, Glad released his grip with his left hand, pivoting on his right leg to execute a swift half-turn, launching a strike towards the advancing Philip with his back facing him. Simultaneously, he maneuvered the greatsword with his right hand, harnessing centrifugal force to set it into a fierce spin. Philip's assault was disrupted by the forceful punch, leaving him no time to evade as he watched the golden blade sweep towards him, rotating around Glad like a deadly whirlwind. Chapter 79. A mountain of blades and a sea of flames. As Philip beheld the greatsword barreling towards him, he realized there was no opportunity to dodge within the cramped confines of the room. He summoned his agility, unleashing a searing fireball from his hand, which collided with the greatsword. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing a wave of heat that engulfed the small space. Glad was hurled back by the force, crashing violently against the wall. Yet, despite being the one to conjure the fireball, Philip, caught at the epicenter of the explosion, faced a fate more dire than Glad's. He was hurled by the force of the explosion, crashing through the glass of the office and landing inside the distillery. Several gashes marred Philip's back, his once splendid attire now tattered and torn. The employees within the distillery were startled by the sudden blast, instinctively turning their heads toward the source of the sound. Glad, meanwhile, retrieved his fallen extraordinary glasses from the ground, set them back upon his nose, and, dragging his golden sword, charged towards Philip. Seeing Glad advance, Philip took 2 steps back, seizing a barrel of wine from the rack and hurling it at Glad. The barrel whistled through the air, propelled by fierce momentum as it hurtled toward Glad. In quick succession, Philip flicked his hands, unleashing a searing fireball that erupted from his palms. This fireball did not target Glad, but rather aimed at the airborne barrel. The explosion was deafening, flames soaring skyward, intertwining with the distillery's lights in a dazzling, blinding display. Shattered pieces of the burning barrel scattered, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Inside the distillery, the employees' screams echoed amidst the chaos, a tapestry of confusion and terror. They surged toward the exit, desperate to escape the sudden inferno. Thick smoke began to billow from the distillery, the liquid on the floor sizzling as it met the flames. The fire illuminated the interior, casting a stark light upon the terrified faces of the crowd. They jostled one another, united by a singular purpose, to flee this site of calamity. Amidst the blaze, Glad, enveloped in flames, pressed onward, unwavering in his pursuit of Philip. Philip was knocked to the ground by the force of the explosion, yet when he beheld Glad charging forth enveloped in flames, a wave of dread surged within him. "Madman!" Philip exclaimed in anger, realizing that the surroundings had already transformed into an inferno, and yet he still dared to strike. Regardless of Philip's thoughts, Glad's relentless advance would not waver. With no time for contemplation, Philip reacted swiftly. He gestured with both hands towards the flames dancing on the ground, and with a sudden motion, he concentrated the fire into a formidable wall. In an instant, a towering barrier of flames, over 2 meters high, arose before both Philip and Glad. Initially, Philip believed this wall of fire would halt Glad's progress, but the shadows encroaching from behind it revealed the naivety of his assumption. As the figure collided with the fiery barrier, a colossal demonic horn emerged on Philip's side, followed swiftly by the demon's head and chest. It was the transformation of the evil gauntlet. Glad's immense form surged through the wall of flames, impervious to its effects, appearing instead as a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. The Dawnblade, which ordinarily required both hands to wield, was effortlessly swung by Glad with a single hand, carving a fierce arc as he charged towards Philip. Upon witnessing this, Philip's expression shifted, and he dared not confront him head-on, hastily retreating. His hands moved rapidly beside him, gesturing towards the flames on the floor. Boom, boom. The previously modest flames erupted violently, transforming into a series of searing fireballs that detonated at Glad's feet, scorching the area into a charred wasteland. Fireballs erupted incessantly, their searing flames radiating outward, impeding Glad's advance. This situation could not persist. Although this sudden blaze posed little threat to the transformed Glad, prolonged delay would lead to perilous consequences. Without hesitation, Glad drove the Dawnblade into the ground, channeling his inner essence into it. The colossal blade began to disintegrate, transforming into myriad shards of luminous dawn-like brilliance. These fragments spun through the air, coalescing into a dazzling halo of light. The shards glimmered like a multitude of sharp knives, emanating a fierce radiance. Subsequently, a tempest roared to life, as countless dawn-like fragments amalgamated into a ferocious whirlwind, its piercing roar echoing throughout the distillery. This tempest surged toward Philip like a wild beast, tearing apart everything in its path. Before Philip could react, the furious gale swept towards him, instantly piercing through his form. Countless sharp shards mercilessly sliced within him, shredding flesh and severing bones. Philip's body swayed within the tempest, convulsing in agony. His garments were torn to tatters, his skin marred by crimson streaks. Blood gushed forth from his wounds, staining the entire distillery in a scarlet hue. Before the frenzied whirlwind could fully dissipate, Philip collapsed to the ground with a thud, his life ebbing away in that very moment. His body lay rigid, devoid of any signs of life. Glad remained rooted in place, panting, gazing at the fallen Philip. As his extraordinary essence gradually began to unravel, the employees within the distillery were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Their eyes filled with a blend of fear and bewilderment. They beheld Glad, his figure resembling that of a demon, leaping between the beams and debris while bearing Philip's lifeless body. Thick clouds of dust erupted with each of his movements, momentarily obscuring his form. Once he reached a secluded corner of the industrial area, Glad reverted to his normal state and gently laid Philip's body upon the ground, awaiting the emergence of Philip's extraordinary attributes while rummaging through his belongings. However, he discovered nothing but 1,000 Falcon. He cautiously stowed the money in his pocket, intending to examine it further later on. At that moment, he suddenly became aware that his clothing had become tattered and worn. To avoid the tearing of garments during his transformation, Glad typically opted for clothing several sizes larger, ensuring they would stretch rather than rip apart, at most becoming unwearable. Yet this time, his attire had been rendered utterly ragged by the searing flames, now beyond repair. Chapter 80. The Ghost of Count Norman as Philip's extraordinary attribute manifested. It appeared as a heart-like object, a deep crimson hue. The heart pulsated slowly, expanding and contracting, its surface dotted with tiny pores from which barely visible flames flickered outward. Glad tucked the heart into his trouser pocket and hailed a carriage on the street, directing it towards the Classic Inn. Once again, he found himself in possession of wealth. With a smile, Glad extracted the crimson extraordinary attribute from his backpack, remarking, "Earning money is easy, but spending it is a challenge." Glad placed the extraordinary traits into the teleportation box and promptly activated it, transferring the extraordinary traits to Mr. K. He then stowed away the Dawnbreaker's sword and the demonic gloves into his luggage, seeking to avoid detection. These two items would be usable again in a matter of days. After enduring such an intense battle, Glad felt utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber upon lying on the bed. Awoken by the pangs of extreme hunger, Glad slowly sat up, gazing through the window of the modest inn at the red moon obscured by clouds. It was already deep into the night. "Where shall I find something to eat now?" he sighed, gently caressing his stomach. Summoning his resolve, he stood up and descended the stairs. At that moment, the inn's lobby was brightly lit, a stark contrast to the Emerald Inn. "Mr. Roland, is there something you require?" Pavati inquired politely. "I am hungry," Glad replied with a hint of resignation. He softly acknowledged her and stepped through the inn's door, making his way towards the Iron Furnace Tavern. "If Sylvia were here, She would undoubtedly tease me. A sense of nostalgia for the time spent in Trier washed over Glad, tinged with a touch of melancholy. However, Pavati was not mistaken. The Iron Furnace Tavern was indeed open for business. Glad pushed the door open and entered. To his surprise, several patrons occupied the corners of the tavern, quietly indulging in their drinks. "Is there anything you need?" The bartender gazed at Glad seated at the bar and inquired, "Hungry? Would you like something to eat? The remaining money can serve as your tip." Glad placed a fair coin upon the counter, and upon witnessing such a generous gesture from the patron, the bartender's face blossomed with a joyful smile. He swiftly snatched the coin as if fearing Glad might have a change of heart. "How about 2 servings of pork sausages, a red fish hot beef pie, a portion of fenugreek rice, and a bottle of red wine?" The bartender casually listed the dishes, seeking Glad's approval. Nodding in agreement, Glad consented to the bartender's menu. While awaiting the arrival of his meal, Glad's gaze drifted towards a group of 4 individuals huddled in the corner of the tavern, partaking in their drinks. Clad in coarse, homespun garments, their gaunt visages bore the marks of hardship, suggesting they were in their 40s or 50s. They kept their heads bowed, silently consuming their libations. When the bartender brought forth the dishes, Glad pointed discreetly towards the group and quietly inquired, "What is their situation?" "Their claim is that the house is haunted, which has left the heir, Megandal's son, quite distressed, leading him to expel them all in a fit of anger. There truly is a ghost. I saw it with my own eyes." One of the men from the corner, perhaps overhearing the discussion, exclaimed passionately, "The specter looks exactly like that Count now in Norman. It even spoke to me. It mentioned something about a corpse and a necklace." The bartender dismissively shook his head and remarked, "You have never seen the living Count Norman. How can you assert that they resemble each other perfectly? Spare me your baseless chatter. I had thought you were one of those who subscribed to tales of Megandar being slain by a ghost." Glad was somewhat taken aback by the bartender's demeanor. He had appeared rather jovial while recounting that story. "I do find that tale quite intriguing, yet their sudden emergence feels rather implausible, if you catch my drift. It seems as though they are seeking fame. I have encountered far too many such individuals." The bartender spoke with a sense of self-satisfaction, as if he took pride in his ability to see through the ruse. His inquiries left the man speechless. He took a silent sip of his drink and muttered to himself, "But I truly felt he was the Count himself. That is how he introduced himself to me. You encounter a ghost, and yet remain alive to sit here? Do not jest." The bartender shook his head and turned to tidy up the tavern. For a moment, silence enveloped the establishment, with no one daring to utter a word. Glad also fell silent, hastily finishing the food on his plate before resuming his conversation with the tavern owner. "So, where is Megandar's residence?" Before Glad could retort, the tavern owner quickly replied, "Tomorrow marks the commencement of a 7-day funeral. Everyone is invited to attend. If you wish to go, you are welcome to join." Glad chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "I am not well acquainted with the Megandar family. They would hardly extend an invitation to me." The funeral they organized was truly exceptional. Anyone willing to attend would be warmly welcomed. Furthermore, there was absolutely no cost involved. If it weren't for my work obligations that kept me from attending, I would have eagerly joined in the festivities and indulged in the offerings. The tavern owner expressed this with a look of yearning. "So, anyone can go? Surely the expenses must be substantial," Glad inquired, perplexed. "Who knows? Perhaps they wish to send Megandar off in a grand manner," the bar owner replied, somewhat resigned and irritated. The wealthy are indeed different. Chapter 81. The manner the funds have finally arrived. As Glad closed the door behind him, he opened the box. However, it was not filled with bags of falcon but contained only a letter. The letter read, "I do not currently possess that much cash. Once the extraordinary trait is sold, I shall return the money to you. What you sent was the Hunter Extraordinary Trait of Sequence 7, valued at approximately 20,000 falcon. I will repay you once I have sufficient funds or once this item is sold." What? Glad was taken aback. Yet he could only accept this reality. Since weapons also required time for restoration, it would be prudent to attend the funeral at Megandar's mansion tomorrow and take the opportunity to rest. Ever since his promotion to Sequence 8 as an executor, he had first been assaulted by Walter at night, and just 2 days later, he had killed Giacomo. The following day, he fought against the werewolf, Stephen Reeves. And that very afternoon, utilizing Pal's abilities, he had slain Penny. Subsequently, he boarded a steam train bound for Lyon. Last night, he had slain a Sequence 9 hunter. And today he had taken the life of a Sequence 7 named Philip. In the span of less than a week, he had extinguished the lives of 5 extraordinary beings. Momentarily, he found himself at a loss for reaction, lying in bed with a slight furrow in his brow. Could it be that the deity known as Terror did not err in asserting that my innermost self truly craves bloodshed and carnage? Amidst the entanglement of self-contradiction, Glad let out a deep sigh and succumbed once more to slumber. Until the following morning, as Glad consumed his breakfast, he perused the day's newspaper. Due to an outbreak of food poisoning in Trier, the authorities had enacted a special decree mandating rigorous inspections of all food entering the city. In an effort to prevent a recurrence of such incidents, Glad took a bite of the Perillo meat pie in his hand, then shifted his gaze to continue reading the next article. Yesterday, the Holman distillery was suddenly engulfed in flames, resulting in an explosion that left the factory's director, Philip Weiss, missing, with no other casualties reported. Eyewitnesses claimed that a colossal demon had seized Director Philip from the inferno, vanishing without a trace. It was widely believed that the demon had taken him to thwart his continued threat to the populace. Further detailed investigations into the aftermath and losses of the Holman distillery were yet to be conducted. Below was an image of the Holman distillery post-fire. Today, the farewell ceremony for Mr. McGindle will take place at the McGindle Manor. The bereaved family of the late Mr. McGindle cordially invites all who wish to pay their respects to attend. All associated expenses will be borne by the McGindle family. As a gesture of reverence and remembrance for the departed, Glade flipped through the newspaper a few more times, finding nothing of particular interest, before setting it down and hailing a carriage towards McGindle Manor. "You are also attending Mr. McGindle's funeral, are you not?" The coachman inquired with an enthusiastic tone as the carriage rolled along the road. He then asked, "Mr. McGindle was quite a prominent businessman in Lyon, wasn't he?" The coachman chuckled and responded, "Indeed. He was not merely a wealthy individual. He was also a benefactor to numerous charitable organizations and orphanages, and the community held him in high regard. It is truly unfortunate that he departed so suddenly." Glade probed further. "How did he amass his fortune? Is his son the current heir?" "The bulk of his wealth originated from the factories he established in his youth, alongside the family legacy. As he aged, he sold the factories to others. As for the heir, it is his son, Cusack McGindle." However, the coachman paused for a few seconds, seemingly searching for appropriate words to describe the young man, before concluding, "Well, if he weren't the son of Mr. McGindle, he would have been long since dispatched. One can only hope he conducts himself more appropriately following his father's demise." Glad discerned a palpable sense of discontent in the carriage driver's tone. Shortly thereafter, the carriage arrived at the foot of the mountain, ascending the slope where the estate gradually came into view. This manor, perched upon a hillside just outside the city of Lyon, was enveloped by dense woodlands. A meandering private path led to the estate, flanked by meticulously manicured lawns and towering classical statues, which heightened its solemn grandeur. Once the carriage came to a steady halt, Glad alighted and continued to scrutinize the imposing and majestic structure before him. The principal edifice of the estate was a magnificent ancient castle, its lofty stone walls adorned with climbing ivy, crowned by a domed tower that gazed skyward. The castle's entrance boasted a grand arched iron gate, embellished with exquisite ironwork. From this distance, it exuded an air of elegance, solemnity, antiquity, and mystery. "If I possessed such an estate, not even the presence of ghosts would compel me to leave," Glad silently mused. Acquiring this manor would undoubtedly require at least 1,000,000 fairkins. He shifted his gaze to the courtyard at the castle's entrance, where a considerable number of individuals had gathered, engaged in conversation. Rather than a funeral, it felt more akin to a gathering. Glad sensed little sorrow among the attendees. Thus, he made his way towards them, meticulously observing the guests. It was evident that the majority were elegantly attired, exuding an air of distinction with every gesture. Either affluent or officials of Lyon. A portion of the assembly comprised common folk, some still youthful and somewhat naive. It seems to be the orphans funded by Megindal, Glad speculated. As he scanned the crowd, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure, the blond man Killian Lehman, who had followed Philip in the distillery yesterday. At that moment, he too was quietly observing the movements of those around him. Glad did not linger his gaze on him for too long. Killian possessed an exceptionally keen sense, and Glad surmised that he belonged to the extraordinary audience pathway. However, when they first met, Killian had been wearing ordinary pedestrian glasses, and today he was not, thus failing to recognize Glad. Nevertheless, considering Killian was a member of the audience, it was merely a matter of time before he would be identified. As Glad pondered, he concealed himself within the crowd. The courtyard was adorned with an expansive red carpet, upon which several tables were set, laden with an array of beverages and delicacies for all to partake. Glad ambled toward the central table, retrieving a glass of wine from the rack, yet his gaze remained fixated on the distinguished guests. While savoring the exquisite wine, he mentally catalogued the faces present, contemplating their connections with the members of the Lysum gang. This was one of his purposes for being here. He needed to familiarize himself with certain members of the noble class in Leon City, as these individuals were likely affiliated with the Lysum gang. Just as Glad continued to indulge in the wine and observe the affluent, a voice called out to him. "Mr. Roland, you are here as well?" He appeared impeccably groomed, a stark contrast to his previously disheveled appearance in that dilapidated room, exuding the air of a wealthy nobleman. Glad instinctively glanced towards Killer, yet Killer seemed oblivious to the mention of his name, offering no response as he surveyed the surroundings, reveling in the sights. With a glass in hand, Glad approached Krek and inquired softly, "What brings you here? Were you not meant to gather information about the Resum gang?" Krek mimicked Glad's demeanor, lowering his voice as he explained, "I heard numerous affluent individuals would attend this funeral, and I thought perhaps some members of the Resum gang might appear, so I decided to join the gathering." Glad nodded silently, choosing not to elaborate further. "Is it possible that you have some connection to the fire at the Holman distillery yesterday?" Krek asked, feigning calmness, yet his voice betrayed an underlying excitement. Glad nodded quietly, conceding that he was indeed responsible for the blaze. Staring intently into Krek's eyes, he declared, "I burned down your father's distillery. What are your thoughts on that?" "Well done," Krek responded, a mix of resolve and exhilaration in his tone. "Rather than allowing those who murdered my father to profit from his distillery, I would prefer to see it engulfed in flames. This notion has always lingered in my mind, yet I lacked the courage to act upon it. Thank you for assisting me." At this revelation, Glad regarded Krek with newfound respect. "How is your investigation progressing?" He then steered the conversation back to the gathering at hand. "I have tentatively identified 2 potential suspects. Of course, others may also be involved, but I cannot ascertain that at this moment, so I shall refrain from mentioning them for now. The first is a woman with brown hair." Krek discreetly gestured for him to look into the distance. Glad raised his gaze and beheld a woman with brown hair, adorned in an exquisite dress that exuded elegance and nobility. This woman stood nearly 1.70 meters tall, her figure slender and poised. Her soft, layered brown curls cascaded gently over her shoulders, captivating all who beheld her with an air of unique charm. Her visage was as refined as a painting, her porcelain-like skin radiating a delicate blush. Her nose was elegantly prominent, and her deep-set eyes sparkled like obsidian, emanating a glimmer of thoughtful wisdom and cunning. Her lips, small and tinted with a hint of cherry, curved into a crescent shape when she smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. When she smiled, it was as if the entire world brightened, wrapping those around her in a gentle embrace of warmth. Glad's gaze remained fixed upon the brown-haired woman. Her familiar beauty and allure stirred within him a flicker of suspicion and caution, prompting him to murmur softly, "Could she be another enchantress? Her name is Fia Connolly." Glad nodded, etching Fia's likeness deeply into his memory. However, while her distinctive features are not difficult to remember, forgetting them seems an even greater challenge. I had seen her at the site of the fire at Holman Distillery yesterday, seemingly engaged in some form of investigation. I speculate that she may be connected to Philip, which is why I harbor suspicions about her. Krek then shifted his gaze to the other side, gesturing for Glad to look in that direction. There, an elderly man with white hair stood, the second individual of note. Glad lifted his eyes, and the elderly gentleman at the table caught his attention. His hair, as white as snow, was impeccably groomed. His visage was profound and dignified, the skin slightly sagging with age, yet still exuding vitality. His eyes resembled deep autumn waters, bright and wise. Despite his advanced years, they radiated strength and confidence. His name was Carlos Bernardes, approximately 70 years of age. Krek continued in a hushed tone, remarking that although he was now quite old, in his youth he had served as the Speaker of the Council in Lu'en, the leader among all the legislators. Though he had since retired, the current council members still showed him respect. As Glad listened to Krek's introduction, he attentively observed. Indeed, several men, seemingly members of the council, approached Carlos to offer toasts and engage in pleasantries, confirming Krek's words. He maintained close ties with both legislators and affluent individuals, greatly increasing the likelihood that he was a member of the Resum gang. Glad committed Carlos's appearance to memory. At that moment, the grand doors of the castle swung open, revealing a young man who strutted forth with an air of pretentious nonchalance. He was Cusack McGindle, the host of today's funeral. "I am deeply grateful for your presence at my late father's funeral today," he said nonchalantly, expressing that during his lifetime, each of you was his dear friend, which brought him great comfort. A broad grin spread across his face as he added in a jovial tone, "Therefore, I propose to send you down to join him. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was visibly perplexed and alarmed. In the next moment, a strange luminescence emanated from beneath the red carpet, piercing through to reveal itself. A blinding flash occurred, and Glad felt a sudden whiteness before him. In an instant, the scene around him transformed abruptly, transporting him to an unknown, pitch-black void. Chapter 83. The Phantom. What is happening? Glad surveyed his surroundings, noting the enclosure of 4 walls around him, shrouded in darkness with scarcely any light penetrating, making it exceedingly difficult to see. In a corner stood 3 young individuals, 1 male and 2 females. Beside Glad was Kreich, making a total of just 5 people in the room. Glad recognized them as part of the orphans cared for by McGindle who had attended the funeral today. "Mr. Roland, what has transpired?" Kreich, equally terrified, scanned the room and, upon spotting Glad, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "It seems we have been transported to another location." Glad approached a wall and gently tapped it with his hand. A heavy sound resonated from behind, confirming that the wall was not hollow. "Transported?" One of the young women, confronted with the enveloping darkness, could not help but become agitated, her voice trembling as she inquired, "If I am not mistaken, there should be a magical array beneath that carpet, perhaps one used for transportation, though I have never heard of such a thing." Glad shook his head, observing the expressions of confusion on the faces of the other 4. With a self-deprecating smile, he refrained from further explanation and redirected his focus to the study of the wall, perhaps influenced by Glad's calm demeanor. The 3 who had initially been frightened gradually regained their composure. They silently watched his actions, refraining from uttering a word. After circling the wall, Glad suddenly swung his fist toward it, much to the astonishment of all present. With a resounding bang, dust erupted into the air, and a small crack appeared in the wall. The other 4 stood frozen, their minds reeling at the sight of Glad's actions and the fractured wall before them. Had they been alone in this dark room, they would have never imagined escaping. Glad peered through the fissure, revealing a long corridor outside, indicating the correct path. Just as Kreich was about to step forward to assist, he observed Glad lowering his fist and beginning to strike the wall with his elbow. Bang, bang, bang. As dust swirled around them, the tremendous force widened the opening until it was soon large enough for a person to pass through. As they watched Glad's actions, the eyes of the onlookers widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before them. A substantial wall was effortlessly breached by Glad using nothing but his bare hands. Clenching his fists, Glad struck the wall once more, and with a resounding crack, a passage large enough for their passage emerged. He did not indulge in pleasantries with the others. Instead, he strode through the opening and into the pitch-black corridor. "I must be dreaming," exclaimed the young man, slapping his forehead in disbelief. He attributed his surreal experience to an excess of alcohol that had induced hallucinations. From the funeral to the teleportation of the array, and now to the astonishing feat of a man dismantling a wall with his bare hands. Everything was so bizarre that he struggled to accept it swiftly. Kreich paid no mind to the ramblings of the young man. He followed Glad through the opening in the wall. The other 3 hastily emerged, gazing at Glad's retreating figure before aligning themselves in a line to follow in his wake. Although Glad was leading the way, he too was uncertain of their direction. The corridor resembled a labyrinth, and the 5 of them flitted about like headless flies, seeing nothing of note. The darkness enveloped the corridor, devoid of even a single light, let alone any signs or cautionary objects. Just as Glad began to feel a sense of impatience, a chilling gust of wind howled from behind them. A specter appeared. Its elongated form suggested it had once been robust and strong, yet now it resembled an ephemeral shadow, its translucent body faintly shimmering with a gray luminescence amidst the darkness. He was clad in the ancient attire of an Intis nobleman, his coat a fashionable long robe with a turned-down collar, intricately embroidered with golden threads. Though now it had faded to a somber gray. His eyes were a haunting shade of pale gray, devoid of pupils, and after surveying the group, he emitted a terrifying shriek before diving towards them. Indeed, it was the specter of Count Norman. Kreich screamed in a panic, momentarily rendered helpless, frantically running forward without a destination. The radiant sword designed to combat spirits had exhausted its energy and remained at home. It truly was Count Norman. I have seen him alive. Identical, Creech shouted to Glad, who was ahead of him. The other three let out a chilling scream. Two of the girls managed to maintain their composure and swiftly fled, while the boy, who had been lagging behind, seemed possessed by an evil charm, trembling in place. Unable to take a step, he could only watch in despair as Count Norman hurtled towards him, the horrific shriek growing ever closer. The specter of Count Norman pierced through the boy's chest, vanishing within him. His eyes opened weakly, signaling the loss of life, vacant and silent. Clearly, he had succumbed to death in sheer terror. Count Norman emerged from the boy's body, like a shadow of darkness, continuing the pursuit of Glad and the others. Glad was filled with urgency, acutely aware of the perilous situation he faced. Even he might not withstand the assault of the ghostly Count Norman. This way. In the midst of their frantic dash, he glimpsed a glimmer of light. Without hesitation, he shouted towards that radiant beacon, signaling to others a potential path. Glad veered towards the light and sprinted ahead, while the other three hastened their steps, striving to keep pace with Glad. Chapter 84. The Underground Crypt. Tap, tap, tap. In the distance, a faint glow gradually intensified, offering a flicker of hope to those ensnared in this shadowy realm. As they drew nearer to the light, Glad and his companions instinctively quickened their strides. However, upon approaching, they discovered that it was the flickering flames of torches, rather than the anticipated exit. A series of torches were affixed to the walls, illuminating the vast space before them. This was an expansive chamber, spanning several thousand square meters, and apart from the torches, it was adorned solely with meticulously arranged stone tablets embedded in the floor. The tablets were evenly spaced, each inscribed with delicate lettering. Glad was the first to reach this room. He scanned the surroundings, but found no other exits. It was a dead end. His gaze shifted to the nearest stone tablet, where he observed inscriptions in Intis script, reading, "The Tomb of Egeo Norman." What is this? Glad glanced at the other two tablets nearby, each bearing the same surname, Norman. Were these gravestones? Was this vast space a cemetery? Glad stared at the cold, hard ground beneath his feet, where the surface felt as though it had been sealed with bricks. If each of these stone tablets represents a deceased member of the Norman family, then there must be at least hundreds of bodies here. While Glad was still observing this room, the others gradually made their way inside. What is this place? Krek gasped for breath, surveying the surroundings. A graveyard, the resting place of the Norman family. Glad took a few more steps into the room, advancing toward its center. A tomb? A graveyard? The two girls were panting heavily, clearly shaken, both exhausted and terrified. Didn't you say you would lead us to safety? How did we end up in a graveyard? What are we supposed to do now? Glad ignored their questions, his gaze sweeping across the vast cemetery as he sought something. After a brief search, he discovered a spot that stood out distinctly from the other graves. It was an unfinished tomb, or rather, it appeared to have been sealed but was forcibly opened. Inside, a coffin lay neatly placed within the pit. Is this the coffin of Count Norman? Krek approached Glad and read the inscription on the stone tablet, confirming it as the tomb of Count Norman. A strange, low wailing echoed through the air, and in an instant, the ghost of Count Norman emerged languidly from the corridor, gliding directly into the room. The two girls screamed once more, instinctively drawing closer to Glad. What should we do? As the ghost of Count Norman loomed ever closer, a young woman clung tightly to Glad's arm, her entire being pressed against him. The pit was shallow, merely a resting place for the coffin. Glad stood beside the coffin, exerting force to lift the lid, sending it flying into the air. The corpse within bore an uncanny resemblance to the spectral Count Norman, even adorned in the same attire. Unmistakably the same individual. A necklace, encrusted with amethyst gems, lay serenely upon the chest of Count Norman, emanating an eerie glow, as if imbued with life. Glad reached out and delicately grasped the necklace. In that fleeting moment, the fearsome apparition of Count Norman abruptly dissipated into thin air, leaving only the four of them and the inert body of Count Norman within the tomb. Cray and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at Glad as though he were a divine being. What is this? Cray exclaimed in astonishment, watching Glad spring forth from the pit, his urgency palpable. This necklace is the source of Count Norman's transformation into a specter. Removing it will resolve the matter, Glad elucidated as he stowed the necklace away in his pocket. Typically, vengeful spirits manifest shortly after a person's demise for various reasons, subsequently seeking to assail others to vent the grievances harbored within their souls. The details regarding ghosts and vengeful spirits are documented in Mr. K's notes. Cray and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Glad's words, nodding in confusion. How do you know that the necklace which conjures ghosts was placed on the corpse? A girl inquired with a curiosity that seemed intended to foster a closer connection. Hastily, Krek retrieved a torch from the wall, illuminating the path ahead as he followed Glad, with the two girls trailing behind him. However, I do possess some certainty, Glad remarked while gazing at the torch in Krek's hand. This torch is specially crafted, yet it cannot burn for more than 2 years without someone reigniting it. The only plausible explanation is that someone has visited this graveyard recently. Once Glad finished his explanation, the four fell into a sudden silence, and for a moment, no one dared to initiate a new topic. In this dark ambience, the quietness only heightened the tension. Thus, Krek took the initiative to break the silence, inquiring, "I am Krek. May I ask your names?" Sophia had long, lustrous black hair that cascaded softly and naturally over her shoulders. Her face was exquisitely crafted, with a delicate nose, cherry-like lips, and a pair of large, glistening eyes that imparted an air of refreshing elegance. Aina, too, possessed black hair, but unlike Sophia's flowing locks, hers was short and playful, slightly curled, resembling a lively little squirrel. Her face was rounder than Sophia's, with a petite nose and lively eyes that exuded a spirited charm. Chapter 85. Returned to the surface, the four wandered aimlessly through the dark corridor. "What brings you to Mr. Megandal's funeral?" Krek asked, seeking to spark a conversation. "What impression do you have of Mr. Megandal's son, Cusack?" Glad inquired, lost in thought. Aina curled her lip in evident disdain. "Cusack? That fellow is utterly detestable. His sole focus is wealth, a stark contrast to Mr. Megandal. Was the boy recently attacked by a ghost also with you?" Krek promptly asked. Sophia and Aina nodded, their expressions tinged with sorrow. "Cusack acquired that necklace and teleportation array from somewhere," Glad mused. "A scheme from the Lesum organization?" This notion flickered in Glad's mind. He shook his head and continued onward. After the four meandered for a while, they suddenly heard distinct footsteps echoing from a corridor. Glad swiftly gestured to the others, signaling them to seek refuge and remain silent. They promptly sprang into action, endeavoring to find hiding spots without making a sound. They quickly discovered a concealed fork in the path and swiftly concealed themselves, using their bodies to shield the flickering light. "What news? Any discoveries?" came the voice of an elderly gentleman, imbued with a sense of weariness. "It is quite unexpected to be pursued by his vengeful spirit while attending a funeral." The lady seemed to find this somewhat amusing, a hint of laughter lacing her tone. The voices gradually faded, soon vanishing into the inky darkness of the corridor. After a brief interlude, Glad and the other three emerged from their hiding place. Glad shook his head and chose a direction distinct from those around him. Had they not just mentioned a funeral and vengeful spirits? A flicker of panic crossed Sophia's face. Indeed, was not the vengeful spirit of Count Norman pursuing us? How could they possibly know of this? Krek, equally perplexed, inquired. A chill surged within, raising goosebumps on everyone's skin. Could it be? Elena caressed her arm, sensing an icy shiver creeping up her spine. "It is quite possible. We ought to depart from this place swiftly." Glad, sensing the ominous atmosphere, urged them to hasten. The four of them immediately quickened their pace, selecting a direction and hurriedly making their way forward. Fortunately, the horrifying scenes they had imagined did not materialize. Perhaps that malevolent spirit was preoccupied with other intruders. Glad and his companions continued onward until they reached the end of the corridor, where an ascending staircase awaited them. As they climbed, they arrived at a pitch-black door. Glad gently pushed against the door, but it remained immovable. Krek was about to speak when Glad suddenly delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The tightly shut door burst open, and long-awaited light flooded into their eyes. "What were you about to say?" Glad turned to Krek, inquiring. "Well," Kreich pointed to a black button on the wall beside him, which blended seamlessly with the dark surface, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. Just as I was about to inquire if it might unlock a door, Kreich gently pressed the concealed button, triggering a low, mechanical hum. The group watched in silence as the door slowly creaked open, only to be halted by debris lodged in the gap, preventing further movement. Glad turned his head to survey the surroundings and awkwardly shifted the conversation, asking, "Where are we?" Beyond the door lay a room of ordinary dimensions, its walls adorned with classical murals, and the air heavy with the scent of antiquity. At the center stood an ancient table, while the furnishings predominantly featured dark tones. enhancing the atmosphere of solemnity and mystery. Sophia and Aina emerged from the shadowy corridor into this venerable chamber. They surveyed their surroundings, and Aina remarked, "This is a room within the manor. We have visited it before. It appears the graveyard is situated beneath this estate. In this light, the teleportation array seems rather unremarkable. Its range is less than 50 meters, and it merely feels distant due to its subterranean destination." Glad had initially assumed that, given the intricacy and challenges inherent in teleportation magic and rituals, such an array would possess formidable power. However, its current manifestation offered him a modicum of reassurance. "What shall we do next? Should we seek out Cusack?" Cryche inquired as he stepped further into the room, gazing at the contemplative Glad. "Regardless, that individual is not affiliated with the LYSM Guild, and it is likely that a member of the LYSM Guild, who has been discarded into the depths, will seek retribution against him. It is imperative for oneself to cultivate a serene disposition and to refrain from excessive bloodshed." Sophia and Aina nodded in agreement, taking the lead as they pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor of the manor. However, this corridor, which ought to have been imbued with the vibrancy of life, exuded a rather eerie silence, as though it did not belong to a grand estate. Sophia and Aina, seasoned visitors of this manor, were acutely aware of the correct path to take. Accompanied by the somewhat bewildered Glad and Krek, they exited through the door leading to the manor's entrance. Outside lay the courtyard where everyone had previously gathered. At this moment, the courtyard stood desolate, with only a few tables adorned with remnants of food and drink, silently attesting to the reality of the earlier gathering. Chapter 86. The Enlightener. The four traversed the courtyard, making their way back along the mountain path. Yet, upon reaching the ascent, they encountered several wraiths, standing sentinel like loyal guardians, blocking the descent. "Why are there still wraiths on the way down? What shall we do now?" Aina gazed at the translucent spirits, her voice tinged with panic. The daylight was still bright, with radiant sunlight cascading upon the wraiths, yet they appeared to be utterly oblivious. These wraiths, summoned by the same mysterious necklace as Count Norman, raised an unsettling question in his mind. Who imparted such sorcery to Cusack? He felt the gazes of the three individuals upon him as he turned toward the manor and proclaimed, "It appears we must seek out Cusack and implore him to allow our departure. You shall remain here, find a place to conceal yourselves, and await my return once this matter is resolved." Noticing their anxious nods, Glad resumed his entry into the manor with a sense of reassurance. The air within the manor seemed to be thickened with an oppressive and unsettling atmosphere. Glad cautiously navigated through the grand hall, evading the corners, his mind inevitably drifting back to the harrowing escape from the graveyard. He remained ever vigilant, attuned to the slightest sounds around him, fearful of an unexpected apparition. After thoroughly investigating the ground floor without uncovering any valuable clues, he resolved to ascend to the second floor in search of further answers. Upon stepping onto the staircase, he noted that the decor of the second floor mirrored that of the first, both exuding an ancient and opulent charm. Yet, despite the similarities in decoration, the ambience of the second floor was starkly different. It bore a more somber and oppressive quality, instilling a sense of unease. Glad treaded lightly, wandering aimlessly while keenly listening to the sounds around him. He discerned a faint noise emanating from a certain direction on the second floor, as if someone were engaged in conversation. Stealthily, he approached, discovering the sound originated from a room. Positioning himself at the doorway, he strained to listen and caught the furious voice of Cusack. "Why are they not dead yet? Such a pathetic bunch of wretched souls. That necklace is worthless. They must die within 3 years, or I shall have an army of vengeful spirits." Glad gently pushed open the tightly shut door, revealing a lavish private chamber. From the decor and furnishings within, it was evident that the occupant was a young man. Without a doubt, this was Cusack's bedroom. Cusack sat upon the opulent bed, toying with an enormous crystal orb, which was unlike any ordinary crystal ball. It radiated a fervent array of colors, dazzling like a kaleidoscope, rendering it impossible to avert one's gaze. In one corner of the room hovered 2 specters, suspended in midair like sentinels, utterly motionless. This posed a dilemma. The door was not particularly close to Cusack, and it was uncertain whose speed would prevail. If Glad could not reach Cusack in time, he risked being dispatched by those 2 wraiths. Perhaps it was wiser to wait for the members of the Reism gang to emerge from the underground. They could handle the situation. However, the Reism gang might not eliminate Cusack. They could very well co-opt him and exploit the resources at his disposal for even greater schemes. Contemplating these potential outcomes, Glad let out a barely perceptible sigh, steeling himself as he pushed the door wide open, confronting the terror etched upon Cusack's face. Without further hesitation, he dashed toward Cusack at the utmost speed. Simultaneously, the two wraiths reacted, emitting a chilling shriek as they conjured a fierce gust of wind. Lunging toward Glad from the air, the power of the specters transcended all physical barriers, closing in on Glad with relentless swiftness. As Glad rushed to the bedside, the two vengeful spirits collided with his body, penetrating within him. In the next heartbeat, a wave of frigid cold enveloped Glad, causing his body temperature to plummet. As if he had been stripped bare and callously cast into a tempest of swirling snow. The biting wind pierced his skin like needle points, reaching deep into his very bones. And he involuntarily trembled, his heartbeat quickening in response. Fortunately, Cusack did not attempt to flee or resist. He merely sat in terror upon the bed, gazing at Glad. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Glad leaned forward, grasping the crystalline orb tightly held in Cusack's hand. As his force intensified, fissures began to appear on the orb, which radiated an otherworldly glow. With the increasing pressure, the cracks widened, and ultimately, Glad crushed the orb with a decisive squeeze, causing it to shatter instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the pervasive chill that had gripped him dissipated, and he once again felt the warmth and comfort of the world enveloping him. The two spirits that had invaded Glad's form emerged, floating in the air, their expressions bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. One of the spirits, with an ethereal and haunting voice, inquired, "Where am I? What has happened to me?" Its tone was ghostly and uncanny, sending shivers down the spine. At that moment, their visages lost their once terrifying aspect. Apart from their semi-translucent forms and ethereal floating, they bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans. Glad nodded, understanding in his heart how Cusack had achieved this transformation. The device for controlling the specters is that crystal orb, while the means to create the apparitions is the necklace. Thus, Cusack is able to conjure an army of ghosts under his command. Glad bellowed at Cusack, "Now I ask, you answer. Do you hear me?" Startled, Cusack nodded vigorously, his expression one of sheer terror, resembling a timid girl bullied by a rogue. "Where did you acquire this teleportation array, as well as the necklace and crystal orb?" Glad posed the first inquiry. "What is the name of that person?" He continued. "The Enlightener," Cusack replied. Chapter 87, The Deceiver. The Enlightener. Is that a nickname? Glad questioned, somewhat perplexed, yet pressed on with a stern tone. "And how did you come into contact with him?" "So, you agreed to his terms, and then what?" Glad pressed further. "Then he bestowed upon me that necklace, instructing me to find a corpse that had perished no more than 3 years prior, and subsequently provided me with a crystal orb to transform the ghost into a vengeful spirit, which I could then control." Cusack seemed hesitant about divulging the next part, yet the intensity of Glad's gaze compelled him to continue. "I discovered the underground crypt within this estate, unearthed the grave of Count Norman, placed the necklace upon him, and used the crystal orb to turn him into a malevolent spirit, commanding him to." Cusack swallowed hard, pausing momentarily before continuing, "Kill my father." His voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. The two vengeful spirits hovering in midair seemed to finally grasp the reality of their situation, casting a look of resentment towards Cusack. One of the spirits, with a voice both ethereal and insubstantial, yet laden with palpable ire, exclaimed, "What does this have to do with me? I am already dead, and yet you drag me forth to serve as your enforcer. I am a stranger to you." Though his voice was soft, it sent a shiver down Cusack's spine. Glad continued to interrogate Cusack. "Then from where did these phantoms originate?" I inherited my father's estate, and then that fiend reappeared. He threatened me, demanding that I create more necklaces to conjure a legion of spirits, luring those wealthy individuals to their demise. He further stated that if I failed to comply, he would reveal to everyone that I was the one who killed my father. Cusack's expression turned awkward and distressed, clearly seeking excuses and justifications. Glad struck Cusack's face with a resounding slap, leaving his already swollen cheek with a fresh mark. "You are lying, are you not? Did I not witness the ecstatic expression on your face when you activated the teleportation array? Did you think I was blind? Or that my memory was faulty?" With that, Glad delivered 2 more sharp slaps, his irritation growing with Cusack's self-serving deceit. "Why, yes, I apologize. I was wrong. It was my own desire to do this. He did not force me. He merely taught me the method of crafting the necklaces, then demanded a sum of money and several necklaces before departing." Cusack covered his face, which had turned crimson from the slap, as tears involuntarily streamed from his eyes. How revolting! Glad gazed at the imposing figure before him, yet he resembled a weeping girl, and a wave of disgust surged within him, wishing he could pummel him into the floor. I understand now. Glad inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful punch to Cusack's head. Instantly, Cusack felt a violent impact reverberate through his skull. His neck, rendered fragile in an instant, succumbed to an overwhelming force that snapped it. His head uncontrollably crashed against the floor with a dull thud, blood splattering as his skull was forcefully embedded into the ground, resulting in his immediate demise at Glad's hands. This brutal and abrupt action left the two vengeful spirits in utter terror, their faces reflecting shock as they stared at Glad, as if they had forgotten their own spectral existence. Glad disdainfully shook his hand, wiping the bloodstains on his sheet, then rose and strode towards the exit. He had never intended for Cusack to leave alive, for Glad's face had been seen by him, and it would not bode well if Latham were to learn of it. As he descended the stairs, he addressed the two spirits. You need only to retrieve the necklace from the corpse, and you may continue your journey into death. I trust you can sense the location of your body. The two vengeful spirits exchanged a silent glance and nodded in understanding before vanishing into the ether. Glad hastily departed from the manor, racing down the path. The once sentinel-like vengeful spirits have vanished without a trace, while Crike and his companions stood there, waving at Glad. Down the hill, several coachmen were engaged in idle chatter, hoping to earn some fare for the return journey. The four of them climbed into a carriage, setting off towards the Leon district. Let us disembark here, suggested Sophia and Aina, who chose to have the carriage stop at the outskirts, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Glad. We are immensely thankful for your assistance. We are unsure when we shall be able to repay this kindness. Glad merely waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. His actions were driven solely by self-interest, devoid of any particular regard for them. Much like the young man assaulted by Count Norman, he had never contemplated rescuing him. Had these two ladies not accompanied him, he would have unhesitatingly abandoned them. After Sophia and Aina alighted and bid farewell, the carriage continued on its way. Upon arriving at the Classic Inn, Glad dismounted and settled the fare. I shall visit you tomorrow. Have Zoe prepare the list, he instructed Crike, before watching the carriage slowly depart. Following his gaze, he observed a man with sleek, raven-black hair, neatly and elegantly trimmed, adorned with a black top hat that added an air of sophistication and composure. The man's dark spectacles, with slender and ornate frames, exuded an aura of mystery. Through the lenses, piercing black pupils met Glad's gaze, as if they could see into the depths of his soul. His visage was slender and handsome, with deep-set, distinct features that left a lasting impression. A subtle, enigmatic smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if he were witnessing some captivating performance. When Glad noticed him, the man removed his top hat and bowed respectfully before turning away. Glad furrowed his brow and shook his head, a surge of confusion and wariness washing over him. He glanced back at the man, only to find he had vanished into the throng. Could this fellow truly be the chosen one of terror? Where might the harbinger of filth and depravity be? The dark-haired man adjusted his glasses and caressed the beak, claws, and vibrant feather patterns on his chest, revealing a contented smile. Chapter 88. The list. On the following morning, Glad awoke early, having completed his morning ablutions, and descended the stairs. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, he set off towards the gathering place of the rebels. Unlike before, when he had stealthily trailed behind others, this time he strode confidently down the street. Soon arriving at the dilapidated building, he ascended the creaking staircase step by step until he reached the third floor. The door, which had been violently kicked open by the Resum gang, had been repaired and reinforced. Glad gently knocked on the door and waited a moment before hearing someone cautiously approach to open it. Upon seeing Glad, their faces instantly brightened with warm smiles, inviting him into the room. The interior had undergone a complete transformation. Compared to its former state of disrepair, it now exuded a refreshing ambience. Despite the lack of additional amenities, the impeccably clean floor was adorned with several beds that appeared relatively tidy, complemented by a few sets of tables and chairs. These modest furnishings infused the room with a hint of liveliness, bestowing upon it a sense of habitation. The space, once bustling with a crowd of 2 or 3 dozen, now housed fewer than 10 souls, comprising mostly elderly men and children. "Mr. Roland, you have arrived," exclaimed Zoe, springing to her feet with enthusiasm as she spotted Glad entering the room. The stark contrast of the diminished company piqued Glad's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "Where are the others? Why are there so few of you?" With a smile, Zoe elucidated, "Mr. Roland, some have ventured out to work, while others are gathering intelligence on the Lazem gang. Ever since you generously provided us with funds, many have been able to purchase new clothing and seek employment. Additionally, some are on a quest for vengeance against the Lazem gang, aiding you in your efforts to gather information about them." Glad nodded thoughtfully and queried, "And what progress has been made in uncovering details about the Lazem gang?" Zoe stepped forward, retrieving a notebook from the table where she had been seated, and presented it to Glad. "This contains a portion of the information we have gathered." Glad accepted the notebook and began to peruse its contents. The first page detailed information about Thorne Watson, age 43, male, currently the chief of police, with a strong likelihood of possessing abilities, although these remain unspecified. The page was further annotated with the name of the informant who provided this lead, along with a description of Thorne Watson's appearance. The second page meticulously documented his residential address, family, and workplace, among other personal details. Even the information of his acquaintances and friends was thoroughly included. At the bottom, it was marked, "Confirmed." This signified that, following an investigation, it had been ascertained that this individual was indeed a member of the Riesmund gang. How could such a thorough investigation be conducted in just 2 days? Surely, they are not attempting to deceive me. Noticing Glad lost in thought while gazing at the first page, Zoe approached him with a smile and explained, "We conducted our own investigation into Thorne Watson before your arrival, which is why the details are so comprehensive. Many individuals here are present because of him, thus everyone remembers him, leading to a more detailed inquiry. The information on others is not as extensive." Upon hearing this, Glad turned to the next page, which contained the information of Haji Kirkland, 52 years old, male, currently the Speaker of the Leon City Council, suspected of possessing abilities. In the upper right corner of this page was the name of the individual who provided the lead. The information recorded below was evidently less detailed than that of Thorne Watson, containing merely a residential address with no additional data. It was also marked, "Confirmed." "How did you verify whether they are members of the Riesmund gang?" Glad inquired, sitting down on a stool and picking up the notebook. "Next time, utilize several notebooks, one for documenting individuals with special abilities, another for ordinary people, and a third for those whose status remains uncertain," Glad advised. "Once the uncertain individuals are confirmed, transcribe their details into the other 2 notebooks. Just hand me those 2 notebooks when I arrive." Zoe nodded slightly, indicating her understanding of Glad's instructions. Glad flipped through the pages of his notebook, tearing off the names of several individuals with unverified identities and placing them on the table. Subsequently, he began retrieving money from his bag, based on the information recorded in the notebook. The entire notebook contained the names of 5 suspected extraordinary individuals and 10 ordinary ones. Glad placed a total of 350 firkin on the table, distributing the funds equally among those who had provided clues. "Do you recall the names of those who supplied the information?" Glad inquired. He then added, "Write their names down on this paper to avoid any misallocation of funds." Nodding, Glad tucked the notebook closely to him, surveyed the surroundings, and asked, "Has the room been tidied up a bit? How much of the budget I provided last time remains? If it's all gone, do let me know." Rising to his feet, Glad strode towards the door. At present, his weapon required time to recharge, and engaging in combat with extraordinary individuals might not yield favorable outcomes. Hence, he resolved to seek out some ordinary members of the Lazem gang for a warm-up and a bit of amusement. With determination, Glad opened his notebook and made his way to the nearest ordinary member of the Lazem gang's residence. Bang! As Glad kicked open the door and burst into the cramped room, the ordinary member of the Lazem gang was taken aback. He had been seated on a chair, holding a newspaper, and upon hearing the door being forcefully kicked open, he immediately lifted his head, displaying a look of surprise and apprehension. "Moritz Gier, is it? Are you a member of the Lazem gang? Who are you? Since I am aware that the Riesmund gang has yet to release me, I find myself in a dire predicament." Moritz Gel struggled with every ounce of his strength, yet Glad's grip remained unyielding, causing him to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. "I am here to kill." In an instant, Glad's other hand swiftly moved to Gel's neck, and before Gel could react, a sharp crack resonated, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "That makes 4. Glad retrieved a notebook from his pocket, marking a check beside Moritz Gel's name. 6 remain. Will I be able to finish today? Suddenly, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from the corridor, devoid of any intent to conceal themselves. Glad felt a familiar burning sensation in his chest, intensifying with the approach of the footsteps. Could it be? Chapter 89. The frenzied and Glad remained vigilant. His gaze fixed on the door. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, slightly built with short black hair, quietly entered the room. Did you feel any surprise upon seeing me? Walter asked with a hint of amusement, surveying his surroundings. How did you find me? Glad inquired, astonished. He had ventured all the way to Leon City. Yet fate had conspired to bring him face to face with this madman. Aren't you supposed to be in Trier? Isn't it true that you fled in fear of confronting me, which compelled me to pursue you? Walter replied, his face alight with a maniacal grin. As for how I found you, it was through divination. With our fateful connection, how could I possibly fail to locate you? By the threads of our destiny. I have unexpectedly gleaned the intricacies of your affairs. I foresaw your arrival here, hence I arrived in advance to await your presence. In truth, he had not been here long. Glad even discerned the dust upon Walter, evidently having traversed here via steam train without so much as a moment's respite. Glad disdainfully curled his lip, nearly forgetting that this lunatic was a practitioner of divination. Who was afraid of you? I had almost forgotten you until you surfaced. Without further ado, he lightly stepped forward and unleashed a powerful right hook towards Walter's head. Walter adeptly crouched and evaded, successfully dodging Glad's fierce blow. Glad's fist struck heavily against the iron door he had previously kicked open, the door buckling under the force of the impact. Walter, dazed by the resounding crash, failed to notice Glad's other hand advancing towards him. This punch came without warning, striking Walter's head, accompanied by the distinct sound of shattering bone, sending him hurtling against the wall. Ha! Without a moment to prepare, you are as useless as a rag, Glad mercilessly mocked, striding forward with a fierce sweep of his leg aimed at the rising Walter. Just as Glad was about to make contact, Walter's body suddenly became astonishingly pliable, as if merging with the air, and in his stead appeared a paper figure. In the next instant, he vanished from his previous position, reappearing on the other side of the corridor, standing beneath a window, his jaw nearly dislocated, unable to close. Walter brushed his hands across his recently struck face and gently caressed his ribs. In an instant, his once damaged jaw reassembled, pristine and unblemished, as if no injury had ever occurred. Glad could even hear the sound of individuals in the room crashing to the floor in terror, yet he remained unfazed, mocking contemptuously. What a joke! After all this time, have you ever witnessed him slay an extraordinary being? He only preys upon the weak daily, and you dare to criticize me? You, who merely lurks in the shadows, aspire to earn his favor. It's laughable. Walter's expression shifted, clearly struck by the truth of Glad's words. Seizing the opportunity, Glad charged at Walter with fervor. With the shattering of glass, he forcefully propelled Walter through the window, shattering its confines. The two men plummeted onto the street below, inciting gasps and panic among passers-by. Glad quickly regained his footing and, before Walter could react, unleashed a powerful punch. Calmly, Walter retrieved a thin piece of paper from his pocket. With deft movements, he skillfully folded it several times, transforming it into a sharp paper knife that adeptly parried Glad's heavy blow. Unyielding, Glad swiftly rolled back and delivered a forceful kick, striking the paper knife with tremendous impact. The force sent Walter staggering back several steps, and the paper knife shattered under the strain. Thus, without the opportunity to prepare, you are nothing. What makes you think you are worthy of his grace? Glad taunted, advancing without granting Walter a moment's respite. The previous battle was arduous, primarily because Walter had meticulously prepared himself, adept at evasion and maneuvering, while Glad's inexperience in confronting such a relentless adversary contributed to his struggles. However, Walter could no longer anticipate any further preparations, and Glad's combat experience had evolved significantly since then. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, denying Walter even a moment to catch his breath, his hands darting out with remarkable speed to seize Walter's wrists. Walter attempted to retreat, yet his agility paled in comparison to Glad's, and in an instant, he found himself firmly ensnared. In the next heartbeat, Glad's grip on Walter's hands was unyielding, akin to iron chains. With the magician incapacitated, his array of tricks diminished. A triumphant smile flickered across Glad's face as he tightened his grip on Walter's palm. The sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously, a cacophony that reverberated in Walter's mind. Pain surged through him, rendering him incapable of contemplating any means of escape. Walter's anguished cries filled the air, his body immobilized by the excruciating torment, stripped of any strength. Glad continued to squeeze Walter's hands, as if crumpling a piece of paper, easily distorting them beyond recognition. You are but a voyeur, yearning for a fleeting glance from him. "While I am his chosen one," Glad whispered ominously into Walter's ear. Then, releasing his grip, he seized Walter's head, twisting it forcefully. A sharp crack resounded. A chilling crack echoed, and Walter's neck was twisted a full 180 degrees. In his eyes lingered a profound sense of reluctance, fury, and despair, before he ultimately ceased to breathe. His body collapsed with a thud, awakening the onlookers, who were soon engulfed in a cacophony of piercing screams, scattering in all directions. "This is disastrous. So many witnesses. I must flee quickly to avoid being hunted down by the Latham gang." Only the passers-by remained, trembling as they gazed upon the horrific corpse on the ground. Chapter 90. Divination. He did not rest immediately, but instead retrieved a notebook and a gold Lewis coin from his pocket. Sitting at the table, he inhaled deeply, finally embarking on a task he had long contemplated: divination. Surely, this method of divination should pose no issues. "Well, only by trying will I know." Glad inscribed on a slip of paper, "Is Moritz still a member of the Latham gang?" He then cleared his mind, closed his eyes, and silently recited the words on the paper several times before gently tossing the coin into the air. The coin spun in the air a few times before landing in Glad's palm. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the coin's obverse bearing the likeness of Levanx, the first president of the Republic of Intis, which he internally accepted as the affirmative side. This implies, is it correct? Glad hurriedly noted down the names of several previously confirmed members of the Latham gang, conducting the divination for each, and received affirmative results, signifying that this was indeed the correct option. He nodded in satisfaction, yet time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly ascertain the identities of the others noted in the notebook. After rapidly confirming that all individuals listed were members of the Latham gang, he proceeded to delve into the most crucial matter: the abilities of the 5 extraordinary individuals. He first inscribed, "Is the information I have regarding Thorne Watson accurate?" He then flicked the gold Lewis coin into the air. It spun gracefully several times before landing on the obverse. Glad remained silent for a moment, then wrote, "Is Thorne Watson an extraordinary individual of sequence 6 or below?" The coin twirled once more, ultimately landing firmly on the obverse. He continued, "Is he of sequence 7 or below?" This time, upon its descent, the coin did not reveal a head, but rather a cluster of fragrant iris flowers encircling the number 20, indicating a negative response. Glad gasped in astonishment. Sequence 6 indeed. He swiftly employed this method of elimination to ascertain the sequences of the others. Both Thorne Watson and Haji Kirkland were formidable beings of sequence 6. Among the remaining 3 extraordinary individuals, one belonged to sequence 7, while the other 2 were of sequence 8. Glad had intended to further investigate the specific paths of these individuals using the same technique. However, before he could implement this, an hour had elapsed since he had slain Walter. His divination abilities began to wane after this duration, rendering him unable to continue with such inquiries. With a resigned sigh, he pocketed the gold Lewis coin and subsequently recorded the extraordinary sequences of these individuals in the notebook. Divination is indeed remarkably useful, though it is regrettable that I lack such an ability. Glad gazed up at the sky, where twilight had quietly descended. "Very well, let us first indulge in some sustenance." Nevertheless, at the end of the day, this is merely a form of divination, should he possess the skill to counter-divine, or perhaps fortuitously consume a potion to ascend shortly after my divination. It would render my efforts futile. Today, I eliminated 4 members of the Latham gang. Although they were merely ordinary members, not even extraordinary beings, it should certainly draw the attention of the Latham gang. As Glad dined, he pondered in silence. But what of it? What good is it to know that someone is taking action? I shall continue to demonstrate my prowess in slaying. Where has that fellow Walter vanished so suddenly from the steam train? Within the Green Apple Inn, Legolas, attired in formal wear, was extracting garments from his suitcase. Pondering with a hint of curiosity, he voluntarily requested to accompany me on this business trip. Could it be to rendezvous with a certain lover residing here? Where should I search for him now? Alas, he is a diviner. He should be capable of finding me on his own. After organizing his belongings, Legolas retrieved a letter from his pocket and sat upon the bed. The envelope bore the inscription, "Investigate suspicious activities in Leon City, covert operation." The details of the mission objectives were meticulously outlined, filling an entire sheet of paper, including but not limited to inquiries into the church's affairs and the status of government personnel. What a nuisance. I have just ascended to sequence 8, and now I must embark on this business trip. Legolas lamented, yet he cautiously tucked the letter away. 3 sharp knocks resonated against Legolas's door, prompting him to turn his gaze toward the entrance with heightened alertness. After a moment of careful listening, he slowly approached and opened the door. Outside stood 3 men clad in police uniforms, their expressions grave as they fixed their eyes on Legolas. One of them inquired, "Are you Mr. Legolas?" A surge of alarm coursed through Legolas. The mission he shared with Walter was classified and had not been disclosed to anyone in Leon City. Having just disembarked from the steam train, the sudden appearance of the police was disconcerting. Was there a traitor within the 8th Bureau? He endeavored to suppress the turmoil within, maintaining a facade of composure as he replied, "I am." "What brings you here? Do you know Mr. Walter?" "He traveled on the same steam train as you." The officer continued without revealing the details of the situation. "I know him. He is my friend." "Is there a problem?" Legolas inquired, furrowing his brow as an ominous premonition washed over him. "About half an hour ago, Mr. Walter was involved in a brawl on the street and, regrettably, was killed by his assailants," the officer stated, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone flat as though recounting an inconsequential event. "His body and belongings are currently stored at the precinct in the commercial district. We hope you can come to identify him." Upon hearing this news, Legolas felt a tempest of emotions surge within him, his face betraying profound shock and unease. Had it truly been less than an hour since their separation? And now Walter had perished in this city? Although he was a Sequence 7 in the path of divination, facing adversaries might render him less formidable than some Sequence 8 practitioners, he remained an extraordinary individual. It was astonishing how swiftly this unfolded. "This city is indeed remarkable." Legolas nodded gravely and remarked, "Let us proceed. Take me to see his corpse." Chapter 91. The winds of change. In a deep and dimly lit chamber, a massive oval table stood at its center. So grand that a dozen chairs surrounding it appeared sparse, accentuating the table's magnificence. Outside, a solitary ray of sunlight filtered through the crevices of the curtains, breaking the oppressive darkness and infusing the space with a glimmer of vitality. A man slowly pushed open the grand door and entered with grace, his gaze directed towards the heavy drapes. Following him was a diverse assembly of individuals, both men and women, young and old. Their faces displayed a myriad of emotions, some exuding malevolence, others brimming with arrogance, and some embodying a composed restraint. Once they had all entered the room, the man abruptly drew back the curtains. In an instant, a brilliant beam of sunlight flooded the room, the dazzling light causing everyone to flinch momentarily. "Please take your seats," the man instructed in a deep, authoritative tone. His voice seemed to resonate from the abyss, yet it carried an undeniable weight of command. The door gently closed behind them, and all moved toward the chairs, elegantly pulling them out before sitting in silence. The man, clearly the focal point of the gathering, settled calmly into the principal seat. He leaned back against the chair behind him, exuding an air of calm self-satisfaction, as if proclaiming himself the sovereign of this space. His movements conveyed a natural elegance and confidence that rendered his presence impossible to overlook. "Commence the report," he stated succinctly, his penetrating gaze fixed upon a middle-aged man seated in the last row. Had Glad been present, he would have undoubtedly noted that this man's appearance mirrored that of an individual recorded in his notebook. This man was Khorne Watson. Khorne Watson's visage emanated an aura of authority and inviolability. He was a tall and robust figure, standing approximately 190 centimeters, his physique seemingly chiseled from unyielding stone. His facial features were sharply defined, his countenance reminiscent of a solemn statue. His hair was black, short, and neatly arranged, complementing his piercing gaze. Yesterday afternoon, a middle-aged man named Walter was brutally murdered in broad daylight on Kleberg Street. Khorne Watson paused momentarily, anticipating that this news would displease the man seated in the main chair, yet he continued to speak before the assembled audience. "Based on the belongings found on him and the intelligence we have gathered, this individual named Walter was an investigator from the 8th Bureau in Trier. His remarkable traits have been preserved on his remains and have been handed over to his colleagues." Thorne's words instigated a subtle stir within the room. Though no words were spoken, the sound of chairs shifting and bodies adjusting filled the air, accompanied by the subtle noise of shoes scraping against the floor, creating an atmosphere heavy with unease. "This is quite troublesome," murmured the man in the main seat, his brow furrowed as his fingers lightly tapped the table, silently emphasizing his discontent. He lifted his gaze to the other man seated across the table, his voice carrying an air of authority. "Moss, the recent murder of the Trier official was entrusted to you, was it not?" Moss's brow furrowed slightly, an awkward expression crossing his delicate features. He was of small stature, with pale skin that seemed almost fragile. His eyes flickered nervously, and the subtle movements of his hands perpetually conveyed his anxiety and timidity. He nodded toward the man in the main seat and hesitantly replied, "Yes, but how have you fared in this matter?" The man interjected sharply, posing the critical question without hesitation. Moss dared not raise his eyes, fixating instead on the surface of the table. A brief silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the breaths of onlookers and the soft shuffling of chairs. "This marks the second investigator to encounter misfortune under our watch," the man in the main seat asserted, his tone growing increasingly severe, tinged with a note of anger. "Do you seek to attract attention from over there?" His voice inadvertently rose, intensifying the already fraught atmosphere within the room. "Your foremost priority is to eradicate the resistance within the city. All other matters must be set aside for the time being." The man's voice was unmistakable, and he spoke with a grave demeanor. Next, a woman with chestnut curls rose. She was Fia Connolly. Her voice, enchanting yet ethereal, softly declared, "The body of Philip Weiss has been located in a corner of the industrial district. His extraordinary attributes have been removed. As for the restoration of the Holman distillery, it will require a considerable amount of time, approximately 4 to 5 months for complete refurbishment." The man in the main seat seemed to have anticipated this, nodding to signal the next speaker to proceed. Glade, who had successfully dealt with 2 ordinary members last night, was currently indulging in a sumptuous lunch. Perhaps today he could target one of those Sequence 8 individuals? He gently swallowed a morsel of the savory Rouen meat pie, relishing the tender texture and the delicate sauce that danced on his palate. He then picked up a glass of red wine from the table, tilting it slowly to observe the crimson liquid shimmering in the sunlight. Finally, he took a gentle sip, savoring the wine's bouquet as it spread across his mouth. After thoroughly enjoying the feast, Glade rose, resolved to set his sights on the nearest Sequence 8 member. He strode forward with purpose, as if he could scent his target, his lithe figure gliding through the sunlight like a stalking cheetah. In the blink of an eye, Glade found himself at the foot of the target building. Confidently ascending the stairs to the 4th floor on the left, he navigated the familiar surroundings with ease, pausing momentarily before the rusted iron door to contemplate his next move. With a sudden and forceful kick, he struck the iron door, which immediately swung open with a resounding crash. It seemed he had been engaging in this door-kicking endeavor with increasing frequency. A self-deprecating smile crossed Glade's face as he stepped slowly into the room. "Not home," he pondered, scratching his head in confusion before exhaling a deep sigh. Even though he had not located his intended target, he adhered to the principle of thorough examination since he was already there. Thus, Glade ventured further into the room, meticulously searching for any traces the target might have left behind. At the very moment Glade entered the corridor, a sharp blade suddenly shot out from within the room, glinting ominously as it sliced through the air towards him. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal edge which embedded itself into the wall behind him. Chapter 92. 1 against 2. What a composed individual. Even the sound of a door being kicked did not rattle his nerves. Glade marveled internally, his body instantly tensing as he entered a heightened state of vigilance. After a brief pause of half a second, during which he discerned no indication that the assailant intended to emerge from the room, he cautiously approached and entered. As Glade crossed the threshold of the room, a long sword came crashing down towards him with ferocity. He decisively took a large step inside, skillfully evading the fierce onslaught. The true form of his attacker was finally revealed to Glade's gaze. The assailant was notably tall, and in comparison to Glade, he appeared quite imposing. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated his muscular physique, he bore a resolute expression, with sharp brows and piercing eyes that curled into a faint, cold smirk. His dark hair billowed in the wind, exuding an air of undeniable prowess. A pair of profound eyes glimmered with a fierce, icy light, exuding an aura of coldness and danger that rendered the entire presence rather ominous, enveloped by a chilling atmosphere that instilled fear in those who beheld him. His name was Herbert Holmes. Seizing the moment as Holmes swung his sword, Glade charged towards him with the intent to seize the long blade. Yet, in that tense instant, a gunshot erupted from the corner of the room, hidden from Glade's line of sight. The bullet whizzed forth, unerringly aimed at Glade. Realizing the imminent peril, he swiftly turned to evade, striving to avoid this sudden assault. Despite his utmost efforts to dodge, the bullet hurtled towards him with astonishing speed. He felt a sharp pain in his waist as warm blood began to flow from the wound. What a stroke of luck today, that we should cross paths. With a tone of triumph, a woman emerged from the shadows, brandishing a smoking pistol. Glad regarded her cautiously. Her appearance was unremarkable, her features well-defined but lacking in beauty. Her brown curls were somewhat disheveled, with a few strands clinging to her cheek. Her attire was equally ordinary, a dark dress adorned with various pockets and seams, giving off an impression of disorder and haste. She was another Sequence 8 from the list, Glad's next target, Wendy Locke. This was a dire situation, Glad silently lamented, for he now faced two well-prepared Sequence 8s, and he was unarmed, having neglected to bring the demon gloves, and was already injured. Last time, he triumphed over both Holland and Selen, two formidable opponents, primarily due to the power surge and the suddenness of his transformation into the demon glove. However, that advantage has now evaporated. Holmes no longer grants Glad ample time for contemplation. He swings his longsword fiercely towards Glad in a diagonal slash. In a moment of sheer peril, Glad adeptly ducks to evade this lethal strike, swiftly retreating and exiting the room into the corridor. Confronting two adversaries within the confines of a room is evidently unwise, particularly when one wields a firearm. In the narrow corridor, Glad faces only Holmes, thus nullifying the numerical advantage of the opposition. Originally, I merely intended to engage in some playful activities with Winnie at home, but unexpectedly, we seem to have stumbled upon a significant opportunity. I wonder if the boss would reward us with a promotion and a raise upon learning that we have dealt with him. Wendy's voice echoed from within the room. Glad clenched his teeth, feeling the blood gushing from the wound at his waist. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He initiated the assault, lunging forward a small step, forcefully pushing aside Holmes's long sword with his left hand, while his right hand struck fiercely towards Holmes's head. Holmes was utterly taken aback. In such circumstances, Glad had chosen not to flee, but rather to boldly launch an attack. He hurriedly relinquished his left hand from the sword grip, shifting from a two-handed hold to a single-handed stance, desperately blocking Glad's right fist aimed at him. Seizing the opportunity, Glad noticed that Holmes was now wielding the sword with one hand, and he swiftly utilized his left hand, initially employed to push the sword away, to stealthily ascend to Holmes's right wrist. He accurately grasped Holmes' movements. Holmes attempted to break free, but it was too late. Glad had firmly seized his right arm. Glad swiftly swung his right fist, delivering a ferocious blow to Holmes at an exceedingly close range. The sound of gunfire echoed. Bang, bang, bang. His eyes instinctively darted towards the origin of the gunshots and the incoming bullets. Glad's gaze involuntarily shifted toward the direction of the gunfire. On the once pristine white wall, a bullet hole now marred its surface, with three searing bullet heads embedded within, emanating a faint glow in the air. This sudden tension and hesitation momentarily slowed Glad's punching speed, allowing Holmes to easily intercept the blow. Was the impact of the bullets against the wall truly too slow? Wendy's voice resonated from the rear of the room, revealing the truth behind the earlier scene to Glad. Could it be that 4 bullets struck the same spot simultaneously, propelling the foremost bullet towards the adversary? Was this truly within the realm of possibility for an ordinary individual? Yet, no matter how Glad pondered, the undeniable truth lay before him, leaving him no choice but to believe. His gaze remained fixed on Holmes, who suddenly erupted with formidable strength. It seemed that Holmes had finally realized that this cramped environment was unsuitable for the wielding of a longsword. He relinquished his weapon and lunged at Glad like a tiger descending from the mountains. His fist, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, aimed directly at Glad's face. A shiver ran down Glad's spine as he swiftly swung his arm, attempting to deflect the deadly blow. He felt Holmes' fist slicing through the air like a knife, causing a buzzing sensation in his ears. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, with Holmes' strength surging forth like a tidal wave. Glad adeptly evaded the torrent of punches while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Their movements were as rapid as lightning, leaving spectators breathless. Each strike was delivered with ferocious power and wild intensity. However, as the skirmish progressed, Glad's strength and experience began to reveal their superiority, even in his injured state. The force and speed of his attacks showed no signs of waning, as if he were impervious to pain. His movements grew increasingly fluid, like a river flowing without obstruction, leaving no vulnerabilities exposed. His fist struck Holmes' form with the weight of a hammer, eliciting painful gasps from his opponent. At last, Holmes attempted a swift kick, retreating into the room in hopes of alleviating Glad's assault. After all, Glad was now wounded, and by merely stalling, Holmes could overcome him. Especially with Wendy providing cover in the room, granting him a moment to breathe. Yet, Glad would not allow him this reprieve. He avoided Holmes' kick and surged forward, delivering a punch to Holmes' abdomen, shattering his intention to retreat. Although Holmes absorbed the blow without significant harm, his plan to withdraw was undeniably thwarted, plunging him once more into an unending struggle. In contrast, Glad appeared increasingly calm and composed, each of his strikes meticulously calculated, devoid of any superfluous movements. The outcome seemed poised to be determined in the blink of an eye. Chapter 93. Healing just as Glad's fist was about to collide with Holmes's face. The room was pierced by the sound of gunfire once more. However, this time, Glad was prepared. He deftly evaded the trajectory of the bullet and landed a precise blow on Holmes's visage. The bullet whizzed past, missing Glad entirely, and sailed toward the distant wall. Glad understood that the bullet was no longer capable of creating new openings. He had anticipated this development by avoiding the previously created hole. It was impossible for another bullet to strike him. Holmes was sent reeling from the punch, his body tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. His face swelled grotesquely, resembling a dumpling, with blood streaming from his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. Struggling with all his might to rise, Holmes found himself momentarily immobilized by Glad's overwhelming strength. His body swayed in the air, as if on the brink of collapse. Glad advanced, delivering a powerful punch directly to Holmes's head. With a dull thud, Holmes's skull shattered instantaneously, blood splattering everywhere. Glad's gaze shifted to the room, cautiously approaching. He was acutely aware that Wendy Locke's handgun was now devoid of ammunition. He slowly reached for the wound on his abdomen, which had grown considerably larger due to the earlier fierce struggle, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his body trembling as if the entire world were spinning. What should he do next? Should he retreat for treatment, or eliminate that woman? In the fleeting moment of decision, Glad stepped into the room without hesitation, his gaze fixed intently upon Wendy Locke. Blood continued to seep from his abdominal wound, staining his clothes. Yet his expression betrayed no acknowledgement of his condition. "I had thought you would choose to retreat," Wendy remarked, a hint of surprise lacing her tone as she observed the resolute determination in Glad's eyes, an inexplicable tension stirring within her. Wendy wished to say more, but Glad understood she was merely stalling, biding her time as his blood loss mounted. He granted her no opportunity, advancing a few steps to corner her, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, to his astonishment, Wendy gracefully bent low, evading his blow as if engaged in a dance. Glad's fist grazed her back, the angle of her bend perfectly executed, allowing him to feel the gentle brush of his knuckles against her hair. He closed in swiftly, unleashing a flurry of punches like bullets, but Wendy effortlessly sidestepped his onslaught, displaying remarkable agility and reflexes. She moved with an elusive grace, as if weaving through a dance, skillfully avoiding Glad's attacks. Each evasion bolstered her confidence, while Glad grew increasingly cautious. However, in this duel, Glad's sheer strength and physique ultimately began to dominate. His strikes intensified, while Wendy's evasions became increasingly arduous. Her body began to tremble, each breath becoming an agonizing struggle. "How is this possible? Aren't you already injured?" Wendy gasped, her eyes a fiery crimson, utterly devoid of the confidence she had moments before. Glad remained silent. He was well aware of the answer. He had acquired his abilities by slaying Holmes, enhancing his physicality and speed to a degree. Simultaneously, he had discerned Holmes's path through a comparative analysis with various sequences he had previously encountered. It was the 8th sequence of the Gravedigger path, rather than any combat sequence, that enabled him to prevail in battle. Ultimately, Glad successfully seized upon Wendy's flaw. He unleashed a slow-motion, powerful punch, striking her abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. Wendy was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall. She slumped helplessly into the corner, her body seemingly shattered, incapable of moving another inch. Panting, Glad wiped the perspiration from his brow and pressed firmly against his own abdominal wound. He trudged towards the unconscious Wendy, bent down, and effortlessly snapped her lifeline by gripping her neck. This ability belonged to the 8th sequence of the monster path, aptly explaining the precision of his movements. After concluding this grim affair, Glad rose and began to frantically scour the room for medicine and bandages. He swiftly staunched the bleeding from his wound, performing rudimentary treatment with whatever medical supplies were at hand. In addition, he seized a piece of Holmes's clothing, draping it over himself to conceal the bloodstains on his attire. He then slowly picked up the extraordinary qualities that had manifested on the ground, carefully tucking them into his pocket. After that, he entered the room and retrieved Wendy's extraordinary traits, feeling the pain radiating from his waist as he limped down the stairs. What should be done about the bullet? Grad pondered anxiously while walking slowly down the street. The bullet lodged within him continued to cause blood to seep from his abdomen. Were it not for his inclination towards combat as an extraordinary individual, he would likely have succumbed to his injuries by now. Going to the hospital was out of the question. The presence of members from the reism gang there, combined with my gunshot wound and the current situation, would ensure I never walked out alive. It seemed that seeking help from Craig and his associates was my only option. Grad let out a deep sigh, the pain and fatigue spreading through him as he made his way toward Craig's residence. Fortunately, Grad encountered no unexpected events and successfully reached the dilapidated alley. Ascending to the third floor where he knocked on the door was gently opened to reveal Zoe. A flicker of joy crossed her face upon seeing Grad, but it quickly turned to concern as she noticed his pallid complexion and feeble demeanor. Without hesitation, she assisted Grad into the room and urged him to sit upon the bench. Leaning down, she asked with genuine concern, "Mr. Roland, what has happened?" "It's a gunshot wound," Grad replied, gesturing toward his abdomen, where blood had already soaked through the bandage, staining his clothing. Zoe gingerly lifted his garment, her brow furrowing slightly at the sight of the blood-soaked dressing. An immediate extraction is imperative. With practiced ease, Zoe removed the makeshift bandage, her expression grave. The strenuous activity post-injury has exacerbated the wound, without extracting the projectile and staunching the hemorrhage. She hesitated, then stated somberly, "It will prove fatal." "What course of action should we undertake?" a youthful voice inquired, laced with trepidation. "Dispatch a contingent to locate Crike and another to procure medical provisions." Zoe's demeanor was resolute as she orchestrated the response. "I shall undertake the surgical procedure to extract the bullet." As the assembly hastened from the chamber, Glad offered a wan smile. "You possess surgical expertise? Ought you not be assuaging my fears? Your pronouncements are hardly comforting." He jested, "Expedite the procedure, if you would. Ideally, conclude within 40 minutes. Should that duration elapse, the augmented constitution afforded by his assimilation with Holmes would wane, potentially rendering him unable to endure. Indeed, at your current rate of exsanguination, you would scarcely survive 40 minutes. Zoe's tone was devoid of levity, her attention riveted to Glad's injury. An ordinary individual would presently be contemplating their final resting place. In the wake of their departure, an atmosphere of quiet intensity pervaded the chamber. Zoe delicately laid Glad on a mattress on the floor, ensuring he reclined comfortably. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door as Craig strode into the room. He witnessed Zoe preparing for surgery and Glad, lying on the mattress with a slightly pallid complexion. "What has happened?" Craig inquired anxiously, stepping closer to observe Zoe and Glad. "I am about to commence the operation. You must stand guard at the door and prevent anyone from approaching," Zoe instructed without lifting her gaze, guiding the other two girls in familiarizing themselves with the surgical instruments while readying the necessary tools. Craig refrained from asking further questions, moving beside the cabinet, unlocking it with a key, retrieving 2 pistols, checking the ammunition, then positioning himself at the door and closing it securely. "Where did these guns come from?" Glad furrowed his brow, curiosity lacing his voice. "The surgery is about to begin." Zoe's expression turned grave and focused. "We lack anesthetics, so it may be painful. Bear with it." Glad nodded. "Let us proceed." "How could this happen?" Mars gazed at the 2 lifeless bodies within the room, a tempest of anger and frustration swirling within him. They had just convened that morning, and now another death had emerged. He had entered the room with eager anticipation to relay the crucial directives from that morning, instructing Holmes to eliminate the insurgents in the area. Yet, who could have foreseen that the first sight to greet him would be the lifeless form of Holmes? In a state of shock, he soon discovered Wendy's lifeless body lying starkly in the room. To slay 2 extraordinary beings of Sequence 8 in one fell swoop was no ordinary act of rebellion. Decisive action was imperative. Yet, what relevance did this hold for me? I am merely a Sequence 8, inclined towards a supportive role, utterly incapable of confronting such formidable adversaries. I should seek assistance from others. With a sigh, Mars withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "However, if I fail to act, I fear the boss may turn against me." Mars swallowed hard, reluctant to delve further into that thought. "Hey, boss, look, there seems to be blood here." One of Mars's companions pointed to a streak of blood on the ground, speculating that the individual must have sustained an injury. Upon hearing this, Mars's expression brightened considerably. He hurried over to scrutinize the blood trail on the ground. A faint red mark extended outdoors, indicating the direction of the fugitive's escape. Quickly. I remember that Javier lives nearby. He is a hunter. Let him lead us in tracking this individual along the blood trail, Mars urged. Even if they could not defeat the opponent, merely catching a glimpse of this rebel's visage would be a significant achievement, presenting an opportunity for Mars to showcase his worth before the boss. A sense of joy enveloped Mars, and a smile of delight graced his face, as if he could already envision himself as the boss's right-hand man. Javier's hair was a disheveled mess, which struck one as odd. His attire was haphazardly assembled, resembling the chaotic nature of the streets. Mars and Javier, accompanied by two other subordinates, ventured into the bustling streets, continually pausing to observe and meticulously discern the direction of the blood and footprints. The four individuals swiftly arrived at the base of the staircase, where Javier pointed upward, declaring, "It is just above." Upon hearing this, Moss exchanged a meaningful glance with his two subordinates, signaling them to proceed with caution. Without hesitation, the two drew their firearms and carefully ascended the stairs, their senses heightened to the slightest sound. Suddenly, one member was struck, a tragic bloom of crimson erupting from his chest as he tumbled down the staircase, lifeless. The other member, overcome with panic, stumbled backward, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at his fallen comrade. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled deeply, then leaned out, firing at Krejci above. Krejci, undeterred, retaliated immediately. A cacophony of gunfire shattered the surrounding tranquility, bullets whistling through the air, colliding with the walls, and sending shards of brick crashing to the ground with a dull thud. "Do not be afraid. Hand me the bandage," Zoe calmly instructed within the room. Her steady gaze reassured the trembling girl beside her, imparting a sense of solace. After gently wrapping the bandage around Glad's abdomen, Zoe exhaled a sigh of relief. A rare smile graced her lips as she announced, "The procedure has been successfully completed, Mr. Roland." Upon hearing this, Glad slowly rose to his feet, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, remnants of pain. Though still somewhat weak, he felt significantly better than before. "Thank you for your efforts." Glad expressed his gratitude to Zoe before making his way towards the door. Chapter 95. Resolution. Are you planning to go out? Zoe wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, attempting to rise, yet her body felt weak. Fortunately, the young girl beside her supported her just in time. "Your wound requires rest. Engaging in vigorous movements may cause it to reopen." Outside, the sounds of gunfire gradually diminished, the intensity nowhere near as fierce as it had been initially. Glad nodded and slowly opened the door, stepping out with a composed demeanor. "Mr. Roland, are you unharmed?" Krejci's expression transformed from tension and anxiety to surprise upon seeing Glad emerge from the room. Glad nodded in response. "From my observations, there should be 3 individuals downstairs. One is armed, but I estimate their ammunition is nearly depleted." Krejci continued to report on the situation below. Glad listened intently, and suddenly, he took a swift step forward, spotting the armed member at the corner of the staircase alongside the lifeless body on the ground. Without hesitation, Glad leapt down the stairs, delivering a powerful kick to the member who had yet to fire. The blow struck the unsuspecting individual's chest with such force that it caved in, silencing any cry before it could escape his lips. Glad swiftly shifted his gaze to the other 2 figures in the hallway, Moss and Javier. Moss suddenly shouted, a brilliant light flaring within the narrow corridor. Javier felt a surge of courage and strength within him, and as he gazed into Glad's eyes, his trepidation lessened slightly. He had sustained injuries, his strength not as formidable as one might assume. Together, the 2 of us could surely defeat him. MS exhaled a heavy breath, vociferously inspiring the 2, instilling them with renewed courage for their battle. "Good," Javel shouted in response, charging forth towards Glad. As Javel approached Glad, his fists began to dance with remarkable swiftness and power, launching a fervent assault. His movements flowed seamlessly, his reactions swift, showcasing combat skills far beyond those of an ordinary individual. Although Glad had recently undergone surgery and had yet to fully regain his strength, his extensive combat experience and skill more than compensated for this shortcoming. He responded with equal alacrity, accurately and swiftly parrying Javel's onslaught. The 2 engaged in a fierce clash, locked in a stalemate. A flicker of irritation surged within Glad as he mused, "If only I still possessed the abilities of Wendy's Sequence 8. I would have subdued him by now. MS. What are you doing? Hurry and help me. Javel called out, even amidst the fray, seeking MS's assistance. Upon hearing Glad's revelation, Javel's complexion turned pale, a glimmer of shock and fear flashing in his eyes. His movements faltered, his strength considerably diminished. Glad, recognizing this fortuitous opportunity, deftly evaded Javel's attack, delivering a powerful punch to Javel's abdomen. Javel was staggered back several steps, his face ashen as he leaned against the wall. His gaze filled with terror as he watched Glad approach. In a feeble voice, he pleaded, "Wait. I surrender." Glad's arm abruptly halted as he gazed quizzically at Javier, exclaiming, "I had presumed that the members of the Lasem gang were all resolute and unyielding men." Javier's face twisted with indignation as he retorted through gritted teeth, "If he acts without virtue, why should I adhere to my principles?" After a moment of contemplation, Glad posed his first inquiry. "Where is your organization's base located? And what is the name of your leader? How did he acquire his extraordinary powers? What is his rank?" Glad shifted his line of questioning. "What about the others? Name a few individuals you know." A slight frown appeared on Glad's face. Javier hesitated before responding. "But how am I to know whom you are acquainted with? Generally, only our direct superior is privy to our pathways and ranks. My pathway and rank are known solely to that individual. Thus, I am not familiar with many others' pathways and ranks, as I am not close to them." Glad sighed, his brow furrowing deeper as he inquired, "What is the pathway rank of that man, Moss, who just fled?" Glad sighed again, vividly recalling the unique ability of the Light Bearer, which was specifically effective against spirits and malevolent entities. To Glad, such combat prowess seemed trivial. However, failing to detain this Light Bearer was a significant regret. Noticing Glad's silence, Javier nervously asked, "Am I free to leave now?" Bang! A powerful blow struck Javel's chest, the force penetrating deeply, causing blood to erupt forth. Javel stared in disbelief at Glad's fist piercing through his chest, painfully spitting out a mouthful of blood. The light gradually faded from his eyes. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, blood streaming out, painting a chilling tableau. "Creech, inform everyone that we cannot remain here. We must find another place to stay." Glad shouted towards the stairs, urging them to hastily pack their belongings in preparation for relocation. After all, that man had already seen his face. It was likely that they could not stay at the inn any longer, and a change of scenery would ensure greater safety. After a moment of contemplation, Creech replied, "I believe I know of a place." Chapter 96. Relocation under Creech's guidance. Glad made his way to a warehouse district along the banks of the Thorn River. This area, once a significant storage site for riverine cargo, now bore the marks of neglect. The surroundings exuded a poignant beauty in their decay. Vines, yellowed and withered, climbed the towering warehouse walls, seemingly striving to conceal the scars left by time. Iron doors stood tightly shut, their rusted surfaces resembling canvases depicting a once thriving past. This locale, formerly utilized for the loading and unloading of goods from steamboats, had been abandoned following the expansion of the industrial zone, which necessitated the relocation of the warehouses. As they walked, Creech elaborated to Glad, noting that the new site would indeed facilitate the movement of goods more conveniently. Glad surveyed his surroundings, nodding in approval. The only sound that reached his ears was the gentle flow of the river, devoid of any other disturbances, rendering it an exceptional hiding spot. He approached a warehouse, extending his hand to feel the wall, which was sufficiently sturdy, capable of withstanding attacks from mid-tier extraordinary beings without succumbing to collapse from mere blows. The supervisor here happened to be an old acquaintance of my father. If I were to plead with him, he would surely be inclined to offer us temporary shelter. "Mr. Roland, please remain here for a moment while I seek him out. He should be nearby," Kreck said hastily before dashing off in a particular direction, leaving Glad to observe the surroundings alone. On the opposite bank of the river lay the bustling central district. Glad strolled to the riverbank, gazing down at the flowing Thorn River. The river was broad, yet at this location, the current was gentle as it served as an unloading point. A rapid flow would hinder the unloading process. "Uncle, this is Mr. Roland, who intends to purchase the warehouse," Kreck introduced. "Mr. Roland, this is Mr. Achilles, the manager and owner of this warehouse." After a polite handshake between Achilles and Glad, Achilles inquired directly, "Are you truly considering the purchase of a warehouse? As you can see, no vessels dock here anymore, and there are no goods to be stored. What would you intend to store?" Achilles' gaze sharpened instantaneously. "It wouldn't be anything hazardous, would it?" Glad sought assistance from Krek with a glance, and Krek, understanding the unspoken plea, stepped forward to interrupt their conversation. Mr. Roland has informed me of his intention to store some items here, he stated reassuringly. I can assure you, there will be no issues. Achilles regarded Krek with a penetrating gaze, seemingly verifying the veracity of his words, before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, just ensure your safety. He then turned to Glad, his expression grave. The rent for a warehouse is 10,000 fairkin, to be paid in full upfront. Upon hearing this, Glad felt a pang of bitterness, yet his face remained impassive as he quietly retrieved the sum from his pocket and handed it over to Achilles. Achilles briefly counted the money, then gestured towards a row of warehouses. Choose anyone you like. They are all of identical size and layout. Glad nodded and selected a warehouse situated near the edge. Achilles acknowledged his choice, rummaging through a large set of keys he carried, and finally picked one to toss to Glad. Be careful not to lose it. I have no spare keys, he remarked, before turning on his heel and departing without hesitation. Krek watched Achilles' figure fade from view and then turned to Glad, saying, I apologize for the expense. We will find a way to repay you promptly. It is only fair that I take responsibility since the exposure of your location is my fault. With the key in hand, Glad made his way towards the warehouse. Had it not been for you, our location would have long been compromised, Krek remarked with a smile. Regardless, we shall find a way to repay you. Glade, feeling somewhat resigned, added, I should also be residing in this warehouse, so it is not specifically purchased for you. Krek, feeling a surge of excitement, responded, that is splendid. It is our honor to share living quarters with you. Glade nodded, indifferent to the matter of finances. After all, they were in dire need of a secure refuge, and repaying the debt would take time, making any arrangement acceptable. He slowly pushed open the large warehouse door, and a musty scent wafted towards him. The expansive, vacant interior unfolded before his eyes, with towering ceilings seemingly depicting the warehouse's former grandeur. In the center, a massive canopy sheltered a collection of antiquated metal parts, all completely rusted and unwanted. Glade surveyed his surroundings and discerned some weathered shelves, laden with dust-covered goods. Krek ventured into a corner and flicked the light switch. Instantly, illumination flooded the warehouse, imparting a touch of warmth to the otherwise dim space. Remarkably, there is still electricity here, Glade acknowledged, taken aback. He had presumed this abandoned warehouse would lack such amenities. After all, it is an old warehouse. These basic utilities still exist, Krek said with a hint of pride, having been the one to recommend the place. However, he soon realized that a crucial element was missing, a place to bathe. Their previous location lacked bathing facilities, leaving them to rely solely on damp towels for cleanliness. However, with no alternative available, they resolved to settle in for the time being. Kreitch, let them move in immediately, Glad urged, giving Kreitch a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Be careful not to overlook anyone. Kreitch nodded and swiftly exited the warehouse. He touched the bandage around his waist, turned off the warehouse's power switch, and made his way toward the inn. Chapter 97. Instruction. As Glad returned to the warehouse after canceling the inn's reservation, carrying his luggage, he discovered a multitude of people within. They were either seated or standing, congregated in animated conversation. Some were industriously organizing goods, while the floor was strewn with various necessities. Zoe was still assisting others with their belongings, and upon spotting Glad, she eagerly extended her hand toward his luggage, exclaiming, Allow me to help you. I heard from Kreitch that you would be moving in as well. I have already selected a place for you. Would you care to take a look? Zoe adeptly picked up Glad's suitcase and guided him toward a corner of the warehouse. There, draped with several cloths, was a secluded little space. Zoe approached and pulled aside what resembled a bed curtain, revealing a cozy bed adorned with neatly stacked blankets. This is the bed I prepared for you, Zoe said with a smile, her voice tinged with anticipation and nervousness. Everything is brand new. I just purchased it. What do you think? It's perfectly fine as it is, Glad replied. Glad initially felt that sleeping on the floor with everyone else would afford him some private space, which he considered rather agreeable. As long as you are satisfied, Zoe replied with a cheerful expression, gently placing Glad's luggage beside the empty space near the bed. You all continue with your tasks, once you're finished. I have matters to discuss with you and Krieg, Glad stated before taking a seat on the bed. Zoe nodded, turning to direct others in moving their belongings. Glad delicately pulled back the bed curtains, reclined, and began to rest, as the events of the day had drained him of considerable energy and vigor. As he rested, the sounds of footsteps and conversations outside gradually faded, and the warehouse fell into silence. Glad sat up, gently drew back the curtains, and saw Krieg and Zoe standing by the bed, waiting for him. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," he said, smoothing his hair. "What do you need from us?" Zoe shifted the conversation. "This isn't the right place. Let us discuss it outside," Glad replied, glancing around the warehouse at the others. After a moment of contemplation, he stood and walked towards the exit. Krieg and Zoe exchanged a knowing glance before closely following him outside. Upon reaching a spacious area outside the warehouse, Glad paused, gazing at the now completely darkened sky and the crimson moon hanging in the air. He spoke slowly. "You have always been curious about those who possess superpowers, haven't you? Who they are and how they came to be." Krieg and Zoe nodded slightly in response to Glad's words. They are indeed very curious about this matter, yet they have never had the opportunity to delve into it. Glad sighed and explained, "Those endowed with extraordinary abilities are collectively referred to as the extraordinary. Individuals who acquire their unique powers by consuming potions. For humanity to truly become extraordinary, they must rely solely on these potions or receive the blessings of malevolent deities." Glad's hand brushed over the emblem on his chest. Kresic and Zoe remained silent, listening intently, striving to comprehend the other side of a world they knew little about. Glad retrieved from his pocket a resilient, jelly-like, deep crimson substance, extracted from the corpse of Javel. Such extraordinary individuals as ourselves, upon death, exude this special material, known as extraordinary essence. He held it in his hand and presented it to the two, inviting them to observe it closely. Zoe even reached out to touch it, feeling the elasticity and texture of the extraordinary essence, causing it to quiver like jelly. Generally, potions consist of a primary ingredient and supplementary materials. This extraordinary essence can serve as the primary ingredient, merely requiring a combination with supplementary materials to concoct a potion that bestows extraordinary powers upon you, Glad elucidated. That Mr. Roland?" Kresic inquired, somewhat perplexed. This pseudonym was devised to prevent the Louism gang from discovering his arrival. However, it is anticipated that they will uncover his true identity soon, rendering the need for disguise unnecessary. "Indeed, Mr. Glad. But why are you revealing all of this to us?" Kreitch, filled with excitement and confusion, expressed, teaching us about the extraordinary." Glad gazed up at the crimson moon, then lowered his head, his demeanor turning serious as he addressed the two. "Do you wish to become extraordinary?" Shock. The faces of Kreitch and Zoe were etched with disbelief. They had never anticipated that Glad would pose such a question. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the three, each lost in contemplation. After a minute or so, Kreitch was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Yes, I want to be as powerful as Mr. Glad," with Kreitch setting an example. Zoe quickly nodded in agreement. "I too wish to become extraordinary." Glad smiled with satisfaction but soon adopted a grave expression, warning them, "This path is fraught with peril. Some potions may alter your very essence, leading to madness or even death, transforming you into a monster. Even so, do you still wish to pursue this path? It is perfectly acceptable to refuse." Before Glad could finish, Kreitch shook his head resolutely. "It matters not. I will not regret it. I yearn to grow stronger." He recalled the day his parents had perished. If only he possessed the power akin to Mr. Glad's, perhaps. "I too will never regret it," Zoe declared earnestly, her gaze fixed on Glad, her tone imbued with unwavering determination. Glad displayed a faint smile and said, "Well, since you have made your decision, I shall briefly introduce all the available paths. You may then choose one thoughtfully." He recounted all the paths from his memory, sharing his impressions with the two. Krek and Zoe listened intently, occasionally posing questions to Glad regarding divination, spirituality, and malevolent spirits, to which Glad responded in kind. Upon concluding the introduction of all the paths, he added, "Take your time to ponder. Once you have made your choice, inform me, and I will assist you in finding the necessary formulas and potions. Your decision must be made with caution. Once the potion is consumed, you will be bound to follow that path indefinitely." Observing that both were deep in thought, Glad refrained from interrupting their contemplation and took a few steps toward the riverbank, feeling the cool evening breeze waft across his face. "Pal, I believe I now understand the feeling you experienced when you formed the Gel Gang." Chapter 98. Krek's choice when Glad awoke the following day. He noticed that Krek and Zoe bore dark circles under their eyes, appearing as though they had not fully awakened. The warehouse was significantly emptier than the previous night, with only a few scattered individuals still wrapped in blankets on the floor, sleeping and resting. Amused, Glad observed them and inquired, "What is the matter? I have decided what I want to choose, exclaimed Krek, despite his tired appearance, a hint of excitement in his voice. Glad furrowed his brow and asked, "So soon? Are you certain?" This is a matter of great importance. He still hopes that both of them can make their choices with caution, and he harbors some skepticism regarding Craig's swift decision. However, Craig nodded firmly, indicating that he had made his choice. It was his own decision, and Glad had no reason to impede him, so he nodded in agreement. Let us proceed outside to discuss this further. Seeing that Craig had made up his mind, Glad led him out of the warehouse to the empty space where they had conversed the previous evening. This area was quite expansive, likely once utilized for the loading and unloading of goods, given its proximity to the riverbank. I wish to choose the hunter path. As soon as they reached the secluded area, Craig spoke up directly. Glad nodded. This path's negative effects were relatively minor, and it was considered a strong route in the lower tiers of combat prowess. If you are certain, I shall begin searching for the potion. There can be no turning back. Glad warned once more with a serious tone. Craig nodded resolutely again, affirming his choice. I have made my decision. Seeing Craig's unwavering resolve, Glad did not voice any further objections. He turned to Zoe and inquired, "What about you? Have you made up your mind?" Zoe shook her head. "Very well. I shall first seek out the potion for Craig's hunter path." Glad made no effort to rush Zoe. "You may do as you wish, and find me when you are ready." After witnessing both of them nod and depart, Glad then entered the warehouse, seated himself at one of the few tables, and began to write a letter. "Dear Mr. K, I possess two extraordinary traits. One is the gravedigger from the path of the Reaper at Sequence 8, and the other is the machine from the path of the monster at Sequence 8. In addition to the Sequence 7 extraordinary trait I previously provided you, I seek to exchange them for 2 vials of Sequence 9 potions. One of the potions is the Hunter, for which I already possess the extraordinary trait. I merely require the corresponding auxiliary materials. As for the second vial, I have yet to decide and will inform you of my choice in a few days. Please return any remaining funds as you see fit." Upon completing the body of the letter, Glad signed his name at the bottom. After placing the transmission box on the bed, he carefully inserted the 2 extraordinary traits along with the letter and closed the box. As Glad infused it with his spirit, the box emitted a radiant blue glow, transmitting the extraordinary traits and letter within. Lying on the bed, he gently touched the bandages around his waist and abdomen. A slight pain lingered, though it had considerably diminished since yesterday. He gazed up at the high ceiling of the warehouse, pondering how long it would be before he could undertake his next action. He understood that the Lysum gang was likely heightening their vigilance, perhaps even conducting a large-scale manhunt. Hence, waiting a few days before proceeding might prove to be a more prudent choice. During his recovery, time passed slowly and monotonously. With nothing to occupy his mind, Glad decided to see what others were doing. He drew back the bed curtains and discovered Zoe seated on a stool, her elbows resting on the table, cradling her head as she stared vacantly at the warehouse wall. However, today Krek remained indoors, meticulously inspecting several large mechanical components within the warehouse. Glad rose from his seat and approached Krek, who was wandering about the equipment, examining various parts. "What are you up to?" he inquired directly. "How is the research progressing?" Glad asked with curiosity. The crate of components was approximately half a person's height, brimming with metallic pieces that appeared quite heavy. Glad grasped both sides and lifted it with some effort, quickly assessing its weight. It seemed unwise for his injury, so he set it back down. "This thing would require at least 3 or 4 people to move," Glad remarked, adding that they would need frequent breaks if they were to carry it far. Having said this, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zoe remained seated at the table, lost in thought. Glad, feeling somewhat bored, approached her and asked, "What occupies your mind?" "I'm contemplating choices and the trivialities of life," Zoe replied with a faint smile of resignation. Choices were something Glad could not assist her with. Selecting a potion was a lifelong decision he preferred not to make for her. However, he could certainly help alleviate her burdens concerning everyday matters. "Is there an issue?" he asked straightforwardly. The primary concern of life here revolved around sustenance. There was no gas available, rendering it impossible to cook, and managing meals for so many people posed quite a challenge. Zoe candidly expressed the crux of the problem. A month prior, Glad had spent most of his time wandering and assisting others, relying on rummaging through dumpsters and taking on odd jobs to secure food. In the past month, he had been relatively affluent, able to venture out daily to indulge in delightful meals. Unsure of how to resolve the predicament, he retorted, "Do you have any viable solutions?" In truth, the issue could be easily remedied. Observing the perplexed expression on Glad's face, Zoe smiled and elucidated, not far from this warehouse. There exists a building that once served as a resting place for dock workers. It should provide a means to kindle a fire for cooking. Moreover, I noticed yesterday that there is a water source available for bathing. With a hint of resignation, Zoe continued, unfortunately, because it is quite a decent location. It has already been claimed by others. Chapter 99. The gang others? Who? Glad pressed. The scarcity of essential supplies in the area made transforming that location into their living quarters an enticing prospect. After a moment of contemplation, Glad nodded. Let us go and take a look. Zoe acquiesced and followed Glad out of the warehouse. Look, it's just over there. Zoe pointed towards a somewhat dilapidated two-story building not far ahead, a mere 100 meters away, quite convenient indeed. Glad nodded and continued towards it. This building had once served as a dormitory for dock workers. Though long abandoned, signs of life could still be discerned within, indicating that it was currently occupied. The wooden windows of the small structure appeared somewhat weathered, with simple curtains drawn, allowing a faint glimpse of the furnishings inside. The quaint edifice is a two-story structure, with dormitories located on the upper level and a spacious common room below, furnished with beds and tables for dock workers to rest. It serves as a temporary residence, with the possibility of accommodating more individuals from the warehouse to alleviate its congestion. Stop. Who are you? A burly man, his visage marked by a rugged countenance, spotted Glad and Zoe from afar and bellowed imperiously. His voice resonated with authority, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. At the sound of his command, several fierce-looking men rushed out from the room, some brandishing machetes, projecting a palpable threat. Glad regarded them with calm composure, unperturbed. He scrutinized their expressions and movements, discerning that they were not mere scavengers. Instead of retreating, he advanced, speaking with a measured tone. I recall this area being unclaimed. If you can utilize it, so can I. Zoe, her gaze drawn to the glint of the machetes in their hands, felt a twinge of fear. Yet, upon observing Glad's resolute stance, she found solace. The burly man snarled, Enough of your nonsense. This place is ours now. You need to leave. Glad shook his head gently. While he might have entertained negotiations with scavengers, there was no room for compromise with this apparent band of malice. He stepped forward with determination, asserting his position. From the corridor on the second floor, the most menacing of the group hollered, Cut him down. Dispose of the body in the river. As for the woman, she is quite appealing. Let us offer her to the boss. Your wound has yet to heal. Be cautious not to let it reopen, Zoe gently advised Glad, then instinctively stepped back, unwilling to become a burden to him. Glad nodded, his gaze fixed upon the approaching adversaries. A burly man charged towards him, swinging downwards from the upper left, a blade aimed directly at his neck. The strike came with the ferocity of a descending tiger, imbued with both power and swiftness. Glad did not flinch. Instead, he advanced a significant step forward, firmly bracing against the assailant's wrist with a shoulder, rendering the opponent unable to exert force. He sensed the subtle tremor of the man's wrist against his shoulder, then swiftly extended his right hand, delivering a precise blow to the adversary's abdomen. This strike was akin to a tiger's claw, sending the burly man hurtling backward to the ground, his weapon falling from his grasp as it lost momentum. Unperturbed, Glad deftly flicked his foot, sending the fallen blade into the air. He effortlessly caught it with his hand, then twirled it into a dazzling flourish, gesturing towards the remaining foes. Seeing Glad now armed, the previously belligerent men seemed to deflate like punctured balloons. They halted in their tracks, pausing to observe. The arrogance and bravado that had filled the air moments ago vanished without a trace. Fear not. He is but one man, posing no real threat. Charge forth and slay him, bellowed the figure standing in the second-floor corridor, his voice resonating with authority, igniting the courage of those around him. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted with fervent shouts, resolutely charging forward, their strides unwavering as they brandished their machetes, issuing a chorus of battle cries. However, Glad was unfazed by their fervor. With a calm demeanor, he sidestepped the blade of an approaching adversary and deftly thrust his own knife into the foe's abdomen. With a powerful slash, the blade carved a deep gash within, and blood gushed forth like a spring, staining the ground and saturating the very air around him. Glad's movements were as swift as lightning, elusive to the eye. His gaze was steely, and his form agile, resembling a dancer amidst the chaos of war, gracefully navigating through the flickering blades. The weapons of his assailants fell away in his wake, powerless to inflict any harm upon him. Before long, after wounding dozens, The remaining attackers halted, their faces etched with terror, hesitant to advance further. Blood pooled around Glad's feet, and the ground was littered with the writhing bodies of those clutching their wounds, their anguished moans echoing through the air, painting a grim tableau reminiscent of a hellish landscape. This place is mine from now on. Who is in favor, and who dares to oppose? Glad provocatively rested the back of his knife on his shoulder, defiantly raising his chin and exclaiming with brash arrogance. The atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence, with not a single soul daring to utter a word. Even the leader on the second floor gazed down at Glad with a visage of fear, stripped of his earlier bravado. Since no one speaks, it is tacitly accepted. Depart. Glad's voice dripped with cold finality. Continuing, he deliberately kicked one of the individuals in the wound, rendering him unconscious with a brutal blow. Retreat. At this moment, the leader realized that further resistance was futile. He understood all too well that even doubling their numbers would not render them a match for Glad. Rather than sacrificing themselves in vain, it was far wiser to withdraw in a timely manner. Upon hearing the leader's command to retreat, a palpable sense of relief washed over the others. After all, they were loath to continue battling against the monstrous Glad. Glad took a few steps toward Zoe, granting them the necessary time to carry away the injured. Soon, they would need to clean up the bloodstains left behind. As he observed them tending to the wounded, Glad spoke to Zoe. I had thought you would eliminate them all. Zoe replied, a hint of admiration in her voice. Clearing away the bodies is rather troublesome, especially since we will still be residing here. It would not do for everyone to be reminded of corpses, Glad succinctly explained. With so many bodies tossed into the river, even the blind would notice, and it would easily attract the attention of Louism. Chapter 100. The captured girl. While Glad engaged in casual conversation with Zoe, his gaze remained fixed on the leader. A frown creased Glad's brow as he suddenly hurled the machete in his hand toward the leader. The flying blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing the leader's body before embedding itself deep within the wall. What are you still doing in my house? Get out now. Glad barked, his voice laced with menace. The leader, startled, jumped in fright and scrambled down the corridor stairs, hastily aiding his subordinates in carrying the injured. They swiftly vacated the scene, leaving behind only the splotches of blood and a dozen cleavers scattered on the ground. We shall have them return to clean up later. For now, let us inspect the interior. As Glad spoke, he made his way toward the building. Adjacent to the restroom on the first floor was a kitchen, along with a spacious common area where numerous nefarious individuals had previously emerged. Glad glanced around briefly. This space could accommodate several individuals for rest, perhaps even serve as temporary lodgings for some. He ascended the staircase to the second floor, extracting a bloodied cleaver from the wall and coldly discarding it onto the floor. The layout of the second floor was straightforward. It comprised an 8-person dormitory, complete with a functional balcony. The arrangement of the rooms was quite uniform, each adjoining dormitory mirroring the other. However, upon reaching the final room at the end of the corridor, Glad heard peculiar sounds emanating from within. Frowning in confusion, he pushed open the door and was taken aback to discover a blonde maiden bound to the bed, a cloth stuffed in her mouth preventing her from uttering a word, leaving her to writhe in distress. This blonde girl possessed an aristocratic elegance, her beauty striking, and her skin as pale as snow. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and joy. Clad in an exquisite silk gown, she exuded an even greater air of nobility. Upon seeing Glad, her eyes widened with surprise, and she desperately attempted to convey something. But the cloth stifled her words, resulting in only muffled sounds. Glad entered the room, followed closely by Zoe, who was taken aback upon seeing the young girl. Approaching the bed, Glad extended his hand and removed the cloth covering her. Ah, I am finally saved. Are you here at my father's behest? The girl inquired, shifting her sore jaw as she spoke. No, who are you? What are you doing here? Glad tossed the cloth onto the bed and settled onto another, beginning to question her. The girl attempted to move, but was hindered by the ropes binding her. Please, help me untie these. Caroline, that name rings a bell, Zoe remarked, tilting her head as if recollecting something. Indeed, the girl's expression filled with pride as she nodded. Caroline is an ancient noble family from Indies, and I am the sole heiress, Valerie Caroline, of this esteemed lineage. And so, how did you come to be bound? Glad inquired, reclining on the bed. Well, that's a long story. Could you? Valerie glanced at the ropes around her, casting a pitiful look at Glad. Then you should speak quickly. The sooner you finish, the sooner you'll be freed, Glad replied, yawning dismissively. Noting Glad's indifference, Valerie sighed and said, Our Caroline family possesses a hereditary estate not too far from here, where I have lived my entire life. Upon hearing this, Glad recalled the tone in which Varelli had just spoken, and combined with his previous observations of her, he quickly surmised the general trajectory of her thoughts. Tentatively, he inquired, "So, you yearn for freedom and wish to experience the vastness of this world for yourself? Is that correct?" Varelli gazed at him in astonishment, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, much like a child whose secrets have been abruptly uncovered. She even momentarily forgot that she was still bound. Attempting to move her limbs as she blankly asked, "How did you know?" He regarded the girl before him with a hint of skepticism, remarking critically, "You're not concocting a tale to deceive me, are you?" This narrative is strikingly reminiscent of those found in novels. Varelli immediately retorted with dissatisfaction. "It's precisely because I read those novels that I wanted to come and see for myself, so it's entirely reasonable." This explanation bore a semblance of logic, prompting Glad to nod in acknowledgement, encouraging Varelli to continue. "Then I ran away from home, sneaking over here." Varelli resumed her narrative. "How did you arrive? Is there a steam train connecting your home to Leon City?" Glad asked, his curiosity piqued as he sensed something suspicious about the girl's identity, leading him to probe further. "What is your father's name?" She hadn't anticipated that Glad would pivot to another line of questioning. "His name is Ludek Caroline." "May I continue?" Varelli frowned, feeling as though she were undergoing an interrogation. Glad glanced at Zoe, and upon receiving her nod of approval, he turned back to Varelli and said, "Please, go on." Although Varelli was infuriated, she found herself helplessly bound and could only sigh before continuing. "I arrived in Leon City to experience life, but just a few days in, I was ambushed by these ruffians who somehow learned of my connection to the Caroline family and abducted me, demanding a ransom from my father." He initially anticipated a more intricate tale, yet was met with a commonplace kidnapping incident. "Release her and let her go," Glad sighed, gesturing dismissively. He felt his interest in this tedious abduction had waned. Zoe nodded and approached, untying the ropes that bound Varelli. As Varelli flexed her somewhat numb wrists, she gratefully gazed at Zoe and said, "Thank you." Suddenly, she dashed into the corridor and tugged at Glad's sleeve, exclaiming, "Wait." Chapter 101. Acquiring the auxiliary materials helping out with such trivial matters is far too bothersome, Glad thought, having no reason to assist her. "My father can provide you with money. A great deal of money." Varelli earnestly followed Glad, despite having been confined indoors and unable to witness the unfolding events. Yet she had heard enough to understand the extraordinary nature of Glad's prowess. With an anxious expression, she trailed him down the stairs, while Zoe followed silently behind them. Upon descending, Varelli was confronted by a pool of blood, the acrid scent assaulting her senses, and she struggled to cover her mouth to suppress the urge to vomit. Glad turned to Zoe and instructed, "Find some people to clean up this blood, and then relocate a portion of the personnel from the warehouse to here." Zoe nodded and swiftly made her way toward the warehouse. "Oh, what are the conditions?" Varelli's eyes brightened as she hurriedly inquired. "Your territory must be quite expansive." "I wish to take a piece of it," Glad replied earnestly, gazing at Varelli. "I can only inherit the land after my father's passing, and then it will be under my control." "What do you need a piece of land for?" Wait. Varelli quickly circled in front of Glad. "Speaking in a rush, if the land you desire isn't too large, it might be feasible. Can you make that decision?" Glad surveyed Varelli with a skeptical expression. "Then I shall discuss it with my father. It is possible to allocate you a small plot." Varelli raised her head with pride, anticipating Glad's praise. Glad looked up at the sky, where the sun was obscured by thick clouds, rendering it less glaring. "Firstly, I was the one who rescued you, a good person. Secondly, you cannot guarantee that I will benefit from this arrangement, can you?" Glad sighed heavily. Several individuals emerged from the warehouse, following Zoe toward them. "Then I am at an impasse. This matter is beyond my authority, so I cannot assure you of anything." Varelli replied with a sense of helplessness. "Perhaps it would be better to seize the mountain and live as a bandit. However, bandits are often easily confronted by official purges, forcing them to resort to robbing goods and provisions, a far cry from the advantages of possessing legitimate land for development. Moreover, extraordinary individuals like Glad face heightened risks when engaging in banditry, as they are susceptible to attacks from official extraordinary beings. Most significantly, Glad harbors a poor impression of those bandits, as he cannot help but recall the burning Magu village and the fallen Pierce. Thus he is naturally disinclined to partake in thievery or banditry." "Ah, very well." Varelli had prepared herself for rejection, yet she was taken aback when Glad unexpectedly acquiesced. But I must warn you, should you attempt any deceit and betray our agreement," he pointed to the pool of blood on the ground, "I would not hesitate to stage a similar scene at your residence." Vale swallowed hard and nodded stiffly. "We shall depart early tomorrow morning. For today, let us gather provisions and water, along with other necessities." Glad glanced at Zoe, who was laboriously mopping the floor after emerging from the room, and called her over, instructing, "Where is your father's territory? How far is it?" Glad then turned back to Vale. Upon hearing this, Zoe remained silent, accepting the 30 Feldkin Glad handed her, and left to procure supplies for him. To the southwest of Leon City. Leon City is already situated in the southwestern direction of Intis, and if one were to venture further southwest, it would lead to the borders of the Kingdom of Fenibort. Beyond that lies the relatively weaker Kingdom of Segal, making this area the nexus of the three kingdoms. Glad drew the curtains and retrieved a transmission box from his luggage, which was currently emitting a faint, flickering light, signifying that something had indeed been sent. So soon? He opened the box and peered inside, discovering a letter and a small pouch for holding items. Glad first extracted the letter and began to read. "I have received the 2 extraordinary properties you sent, and I can confirm their accuracy. Together, they amount to a total of 2.8W Felkin. Since the hunter potion you requested already possesses extraordinary properties, I will only provide you with the supplementary materials, which will reduce the cost somewhat, especially since I happen to have these materials on hand. Their total comes to approximately 3K Felkin, leaving you with a debt of 4.5W Felkin. Mr. K is indeed an honest man. After all, he is not well versed in pricing, so whatever figure he mentions is arbitrary. Yet Mr. K insists on maintaining his integrity, adhering to honesty throughout." At the bottom of the letter was the potion recipe. Extraordinary properties for the hunter. 80 milliliters of red wine, 1 red chestnut blossom, 5 grams of white poplar leaf powder, 10 grams of basil. Glad picked up the small pouch from the box and opened it, revealing a metal container filled with precisely 80 milliliters of red wine, a single red flower, some leaf powder, and a small piece of basil. Not a single extra item was included. Glad examined the contents of the pouch carefully. Each item was accounted for, neither more nor less, perfectly sufficient for immediate use. Chapter 102. The Hunter's Potion. Upon concluding his words, Glad took the bag filled with auxiliary materials and, with the jelly-like extraordinary substance tucked away in his pocket, made his way toward the dormitory. "Set the items down and come over," Glad called out to her, ushering Krek into the kitchen. Zoe placed the items beside the hallway, brushed off her attire, and followed Glad inside, ensuring the door was closed behind her. With the auxiliary materials at hand, we commenced the potion-making process, Glad stated succinctly, placing the small bag upon the countertop before retrieving an iron bowl from the kitchen, beginning to add the ingredients. 80 milliliters of red wine, he declared, pouring the crimson liquid from the iron canister into the bowl. 10 grams of basil, he added, tossing the herb into the mixture, which elicited no noticeable change. 5 grams of poplar leaf powder, he carefully sprinkled into the bowl, wary of any spillage. 1 red chestnut blossom, a delicate flower, floated down into the concoction. All auxiliary materials had been added, yet the contents of the bowl remained unresponsive. The red chestnut blossom and other impurities floated atop the mixture, while only the powder had settled into the red wine. Krek and Zoe exchanged glances, a hint of anxiety evident as they observed the bowl. Glad then produced the jelly-like, deep red substance from his pocket, gently introducing it into the wine. As it descended into the bowl, a series of bubbling sounds emanated from the bottom, and a sanguine hue began to spread throughout the mixture, causing the previously floating red chestnut blossom to vanish without a trace. After a considerable period, no further changes occurred within the bowl. This should be considered a success, wouldn't it? Glad gazed at the bowl of crimson liquid, momentarily rendered speechless. After all, it was his inaugural attempt at potion making, and he possessed little experience in this realm. "Drink," he urged, stepping forward to provide Krek with room to grasp the bowl. Krek lifted the bowl, took a deep breath, and swiftly consumed the potion in one gulp. As soon as the elixir coursed through him, he was seized by a piercing pain, as if his insides were being scorched by flames. Observing Krek's distress, Glad noticed the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently, intertwining chaotically. Recalling the notes, Glad instructed, "Steady your mind. Do not succumb to unconsciousness, for that would signify your defeat by the potion." Not long after Glad's words, Krek felt the agonizing sensations dissipate rapidly, returning to a state of normalcy. With a gasp, Krek emerged from his torment, panting heavily. Glad, unhurried, waited for Krek to completely regain his composure before inquiring, "How do you feel?" "I have never felt better," Krek exclaimed, a tone of elation coloring his voice as he reveled in the newfound strength within his body. "As you previously described, both my power and speed have experienced astonishing enhancement. Moreover, my vision, hearing, and sense of smell have all significantly improved." Krek marveled as he surveyed his surroundings. He could distinctly see the footprints on the floor, hear the sound of water splashing as the others outside wiped the ground with cloth, and even detect a faint metallic scent of blood wafting from outside. Glad nodded, reassured that the potion had not gone awry. "I shall now impart to you the essential principles of the acting method and the 3 laws of extraordinary characteristics, all of which constitute vital knowledge." "Pay heed," Glad declared with utmost seriousness. "Your task is to summarize the acting principles and swiftly assimilate the potion." Upon finishing his words, he turned towards Krek, who nodded earnestly in response. "Very well, let us proceed. Dinner awaits." As Glad spoke, he exited the room but had no intention of departing just yet. In the interim before the meal, he chose to remain and observe as others tidied up the bloodstains. Witnessing their toil, Glad even lent a hand in the cleanup. "Next time, let us refrain from causing such a mess, particularly in our vicinity," he mused, surprised at the challenge posed by the stains, which proved far more stubborn than he had anticipated, causing him to frown. Fortunately, before the meal was prepared, the group managed to eradicate the blood from the floor, though the air still held a faint metallic scent. Once the food was ready, Zoe and Krek, having procured 2 tables from an unknown source, set the dishes upon them and invited everyone to partake in lunch. "Vallely, come down and join us. Once we finish, we shall set off," Glad called out loudly from his seat. Vallely, naturally unopposed, quickly descended the stairs and took her place beside Glad. "But where's the meat?" Vallely lamented, though this did not hinder her enjoyment of the meal, suggesting she had endured significant deprivation at the hands of the brigands. The table was laden primarily with an array of vegetables, with only a mere hint of meat adorning the dishes. "I ought to provide you with more funds for better provisions," Glad sighed. Initially, he had not regarded them as his own, yet now he considered them akin to members of the Gel gang, with a touch more concern. After finishing their meal, Glad bid farewell to Krek and Zoe, leaving behind 2,000 Falcon as temporary sustenance and emergency funds. He then departed the old warehouse district with Vallely, purchasing 2 horses before heading southwest. He felt an unsettling awareness that no matter where he went, there were eyes watching him from a distance, and he found himself utterly unprepared to respond. A confrontation with the Watchers would not alter their intentions, but rather provoke the police, further restricting his movements. Legolas stroked his furrowed brow, burdened by his thoughts. The police had undoubtedly scrutinized Walter's possessions and uncovered the secret mission assigned to him by the 8th Bureau. They must also be aware of Legolas's role as Walter's accomplice. At this moment, all covert missions had lost their significance, and the investigative endeavor had concluded before it even began. After 2 days of silence, perhaps the local gangsters had begun to lower their guard. Legolas resolved that this evening he would venture out to explore and conduct a thorough investigation.